Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 341, Chapter. Following day. Today was Sunday, and I had sent a letter to the twins asking us to meet after breakfast, as I wanted to show them something interesting. That something I wanted to show them was the room of requirement, and my decision to reveal the room's existence to them wasn't something that came out of the blue. In fact, I already had the intention of showing them the room soon after we became friends. And I knew that possibly in the next school year Harry will create Dumbledore's army, and I also knew that when the time comes they will discover the existence of the room of requirement, so it didn't make sense for me to try to keep the room to myself. But of all my friends I intended to show the room only to the twins, at least this year, as I was sure they would be the only ones who would use the room competently, both for their creative minds and the fact that they were the only wizards I knew who were interested in secret rooms and mysterious things involving magic. And I was sure of one thing, and that was that the two would use the room of requirement to help them with their pranks once they figured out how the room worked. I dread to think what they will be able to do with their pranks with the help of a magical room that grants their requests. I thought, and not just me but everyone in the school felt a chill run through their bodies. After breakfast. So what is this interesting place you want to show us? Fred asked me, walking with an excited stride. Yeah, and where is it? George asked, almost as excited as his brother, looking around. Well, the place I want to show you is a secret room, I said to them, leading them through the corridors of Hogwarts to the 7th floor. Actually, this room is perhaps the second most secret and unknown room in the school. A secret room? George muttered, looking at his brother with a questioning look. But we know all the secret rooms in the school, Fred said. Yes, and that was before we got our atlas, George continued, tapping the stone on his bracelet. He then looked at me confused and a bit skeptical. Are you sure this room is really secret? And hearing his question I just let a slight smile play on my lips. Yes, I'm sure this room is secret, and I'm also sure you've never seen it. But how? We've already visited all the secret rooms we've seen on the Marauder's map and the atlas, Fred asked, and I stopped to turn to them with a mysterious smile. The answer to that is simple. This secret room isn't on any of our maps, I replied, and that made the twins blink in surprise, before looking at each other. A secret room that isn't on our maps, they spoke in unison. And after saying that, they realized that I wouldn't lie to them, which meant that this room I was going to show them really wasn't even on the Marauder's map or the atlas. And when they realized they were heading towards a room that probably not even the Marauders visited, their confused and skeptical looks changed to excited looks. And with shining eyes, they turned to me smiling. So what are we waiting for? George asked, holding my right arm. Yes. Let's go to this incredible secret room. Fred said, grabbing my other arm. And the two then, with looks full of expectations, began to drag me. Hey, wait! I exclaimed, where are you two dragging me if you don't even know where this room is? But instead of answering me the twins kept dragging me with smiles on their faces. Damn, where did all their strength come from? I wondered. 7th floor, opposite the room of requirement. So this is where the entrance to this secret room is? Fred asked, looking to the side at the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching the trolls ballet. Yes, and for the room to reveal itself, a few things need to be done, I said, and then turned to George. George, can you go to the front of that wall and walk back and forth 3 times? Huh? Yes. George answered confused, going to the front of the wall. Okay, now before you start walking, I want you to think of something you need. It could be an object, a room, or something that can help you in some situation, I started to say, with George looking at me as he listened to my instructions. Actually, to keep it simple, try to think of a room, and it could be any type of room. And listening to me George looked at me strangely, before sharing a look with his brother who just shrugged. And remembering that he had done stranger things before than walking in front of a wall, George simply shrugged too, before starting to pace back and forth, and the third time a door began to appear in the wall in front of us. Damn it, so there really was a secret room here. Fred said in surprise, with his brother moving to his side, also looking towards the door. If you're just surprised by that, wait until you see what this room can do, I said with an enigmatic smile. I then went to the door, placing my hand on it, but before I opened it I turned to George. Just out of curiosity, which room did you think of? I asked. Oh, I thought of the headmaster's office, he replied, and I stopped, blinking as I looked at him. Why? Well, we were planning on pranking him, something even the Marauders couldn't do, George started to answer. Yeah, and if we can play a prank on Headmaster, we'll prove to Padfoot and Mooney that we're better pranksters than they are, Fred continued, nodding to himself with a smug, competitive look. And to be able to prank him we need to attack him when he's off guard, preferably somewhere he least expects it, George finished. In other words, in his office, I nodded. Exactly. George spoke with a satisfied look, and since we've never been in his office we don't know what to expect when we break in there, and for that reason I thought of his office. That was smart, I said, and the twins smiled proudly at the compliment. And well, I guess not knowing what the headmaster's office is like won't be a problem for you anymore. What do you mean? Fred asked confused. And instead of answering him, I slowly opened the door to the room of requirement, stepping into the room as the twins looked at each other, before shrugging and following me. And just as the three of us entered the room the door behind us closed, not that the twins noticed as they stared ahead in shock. Is this? George started to ask with a dazed look. Yes, I replied. And that is? Fred asked, pointing to the table across from us. I agreed. But how? Well, it's all thanks to this room. The room of requirement. I replied, and I could feel the room vibrate slightly in joy. Room of requirement. I've never heard of this room. Fred commented. And for that reason it remains a secret room, I said sarcastically. This room is a room that can create anything or become any room, depending on the need of the one who called it, and as you could see outside, to make the room show itself it is necessary to walk in front of it 3 times back and forth while thinking of something you need, I explained, and turning around I saw the twins gaping. Amazing, they echoed in wonder. Yes, this is the reaction I was expecting from you, I said, nodding satisfied to myself. Apparently even someone who has always lived in the wizarding world can be surprised by the things magic is capable of doing, I thought. End. Chapter 342, Chapter. When did you find this place? George asked, walking around the room that mimicked our weird headmaster's office, touching the trinkets that were on the shelves. Shortly after the start of last school year, I lied. Wait, so you discovered this room almost a year ago? George exclaimed. And it took you all this time to tell us about it? Fred said, placing his hand on his chest dramatically, I feel betrayed. And even though they were speaking with a joking air I could sense that they actually were a little hurt. And it made sense that they would feel that way, since when we just met they'd shown me their most prized possession, which was the Marauder's map, and now I'd hidden such an amazing room from them. Look, I couldn't show you the room for a few reasons, I said with a sigh. Oh, and what reasons would those be? George asked me with a raised eyebrow. Well, the first is that I was hiding Sirius here while he was on the run from the ministry, before they decided to have a real trial for him. I answered. Oh yeah, I remember Ron saying that you met Padfoot when he was still considered a criminal and that you helped him, Fred said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Your brother really doesn't know the meaning of keeping his mouth shut, does he? When it comes to secrets and food, no, George replied, and I shook my head. But well, back to the point, the second reason I didn't show you the room is because I didn't know if it was safe, I said. And what could possibly be dangerous in this room? Fred asked confused. Yeah, if this is a room that turns into any room we need I doubt it's going to turn into a room that's dangerous for anyone, George said. Of course, unless the person is crazy and asks the room to become a deadly and dangerous place, Fred commented, with his brother agreeing. That's true, I said, but the room of requirement has some rooms already defined within it, and among them is the main one, which is the room of hidden things. And what is that room? Fred asked. Well, that room is basically a huge storage room inside Hogwarts, and all the castle items that were lost, discarded, or as the name says, hidden, are inside that room, I started to explain. And as you know, the castle is 1,000 years old, so there are many items in that room, and among them there were many very dangerous cursed or black magic items. You said there were, do you mean there aren't any more? George questioned. Yes. After I discovered this room I already had the intention of sharing its existence with you, but before that I needed to remove and destroy all the dangerous items that were inside it, and it took me almost 1 year to clean the room of hidden things from these items, I replied, and the twins nodded. I see, Fred murmured, believing me because he knew that even though I was crazy and always getting myself into dangerous situations, I was still very cautious and almost as paranoid as Moody. Well, in that case you're forgiven then, George nodded, and I could feel that their hurt feelings had disappeared. Oh, I'm honored, I said, bowing with a mocking smile. I know, George sniffed, looking at me with a superior look. Sure, Malfoy, I said with an eye roll. Gasp. He gasped in shock, looking at me offended. But ignoring his gaze I looked around the room, seeing that it was exactly like the real headmaster's office. You know, I understand your strategy of pranking headmaster back in his office, but do you by chance already know how you're going to break into his office? I asked. We haven't gotten to that part of the plan yet, Fred replied as he scratched the back of his neck. I noticed that. I snorted, but well, until you find a way to get in there without the headmaster being alerted, I suggest you memorize what his office is like. Yes, we'll do that, George nodded. And when we have everything ready, we're going to make our prank so amazing, wonderful, and grand. Fred started to say. A prank so incredible and spectacular it will put us in the history books of the greatest pranksters that ever lived, George continued, fist in his chest over his heart, looking straight ahead with an honored gaze. We will be eternalized, and Fred, who had the same look as his brother, finished. And listening to the two, I could only look at them with a blank stare. I really have a gift for making friends with weird and crazy people, I thought. And if someone was listening to my thoughts, that person would mock me for my hypocrisy. Great Hall, lunch. I was currently in the Great Hall enjoying a delicious lunch, made by the house elves who luckily didn't have to suffer from Hermione's tireless attempts to free them. And while I was eating, I saw some owls passing by the big windows in the Great Hall. These owls then came flying over to the tables and handed an edition of the afternoon Daily Prophet to the students and teachers. And picking up my copy, I read the title of the article that was on the front page, and immediately a smile crossed my face. Ethan, why are you smiling? Luna asked me curiously, and I turned to her. It's just that I just received wonderful news, I replied happily. Oh, okay, she said, accepting my answer before going back to eating her stew. Why does his happy smile look so scary? Stephen asked in a whisper to Terry, who shrugged. But not paying attention to them, I went back to reading the article, wanting to immortalize what was written in it in my memoirs. On the front page of the front page was a very large photo of a panicked Rita Skeeter being escorted by two Aurors, with Amelia in the background looking at her with a satisfied, vengeful look. And looking at the title of the article, I could read written in very large bold letters the phrase, Rita Skeeter arrested on charge of being an illegal animagus. So Amelia has finally acted, I thought, satisfied. Now there's one stone less in my way for when the Triwizard Tournament starts. Now the only thing I have to worry about before Halloween is Harry's occlumency lessons, I said to myself, looking at the Gryffindor table and seeing that Harry was looking at me too. He then nodded at me, to which I nodded back. Will I be able to teach him well enough so that he can protect his mind at an acceptable level by the end of the month? I wondered. Well, I won't know the answer to that until I start teaching him. I shrugged. Library, some time later. As soon as lunch was over, I went straight to the library, and now here I was, sitting at a table in the most secluded corner of the library with some books on mind magic in front of me, waiting for Harry to arrive. And a few minutes later I saw Harry walking through the library doors, with Hermione in tow. Why is she here? I wondered curiously. Hello, Professor Knight, Harry said with a playful smile that wouldn't look out of place on Sirius' face. Apparently having a stupid godfather is influencing Harry more than I expected, I thought, but then I shook my head, looking at him and deciding to play along. 10 points from Gryffindor for being late, Mr. Potter, I said in a professional voice. I then turned my gaze to Hermione, who was behind Harry looking at me nervously, something that left me confused. And noticing my confusion, Harry began to explain. Hermione is here because she wants to learn occlumency too, he said, and I nodded. Well, then welcome to my mind magic class, Miss Granger, I joked, and the girl blinked in surprise for a few seconds before smiling. Thank you, she said, and then a mischievous look began to come over her face, Professor Knight. Apparently teaching them is going to be more fun than I thought, feeling a little excited to be able to teach someone about something I know. End. Chapter 343, Chapter. My first occlumency class teaching Harry and Hermione was peaceful, mainly because I only talked to them, talking about the theoretical part of this powerful mental magic. In fact, almost all teaching about occlumency comes down to theories and studies, as the practical part is best when done in a quiet and calm place, without external interference. But in this class I discovered that the method Sirius tried to use to teach Harry was the most common method known to people, with some small differences. Sirius was teaching the method in which the wizard needed to clear his mind of any thoughts, leaving it blank so that protective barriers could be built more easily. And the small difference I was talking about in this method was the way Sirius was trying to make Harry develop his shields. While Harry focused on protecting his mind, Sirius used magic to influence his mind, nothing too dangerous or aggressive. And this teaching style was similar to Snape's when he tried to teach Harry in 5th year, but with less rancor and hatred involved. And from what Harry told me, Sirius only used some weak and light spells, and that made me realize that maybe he doesn't know legilimency. But well, going back to talking about how Sirius tried to make Harry learn occlumency, I couldn't deny that the way he taught him was good, and I would even recommend it to someone who was just starting out in this branch of magic. For many reasons this simple method was the most effective for learning occlumency, but for the situation Harry found himself in, this type of mental protection was completely useless, as Harry's visions were something much deeper than simple dreams. And after thinking a little I came to the conclusion that Harry should use the method he used to block Voldemort from his mind in the canon, which was to bring his strongest emotions, preferably positive ones, to confuse the Dark Lord. Instead of hiding his emotions, something that I, as an empath, don't like nor highly recommend, Harry should let his emotions of affection, happiness, and love fill his mind. And this method was very good because in addition to confusing and stunning the senses of whoever tries to invade the mind, it creates very powerful barriers, as it mixes positive emotions with magic, and we all know how powerful this combination is, and we also know how effective this combination could be against Voldemort. But let's leave that for later and let's go back to focusing on what I taught Harry and Hermione. For Harry I only told him the basics about occlumency, since unlike Hermione he didn't have the basic knowledge about this mental magic. And to Hermione I explained to her the different methods and why they were effective depending on which wizard or which used it. And in our conversation I discovered that the reason why Hermione couldn't learn occlumency was because she couldn't clear her mind as requested in the standard method. And this was a problem that I expected, because intelligent and creative people, who love to study and know the answer to everything, couldn't keep their minds silent or without some thought. And with this new discovery I decided that it would be good for Hermione to take advantage of her fertile and very strong mind to learn the same method as Harry, even changing it a little to fit her better. And after explaining a few other things to them, I ended our first class, saying that now that they knew more than the basics and already had an idea of which method to learn, they could train and study occlumency together to increase their mental strength. And of course, I didn't say that because that way they would spend more time together and end up becoming a couple more quickly, making me win the bet with the twins. I obviously didn't do it for a selfish reason like that. I'm innocent. October 23. The days continue to pass normally, and so we arrived in the penultimate week of October, and today on the 23rd an announcement was posted on the notice board saying that Durmstrang and Bosbaton schools would arrive on the 30th. I can't wait to see what the students at other wizarding schools are like. Lily, who was next to me reading the announcement said, with an excited smile. I thought as a pureblood you would have seen other wizarding schools or at least interacted with some of their students, I said looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Maybe I actually met some students from another wizarding school, but I never paid attention to them, she said, placing a finger on her chin. And as for seeing or visiting other schools, well, my parents and I don't travel much, and when we travel we generally don't think about going to other wizarding schools. That makes sense, I nodded. After spending almost 10 months at Hogwarts I wouldn't want to spend the days I'm on vacation going to another school. I agree, a new voice said next to me, startling Lily a little. And with my senses I had already felt the approach of this person, and turning to her with a smile I greeted her. Hi Astoria, I waved to her. I already told you to call me Tori, she said with a pout. Okay. Tori, I said, patting her lightly on the head. Hey, I spent all morning doing my hair. Tori complained, fixing her hair. Yes, of course, and it looks beautiful, I said while playfully rolling my eyes, and upon seeing this Tori looked at me, before sticking her tongue out at me. But what about you, Ethan? Lily said, bringing my attention to her again. Have you ever been to another wizarding school or talked to any students who were from another school? She asked me, and I stopped for a moment to think. Does it count if the student is someone who graduated a long time ago? I asked. Are you talking about an adult? She asked me back. Yes, I replied. Then no, it has to be someone close to our age, she said. Well, in that case, no, I have never talked or interacted with anyone from another school close to my age, I shrugged, before turning to Tori. What about you, Tori? No, she replied, and then turned to look straight ahead, and I could feel a sad look coming from her. I don't actually leave the house much. I was lucky my parents let me go to the Quidditch World Cup. Huh? Why don't you leave the house much? Lily asked her with a confused look. Oh. Well. No reason in particular, Tori replied smiling, but I could tell it was a forced smile. Feeling the feelings of sadness coming from Tori I looked at her, knowing that this was because of her fragile and sick body, caused by the blood malediction in her blood and magic. Well, she won't have to worry about that anymore, too thought, placing my hand on my suitcase that was on the chain around my neck, where I kept the bottle with the elixir of life that Nick gave me. I've been dragging this out for a long time, I think it's time to give her the elixir. And with a made-up mind, I nodded to myself, before turning to the two girls beside me. Well girls, our conversation is being very interesting, but I'm tired of looking at this notice board, and I'm getting hungry, I started to say, making them both look at me. So what do you think about going to the kitchens to eat something? I'm hungry too, and I've never been to the kitchens before, so I support that idea, Tori said. Well, it's been a while since we've talked properly since you're always busy, Lily began to respond, looking at me with a pout, to which I smiled apologetically, so if it means I'll be able to spend more some time with you, I accept. Good, I nodded satisfied, so in that case, follow me, my beautiful companions. And saying that I turned around, starting to walk towards the kitchens. And looking at my back as I walked away, Tori and Lily looked at each other, before shaking their heads with amused smiles, and after that they started to follow me. End. Chapter 344, Chapter. So this is where the kitchens are? Tori asked looking at the painting of a bowl of fruit. Yes, and to open it and reveal its passage, you need to tickle the pear in this painting, I said, demonstrating immediately afterwards. And after I tickled the pear it turned into a door handle, and turning to the girls, I saw them looking strangely at the painting. That was weird. Lily said, and I snorted. Believe me, there are many secret passages here at the school, and to reveal the entrance to most of them you have to do even stranger and more embarrassing things. I said with a frown. I don't know if I should be curious or scared by this, Tori commented looking at Lily, who shrugged. But well, let's talk about secret passages and their strange entrances and passwords another time. I said. Then I turned to the painting and placed my hand on the handle, and as I turned it an audible click sounded. Now ladies, I would like to introduce you to the amazing kitchens of Hogwarts, I said, giving a light pull on the handle, opening the passage. And as soon as the passage opened completely I looked at the girls, gesturing dramatically with my hand towards the entrance. And with expectant looks the girls passed through the entrance, and when they stepped into the kitchens they were met with hundreds of pairs of large eyes focused on them. And then the two girls began a staring contest with the little creatures in front of them, and this only lasted a short time, for as soon as the elves realized that they had visitors they began jumping around excitedly. There are students in the kitchens, one of the elves exclaimed, and that was enough to make everyone else start talking, going after the two defenseless and confused young girls. Would you ladies like to try Quincy's cake? Could Baldy cook something for the mistresses? What? Lily asked, but the elves weren't paying attention and continued with their rapid and euphoric speeches. The mistresses should sit down, Sissia and Mentis will prepare the table for you, a female elf called Sissia said as she tried to lead the two towards a table, with her elf friend at her side nodding his head. And Mentis will also prepare a big jug of his special juice for his mistresses. Mentis said, also trying to push the two girls towards the table. Ethan. Tori called with a bit of nervousness in her voice. And I, who was watching the scene with an amused smile, trying not to laugh at the girls' panicked looks, decided to help them in this tense and dangerous situation. Guys, let's take it easy, you're making them nervous, I said taking a step forward, bringing the elves' attention to me. Master Ethan, one of the younger elves exclaimed happily, running up to my legs and hugging it. And soon after, other elves joined him, crowding around me, with some holding my hands and leg. Master Ethan, did you like the cookies Floppy made for you yesterday? Bimbo wants to show Master Ethan the new dish he learned. Okay. I understand that you guys are happy to see me, even though I came here yesterday, I said, whispering the last part to myself. But now we're hungry, so why don't you prepare some of the dishes I taught you for my friends? I asked with a slight smile. Yes, sir. You can count on Lassie, Master, the elves said in affirmation, their eyes shining. And seeing the now excited elves heading towards the ovens and pans, I turned to the girls, who were looking at me with strange looks. What? I asked, but they just shook their heads in amusement. And without knowing what was going on in their heads, I shrugged, going to one of the tables and sitting down, with them joining me soon after. I didn't know there were so many house elves here, Lily said looking around at the big-eyed, big-eared beings working. And I didn't know you were such good friends with them, Tori said, looking at me. Well, it turns out I come here a lot, so it's not that surprising they like me, I shrugged. Makes sense, Tori nodded. We then continued to talk for a few minutes, until the elves started to bring us food, filling our table with different dishes and foods. This is delicious, Lily said after swallowing a piece of grilled chicken with honey sauce. I have to agree, this food is better than the food in many fancy restaurants my parents have taken me to, Tori nodded. She then looked to the side, seeing that a small, young elf was looking at her with expectation and anticipation. Tori was confused for a moment, until she realized that the young elf was also looking at a dish of fish and shrimp soup. She understood what the elf wanted, so she took a spoon and tried the soup, blinking in surprise when she tasted the dish. Wow, this soup is amazing, she said. Really? The young elf asked. This soup is very tasty. You should serve her at dinner today, I'm sure everyone will love her, Tori said, smiling at the creature in front of her, who looked at her with shining eyes before quickly nodding her head. Yes, Jaspy will serve his soup to the whole school, he said excitedly, making Tori laugh slightly. And while Tori was chatting happily with the young elf I picked up a cup of peach juice that was next to me, and hidden from everyone I took the little bottle that was in my pocket and poured its contents into the cup. Seeing the crimson liquid with golden particles falling into the cup I used my magic vision, and looking into the cup I saw the powerful magic of the elixir of life mixing with the juice. The juice doesn't seem to have lessened the effects of the elixir, so it should be safe for her to drink it, I thought, nodding to myself before turning to the girls, who were still eating happily. Here Tori, try this peach juice, I know you'll love it, I said, handing her the cup. Oh Peach, she looked at the juice with her eyes shining, that's my favorite fruit, she said, taking the cup. I then watched as she raised the cup to her lips, drinking its contents almost in one gulp. She then placed the now empty cup on the table, sighing contentedly with a happy look. This was, without a doubt, the best peach juice I've ever had, she said impressed, before turning to me, do you have more of it? Of course, I said, resisting the urge to laugh at her excited look. But Lily didn't have the same control, letting out a light laugh that was muffled by her hand. And hearing this, Tori turned to her in confusion, until she realized the reason for the laughter, lowering her head with a somewhat embarrassed look. Don't mind evil Lily, I said, with the girl with almost white blonde hair sticking her tongue out at me. I then took the jug with the peach juice and placed it in front of Astoria. Here, the juice is all yours. Thank you, Tori said, her cheeks slightly red but still filling her cup again. We then went back to eating, with me looking at Tori with my magic vision every now and then, noticing the effects of the elixir of life on her body, and even though the effect didn't seem noticeable from the outside, looking at her magic I could tell that the blood malediction was being restricted and destroyed little by little. She is being healed, I thought, feeling a sense of relief and happiness. Now she will be able to live normally, and I won't have to worry for a while about her family's blood malediction. But I still intend to eliminate this blood malediction, not because of the promise I made to Marcel, but because this type of magic is something I despise. And as I thought about that I looked back at Lily and Tori, who were happily chatting while eating, and I let a smile appear on my face. Well, for now I'm going to enjoy this calm time I still have, I thought, joining the conversation. End. Chapter 345, Chapter. October 30th, at night. The 30th of October has finally arrived. A day long awaited by everyone, as it would be the day that delegations from the other two schools that will compete in the Triwizard Tournament would arrive at Hogwarts. It was night, and currently all the students and teachers at the school were in front of the castle, looking at the gates at the entrance to Hogwarts. Man, it's so cold out here, Terry said, rubbing his arms through his cloak. Serious? I didn't even notice, I said, wearing a simple shirt as I looked around. And when Terry saw me standing calmly, showing no expression of discomfort with the cold night, he looked at me with envy. I hate you, he grumbled. How do you think the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations will get here? Lisa asked us. Well, it won't be via a portkey or operating, Sue replied, placing a finger on her chin. Maybe they will come flying, Stephen added his 5 nuts to the conversation. And how would they fly here? From what I remember Beauxbatons is located in France, so I doubt they can fly from there to here on brooms, Terry said looking at Stephen as if he were an inferior and unintelligent life form. But couldn't they come flying on something other than brooms? Stephen asked. It would have to be something comfortable or very large to bring several students in addition to the school staff, Padma commented. I don't know as much about magic or the wizarding world as you do, but I think it shouldn't be impossible to enchant something like a large carriage to fly here, Lisa said, rubbing her hands to keep warm. Oh, just like the carriages that bring us to the castle? Anthony asked. But the Hogwarts carriages aren't enchanted, they're pulled by thestrals, did you forget? Sue said to him, who scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed look. And as I listened to them theorize about how Beauxbatons and Durmstrang schools would get here, I could only look at them in awe. The fact that they're almost figuring out how the Beauxbatons delegation is going to get here is incredible, I thought. Shaking my head with a wry smile I looked forward again, catching a glimpse of Luna among her third-year classmates as she looked at the moon with a serene smile. She was wearing a large dark blue coat, which covered her body almost to her knees, and I smiled slightly as I watched her snuggle into the coat, warming herself in it. The coat she was wearing was mine, and I had lent it to her as soon as I realized that the small coat she was wearing before wouldn't fully protect her from the cold wind tonight. But I was brought out of my thoughts by the sensation of many magical signatures approaching Hogwarts across the sky, and looking up I could see with my enhanced vision a large, light blue carriage, being carried by Abraxans. And I not only felt the approach of Beauxbaton's carriage, but also of Durmstrang's ship, which was coming slowly across the Black Lake. And as I analyzed the magic of those from the two schools I couldn't help but frown, feeling that those who came with the Durmstrang delegation had darker magic. Apparently the rumors that they are encouraged to learn some dark magic were true, I thought, but then I was taken out of my thoughts by the headmaster's voice. Aha. Unless I'm very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches, he said, getting the students' attention. And hearing this, the students and teachers began to look forward, looking for the French delegation, and after a few seconds some students saw the carriage in the sky. Man, Stephen and Lisa were right. They actually came flying in a large carriage, Terry said with his mouth open. And you saying it wasn't possible, Stephen snorted with a look of arrogance. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day, Sue joked, earning a mocking look from Stephen. And in the time of this short conversation the light blue carriage landed in front of us, with the doors opening for a large woman to get out with some students following her. She's huge, I thought, looking at the more than 3-meter tall woman, and there are still people who doubt that she's half-giant. My dear Madame Maxime, welcome, the headmaster said, going up to her and kissing her hand without even needing to bow. Dumbledore, I hope you are well, and the headmistress of Beauxbatons said in a deep voice. And I didn't pay much attention to their conversation because I was frowning as I felt something bothering my senses. I felt this before, I mused, before my eyes locked on a certain tall, blonde girl who was among the students at the French school. This feeling is the same as I felt at Bulgaria's presentation at the Quidditch World Cup when the Velas appeared. I looked at this girl, noticing how the boys around her kept looking at her several times, with some even drooling. A blonde girl, from Beauxbatons, who is a Vela. This is obviously Fleur, I thought, before again ignoring an attempt by her allure to seduce me. I can resist her allure because of my abilities, but because of them the allure is also more noticeable and potent. I frowned, and now I'm going to spend the whole year with her around irritating my senses. Damn it. And finishing my thought I looked ahead again, noticing that the headmaster's conversation with Madame Maxime had ended, and that now she and her students were heading towards the large doors of the castle. The Hogwarts students then moved aside for them to pass, and as the French group passed by me I felt a pair of eyes on me, and turning around I saw Fleur staring at me. Okay, I thought, slowly looking away, that was weird. And when she realized that I wasn't looking at her anymore, Fleur turned around and continued walking, following her headmistress and her other schoolmates, but I could feel the curiosity coming from her. Shaking my head I decided to ignore what just happened, until I felt a silence coming from my friends, causing me to turn towards them only to find them looking at me, with some of them looking at Fleur's back as she walked away. Well, Anthony started to say, but I interrupted him. Don't say a word, I said with eyes narrowed threateningly, and seeing my look they fell silent and stopped looking at me. I don't even know what you're talking about. You can consider me mute. That rock on the ground is kind of interesting. Look, Durmstrang is here. And that last exclamation that came from Lisa caught our attention, with us turning to where she was pointing, seeing something happening in the Black Lake. And not a second later a large ship emerged from the lake, with a frightening appearance that reminded me of a ghost ship. As soon as the ship docked several people disembarked from it, wearing large fur coats that gave them a fierce appearance. However I could tell that they were just ordinary students, curious about being in a new place that was so big and famous. They seem less snobbish and full of themselves than the Beauxbatons students, so apart from the fact that some of them have obviously studied dark magic, it shouldn't be so bad having them around for the rest of the year, I thought, rubbing my chin as I looked at all the Durmstrang students who were following their headmaster, Karkaroff, who was a former Death Eater. It's Crumb. I heard Ron's excited voice, which was soon followed by the excited voices and sighs of other boys and girls who were looking at one of the Durmstrang boys. Yes, I forgot about the fact that one of them is a professional Quidditch star. I sighed tiredly. Flamel's house. Have you packed all your things, honey? Nick asked Penny, who was packing her last suitcase. Yes, I have Ethan's birthday and Christmas presents, the cookies he loves, and some books I thought he would like, Penny said, closing her suitcase and turning to her husband with a smile, only to find him staring at her with a blank stare. So that's what you're carrying in those bags? He asked, looking at the 10 bags on the floor around him. And what else would I take? She asked, tilting her head. And without knowing how to respond, Nick just sighed while shaking his head, but he had an affectionate smile on his face. Well, the portkey will be activated in a few seconds, so let's get ready, he said, going over to a pink sphere that was on a table and picking it up. Do you think Ethan will be happy to see us? Penny asked, going over to her husband and touching the sphere as well. The sphere then began to glow, and with a wave of Nick's wand all the bags around him began to float and enter his coat pocket. Oh honey, I'm sure he'll be surprised and very happy, Nick replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. I hope so, Penny said with an excited look. And right after that, the sphere the two were holding glowed brighter, and then Penny and Nick were sucked into a vortex before disappearing. End. Chapter 346, Chapter. Great Hall. After the students from both schools arrived we all went to the Great Hall, where my friends and I sat, waiting for the headmaster's speech to begin. I think this is the first time I've seen the Great Hall so full, Padma commented as she looked around. And she was right. The Great Hall was almost full of students, who were talking and whispering excitedly, expectant for the start of the Triwizard Tournament. Same as in the canon timeline, the Durmstrang students sat at the Slytherin table while the Beauxbatons students sat at our table, much to my unhappiness. And I say this not because I don't like the French students, since I don't even know them to form an opinion about them, but because for some reason Miss Delacour decided to sit a few seats away from me. And I knew she sat so close to me on purpose, since she stared at me as soon as I entered the Great Hall with my classmates, and she waited for me to sit down so she could choose her seat. I didn't know why she was paying so much attention to me, and in fact I didn't want to know, preferring to keep her and her mysterious thoughts away from me along with her uncomfortable allure. So, do you have any idea how the champions will be chosen? Stephen asked in a low voice, leaning across the table as he looked at us. I don't know, maybe they choose the champions based on their grades, Michael suggested. I don't think so, Lisa said. I think choosing champions based on the grades they get isn't a very practical way. Well, then maybe they use some spell, Michael shrugged. It's possible, Terry nodded, before turning to me. What about you, Ethan? Any ideas or suggestions? Maybe the champions will be decided after a dispute, I replied without thinking much. Oh, a dispute. Luna, who was next to Sue, asked excitedly, like a competition of who can eat the most pudding or collect the most mandrake leaves. Yeah, something like that, I nodded slowly. And listening to me, Luna just smiled, now interested in the tournament. I don't know, Ethan. A dispute between all 17-year-old students from the 3 schools would be very complicated, Sue said after thinking for a while. Well, I don't know how the champions are going to be chosen, but if Ethan is really going to try to be one of them, he's going to need to figure out a way to get past the headmaster age line, Anthony said, looking at me. Don't worry, I have some ideas on how I'm going to get around this age line, I said, without explaining anything, making my friends look at each other curiously. And my friends couldn't ask me questions because the headmaster started talking, making everyone silent. And as he spoke, I noticed that there were 6 extra chairs at the staff table, with 2 of them being occupied by Madame Maxime and Karkaroff, and looking at the other 4 chairs I was confused. From what I remembered, there should have been 4 chairs instead of 6, where the other 2 were for Mr. Crouch and Bagman, but now there were 2 more chairs, and I wanted to know who they belonged to. But as I thought about this, the headmaster continued speaking, saying a few words of welcome to the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang before beginning the feast. As soon as he sat down again, the tables were suddenly filled with food, and looking at the table in front of me, I could see several typical dishes from France and Norway, which was probably the country where Durmstrang was located. Is this supposed to be a boeuf bourguignon? One of the Beauxbatons girls snorted in disdain, looking at the dish in front of her as she chatted to her 2 friends in French. Even my most useless cook could do better, she said dismissively. She must think that no one here knows how to speak French, I thought, looking at the snobbish girl, who was complaining to her equally snobbish friends, but knowing people like her, maybe she just doesn't care. Some of these dishes are strange, Stephen muttered, poking a mussel on the plate in front of him with his fork. I agree, I snorted, but you better not let those French girls hear you, or they might end up making you the first victim of the tournament, even though it hasn't started yet. And hearing me, Stephen looked at the snobbish trio from before, and seeing their contemptuous looks he shuddered. Right, he said. You know, I have a feeling they're talking bad about us, Terry commented, also looking at the 3 girls, with a suspicious expression on his face. You have no idea, I said, putting some ratatouille in my mouth. Yes, I really. Wait, do you understand what they are saying? Terry asked me in surprise, not knowing I could speak French. And I was going to answer him, but then my senses picked up 4 magical signatures, with 2 of them being powerful, therefore very noticeable, suddenly appearing at Hogwarts. What are they doing here? I asked myself, confused, recognizing the 2 powerful magics as Nick and Penny's. After a while I felt the 2 weakest magical signatures arriving in front of the doors of the Great Hall. The doors then opened, and passing through them were Mr. Crouch and Bagman, who went to the staff table and sat down on 2 of the 4 chairs that were empty. Wait, 2 chairs are still empty, and Nick and Penny arrived at Hogwarts at the same time as Mr. Crouch and Bagman. So does that mean the other chairs are for them? I asked myself, somewhat shocked. But why? They did not participate in the organization of the tournament, and from what I know of them, they do not like to get involved in these political matters, I thought, looking down as I tried to find an answer to these questions. And as I thought about it, a memory came to mind, and the memory was of the day Penny and Nick returned to their house, where I was saying goodbye to them. And I remember very well Penny saying that we would meet sooner than I expected, in a way that made it clear that she was hiding something from me. So that's what she was talking about. At that time, was she already planning to come to Hogwarts? And I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't even notice that the dessert had already been served and that the feast was ending, and it was only when the headmaster stood up again that I was brought out of my reflections. The time has come, the headmaster began to speak, smiling as he looked at the concentrated faces of all the students in front of him. The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin, and I would like to explain a few things about the tournament and its rules before the casket being brought. But first I would like to introduce everyone to Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. And what followed was some polite clapping for the 2 guests, with Crouch remaining silent while Bagman waved to everyone with a jovial smile. I was also clapping my hands, but my attention was on the magical signatures approaching where we were. And as soon as the 2 magic stopped in front of the Great Hall, I turned to look at the large doors, tense and somewhat excited, but above all these feelings I was also curious. And besides them I would also like to introduce to all of you 2 distinguished guests, who were chosen as ambassadors by the International Confederation of Wizards to represent them in this tournament, the headmaster continued, and I could feel his joyful feelings. But I was paying more attention to his last sentence. Wait. Ambassadors. Represent the International Confederation of Wizards in the tournament. I exclaimed in my mind, looking at the headmaster to see if he wasn't lying. But he didn't say anything else, pausing as he looked at the doors of the Great Hall that had been opened. And passing through the large doors, with calm looks and faint smiles, were a man and a woman who were very familiar and dear to me, attracting everyone's attention with their imposing and dignified appearance. Here they are, 2 of the greatest wizards in existence, and the best alchemists in the world. Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel. What the hell is happening? End. Chapter 347, Chapter. Did he say Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel? Isn't that man the inventor and creator of the Philosopher's Stone? I heard from a teacher of mine that they are over 600 years old. My grandfather said he went to one of her seminars in Ireland when he was a child. When they heard the names of the special guests, everyone was surprised and shocked. Seeing two of the most famous and important wizards in the wizarding world in person was something no one expected to happen today. Nick and Penny were famous all over the world, mainly in the United Kingdom, France, and the United States, and now students from the most important schools in two of those places were in the presence of these two people. Both Beauxbatons and Hogwarts students were staring at them with stars in their eyes, whispering and talking excitedly, unable to contain their excitement. And among all these students was me, who if I were in a cartoon would have a big question mark above my head. When did they become ambassadors for the International Confederation of Wizards? And why didn't they tell me? I wondered, looking at Nick and Penny, who walked up to the staff table, greeting the headmaster like old friends. Nick and Penny then sat down in the two empty seats, greeting those around them, and I could tell that even the teachers were surprised and excited. And in fact, the only one who had somewhat bad feelings about their presence was the fake Moody, and the feelings were more of nervousness and worry, probably afraid that these two incredible wizards could ruin their mission. Nick, who was sitting next to Professor McGonagall, glanced over the students, and I made a strange face when he looked at me and simply ignored me. Why are they ignoring me? I asked myself, confused. I could feel feelings of amusement coming from Nick and longing and affection coming from Penny, so I knew there had to be a reason why they weren't even looking at me. But as I wondered why, I felt a faint pulse of magic coming from the left pocket of my cloak. Reaching into my pocket, I felt a piece of parchment that wasn't there before, and I could recognize Nick's magic in the parchment. Picking up this piece of parchment, I saw that there was something written on it, and reading it I blinked in confusion. "Meet us in our room after curfew," I read, before lifting my head and looking at Nick, who discreetly looked at me and nodded. Okay, now I'm curious to know why they are being so discreet and mysterious, I thought, nodding my head at him slowly. And unaware of the silent agreement that had just taken place, the headmaster continued with Nick and Penny's introduction. "I'm happy to see that you were all excited about our guests, because until the end of the tournament they will be acting as teachers here at Hogwarts," the headmaster said, smiling happily. "What?" almost every student shouted, looking between the headmaster and the Flammels, wondering if it was a joke. I wasn't expecting this. I thought with my mouth open, actually, since they appeared I've only been receiving unexpected news. But know that their classes don't just extend to Hogwarts students. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang who wish to participate in their classes will also be allowed, the headmaster continued, and now even the students from the other two schools were excited. The headmaster didn't even say what Nick and Penny would teach us, but that didn't matter to any of the students, since obviously two alchemist wizards and masters in different branches of magic who were over 600 years old would be great teachers in anything they wanted to teach. And I, who can be considered a student of both, can say that this is true. The amount of knowledge that Nick and Penny had, in addition to the fact that they had a connection with magic and their magic insight, made them masters in almost any branch of magic. And I would venture to say that because of the factors mentioned above, they were superior to most or all of the teachers in the three schools in their own subjects. "Man, I can't believe we're going to be taught by Nicholas Flamel himself," Terry exclaimed in an excited whisper. "He's like the most amazing wizard alive. And I can't believe we're going to take classes with Perenelle Flammel. I have almost all of her books." Sue said, almost as excited as Terry, her eyes shining in a typical fangirl way. "Would she sign my books?" "Huh. I didn't know you were a fan of hers," I said, looking at her strangely. "Oh, Ethan dear, there are many secrets about me that you don't know," she said with a slight smile, looking at me in a way that gave me goosebumps. "Okay," I said slowly, deciding to let the matter go. I then began to look around, feeling all the feelings of excitement and anticipation from my housemates, and surprisingly one of the people excited and motivated about the prospect of learning from Nick and Penny was Luna. Actually that's not that surprising. Luna is a peculiar girl who is very intelligent and curious, so it's not a surprise that she is interested in Nick and Penny, who also have these same characteristics, mainly the part about being peculiar, I reflected, placing a finger on my chin while looking at the dreamy girl. But while I was thinking about this, the headmaster spoke again as soon as most of the students calmed down, drawing everyone's attention. "Over the past few months, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman have worked tirelessly organizing and preparing for the tournament," he began to say, gesturing to the two men behind him, "and now they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' results and efforts in each task." So Nick and Penny won't be on the jury, I thought. "The casket, please, Mr. Filch," the headmaster said, gesturing to the castle's surly caretaker. Filch then approached him, carrying a large, ancient-looking wooden chest that had some precious stones inlaid in it. And looking at the box I could feel a powerful magic coming from inside it. "Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have already analyzed and revised the instructions for the tasks that the champions will face," the headmaster said as Filch placed the chest carefully on a table in front of him. "They have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge, and there will be a total of 3 tasks that will occur spaced throughout the school year, and these tasks will test the champions in different ways. The tasks will challenge and test the expertise in magic, courage, powers of deduction and, of course, the ability to face danger of the chosen champions, and when the headmaster paused everyone looked at him tensely, paying attention to each phrase, word and syllable he said. As you all know, 3 champions compete in the tournament, 1 from each school. The headmaster spoke calmly again. They will receive marks for their performance in each of the tasks, and the one who has obtained the highest result in each task will receive advantages that will give you greater chances against other competitors, and at the end of the 3rd task, the one with the best results will win the Triwizard Cup. And to make it fair to everyone, the champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire, and with that sentence the headmaster pulled out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The top of the casket slowly opened with a creak, and as soon as it was fully opened the headmaster reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. The cup was as described in the books, different from the refined and glamorous appearance of the cup in the movies, and if I couldn't feel the magic coming from it I would consider it an ordinary wooden cup. Of course, if we forget the fact that the cup was filled to the brim with bluish-white flames, which moved mesmerizingly as if it were dancing. So that is the Goblet of Fire. I thought, impressed, analyzing the magic of the cup and being surprised by its purity. I don't know who the creator of the Goblet of Fire was, but he was definitely a magical genius. End. Chapter 348, Chapter Great Hall. After the headmaster closed the casket he placed the Goblet of Fire on top of it, so that everyone in the Great Hall could see it, and then he continued to talk about the tournament. To enter the tournament in an attempt to become a champion, the student must write their name and the name of the school they belong to on a piece of parchment and deposit it in the Goblet of Fire, he said, and at that moment all the students paid special attention to his words, wanting to know how they could become champions. Students have a total of 24 hours to deposit their names in the Goblet of Fire, and tomorrow, on Halloween, the goblet will return 3 names of those it deemed most worthy to represent their schools. The cup will be placed in the entrance hall tonight where it will be accessible to everyone who wants to compete. The headmaster looked around, and then his eyes focused on the younger students who had excited and competitive expressions. And to ensure that no underage student gives into temptation, I will draw an age line around the cup, and no one under the age of 17 will be able to cross it. And ignoring the indignant exclamations and protests of the underage students, who were the majority of students present in the Great Hall, the headmaster continued. And finally, I would like to remind those who want to compete that you should not enter the tournament lightly. Once chosen as champion by the cup, the student will be forced to continue in the competition until the end of the tournament, having to compete in all tasks. Putting the name on the Goblet of Fire is a magical contractual act, and once someone is selected as champion it will not be possible to change. Stopping to let this important information sink into everyone's minds, the headmaster passed his serious and solemn gaze over everyone, making it clear from his posture alone how serious it would be to become a champion. As you all know or have heard, the Triwizard Tournament is a dangerous, difficult, and complex competition, so make sure you are prepared, body and soul, to compete before putting your name in the Goblet of Fire, the headmaster said, with some students looking at each other with tense looks. But his sentence didn't scare the students, in fact it only made them more excited and inspired to become the champion of their school. And with a flame rising deep in the hearts of all the students, they raised their heads proudly, imagining themselves having the honor of representing their school. And even though I wasn't as excited as the others, I also couldn't stop a competitive and slightly wild smile from appearing on my face. I guess I'm not so different from my peers after all, I thought. And with that, I conclude today's feast, the headmaster said after a few seconds, with a calm smile and a lighter air. I think it's time for us to go to bed, so good night to you all. And saying this, the headmaster waved his hand at us, with the teachers and guests behind him also standing up. And I ignored the students from the other schools, especially Fleur who looked at me again, in favor of looking at Nick and Penny, who went to the headmaster to talk to him. And while Nick was saying something to the headmaster, I could see Penny look at me out of the corner of her eye, letting a slight smile appear on her lips. Well, I guess the night isn't over for me yet, I thought, standing up and joining my classmates to head back to our common room. Later at night. After I got back to the Ravenclaw common room I spent some time talking about the tournament and ways to get past the age line with my friends. When it was time for everyone to go to their dorms I escaped using the disillusionment charm, and I then started walking around the castle while I was invisible, feeling Nick and the Penny's magic, trying to find the room they were in. And after a few minutes of walking around the great castle that was Hogwarts, I finally arrived in front of a dark door in the 5th corridor of the 6th floor. Looking around and using my senses I didn't feel anyone around me, and nodding my head I raised my hand to knock on the door. But before I could do anything the door was opened by Penny, who looked at me who was still invisible with a big smile on her face and her eyes glowing blue, probably because of her magic insight. Canceling the disillusionment charm I looked at her, opening my mouth to greet her. "Hi Pen," I started to say, but I was surprised by her suddenly hugging me. "Ah, I missed you so much," she said hugging me tightly as she brought me into the room, closing the door with wandless magic. "I think you're suffocating him," Nick commented, looking at both of us amused. "Oh, now can't a grandmother show care and affection to her grandson?" she asked looking at him, who raised his hands in surrender with a wry smile. "Your grandson here would also like some oxygen," I said breathlessly, and noticing my face turning pale, she quickly released me. Oops, I'm sorry. I think I'm really excited to be able to see you again, she said, with a small apologetic smile. I noticed, I said, taking a deep breath. After catching the breath she tried to take from me with her loving mortal embrace, I looked at the two immortals who were part of my large family not connected by blood, and a smile appeared on my face. It's great to see you again, I said, and they smiled at me. The three of us then sat down on the sofas in their living room, with me looking around and seeing that their living room was almost the size of a common room. Penny was sitting next to me while Nick sat on the sofa across from us, and without further ado I got straight to the main question that had been on my mind since the moment I sensed them at school. So, what are you guys doing here? I asked, not that I'm not happy, but I'm still surprised that you're here at Hogwarts, and even more surprised that you're acting as ambassadors for the International Confederation of Wizards for the Triwizard Tournament. Well, the answer to that is simple, Nick started to say. And what would be? I asked with a raised eyebrow. You, Penny replied. Me? I asked confused. Yes, you. She nodded. We only decided to come to Hogwarts acting as ambassadors and even teachers because of you. I don't understand, I said. Ethan, we have always lived our lives in seclusion, and rarely participate in the affairs of the wizarding world. But since we met you our lives have become more fun and exciting, and that's a good thing, Nick began to explain. Yeah, and we already knew that the Triwizard Tournament was going to happen because of our contacts, and we realized that it would be a great way to be able to spend some time with you while you are at school, Penny continued. And besides that we could also watch an interesting and exciting tournament, Nick finished, and I looked at the two of them in silence. So you did all this to spend time with me and watch the tournament? I asked. Yes, they replied, with Penny nodding and Nick smiling. You two are weird, I said, smiling slightly. Well, maybe it's hereditary then, Penny said with a shrug, looking at me amused. And I was going to open my mouth to say that we had no blood connection, but when I saw and felt how happy she was I decided to leave that subject alone. But well, how did you manage to get the International Confederation of Wizards to give you the title of ambassador? I asked, and Nick's wicked smile made me feel like he was happy that a diabolical plan of his had worked. Let's say we suggested to them that it would be in their best interest to give us the title of ambassador, and that this title would be put to good use in the Triwizard Tournament, he said. So you basically forced them to make you ambassadors? I think this suits you, I nodded. Saying it like that makes it sound like we intimidate them, Nick said, and I looked at him dryly. Actually, the situation was quite funny, as they were happy when we suggested that they make us ambassadors, some of them even cried with emotion, Penny said with her hand on her chin as she remembered the scene, smiling with amusement. And upon hearing this I looked at her skeptically. That is true. Nick said, I think having two influential and immortal wizards representing them in the tournament was a very good thing for them, and after a few seconds of thinking about it I nodded my head. Looking at it this way, they really were the ones who gained the most, I commented. Yeah, but I hope they don't get used to it, Nick shrugged. End. Chapter 349, Chapter. Still in Nick and Penny's room. Well, now I know why you are here, but I have another question, I said, and they both looked at me curiously. I then ran my eyes over them, as if I was judging them, and this made them somewhat tense and confused. If you did all this to spend time with me, then why did you two ignore me in the Great Hall? I asked. Even though I didn't have any reaction or expression that showed displeasure, internally I was very upset and hurt that they both ignored me. And even if we meet now, that doesn't change the fact that when we were among all those people they didn't even notice my presence. And this is something strange coming from them, since normally they wouldn't care about the situation or the people around them and would act as they always have. And knowing that, I couldn't help but wonder why they didn't even give me a wave or look at me, at least not other than discreetly. Upon hearing my question, Nick and Penny looked at me, seeing my frown as I stared at them waiting for their answers. They then looked at each other for a few seconds before looking back at me. Actually, we pretended not to know you because we thought it might upset you, Penny said, placing her hand over mine. Huh? What do you mean? I asked without understanding. We thought that if we showed all those people that we knew you, that you would end up getting a lot of unnecessary attention, Nick was the one who responded. Yes, and even though we know you like to be the center of attention sometimes, we also know that that wouldn't be the kind of attention you would enjoy, Penny said, a little sad about the situation, and I stopped to think about it for a while. Sigh. I think you're right, I said after a few moments. I'm always right, Nick said with a slight smile on his face. I was smiling too, happy with the care they took for me. But even though they had made it so that I wouldn't have to deal with everyone's incessant uncomfortable questions and surprised looks, I wasn't entirely happy. You know, I understand your intention, and I appreciate it, I said, and Nick and Penny nodded happily, but I don't think that was necessary. And when I said that they both blinked in surprise. Huh? Why? Nick asked. Well, for two very simple reasons, I started to say, before raising a finger. The first is that I don't like having to hide our relationship and the fact that I know you guys, I said, looking seriously at them. I don't mind having to put up with people's stares, whispers, and rumors, since I'm already used to it. The real problem for me is pretending that we are strangers and having to keep meeting in secret. And in fact, I wish I could show everyone that I, the amazing and wonderful Ethan Knight, know the Incredibles, not as much as I, Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel, and I even consider them my family, I said with a small smile, leaving the mood lighter. And listening to me, Penny hugged me sideways, happy with my statement. Well, I understand your feelings, Nick said amused, before tilting his head, but what's the second reason, he asked. Oh, the second reason is that it won't make any difference for others to find out that we know each other, since I'll already receive a lot of attention when I become the Hogwarts champion, I said with a shrug. Oh, yeah, Nick nodded but stopped the next instant. What? The two immortals exclaimed in shock. What do you mean by, become the Hogwarts champion? Nick asked. I intend to put my name in the Goblet of Fire to be selected as champion, simple. I said. But Ethan, the tournament is very dangerous, Penny said, looking at me with concern. Yes. We can't tell you what the challenges of the 3 tasks are because we are under a magical contract, but they will be difficult, dangerous, and very deadly, Nick said, as worried as Penny, looking at me seriously. We know you like to challenge yourself, but you're in 4th year, and these tasks will be difficult even for 7th years, Penny said, holding my hand with both of hers and squeezing them. Listen, you two have already taught me and seen what I'm capable of, and you also know that what I've already shown you is not the full extent of my abilities, I began to say, looking at them with a calm expression, and knowing this, do you really think that my abilities are below that of any 7th year at this school? And hearing my question, the two looked at each other, before Nick sighed. I understand what you're getting at, he said, before looking at me with less concern. Of all the students from the 3 schools, you're the only one that I'm 100% sure can win the cup. In fact, you competing in the tournament is unfair to the other champions. Penny commented, and I could feel that the worry and fear were still in her, but weaker. They're not even questioning how I'm going to get past the headmaster age line or doubting whether I'm even going to be chosen as champion, I thought, before shaking my head with a slight smile, happy for the trust they had in me. Turning to me, Penny looked into my eyes, looking for any sign of fear or hesitation, and finding none, she sighed. Are you sure you're not our real grandson? You're almost as hard-headed as Nick and maybe even more determined than me, she grumbled, and I snorted as Nick looked at her offended. Shaking her head, Penny spoke again. I don't think I'll be able to change your mind, so I think I can only support you and root for you, just like every wonderful grandmother would do, she smiled. Thank you, I said sincerely. A playful look then appeared on my face, and know that you will be rooting for the future greatest champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Certainly, Penny nodded, and I could tell she really believed it. Well, then now I have one more reason to watch the Triwizard Tournament, Nick said, before looking at me with an appraising look, and know that I will watch your trials with great expectations. Obviously, I nodded, and I'm sure I will impress you and everyone who will be watching the tasks with my incredible magical skills. I said, smiling confidently. And I can't wait for it, Penny said with a slight smile. I'm sure Albus will be surprised, Nick commented, with amusement in his eyes. Oh, not only him but the other judges too, I said, with a mischievous look. I'm sure I'll get the highest scores from them. And just imagining Karkaroff's constipated look trying to justify the low score he would give me made an evil smile appear on my face. Well, then it's good that we didn't agree to be part of the tournament jury, Nick said, breaking me out of my thoughts. I agree. If we had agreed to be on the jury, people would probably accuse us of favoritism when we gave Ethan scores. Penny said, looking at him, who nodded. And hearing them I stopped, looking at them with a raised eyebrow. Were you also invited to be judges? I asked. Penny nodded, but we refused because we thought it would be boring work. Oh, I blinked. Only the two of them would think that being a judge in a deadly tournament between 3 big schools is boring, I thought, shaking my head with an ironic smile. But come to think of it, after living as long as they have, probably everything in the wizarding and normal world has become dull and tedious for them, I mused, and in fact, I'm pretty sure they've watched many Triwizard tournaments in their more than 6 centuries of life. End. Chapter 350, Chapter. Well, changing the subject, now that means I can tell everyone that Ethan is my grandson, right? Penny asked, looking at me and Nick with an expectant look. I don't see why not, I shrugged, and she exclaimed with joy before hugging me. Now everyone will know that I, Perenelle Flammel, have a beautiful and wonderful grandson. And they will also know that whoever dares to mess with him will also be messing with me, she said, placing her hand on her chest while making a fierce face that didn't match her face that was usually calm and happy. Of course, I nodded, before letting a mischievous smile appear on my face, and being the grandson of someone so important will also help me attract more girls, I said jokingly. And listening to me, Nick shook his head with an ironic look, getting ready to say something. But before he can open his mouth, Penny interrupts him. That's true, she nodded with a serious look. We'll obviously have to filter out the girls who will come after you, but even so the chances of you getting a girlfriend and wife will increase. What? I asked, completely stunned, because even though I had said it as a joke, I could tell that Penny was really taking my words seriously. And I wasn't the only one who was confused, as even Nick looked at her blankly, with a strange expression on his face. And seeing our looks, Penny began to explain. Well, if Ethan catches the attention of a lot of girls, he will have a better chance of getting a girlfriend, and the faster he gets a girlfriend who will possibly become a wife, the faster they can have children, she said, and this explanation only left us even more confused, but for some reason I felt a chill. And why would him having kids quickly be a good thing? Nick asked. Oh, that way I won't have to wait long to be able to play and spoil my cute little great-grandchildren, Penny said with an affectionate and tender smile, having a happy sparkle in her eyes as she imagined herself taking care of several little black-haired, amber-eyed children. And listening to her reason, I could only look at her with a blank expression, wondering when I became a factory of mini Ethans. But Penny didn't stop there, as she continued talking about great-grandchildren, to the point of citing all the reasons why I should have children while also mentioning the positives about being able to care for and spoil your great-grandchildren. This woman. Nick thought, looking at his wife with an amused look. Nick himself also wanted to see his great-grandchildren, but he wasn't as focused and passionate as Penny in this matter. And seeing that she was still in a trance in her own little world, Nick placed his hands on her shoulders, standing up and lifting her too. He then turned to me, who was still looking strangely at the woman I considered my grandmother, and raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for me to be silent. Escape before she decides to make you read the crib and baby toy magazine she has, he whispered to me, and I quickly nodded before turning to leave, letting Nick lead Penny to their bedroom. As soon as I left the room, I leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath for fortunately having escaped what could have been a complicated and confusing situation. Now I knew I shouldn't talk about children or great-grandchildren around Penny, much less tell her about any romantic relationships I might have. But after wiping the sweat from my forehead, I realized something. Wait. Why does she have a crib and baby toy magazine? I asked myself, feeling a chill run down my back. And without wanting to think about the answer to that question, I shook my head before casting the disillusionment charm on myself, quickly walking away without looking back. After leaving Nick and Penny's room, I didn't go straight to the dorms, but instead headed towards the entrance hall, which was where the goblet of fire was. After walking a little, being careful not to bump into any teachers or prefects roaming the corridors, I arrived in front of the entrance hall, and next to the large doors of the great hall I saw the cup on a small table. Taking a few steps I approached the cup, but stopped when I felt that there was a barrier in front of me. Looking down, I saw that there was a golden line drawn around the table with the cup, this being the age line that the headmaster placed to prevent underage students from trying to enter the tournament. This age line isn't as complex as I expected it to be, I thought, looking ahead with my magic vision. Placing my hand on my chin, I began to evaluate the barrier in front of me, noticing that it was a mixture of wards and spells. This age line may not be very difficult to break or bypass if you have the necessary knowledge, but for wizards and witches who are still in school it is enough, I reflected. But well, that's good for me, since thanks to my classes with Penny I have enough knowledge about barriers and wards to figure out a way to overcome that age line. And nodding to myself, I crouched down, propping myself up on one knee as I took a closer look at the barrier created by the headmaster. The age line only stops students under 17 from approaching the cup, and it doesn't stop them from putting their name inside it, I muttered under my breath, so that means anyone can enter the tournament to try to be chosen as champion of your school. I could easily get past him using the Elder Key, but I want to challenge myself a bit, I thought, before smiling and pulling out my wand. Pointing at the barrier created by the age line, I began writing in the air with the tip of my wand, using ambient magic to create runes. Finishing weaving these runes, I launched them at central points of the barrier, creating an intricacy of runes that connected and began to temporarily disable some of the age line's functions. But in addition to deactivating some functions, I also modified others, as this would create a loophole and not need to change or break the barrier completely. Okay, I think these changes are enough for me to get through the barrier, I thought, satisfied with my work. Standing up, I moved a little away from the age line, and putting my hand in my pocket I felt the piece of parchment with my name on it. Well, there's no time to waste, I said to myself, before relaxing my body, feeling a lightness wash over me. The magic inside me began to move, and my body began to turn into mist. Now in my mist form I looked forward, and without any sign of fear I advanced against the barrier, and just as I expected, rather than being repelled or hindered by the age line, I passed through it. I did it, I thought happily, stopping in front of the goblet of fire as my body returned to normal. Looking back, I saw the barrier completely intact, and none of the alarm spells the headmaster placed on it had activated. Nodding to myself, I turned my gaze to the cup, seeing the blue-white flames dancing within it. Huh. I blinked in confusion, seeing that there were something like almost transparent blue threads coming out of the cup. And following these threads with my eyes, I saw them leaving the great hall. What is this? I asked myself. And without knowing the answer, I looked back at the cup, and reaching into my pocket I took out the parchment with my name. Well, I trust that I will be selected as champion, but if that doesn't happen I think I'll have to use some powerful spells that I have in my repertoire to change that, I thought, taking the parchment to the cup. I then let the piece of parchment fall into the cup, disappearing into its flames. And then the flames flickered, and I saw a thread shoot out of the cup and come towards me. What? I exclaimed in surprise in my mind, seeing a thread that was thicker and bluer than the others connected to me. And I could feel that some kind of connection had formed between me and the goblet of fire, and after thinking for a few seconds the realization hit me. Wait. Could this thread be the magic connecting me to the cup because of the magical contract? I theorized. However, I couldn't think much about it, because with my senses I could feel the fake Moody's magic approaching. I knew he would come tonight to put Harry's name in the cup, and I also knew I had to leave quickly, since his magical eye could see me through the disillusionment charm. Using my mist form I passed through the barrier again, and on the other side I cancelled the runes and modifications I had made, making the age line return to normal, leaving it intact as if it had never been changed. And casting the disillusionment charm on myself again, I quickly and silently left, heading in the opposite direction of where I felt Moody's magic. And after getting far enough away I stopped, letting out a sigh of relief as I leaned against the wall of the corridor I was in. New project, create an invisibility spell that cannot be detected even with magical items, I thought, irritated by Moody's damn magical eye. Shaking my head and letting that matter go, I looked down, seeing the thread that connected me to the goblet of fire. I guess this means I've now officially entered the tournament, I thought, feeling a kind of excitement and happiness welling up inside me. I don't know why, but I'm truly excited to compete in the tasks, and thinking about the dragons, the Black Lake, and the dozens of creatures in the maze a wild smile appeared on my face. End. Chapter 351, Chapter. Next day, Saturday. The night turned into day, and I woke up early as I was used to, but unexpectedly almost all the students at the school also decided to wake up early, and this could be considered one of the strangest and most abnormal things that has ever happened at Hogwarts. Usually the only people who woke up early were the teachers, and even they spent a little extra time sleeping on the weekends. However, it seems that the excitement of seeing who would be the brave students who would put their names in the cup was so great that no one could sleep for a long time. And now here I was, in front of the entrance hall with my friends, eating toast with strawberry jam and hazelnut cream while looking around at all the curious and excited students. And I was also paying special attention to the students from the 3 schools who put their names on the cup, using my magic vision to see the blue thread of the magic contract connected to them. And looking at these threads I noticed that some were thin and very weak, while others were a little stronger. Before I thought that the color and thickness of the thread had something to do with the student's amount of magic, but after a quick analysis I realized that this was not the answer. And I only discovered what those threads meant when Crumb put his name in the cup. He was magically powerful, but there were other students more powerful than him at his school, but his thread was still stronger than the others. And this made me realize that perhaps the strong color, density, and thickness of the thread are a sign of who the Goblet of Fire will choose as champion, a sign that can only be seen by those with eyes sensitive to magic. And thinking about this I couldn't help but feel happy, excited and relieved, because the thread that connected me to the Goblet of Fire was very powerful. It was so much brighter, denser, and thicker than that of the other students, even those from the other 2 schools, that I had no doubt that I would be chosen as champion. Of course, Ced still hadn't put his name in the goblet, but I didn't think I had to worry, obviously not belittling or underestimating him, since I knew he was an amazing wizard. But leaving that matter aside, I turned to my friends, noticing that my beautiful and calm Gryffindor friend, Faye, and my eccentric and lively Hufflepuff friend, Megan, were arguing. I already told you, the Hogwarts champion will be from my house, Faye said, looking with conviction at Megan while tapping her foot. Ha, never. Megan laughed with a look of arrogance, our school's champion will be a puff. Not even you believe what you said, Faye said with a snort, which made Megan look at her with a vein popping on her forehead. And even though it looked like they were in a serious argument mocking each other, I could tell they were actually having fun. Man, they've been at this since early in the morning, Stephen sighed with a tired look, looking at the 2 girls who continued arguing. Not just them, Michael snorted. And with his sentence everyone looked around, seeing that there were other students from different houses arguing or debating about who would be the student who would represent our school. Apparently we can't forget the differences and rivalries between houses, not even when we're competing against other schools, I commented. Well, I don't care much for house rivalries, but I confess that I would like the champion to be from Ravenclaw, Terry said, and there's also the fact that the Slytherins would be much more insufferable if the champion was from their house. True, I nodded. We then continued to watch the other students put their names in the cup, and when I finished eating my toast I wiped my hands. Well, watching the other students is interesting, but I have other things to do, so I'm leaving, I said. Okay, but we're still having the study group meeting today, right? Anthony asked me. Yes, after lunch, I replied, and he nodded. After that I said goodbye to my friends and started to leave the entrance hall. But as soon as I turned at the end of the corridor I came face to face with a beautiful girl with blonde hair. But what impressed me most was not her beauty, but the sensation that came from her that messed up and bothered my senses. Damn allure, I thought, trying not to show any expression of displeasure. Fleur, who was in front of me, was looking at me with a curious expression, and I could tell that she was wanting to say something to me. However, her allure was so strong, especially because she was so close to me, that my senses began to alert me and make me uncomfortable. And without giving her time to say anything, I walked past her, not looking at her a second time. And with a confused and frustrated expression, Fleur could only stare at my back as I walked away. That feeling, those eyes. I'm sure it's him, she thought, frowning. Library, after lunch. After this explanation, does anyone still have doubts or questions about how the Thusweburn sap fermentation process works? I asked, looking at all my classmates and friends who were sitting at the table with me. We were in another session of our study group, studying about 6th-year herbology and 5th-year charms, and I was explaining to them about magical tree saps, their uses and how to use them. My classmates who were paying attention to my words shook their heads, and then I decided to continue with the explanation. Good, I said, nodding to myself. In that case then let's move on to the next question, which is how to use the freezing spell to preserve the drops of a gooey elder leaf. I then picked up the book that was in front of me and opened my mouth to start speaking, but I stopped as soon as I felt a presence approach me. Turning around, I didn't see anyone behind me, but I could feel the magic of that person and their eyes on me, as well as some feelings of fun and pride. Penny, you know this doesn't work on me, right? I said, and my friends and classmates looked at me confused, wondering if I had finally lost my mind since I was talking to myself. However, their confusion turned into surprise and shock as soon as Penny cancelled the disillusionment charm, showing herself to all of us with a small smile on her face. I know, but I didn't want to disturb your explanation. You were so cute looking serious and focused like that, she said, and even though I had great control of my emotions I couldn't stop my cheeks from blushing slightly. And seeing this, my friends blinked, looking at each other as they tried to understand what was happening. This is Perenelle Flammel. Hermione exclaimed in her mind, having become a fan of hers after first year because of the research she did into the Philosopher's Stone. And Hermione wasn't the only one who had an excited expression as she looked at Penny, as most of the purebloods in the group also looked at her with eyes of wonder. And unaware of my classmates' thoughts, Penny approached me. But well, how is my little teacher, she asked me, and then she did something that shocked everyone, which was hugging me. I'm fine, I said with a small smile, hugging her back. What the hell is going on, they all exclaimed in their minds, gaping at us. And I, who could feel their feelings, looked at Penny, who discreetly winked at me with an amused and mischievous smile. I have no doubt she did it on purpose, I thought, also with an amused smile. End. Chapter 352, Chapter. After breaking my hug with Penny, she started looking at my classmates, smiling slightly at them with a feeling of amusement, finding their astonished looks funny. And Luna, who was the only one who wasn't completely surprised, but very curious, decided to ask the question that was on everyone's mind. Mrs. Flammel, do you know Ethan? She asked, tilting her head to the side, looking between me and the immortal lady. And Luna's question made everyone pay attention to Penny, waiting to hear her answer. Of course I know him, Penny snorted, waving her hand. What kind of grandmother would I be if I didn't know my own grandson? And with that sentence everyone again felt as if their minds were exploding. Grandson, some of the group members exclaimed in shock. He's Perenelle Flammel's grandson. Greengrass wondered, feeling her cold queen mask crack as confusion and shock seeped into her mind. How could Knight be her grandson? This makes no sense. And the main reason Greengrass was having such a hard time accepting that I could be Penny's grandson was because it would mean that I, someone she despised and at times even hated, was superior to her in influence and importance. And as a pureblood with some blood supremacist thoughts, it was difficult for her to accept that someone she judged as inferior was actually the superior wizard. But while everyone's minds worked to try to understand the situation and the new information, Luna looked at Penny with confusion. You're not really Ethan's grandmother, are you? She asked, and Penny looked at her. What makes you say that? Penny asked, smiling at Luna, feeling that this curious girl was fun. Well, I say that because Ethan is a Muggle-born, and he himself has confirmed that, and I'm sure he wouldn't lie about that matter. Luna started to respond looking at me, and I nodded at her, and since he's a Muggle-born, and you're a pureblood, you two shouldn't have any connection. Luna's answer and explanation were simple, but it was enough to make my colleagues realize that she was right, and that I couldn't be Penny's real grandson. Oh, you're very smart, Penny said, nodding somewhat impressed, and you're right, I'm not Ethan's biological grandmother, but that doesn't matter to me because I still consider him my real grandson. And listening to Penny I looked at her, seeing her smile slightly as she looked sideways at me. And smiling back I nodded at her. But how did you, become grandmother and grandson? Hermione, who was silently processing the information, asked. Well, actually that happened shortly after we met, I replied, putting a finger on my chin, and that was around the end of our second year. Wait, you didn't know each other before this? Terry asked, and I nodded. So does that mean you've only known each other for 2 years? Sue asked in surprise. How did Knight make someone like Perenelle Flammel consider and call him her grandson in just 2 years? Davis wondered in shock, before looking at her friend only to see her staring straight ahead with a lost look. In 2 years he managed to become the grandson of one of the most influential people in the world, in 2 damn years. Greengrass thought, looking straight ahead while cursing my luck. Wait, they met in 2nd year. Doesn't that mean they met right after all that mess involving the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione reflected. She then remembered when Harry told Ron and her about the conversation he had with the headmaster, where he discovered that in fact the stone had already been removed from the Mirror of Erised before his confrontation with you-know-who by an unknown person, and that the headmaster seemed to believe that this person was not evil or had bad intentions. And with that in mind, Hermione started looking at me with a suspicious look, creating dozens of theories and assumptions in her head. And I, who didn't know what was going on in my classmates' minds, continued talking to Penny, Luna, and my other friends. In the afternoon, after the study group finished their session for the day, my friends and I decided to take a walk around Hogwarts, touring the castle grounds while passing by Durmstrang's ship and Bosbaden's grand carriage. We were at this exact moment sitting under a tree enjoying the sunset while looking from afar at Hagrid, who was taking care of the Abraxans, the immense winged creatures that had brought the students and teachers from the French school. "Man, I'm so excited for tonight," Anthony said with an excited look. "Me too," Terry said, just as excited and expectant as our half-badger friend, who was known for being the liveliest person in the group. "Really? Why?" I asked, looking at Terry with a raised eyebrow. "Because I'm participating in the bet that the twins created about who the 3 champions will be, and if I get at least one right I'll win a lot of money," he replied with greed in his eyes, making me wonder if he wasn't a half-goblin. I didn't know about that bet," I said, scratching my chin. "Oh, they started it this morning before you got to the Great Hall." Terry shrugged. And I'm participating too," Stephen said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow, before turning to my friends to see Sue, Michael, and Lisa nodding their heads. "Are you all participating in that bet?" I asked with a strange face. "Yes, I thought it would be fun to try and guess who would be chosen as champions," Lisa said with a shrug and a slight smile. "Not to mention the fact that there's still a chance for us to make some money from this," Sue continued, putting an arm on her friend's shoulder while smiling at us. "Well, I wasn't expecting almost all of you to decide to participate in one of the twins' bets," I said, and then looked at Padma, Anthony, and Luna, who were the only ones who didn't say anything about the bet. "At least 3 of you have not yet been corrupted." "If I hadn't spent my entire allowance last week ordering sweets from Hogsmeade I would have joined them too," Anthony said, and I looked at him with a blank face. "I don't like betting, and I even tried to convince them both not to participate," Padma said, pointing to Sue and Lisa, who smiled innocently. And listening to Padma I nodded satisfied. I then, trying to find out if there was more hope for this strange group of friends of mine, looked at Luna, who, upon feeling my gaze, turned to me, tilting her head to the side. "I also just found out about this bet," she said, before looking back at the Abraxans. She didn't even say whether she would have participated in it or not, I thought, sweating. "Sigh, okay," I said, shaking my head slightly. I then stopped, looking at them before curiosity dawned on me, but now I'm curious. "Who did you bet on as Hogwarts champion?" I asked. "Oh, that's Terry started to say, looking around for help as he sweated under my gaze. "Of course we bet on you, hee," Sue said, laughing nervously. "Yes. That's right," Terry said. "How could we not bet on our dear, amazing friend, Ethan Knight?" And hearing him I looked at the others, only to find them nodding quickly with suspicious smiles. "Man, how can they all be such terrible liars?" I asked myself in surprise. And wait a minute. If they're lying about betting on me, then who did they bet on? And with that question in my mind I started looking at my friends with a frown, staring at them and making them sweat under my gaze. End. Chapter 353, Chapter. Just as Nick, Penny, and I had hoped, the news that the 3 of us had a family relationship spread through the school like wildfire in a river of oil. Students, teachers, and staff. Everyone who was currently at Hogwarts, whether people from the school itself or from the 2 invited schools, was interested in this subject. Knowing that there was now a possible heir to the Flammels was very grand and unexpected news, one that could shake the magical world. Nick and Penny never had children and their entire family died a long time ago, so there were only them left as Flammels in the entire world, and if at some point they decided it was time to leave, all their knowledge, fortune, and name would disappear, as there was no one to inherit it. They managed to gather many rare items, a lot of gold, and a lot of information and knowledge because of their many years of life, but the elixir of life did not only give them good things. The elixir also took away their ability to have children, making them infertile, and this was something they never told anyone for a long time, and currently only they and my family knew about it, and I suspect the headmaster did too. But now, unexpectedly and suddenly a child appeared, being considered by both of them as their grandson. So it's obvious that with the appearance of this grandson, people would be curious to know more about him, or better said, about me. And with all these facts I had no doubt that my existence and the fact that I was Nick and Penny's grandson would shake the wizarding world. And I was sure that in a short time this information would spread throughout the United Kingdom, and then to the rest of the world, mainly because of the focus that Hogwarts was having because of the Triwizard Tournament. And I could already imagine how annoying it would be to have to put up with several people chasing me to find out more about me, and how irritated I would be when politics interfered in this matter. But for now I was relieved to know that the news about my relationship with Nick and Penny hadn't gotten out of Hogwarts yet, giving me time to enjoy my calm days. Of course, I knew that here at school there would also be people bothering me, but I knew the castle like the back of my hand, and I could escape and hide easily. And I could also just ignore these people the same way I'd been doing since early afternoon, hanging out with my friends on school grounds while waiting for the Halloween feast to arrive. And speaking about the feast, it was almost time for it to start, so my friends and I started heading to the castle. And halfway there I saw the golden trio leaving Hagrid's hut, and with a confused look I started looking for the giant man, until I saw him following Madame Maxime like a puppy with a dreamy and passionate expression on his face. Okay, I thought, turning my head slowly and looking straight ahead again. I had forgotten about the romantic adventure Hagrid was going to have this year. But well, I think things will be better for them now, since Skeeter will no longer be in the way of this. Big Love. Great Hall, Halloween Feast. Before long we arrived at the Great Hall and went straight to the Ravenclaw table, which was already occupied by the French Beauxbatons students. As soon as we sat down I felt several pairs of eyes fall on me, and it wasn't very difficult to know why there were so many looks. However, just as I normally did, I ignored these looks, deciding to pay attention to the feast. The Great Hall looks prettier and more decorated than on past Halloweens. Anthony murmured, looking around, catching our attention. I think it's like this to impress the students and teachers at the other two schools, Terry said. Well, I don't know why we need to make everything tidy and pretty for them, Michael huffed, scowling at the Beauxbatons students who shared the table with us. I feel bad saying this, but I agree with Michael, Sue said, with Michael looking at her dryly. I can understand you, but in the world we live in, appearance is everything, I said with a shrug. The headmaster is not doing this for them, but rather to show them how great our school is and how much better we are compared to them. And listening to me, my friend stopped to think about what I said. Well, what you said makes sense, but I don't think the headmaster cares about showing other schools that our school is better, Lisa said, with the others agreeing with her. Really? I asked with a snort. I don't know if you've noticed, but the entire Triwizard Tournament is about showing which school is better and superior. Forget the whole story of unity and fraternization between schools. What really matters is to stand out in the tournament, win the cup, and show that the winning school is superior to the other 2-inch. Don't you think you're taking this tournament a little too seriously? Stephen asked me, and I looked at him with a blank expression. Stephen, the Triwizard Tournament is a deadly competition that has already been interrupted by the number of victims and deaths. Do you really think it shouldn't be taken seriously? I asked back. Okay, I think I said something stupid. He said with an embarrassed look. And we would continue with our conversation, but the headmaster arrived at the Great Hall to start the feast. We then decided to leave the conversation for later in order to taste the delicious dishes and foods that suddenly appeared on the table in front of us. It seemed like the dishes and foods at today's feast were prepared with special care, but none of the other students besides me were really enjoying them. Everyone was tense and impatient, wanting the feast to end soon so that the headmaster could reveal the names of those chosen as champions. And I wasn't as tense as them because I could see the blue threads of the magical contract that were coming out of the Goblet of Fire. The Goblet of Fire was on the staff table and in front of the headmaster, and looking at the threads I could see 4 of them that were more powerful and brighter than the others. These threads were linked to Crumb, Fleur, Harry, and me, and because of that I was carefree, knowing that when it was time to reveal the champions, the 4 of us would be chosen. And with that knowledge I continued to enjoy my dinner, and out of the corner of my eye I could see that the headmaster was doing the same, totally unaware of the nervous and impatient looks around him. After a while, which could be considered quite long given the students' frustrated looks, the headmaster stood up, with the dessert plates disappearing in front of us. And as soon as everyone noticed the headmaster standing, a silence took over the Great Hall, and I could feel the feelings of anticipation coming from everyone. However, I wasn't paying attention to him, but rather to the Goblet of Fire, or more specifically, to the threads that connected him to the students. Since the beginning of the feast I had noticed that some threads had started to disappear, and now looking at it again I could see that basically all the threads had disappeared, with only a dozen left, with some of them fading away. Well, it looks like the Goblet of Fire is almost ready to decide the champions. It might take another minute or 2, the headmaster said, looking at the cup, before turning to the students. Now, when the names of the champions are called I would like them to come to this side of the Great Hall, pass by the staff table, and then enter the adjoining chamber, where they will receive their first instructions of the tournament, he continued, gesturing to a door at the back of the Great Hall. And after saying this, the headmaster pulled out his wand, waved it, and then all the candles that were floating went out, except those in the cut-out pumpkins, leaving the Great Hall in darkness. And besides the candles from the carved pumpkins, the only source of light that illuminated the great hall without leaving everyone in complete darkness was the light that came from the blue-white flames of the goblet of fire. "And it's time," the headmaster said, looking at the cup in front of him, which began to glow more brightly. End. Chapter 354, Chapter. The intense and bright flames of the goblet of fire then began to redden, releasing sparks as if to draw everyone's attention to it. We all looked at the cup intently and nervously, with many students not even blinking while others held their breath. And in this wait that lasted less than 5 seconds, but seemed like an eternity to everyone, a short jet of flame rose into the air from the cup, expelling a piece of charred parchment. The headmaster took the parchment, and using the light from the cup's flames that turned blue-white again, he read what was written on it, with all the students staring at him with bated breath. "And the champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum," he read it loud and clear. And upon hearing the name of the great Quidditch star, everyone began to applaud, shouting his name in an attempt to show support or get his attention. And Krum, who was chosen as his school's champion, stood up from his place at the Slytherin table, passing in front of the staff table and entering the champion's chamber. "Bravo, Victor!" Karkaroff's booming voice echoed throughout the great hall, so loud that not even the applause could drown it out. "Yes. I got 1 out of 3 right." I heard Terry celebrate, and looking over at him I saw him staring at Krum's back with a happy, greedy smile. And turning to my other friends I saw the same expression on their faces. They all bet on Krum as Durmstrang champion. I thought with a sweat. A few seconds after Krum entered the chamber the great hall fell into silence again as the cup began to glow again with its flames turning red. And in the next instant it expelled another piece of parchment, which the headmaster picked up and read. "And the Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delacour." And when he said that, the beautiful blonde who was sitting at the Ravenclaw table stood up, with all eyes on her, especially the male ones. She then glanced at me, which I pretended not to see, and with a frustrated huff she turned away, heading towards the champion's chamber while leaving several disappointed and sad French students behind. Well, I guess the level of envy and jealousy these girls harbor towards Fleur has just increased, I thought, looking at some of the Beauxbatons girls who were torn between crying and glaring at Fleur fiercely. After Fleur entered the chamber, a more tense and heavy silence appeared in the air, so strong that it was almost palpable. At this moment the students, teachers, and even the headmaster were looking carefully at the goblet of fire, which was glowing intensely in red flames, ready to release the parchment with the name of the Hogwarts champion. And after a few seconds of waiting, a powerful and intense jet of flame came out of the cup, and the headmaster was quick, taking the parchment and reading it. He read the name on the parchment, and paused for a few seconds, blinking in surprise, until he glanced slightly at the Ravenclaw table. Noticing his gaze I smiled wildly at him, and he shook his head with a wry smile, before turning to everyone. "And the Hogwarts champion is Ethan Knight," he said, his voice echoing through the great hall, smiling amusedly at the shocked looks of the Hogwarts students. And as soon as my name was called I stood up, with all eyes falling on me. And the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students, who didn't know who I was, blinked in confusion and surprise as soon as they realized I was underage. And ignoring these looks I started to head towards the camera, but not before looking at my friends gaping and smiling in a mocking and arrogant way at them. "Who told you not to bet on me?" I thought, with sweet feelings of revenge and satisfaction. Walking past the staff table I nodded at the headmaster, who had an exasperated look on his face. I then looked at the teachers, seeing most of them staring at me in disbelief, before focusing on Nick and Penny, with the immortal Sir winking at me. Then heading towards the champion's chamber I entered it, finding the other 2 champions looking nervously at the door. As soon as they saw me enter they blinked in confusion, but Krum didn't say anything, continuing to frown in the corner. And Fleur, who stared at me for a few seconds, just nodded to herself, and I could tell that her confusion disappeared and was replaced by acceptance, relief, and certainty, which left me confused. Well, if there's one thing I've learned in my 2 lives, it's that a man should never try to understand a woman's mind. I shrugged, going to the other corner of the chamber, very close to the fireplace and waiting with my hands on my pocket, having a relaxed expression on my face. And a few seconds later the chamber door was opened again, and Harry walked in with a blank expression, but I could feel confusion and panic coming from him. "What is it? Do they want us to go back to the hall?" Fleur asked, her French accent mixing with her English. But before Harry could say anything, not that he could from his stunned look, the door was opened again, and Bagman, the first to pass through, came towards the boy with a scar on his forehead and grabbed his arm, bringing him to us. "Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary." Bagman murmured with an excited look, "Gentlemen and ladies, I would like to present to you, as incredible as it may seem, the 4th champion." And with this news Fleur and Krum looked at the 2 of them, with Krum looking more frowning than usual, something I didn't think was possible, while Fleur smiled and shook her hair. "What a great joke, Mr. Bagman," she said. "Joke?" Bagman repeated in confusion, No, it's not. Harry's name, like yours, also came out of the goblet of fire." And with that answer, the other 2 champions' expressions went from confused to upset. And as Fleur and Bagman continued their exchange, I looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow, and he, seeing this, looked at me with a look that asked for help. I knew that Harry would be forced to participate in the tournament, but that didn't mean I would let him suffer like it happened in the canon. And that's why when I saw that look from him I moved away from the fireplace and went towards him, and ignoring the other champions I held Bagman's arm who was squeezing Harry's arm. I think Harry's discomfort is obvious, Mr. Bagman, so could you let him go? I asked, squeezing his arm. And feeling his arm being squeezed he grimaced, before letting go of Harry's arm due to the pain. As soon as he released Harry I pulled the boy behind me, staring at Bagman daring him to say something. And Bagman, who saw my look and Harry's look, just laughed as he rubbed his arm. "Oh, I'm sorry Harry, I think I'm really excited about this big event," he said. But instead of saying anything we looked at the door that was opened again, and several people walked through it. Walking through the door were Headmaster Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Mr. Crouch, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape. As soon as Madame Maxime entered the chamber, Fleur opened her mouth and took a step forward, wanting to complain to her headmistress about the injustice of having two Hogwarts champions. However, she stopped, before looking at me who was still staring at Bagman, and realizing that I was nearby she decided to stay quiet, approaching the fireplace again. Madame Maxime noticed this strangeness from her usually arrogant student, but ignoring it she shook her head and turned to the headmaster. "What does this mean, Dumbledore?" she asked in a deep voice. "I would like to know too, Dumbledore," Karkaroff said smiling, but we could all tell it was a forced smile full of anger. "Two Hogwarts champions. I don't remember it being written in the rules that the school hosting the tournament could have two champions. Or did I not read the regulations correctly?" And the headmaster, listening to the two's questioning, remained quiet, looking at Harry with a calm but thoughtful look, and I could feel the confusion, fear, and even anger coming from him, but not directed at Harry, but at the situation. "It's impossible and unfair. Hogwarts cannot have two champions," Madame Maxime said. "Yes, and I thought your age line would prevent minors from putting their names in the cup, Dumbledore, but it doesn't seem to have worked out very well," Karkaroff said with a wicked grin, turning to me and Harry. "Now tell me, how did your protective measure fail to prevent these two young boys from entering the tournament? And why were two of them chosen?" "You know, I'm starting to suspect something is going on behind the scenes," he said, and Snape started to open his mouth to defend the headmaster, but a snort caught everyone's attention. And turning towards the sound, everyone's eyes focused on me, who was looking at Madame Maxime and Karkaroff with disdain. I never thought I would see the headmaster and headmistress of two prestigious schools whining about injustice like two children throwing a tantrum, I said, shocking everyone in the room with my rude speech. End. Chapter 355, Chapter. In the Chamber of Champions. "What did you say?" Karkaroff asked, shocked and irritated. "I said that the two old people should stop acting like crybabies and resolve this problem calmly like real adults would do, but that would be overestimating your capabilities," I said, facing Karkaroff with a mocking smile. "Listen here, boy," Karkaroff started to say with a furious expression, but I simply ignored him, turning to the headmaster. "So headmaster, you said yesterday that a student putting their name on the cup would be a magical contractual act, right?" I asked, not paying attention to the Karkaroff next to him who was staring at me while grinding his teeth. "Yes, I said that," the headmaster nodded. "In this case, as we were chosen as champions we are under a magical contract, and we will all be obliged to compete in the tournament, right?" I asked again, this time looking at Mr. Crouch as well. "You're right, Mr. Knight. According to the rules of the Triwizard Tournament, once chosen as champions, you must compete in all three tasks," Mr. Crouch said, without any change in his expression. "Well, then that means it doesn't matter what any headmaster or headmistress here thinks," I said, looking at Madame Maxime and Karkaroff to make it clear that I was talking about them, since the four of us. I gestured for me, Harry, Fleur and Crumb, are in a magical contract, we just have to accept it and continue with the tournament. "So you mean we should accept that Hogwarts has two champions?" Madame Maxime asked indignantly. "No, no, no. I will not accept this. Yes, if we can't remove any champions from Hogwarts, then the right thing to do would be to let us choose another champion for our schools," Karkaroff proclaimed. "Unfortunately that's not how it works," Mr. Crouch said. "The time for the cup to choose champions has passed, and now we can't take other names from it." "Then forget the cup. There must be other ways to allow us to have two champions as well," Karkaroff complained, before looking at the headmaster, "and besides, we still want an explanation as to why the cup expelled the names of two Hogwarts students." And hearing the Durmstrang headmaster's questioning, Headmaster Dumbledore looked at me and Harry. "Did you two put your names in the Goblet of Fire?" he asked us. "No sir," Harry said. "Yes," I replied with a shrug. And with my answer the headmaster looked at me for a few seconds before nodding his head and returning his focus to Harry. Looking to the side I could see Professor Flitwick looking at me with an amused look while Professor McGonagall stared at me with her lips pursed in a way that showed she disapproved of my actions, but I could feel the concern coming from her. And as for Professor Snape, well, he had his usual sneer, so I decided to ignore him. Harry, did you ask an older student to put your name in the cup? The headmaster asked the boy with black hair and glasses. No, Harry said vehemently. It's obvious he's lying. Madame Maxime exclaimed. I am not. Harry said, gaining courage from seeing me face them. But in addition to courage, he was also feeling anger and irritation with all these questions and suspicious looks, whereas in fact he was the victim of the situation. So how did your name end up in the cup? Madame Maxime questioned, using her tall stature to look at Harry, who didn't flinch or back away. I don't know. Do you think I would actually want to participate in this stupid tournament? Harry asked, facing Madame Maxime. And looking at him somewhat surprised, I nodded my head impressed. And it wasn't just me who was looking at Harry differently. And Madame Maxime, who hadn't expected to be confronted like this, prepared to open her mouth again, and I could feel that Harry was about to explode, as his magic and emotions were getting out of control. I then placed a hand on his shoulder, and he turned to me, and I shook my head before taking a step forward. If you're so doubtful about Harry's answer, and the fact that he didn't actually put his name in the cup, then how about he swears a magical oath to prove he's telling the truth? I asked, looking everyone in the eye. And Harry, who knew what a magical oath was thanks to the magic lessons he was taking with Sirius, stopped, blinking for a moment before that this was a good idea. Yeah, if this proves that I am telling the truth and that I do not want to be in this tournament, then I will swear a magical oath, Harry said, already taking out his wand. And those who previously accused him of lying stopped, realizing that he was serious. A magical oath will not be necessary, the headmaster said. I agree with Albus, a new deep and slightly hoarse voice said from the door. Clearly the boy didn't put his name in the cup, Moody said, approaching us. What do you mean, clearly? Karkaroff asked, and Moody's magical eye focused on him, before the old aura growled. Knight putting his name in the cup isn't that surprising since he just needed to pass the age line, but with Potter it was different, he started to say. His name was chosen as a fourth champion without a school, and to do so it would be necessary to modify the cup, something that only an experienced and very powerful wizard could do. What do you mean, Alastair? Professor McGonagall asked nervously. What I'm trying to say is that someone put Potter's name in the cup with less than positive intentions. And what intentions would those be? Karkaroff asked in sarcasm. I don't see anything negative about having the chance to become one of the Triwizard Tournament champions. Wow, talk about being stupid, I muttered, and Karkaroff's head snapped towards me so fast I could almost hear it snapping. Yeah, seeing nothing negative about being forced to participate in a deadly tournament must be a sign of stupidity, Moody nodded, amused by my choice of words. And I could hate Moody because I knew he was actually a Death Eater, but I would accept this temporary truce with him in favor of bullying Karkaroff. Wait, Alastair, so you mean that whoever put Harry's name in the cup wants him to? Professor McGonagall started to say, but Moody finished for her. Wants him to die. Yes, he said. And with that sentence, a tense silence fell on everyone in the chamber. And Harry, who was the main focus of all this confusion, stopped, feeling his mind freeze for a few moments. He then started to sweat, and I could feel the fear, nervousness, and panic rising in him. I guess when you're forced to face the fact that someone might be plotting your death, that's a completely expected reaction, I thought, placing my hand on his shoulder and giving it a light supportive squeeze. This is nothing more than a conspiracy theory of yours, Moody, Karkaroff snorted. There is no proof that this is all part of a murder plot beyond your paranoid assumptions. These theories and assumptions are what led me to arrest many dark wizards, and you must know very well how good I am at it, Karkaroff, Moody said, approaching with a fierce expression the traitorous ex-Death Eater, who unconsciously took a step back. Alastair, the headmaster exclaimed in warning, causing the old aura to stop with a growl. Tisk, just now that the show was getting interesting, I said, earning me some strange looks. Annoying boy, Karkaroff muttered, looking at me. Crying bitch, I said, not even trying to hide it or keep it down. You. What did you call me? Karkaroff exclaimed angrily, how dare you insolent brat. Yawn. Are you done with your show? I asked boredly, and this only seemed to enrage the headmaster of Durmstrang further. You dare to mock me? Brat, you don't know who I am or what I'm capable of. He said, approaching me, not noticing that Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Moody, and unexpectedly Fleur took out their wands. You wouldn't happen to be threatening my grandson, would you? A new calm yet powerful female voice sounded, making everyone stop. And looking in the direction of the voice we could all see Nick and Penny entering the chamber, with Penny staring coldly at Karkaroff. Grandson. Karkaroff repeated, until the realization hit him and he slowly turned to me, who waved at him with a cheerful smile on my face that basically said, yes bitch, she's talking about me. Those looks of surprise and shock are always fun to see, I thought. End. Chapter 356, Chapter. What do you mean by grandson, Mrs. Flammel? Madame Maxime asked respectfully, not knowing about the rumors that spread around the school this afternoon since she was busy almost the entire day. I think it's obvious what I meant, Olymp, Penny said, still staring at a paralyzed Karkaroff. Ethan is my grandson, and I don't like seeing you two bothering or threatening him. And it seems that hearing Penny say again that I was her grandson made the realization finally hit Karkaroff, who turned away from me as he turned to her, trying to put a respectful smile on his face. "Oh, you got it wrong, Mrs. Flamel," he said. "Really?" she said with a raised eyebrow, "then why don't we ask my grandson if I really got it wrong?" And saying this she turned to me, and I could see Karkaroff freeze. And feeling the nervousness and fear coming from Karkaroff I couldn't help but smile mischievously, and I could swear a similar smile was on Moody's face and even on Professor Snape's face. "Oh, don't worry, Grandma," I said, going over to Karkaroff and putting my hand on his shoulder. "Bicharoff and I were just messing around, weren't we?" I asked, looking at him. And hearing the nickname I gave him, Karkaroff felt an anger rise within him, but knowing that he was being stared at by two people he couldn't mess with, he swallowed his pride that we all knew was almost non-existent. Yeah, we were just kidding," he said, with a forced smile. And he was also agreeing that Harry is not to blame for being the fourth champion, and that even though he is excited to see two amazing young wizards from Hogwarts compete, he will still help with the investigation to find out how Harry's name ended up on the cup, I continued, lightly squeezing his shoulder. "Yes, of course. I agree that Mr. Potter is not to blame for having to compete in the tournament, and I will help to the best of my ability to investigate this matter," he said, gritting his teeth and trying not to grimace in pain as he felt that his shoulder was almost being crushed. And as soon as he finished speaking I nodded in satisfaction, before turning to Penny, smiling happily at her, who had an amused and proud look on her face. "See. Bicharoff may be ugly and have a disgusting appearance, but he is very nice inside," I said, patting him on the shoulder. And looking at him out of the corner of my eye I could see the veins bulging in his neck as he struggled to remain calm. I see," Penny said, looking at Karkaroff one last time just to make him nervous, before ignoring him. And while all this was happening, those present in the room watched the scene with the majority finding Karkaroff's constipated and irritated look amusing, and it was no surprise to anyone that he was not very liked by the people present in the chamber, and not even his star student, Crumb, liked him. But ignoring the cowardly and traitorous ex-Death Eater, Penny turned to the headmaster, Madame Maxime, and Mr. Crouch. "I think we're all in agreement that there should be an investigation into how Mr. Potter's name ended up on the cup, right?" she asked. And obviously everyone nodded, not wanting to upset this woman. Of course, Mr. Crouch didn't care because he was still being controlled by his son's imperious curse, and the headmaster was the one who most wanted to know who put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire and why. And Madame Maxime, even though she was still irritated by Hogwarts having two champions, wouldn't say anything, as that would be the same as facing Penny, who is a woman she respects a lot as someone of great importance in the French wizarding community. And seeing that no one had anything to say, Penny nodded satisfied. "Well, in that case then I think we should refocus on why the champions were called to this room," Nick said, this being the first sentence that came out of his mouth since entering the chamber. And when he saw that the mood became a little lighter, Bagman took a step forward. "Mr. Flamel is right," he said, smiling slightly at everyone. "We called you here to talk about the rules of the tournament and give you instructions for the first task." He looked at me, Harry, Fleur and Crumb, and for a better explanation, "I'll let Mr. Crouch will have the honors." And Mr. Crouch, who looked tired and seemed to be disconnected from the world, blinked when he heard his name mentioned. "Oh, yes, the instructions," he said, walking to the front of the fireplace and looking at the four champions. "The first task is intended to test the audacity and courage of the champions, so you will not be informed about what the task will be until the day it occurs, which will be on November 24th, in front of all students, school staff, and the bench of judges. Facing an unknown danger is a great way to show how brave you are, and that is a very important quality for a wizard. Being brave to face the unexpected adversities that may come your way. Champions are prohibited from receiving or asking their teachers for help in trying to complete tasks." And when Mr. Crouch said this I resisted the urge to snort, knowing how well that rule worked in canon. Champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands, and you will only receive information about the second task once the first is over. Since you will have to prepare for the tasks, and since the tournament will take a long time, you will all be exempt from end-of-year exams, and when Mr. Crouch finished saying this he turned to the headmaster with a tired look. "I think that's all, is it, Albus?" he asked, and the headmaster nodded. "I think so," he said, looking worriedly at the ministry official who had a mustache that was very famous in 1945. "Well, in that case I'll go back to the ministry then. It's very busy there and we're in a difficult time, and I've left young Weatherby to take care of things in my place, and he's enthusiastic about the work, too much," Mr. Crouch said with a slight grimace, this being the first different expression he had made this evening. "Weatherby?" Harry asked in a whisper to me, confused. "He's talking about Percy," I whispered back, and Harry snorted. "Then I will not take up any more of your time," the headmaster said, nodding to Mr. Crouch before turning to the others present in the chamber. "Well, how about one last drink before we call it a night?" he asked, looking at Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Nick and Penny. But Karkaroff didn't even wait for the headmaster to finish speaking before pulling Crumb by the arm to leave the chamber, but before passing through the door he took one last look at me, and I simply showed him my middle finger, hidden from the eyes of others. And seeing this, Bicharoff gritted his teeth, but knowing he couldn't do anything he left, not wanting to be in my presence any longer. Madame Maxime also thought about leaving the chamber with Fleur, but then she looked at Nick and Penny who were behind the director, unsure whether she should accept the invitation or not, as this would be a unique opportunity to sit down for a drink next to the most famous wizard and witch in France. And after thinking for a few seconds, Madame Maxime nodded. "I accept," she said, "but first I would like to take Fleur back to the Beauxbatons carriage." Of course, the headmaster nodded. Madame Maxime then placed an arm around Fleur's shoulder and led her out of the chamber, with the Villa girl discreetly looking at me. Okay, now I'm really starting to get curious as to why she keeps staring at me, I thought, frowning in confusion. "Harry, Ethan," the headmaster called, turning to us, "I suggest you go to your dormitories. I'm sure Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are waiting for their champions to start a celebration." "I agree. And today we have a reason to use all those fireworks I bought in Diagon Alley," I said. "Fireworks," the headmaster muttered, now wondering if he should keep me locked in this chamber until the next day. But ignoring him, I nodded at Nick and hugged Penny, before starting to walk towards the door with a happy look, which only made him more worried. And Harry, seeing this, shook his head with an ironic smile before following me. End. Chapter 357, Chapter. As soon as Harry and I left the Chamber of Champions, we saw that the Great Hall was empty, with all the students having already returned to the common rooms of their houses. We then left the Great Hall and started to go through the corridors and up the stairs, heading towards the towers where the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw common rooms were located. We were in a peaceful silence, but I could sense that Harry had something to ask me by the sideways glances he was giving me. "Harry, you know that questions are asked using the mouth and not the eyes, right?" I said, looking at him beside me. "Oh," Harry looked down slightly embarrassed, before coughing and looking at me. "I was curious to know why you entered the tournament," he said. "Well, actually I entered the tournament not for the fame or the money, but to challenge myself," I said, and Harry nodded. "I was already expecting that. Ethan already has a lot of money and he doesn't care if he has fame or not, and besides, everyone knows he's a bit crazy and loves to get into dangerous situations," Harry thought. Why do I feel like he's thinking something rude about me?" I asked myself, looking at his thoughtful face. But shaking my head, I put it aside, going back to talking. "But you know, there's another reason why I wanted to become a champion," I said, and Harry looked at me curiously. "And what is the reason?" "Freedom," I replied. "Huh? What do you mean?" he asked with a confused face. "What I meant was that I wanted to be free to make my own choices, without having to worry about other adults trying to control me," I explained, but that only seemed to confuse Harry even more. "But what does this have to do with the tournament?" he asked. "Well, now that I have become a champion in the Triwizard Tournament, which is an official tournament organized by our ministry and recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards, I ended up being emancipated," I replied. "Oh yes," Harry nodded, until he understood what I said. "Wait, what? You didn't hear wrong. From today I am emancipated and am considered an adult in the eyes of magic and the ministry," I smiled, pleased that now I could use magic freely at home, not that I didn't already do that. "But how?" Harry asked. "Simple. One of the rules of the tournament is that only adults should participate in it, but we are minors and were chosen as champions, right?" I asked, and Harry nodded. "Well, that is the point. The Goblet of Fire, which is a magical item, chose us, and a representative from the ministry as well as the headmaster accepted our participation in the tournament, and because of that they basically stated that they see us as adults," I continued to explain, "and since being chosen as champion in the tournament involves a magical contract, law, ministry, and magic must now consider us emancipated." "But isn't this just an assumption?" he asked me. "Not really, that's the law, and not even the ministry can change that since it also involves magic," I said, smiling mischievously. "And what does that mean for you?" Harry asked. "I mean, now that you're an adult in the wizarding world, what's changed for you?" "Well, now I don't have to worry about the ministry or the school trying to control me or decide things for me in the wizarding world. I can also use magic outside of Hogwarts, and I also have all the other rights that an adult can have," I answered. I then put my arm on Harry's shoulder. "And that doesn't just apply to me," I said, smiling at him in a way that made him alert. "I don't know if you've forgotten, but you're also a champion." "Yes, but what does that have?" "Oh," Harry said, realization hitting him. "Yes, my friend, now you are legally an adult," I said, satisfied with his look. "Holy shit," he muttered. He then winked and turned to me. "That's amazing," he said, "now I can use magic outside of school." "Yes," I said, "not that you couldn't before, as Sirius House is protected and still a lord's house." We then continued our walk to our common rooms, with Harry obviously still dazed, thinking about the fact that he was now an adult in the wizarding world, and meanwhile I looked ahead, reflecting on my future plans now that I had entered the tournament. And as I reflected I could feel Harry's mood worsen again, and I looked over at him only to find him staring at the floor with a frown. "Why the sullen face?" I asked. "I was just thinking about the tournament," he replied. "Well, what then?" I gestured for him to continue. It's just that I remembered that it's very dangerous, and that many people have died in it, and that's probably why someone put my name in the cup, he said. Yes, I can understand why that would make you look like that, I commented, but you don't have to worry too much about it. The tournament will be difficult, and may even be dangerous, but remember that you are a strong and courageous wizard. I don't think it's going to help me survive the tasks, he said dryly. Well, then it's good that I'm here. I said smiling, pointing at myself with my thumb, I'll help you complete all 3 tasks, and I'll make sure you complete them spectacularly. Really? He looked at me hopefully. I agreed. Thank you, he said, smiling slightly, a little more relieved. No need to thank me, I said, giving him a slight push. And in our conversation we reached a point in the corridor where we should separate. Well, I hope you enjoy the party in the Gryffindor common room, I said, waving at him. I tell you the same. And try not to set your common room on fire with those fireworks, he joked, and I laughed lightly. And with that, each of us went our separate ways, towards the common room of our respective houses. Gryffindor common room. As soon as Harry passed through the entrance to the Gryffindor common room he saw that almost all the students from his house were waiting for him. And as soon as they saw Harry enter, everyone started applauding and celebrating, going up to him while trying to congratulate him and ask him several questions. And Harry, who was in the middle of everyone, didn't know what to do, but he was so tired that he simply accepted the congratulations before saying that he was sleepy and would go to his room to sleep. Wait, Harry, could you at least tell us how you and Knight managed to get your names on the cup? Dean asked, and Harry frowned. I didn't put my name on the cup, he said, but his housemates just looked at him as if they didn't believe his words. Seeing this, Harry was irritated, but he knew there was no point in trying to explain himself if no one believed him. He then sighed, before looking at Dean again, and I also don't know how Ethan got his name in the cup, I didn't ask him that. Dean muttered, looking suspiciously at Harry. And tired of that look, Harry shook his head before passing everyone to go to the dormitory. And seeing Harry go up the stairs and feeling that he was stressed about something, Hermione looked at Ron, who was looking at Harry's back with a frown. Come on, I think something happened, she said, getting up and following Harry. And Ron, who heard her, also stood up, feeling some mixed feelings of envy and sadness, but still worried about his friend. Ignoring the 2 worried friends who were following their black-haired friend, everyone in the common room began to talk about tonight's events and about the 4 champions. Hey, isn't Knight your friend? One of the 6th-year boys asked the twins, who looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Yes, why? Fred asked. Well, if he's your friend, then why didn't he tell you how to cross the age line? This same boy questioned. Oh, actually he came to talk to us this morning and told us that he put his name on the cup, and that he knew of a way to bypass the age line, George said with his hand on his chin. Really? Alicia asked, blinking in surprise. Yes, but we refused his help, Fred replied with a shrug, and this earned him surprised and confused looks from his fellow lions. Why? Lee, one of the twins' closest friends, asked somewhat shocked. Well, we wanted to try to bypass the age line by our own means and with our own efforts, George replied, surprising everyone. Yes, and besides, we knew as soon as Ethan said that he put his name in the goblet of fire that we would have no chance of being chosen as champions, Fred said. And that's also why we bet on Ethan as the champion of our school, George said smiling, shaking a small bag that was next to him, full of galleons that they won from the bet they created. And that was the easiest money I've ever made in my life, Fred commented, with a smile almost as big as his brother's. And those who lost money in the bet looked at them through gritted teeth as they saw their joy. Damned twins. End. Chapter 358, Chapter. 4th-year boys' dormitory, Gryffindor Tower. What happened, Harry? Hermione asked, looking worriedly at her not-so-secret crush, sitting on the bed next to him while Ron sat on the next bed facing them. Yes, what happened? And why didn't you say you knew a way to get your name into the cup? Ron asked, trying but failing to completely suppress his irritation. I didn't say anything because I didn't know, and I already said I didn't put my name in the cup, Harry said with a sigh, tired of having to try to explain himself. And Ron was about to open his mouth again to say something most likely stupid, but a look from Hermione silenced him. We believe you, Harry, Hermione said, looking at him softly, but what now? Will you have to participate in the tournament, she asked. Sigh, unfortunately I am forced to compete in the tournament, he said, as my name came out of the cup I am obliged by a magical contract to compete in the 3 tasks, even if I don't want to. But can't the headmaster do something about it, she asked, and Harry shook his head with a sad smile. No, not even he can cancel a magical contract, he replied. The 3 then fell silent, with Ron looking at Harry, while Hermione bit her lip, using her incredible mind to try to find a way to get her friend out of this deadly competition. And a few seconds later the silence was broken by the red-haired member of the group, who was still unsure whether or not his friend had put his name in the cup on purpose. But he knew one thing, which was the fact that Harry was having the happiest moments of his life now that he lived with his godfather, and that participating in a dangerous competition was not in his plans for this year. And for that reason he knew he shouldn't distrust his best friend, and suppressing his feelings of jealousy he asked an important question. "You said you didn't put your name in the cup, right?" he asked, and his friend with messy black hair nodded. "In that case then who did this?" "I don't know," Harry replied, looking down at his hands which were clasped together in his lap, "but Professor Moody said that whoever put my name in the goblet of fire modified the cup so that I would be chosen as a fourth champion without school, and that only a powerful and knowledgeable wizard would be able to do this." "So it was some seventh-year student who put their name in the tournament?" Ron asked as he frowned. "No, a seventh-year student wouldn't be powerful enough to modify a magical item as old as the goblet of fire," Hermione replied for her friend, who she noticed was silent. And turning to Harry she noticed that he had a tense and nervous look, and placing her hand on his knee she looked at him. "Harry, what happened?" she asked. Harry then remained silent for a few seconds, before sighing and looking at his friends, who were staring at him. "Professor Moody also said that whoever put my name in the cup did it because he want me to die," he said, and this information made both of them look at him scared. "What?" Hermione asked, finding it difficult to breathe. "Whoever put my name in the cup probably wants me to die in one of the tasks," Harry said, and listening to him his friends looked at each other with worried looks. "Did Professor Moody say this to the headmaster and the other tournament organizers?" Hermione asked. "Yes," Harry nodded. And yet the headmaster didn't do anything?" Ron asked, swallowing hard with an apprehensive look. "Like I said before, it's a magical contract, he can't do anything," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "But and now? What will you do?" Hermione asked. "Now I'm going to have to go through the 3 tasks and try to survive them," Harry said, and his friends couldn't help but feel worried, with Hermione approaching him while Ron looked down frowning. And noticing his friends' expressions, Harry decided to try to reassure them. "But don't worry, Ethan already promised he'll help me complete the tasks." "But how will he help you?" "He is also one of the champions and a student," Hermione said. "Well, teachers are forbidden from helping the champions, and among all the students he is the most capable and also the best wizard I know." "I mean, the second best," Harry said, looking at Hermione in the end the sentence with a small smile. And hearing this, Hermione smiled, her cheeks blushing slightly. "Well, I guess that's good then," Ron said, deciding to ignore the loving atmosphere between his friends. "I don't know how he'll be able to help you," Hermione began to say with a bit of doubt in her tone, "but I think in this situation any help is welcome." Harry nodded. "And in this case, we will help you too," she proclaimed with a resolute look. "I will read all the books about the past tournaments, and I will also write you a list of useful and easy-to-learn spells, so you will be prepared when the day of the first task arrives." "Yes, I may not promise to read as many books as her, but I will help you too," Ron said, showing support for his friend. "Thank you," Harry said, now feeling less apprehensive and tense. "I'm glad to have you two by my side," he smiled. And hearing this his 2 friends also smiled. And now Harry really felt that he would be able to survive this tournament, and as I had told him, he would do it spectacularly. Ravenclaw Common Room. As expected, my housemates were waiting for me in the common room so they could celebrate the fact that the Hogwarts champion was a raven. Of course, they were also waiting for me because they wanted to know what had been discussed in the Chamber of Champions and why there was a 4th champion. And I explained to them in a simple way that Harry being in the tournament was not intentional, and that someone had put his name in the goblet of fire just to harm him, knowing that the tasks would be difficult for a 4th-year student. And I managed to convince most of my housemates that Harry was a Hogwarts champion just like me, and that he should receive everyone's support. And the reason I did this was because I didn't want the situation that occurred in canon to happen again, where almost the entire school isolated Harry, accusing him of trying to steal the glory of the true champion. But leaving that topic aside for a bit, at this moment I was sitting on the couch with my friends, drinking a glass of butterbeer. "So the first task will be on November 24th? Lisa asked. "Yes, and we will only know what challenge we will face on the day of the task," I said. "Wait, so does that mean you're going to compete in the first task without any kind of information?" Stephen asked, and I nodded. "Well, this is going to be difficult." "It would be difficult if I didn't already know that the first task will be dragons," I thought, "and it's really pointless with this whole mystery task thing when everyone is going to cheat." "Well, difficult or not, I'm excited to see how the champions will do in the first task," Terry said, and the others couldn't help but agree as they were also excited and expectant for the real start of the tournament. "Well, I can't judge them, since I'm a champion, and I'm also very excited for the first task," I thought, suppressing a wild smile that threatened to appear on my face at the thought of facing an adult dragon. This tournament is going to be incredible. End. Chapter 359, Chapter. Sunday, next day. As soon as I woke up after a good night's rest I saw that it was still early, and just like I normally did I went to the edge of Black Lake to do my morning workouts. I usually did a light workout, mainly because I was used to it, but my morning workouts also served as a form of meditation to calm me down. However, now that I was chosen as one of the champions of the Triwizard tournament, knowing that I would have to compete in 3 dangerous tasks, I decided to work a little harder on my training to stay in my best shape. And after a tiring but satisfying workout, I returned to my room, seeing that it was almost time for breakfast, and taking a shower and getting ready I went to the Great Hall. On the way to the Great Hall I met several of my classmates, who waved happily at me, with some even coming towards me to say a few words of support for the Hogwarts champion. Well, at least the majority are showing some kind of support, I thought, noticing that some 7th years were looking at me with envy and disdain. And with these interactions I arrived in front of the entrance to the Great Hall, and passing by it I saw that my friends were already having breakfast at the Ravenclaw table. "Hey guys," I said, sitting next to Lisa and taking a piece of toast from her plate, ignoring her indignant exclamation. "Good morning, Mr. Champion," Sue said with a playful smile, to which I rolled my eyes. Yes, I understand that you are my fan," I said, and instead of denying, Sue just smiled even more. "Of course, I'm the Hogwarts champion's #1 fan," she said proudly, "and don't forget this when you win the prize of 1,000 galleons," she winked at me. "Of course," I huffed, looking at my greedy friend. I then looked to the side at my other friends, only to find Terry staring at me with a smile similar to Sue's while wearing a navy blue foam finger with "Ethan Knight, Greatest Champion" written on it. And seeing this I looked at him with a blank look, wondering when he bought or made this foam finger. "Sometimes you scare me," I said. And shaking my head I decided to focus on my breakfast, noticing that the Great Hall was filling up with students from all 3 schools. And looking at the entrance to the Great Hall I saw Harry walk past it with his friends, smiling happily. And I could feel that he wasn't as stressed or tense as he was yesterday. It looks like Ron has managed to overcome his stupid jealousy and isn't acting like an idiot, I thought, looking at the 3 friends who sat at the Gryffindor table, with me seeing some of the lions chatting happily with Harry. I think the only problem now will be the Slytherins, especially Malfoy, I reflected, placing a hand on my chin. I don't know if he will still create those Potter stink badges, as in canon they also serve to support the other Hogwarts champion, which in this case is me now. And with that doubt in my mind the breakfast continued. In the afternoon, I was walking around the castle aimlessly, until in one of its many corridors I met Professor McGonagall, who was coming from the opposite direction. She had some parchments in her arms and didn't seem to be paying much attention to her surroundings, so I called out to her. "Professor Minnie," I said, making the feline lady lift her head and look in my direction. And as soon as she saw me a small, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her face. "Oh, Ethan," she said, seeing me approach her, "how are you?" "I'm fine," I shrugged. "What about you?" I asked. "Same, I'm just a little busy," she replied, and with that I looked down at the parchments in her arms. "I noticed," I said with a slight smile, making her snort, "but what are these parchments?" "Oh, they are some reports about certain events involving the tournament," she replied, walking back, with me following her. "Is it about some task?" I asked with a raised eyebrow, and she shook her head. "No, I'm not part of the committee that organizes the tasks," she said, "but this has to do with an event that I'm sure you and the other students will enjoy," she said with an enigmatic smile. Professor McGonagall acting all mysterious and enigmatic. Looks like she really spent a lot of time with me, I thought with an amused look. I then started trying to remember the events that would happen during the tournament other than the tasks, and the only one that might be interesting and fun for the students, that Professor McGonagall would be involved in was the Yule Ball. Well, I'm not going to ruin her fun by saying that I know what this event is, I thought, looking at the teacher next to me who I considered one of the important people in my life. "I have no idea what this event could be," I lied, "but if you say I will like it, then I will believe you." And hearing this Professor McGonagall smiled, and we then continued to walk together in calm silence. She didn't question why I was following her, nor did I ask where she was going. We just decided to enjoy each other's presence in silence, with me realizing that it had been a while since I spent time with my favorite teacher. And on our walk we arrived in front of her office, and looking at her desk I noticed some parchment scattered across it, and I found it strange, since Professor McGonagall was one of the most well-organized people I knew. "Well, it looks like you weren't lying when you said you were busy," I commented. "Yes," she sighed, "but I guess that comes with the duty of being the deputy headmistress." I muttered with a nod, sitting down on the chair in front of her desk. She then placed the parchments she was carrying on her desk before turning to me. "Do you want something to drink?" she asked, and I thought for a moment before nodding. "I would like some tea," I replied. I then saw Professor McGonagall summon her personal house elf and ask him for something, and in the meantime I looked around her office, which had become such a familiar place to me in my 4 years at Hogwarts. And as I looked around I noticed his bookshelf, seeing that on a specially decorated shelf were the books I had written, which caused a fond smile to appear on my face. Professor McGonagall finished talking to her house elf, and turning to me she noticed where I was looking. "These were special gifts from a very dear student of mine," she said, bringing my attention to her. And I then noticed her small smile and affectionate gaze as she looked at me, warming my heart. "Well, I believe that you are also someone very dear and important to this student," I said, and this sentence made Professor McGonagall's smile grow a little wider. Professor McGonagall then cleared her throat, adjusting her glasses and picking up one of the parchments in front of her to read. "But well, what were you doing walking around the castle?" she asked, deciding to change the subject. "Oh, nothing," I replied, seeing a cup of tea appear in front of me. Giving a small thank you to the teacher's elf, I didn't have anything to do, so I decided to take a walk around the castle. I may know the whole place, but it's still fun to explore the inside. "I see," she said, "but don't you have something more important to do and spend your time on, like preparing for a dangerous tournament?" she asked, lowering the parchment in her hand so she could face me. And seeing her stern look, I realized how much trouble I was in. At this moment I was facing a strong, proud, and fierce witch who was very protective of those important to her, and I, who was part of this group of important people, had decided in an epiphany of madness and emotion to participate in a deadly tournament known for number of deaths caused. And with all these facts, I looked at Professor McGonagall, who was staring at me with her lips in a thin line and a look that said she wanted explanations, and I could only think of one thing. I'm screwed. End. Chapter 360, Chapter. Air. "You know, Professor, I remembered that I have something important to do," I said with a nervous smile, but before I could get up to try to escape, Professor McGonagall opened her mouth. "Ethan Stephen Knight, you will continue to sit in this chair until I allow you to stand up," she said with narrowed eyes, and I quickly sat up straight. "I didn't have time to talk to you back then, but now that the two of us are here alone, I have to ask you. What went through your head to make you think about competing in this dangerous tournament?" she asked, her voice getting louder and angrier towards the end of the question. "Air. Well," I started to say, but she interrupted me, still furious. "This tournament was only for older students for a reason. Do you know how many people have died participating in it? You didn't think about the dangers you would have to face in these stupid tasks," and I blinked open-mouthed, not knowing whether to be shocked by her showing so much anger or by her swearing. "You entering this tournament put yourself in unnecessary danger, and now everyone who cares about you will have to worry knowing that you could be injured at any time in this competition, or worse," and at that moment his anger began to subside, being replaced by worry and fear. And I, who listened to her, could only look down in shame, disappointed in myself. I entered the tournament thinking about the fact that I could help Harry and emancipate myself, something I really wanted, but at no point did I think about how those who cared about me would feel. Penny, Nick, and now Minnie. They were all people I knew, and I started to form a strong affection, thinking of them as part of my family. And I worried them because of my arrogance and willingness to challenge myself, and thinking about that I remembered my parents, who already showed the same kind of concern at the Quidditch World Cup when I separated from them. And I knew they would be worried again when they read the newspapers talking about the champions and find out that I was one of them. And realizing that my actions have caused and will cause so much distress to my family, I couldn't help but feel down. "You are strong, Ethan, and I know what an incredible wizard you are," Professor McGonagall began to say more softly, catching my gaze. "However, you are not indestructible or immortal, and you may end up hurting." Professor McGonagall placed her hand on mine that was on her desk. "I'm not mad at you, but I can't deny that I'm upset that you would do something like that. But most of all, I'm worried about you and your safety. I'm scared that you might get hurt." Looking at her, I didn't see her always calm and stern look, but rather a look full of affection and concern. "I trust in your abilities, and I know that you will do incredibly well in these tasks, but I will still worry, because you are dear to me," she said, "so I ask you, not as your teacher or deputy headmistress, but rather like Minerva, or whatever you like to call me, Minnie." She smiled softly, trying to lighten the mood. "Stay safe, promise me that you won't get hurt and you will come back to us, to me, in safety." And listening to the fragility and pleading in his voice, I felt my heart tighten, at the same time that I felt happy and moved by his concern. And in this mix of emotions I nodded. "I promise to try not to get hurt, and I also promise that I will return safely." "And know that Ethan Knight always keeps his promises," I joked, with Professor McGonagall letting out a small laugh. "Yes, I know," she said, rubbing my hand one last time. I had followed Professor McGonagall to her office out of boredom and because it had been a while since I had spoken to her, but I didn't know how necessary this conversation and venting to her would be for me. And after seeing her release all her emotions and vent to me, I felt lighter, and I didn't know why, since by logic now I should be more tense knowing that I was worrying my family and friends with my selfish actions. However, I decided not to think about it for now, and went back to enjoying this time I was having with Minnie. But well, changing the subject, Professor McGonagall began to say, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from her chest, "What about this news about you being Mrs. Flamel's grandson?" And for some reason I could feel a small feeling of jealousy coming from Professor McGonagall, which made me blink in confusion. Well, in short, I spent some time with the Flamels over Christmas break my second year, and they liked me so much that they adopted me as their grandson, I replied, and that earned me a raised eyebrow from the feline teacher in front of me. "This sounds crazy, but for some reason I believe you," she said. "Who can understand the minds of two immortals?" I shrugged. "True," Professor McGonagall snorted. She then looked back at me, giving me a curious look. "What?" I asked. It's just that I noticed that you also seemed very close and affectionate to Mrs. Flammel. Oh, well. He's like a grandmother to me, so this closeness between us is normal, I replied, still not understanding Professor McGonagall's look. I know, but I'm surprised that you connect so quickly with someone to the point of calling her grandmother, she said, frowning internally. You still just call me teacher, and I've known you longer than she has, she thought, with feelings of envy. Yes, that was a surprise for me too, but I think we can't control our feelings, I said, and as an empath I knew how true my statement was. Yeah, she sighed, before smiling slightly at me. And with that, a peaceful silence filled the office, with me sipping my tea while she went back to reading the parchments that were on her desk, sometimes stopping to write something on them. And after a few minutes, after I got bored of just looking at Professor McGonagall writing, I opened my mouth again. Well, it's interesting to see you working so focused, but wouldn't you happen to have something for me to do? I asked, causing her to look up and look at me curiously. Like what? She asked. I don't know, I shrugged. I know that as a champion I can't meddle in matters involving the organization of the tournament, but there must be something else that doesn't involve the tournament that I can help you with. I actually needed to review the first year's essays, she commented, looking thoughtful. I can help you with that, I said. You know my essays are always impeccable, and it shouldn't be that hard to review some first year's essays. And listening to me, she looked at me for a while, considering whether or not she should let me help her. Please, I feel like I'm going to die of boredom. I just want something to occupy me, I said, almost begging. Sigh. Okay, she said, and I smiled. She then opened a drawer on her desk and took out some rolls of parchment, and with a quick glance I could tell there were at least 15 parchments. She then placed them in front of me, and taking one and opening it I saw that it was almost 60 centimeters. I think this student here exaggerated the length of the essay, I said with a frown, and Professor McGonagall looked at the parchment in my hands, blinking slightly. Really? She said, it looks shorter than I expected. And listening to her I looked at her with a strange look. And noticing my look she blinked in confusion, until he said oh, as if he had remembered something. I forgot to tell you, these are the Ravenclaw students' essays, and you know how enthusiastic they are about their homework, she said, her lips in a thin line. So all these parchments are the homework of several little Hermiones? I asked, looking at the other parchments. Well, I would say so, Professor McGonagall snorted. She then opened her drawer again. And the ones you have there are the September essays, she said, pulling out another dozen parchments, and these are the October ones. She placed them next to the others on the table. And looking at the nearly 30 rolls of parchment in front of me I could only grimace, internally cursing as Professor McGonagall looked at me somewhat amused. Damn boredom. I should have kept quiet. End. Chapter 361, Chapter. Next day, Monday afternoon. Today was a normal school day just like the other days, and I was heading towards the library to finish some potions homework before break ended. However, halfway to the library I felt Sirius and Andromeda's magical signatures appearing in the castle, and after trying to sense where they were I managed to find them in the headmaster's office. And with a frown I began to wonder what they were doing at Hogwarts. And with curiosity I turned, changing direction and heading towards the headmaster's office. Ethan. I heard someone call me, and looking to the side I saw Harry and Professor McGonagall walking towards me. Harry, Professor Minnie, I greeted them both, with Professor McGonagall glaring at me for calling her by her nickname in front of another student, but I could see the slight tilt to her lips. Where are you going to? I asked, until I noticed Harry's apprehensive look, and with an amused face I turned to the two. Don't tell me Harry got into trouble and is now going to detention with you. And hearing this Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. No, in fact I'm accompanying Mr. Potter to Professor Dumbledore's office to meet his godfather, she replied. Oh, so Sirius is here to see Harry, I thought. Probably he heard about Harry becoming a champion and came to see if he was okay. But shaking my head I spoke again. Well, I'm also going to the headmaster's office. Really? Why? Harry asked me. I heard that Sirius and Andromeda were there and I wanted to say hello to them, and I also wanted to ask what they were doing here. I shrugged. How did he know they were here? As far as I know they just arrived, and only Albus and I knew about their presence at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall asked herself, looking at me suspiciously. Is Aunt Andy here too? Harry asked in surprise. I nodded, and I could see Harry frown, confused. We then continued to walk together towards the headmaster's office, with me humming calmly, and I could feel the emotions of nervousness and confusion coming from Harry. And I was also trying to ignore the looks Professor McGonagall threw my way when she thought I wasn't looking. And after less than 5 minutes we arrived in front of the gargoyle that guarded the passage to the headmaster's office, and as soon as Professor McGonagall gave the password, which this week was cinnamon lollipops, the passage opened. Going downstairs we stood in front of the office door, and before any of us could knock on the door, the headmaster's voice was heard. Come in, he said, and I rolled my eyes at that. Albus, Professor McGonagall said as she opened the door and walked in, with Harry and me following her. I brought Mr. Potter. Thank you, Minerva, the headmaster thanked, until his gaze fell on me, causing him to raise an eyebrow. And noticing his look, I just waved with a happy smile. Harry, Sirius said, going over to his godson and hugging him. And right behind was Andromeda, who almost pushed Sirius out of the way to hug her nephew. Are you okay, Harry? Are they treating you well? She asked, looking at his face with concern. I'm fine, Aunt Andy, Harry said reassuringly, before looking at Sirius with a small smile. Andromeda then notices that I was also in the room, blinking for a moment before smiling. Hi Ethan dear, she said, coming towards me and hugging me too. Hi Andy, I said, hugging her back. As soon as we broke the hug, she looked at my face, and her smile that was previously calm and affectionate turned into a threatening smile. You know, I heard that you, of your own free will, put your name in the cup to become a champion, she said, and I swallowed hard. Hee hee, this is a pretty funny story, I said, laughing nervously, looking away. When I finish what I came here to do, the two of us are going to have a little chat, she said, still smiling, which definitely didn't reassure me. Gulp. Yes. I nodded, and I definitely wasn't shaking. Nodding satisfied, she then turned to the headmaster, while Sirius approached me and squeezed my shoulder with a sympathetic look. And I could have sworn that Professor McGonagall, who had seen the whole scene, had a satisfied and somewhat mischievous smile on her face. So Professor Dumbledore, Andromeda began to say, with a calm air that did not hide her dangerous look, where can I find the other organizers of this tournament? Oh, they should be here in a few moments, the headmaster said with a friendly smile, however I could tell he was nervous internally. And it was as the headmaster said. After less than 1 minute the door to his office was opened, and Mr. Crouch, Bagman, Madame Maxime, and Karkaroff walked through, with the latter immediately getting a frown as soon as he saw me. And I, who love to irritate people, especially despicable ones like the headmaster of Durmstrang, showed him my middle finger with a happy smile on my face. And with an irritated grunt he turned away, deciding to ignore me. Why did you call us here, Dumbledore? He asked the headmaster with an air of irritation and impatience. And the headmaster opened his mouth to respond, but Andromeda cut him off. I asked him to call you all, she said, looking at all the new guests with her head high and her arms crossed. And who would you be? Madame Maxime asked, not noticing Mr. Crouch's frown or the bagman's fearful look. But instead of responding to Madame Maxime immediately, Andromeda turned to me and Harry, placing her hand on our shoulders, which was funny since I was bigger than her while Harry was smaller. Boys, could you wait for us outside? I have a few things to talk about with these lovely people, she said, with a smile like the one she had when she spoke to me just now, but much more threatening. And Harry seemed to realize this, but his Gryffindor stupidity proved to be stronger, and he began to open his mouth to complain. But before he said anything I covered his mouth, smiling nervously at Andromeda. Of course, we'll be waiting for you outside, have a nice chat, I said, and then began dragging Harry out of the office, with the boy trying to free himself only to realize that I was stronger than him. And with a defeated sigh he allowed himself to be dragged out of the headmaster's office. After Harry and I left the headmaster's office I let him go, with him giving me a slight glare, to which I raised my hands in an apologetic gesture. He shook his head with a sigh, before turning around, and I noticed the Gryffindor boy was looking at the ground with a frown. Why the grimace? I asked, and that made him look at me. Nothing. He said, but I just looked at him with a raised eyebrow showing that I didn't believe his words. Sigh. It's just that I'm worried about Aunt Andy. I don't know what she's going to do, but she looked scary. And hearing that I snorted, obviously she looked scary. And in fact, those who should be worried are those in the office with her. And not understanding what I meant, Harry looked at me confused, and so I decided to explain. Look, right now in that room there are only 3 things that could scare those wizards and witches. And what would those things be? Harry asked curiously. And holding up my fingers I started counting, a woman worried about her family, an angry black, an vengeful lawyer, and unfortunately for them Andy is all 3. And hearing this Harry blinked for a moment reflecting on what I said, before looking at me with a somewhat amused look. So that means they're screwed, right? He asked, and I nodded. And seeing my affirmative nod, a satisfied smile appeared on Harry's face. End. Chapter 362, Chapter. After almost an hour of waiting, Andromeda and Sirius left the headmaster's office, and Andy had a satisfied expression on her face while Sirius looked at her fearfully and proudly. You could assume from their expressions that the conversation with the tournament organizers went well, but to say that would actually be an exaggeration. Thanks to my hearing I was able to hear the entire conversation they had inside the office, and the word conversation is in big quotation marks, since that hour was spent with Andromeda demanding answers, cursing and mocking them. And I would never imagine that Andromeda could curse like that, and she would leave a sailor embarrassed with her nice words directed mainly at Karkaroff and Mr. Crouch. But back to the current moment, Harry, Sirius, Andromeda, and I were heading to an abandoned classroom to talk, with me occasionally glancing at Andy, who had a small smile as she kept her hand on my shoulder to stop me from trying to escape. And knowing that I could not escape my fate I just sighed in defeat, letting myself be guided into what would possibly be a moment of despair and suffering. And they still say that Bellatrix is the scariest sister, I snorted, only to feel Andromeda's hand squeeze my shoulder, making me swallow hard. Friday. The next few days that passed were relatively uneventful for me, with me doing nothing other than continuing with my training and doing some research so I could better prepare myself to face an angry mother dragon. And I was also looking for a way to be able to breathe and move underwater safely and easily to overcome the challenge of the second task. I could use partial transfiguration like Crumb, bubblehead charm like Ced and Fleur, or eat some gillyweed like Harry, but these three methods had their pros and cons, with gillyweed being the best option among them, giving those who eat it the ability to breathe underwater and move easily and quickly. However, one of the reasons why I didn't think gillyweed was very good was because its effects didn't last as long as others, in addition to taking a few seconds for the transformation to happen after ingesting it and it being a painful transformation. But let's leave aside the subject of the tasks and how I intended to overcome them. I discovered that Malfoy despised Harry more than me, as he still went through with his plan and created the Potter Stinks badges. Of course, unlike the canon badges, there was nothing about supporting me as champion, which made sense since almost every Slytherin hated the fact that a Muggleborn was chosen as champion over them, the purebloods. But to keep up appearances and not get into trouble, the badges were still enchanted to change their design, becoming a badge that said, "Let's go Hogwarts." Most of the students who wore these badges were from Slytherin, and there were few from the other houses who wore them as well. I could control the Ravenclaws and stop them from wearing these badges, and the one time I saw a housemate of mine wearing one, let's just say it didn't end well for him. The Gryffindors didn't wear the badges because that would be the same as showing that they agreed with the Slytherins, and besides, the other champion was Harry, a Gryffindor, and they didn't want to take away the glory of one of their own. And as for Hufflepuff, which in canon was the house that antagonized Harry the most, they actually didn't care about the badges either. Between me, who was friends with several Puffs, Cedric, who was currently a sort of leader for them, and my other friends like Susan, Megan, and Justin, we managed to convince the Badger House that Harry participating in the tournament was not, it was intentional, but he still deserved all the support from the school. And thanks to our efforts and thanks to the fact that the true champion was supporting Harry, he was not abandoned by his friends or isolated by the rest of the school, which made me feel relieved. And with all these events, Friday finally arrived, which was also the day of one of the mandatory events of the Triwizard Tournament, the wand-weighing ceremony. Wand-weighing ceremony. As soon as I entered the small room, I noticed that Crumb and Fleur were already sitting and waiting, with the former looking sullenly at the floor, an expression that seemed fixed on his face. And Fleur was sitting calmly with her legs crossed, but I could feel her slight irritation with the constant looks from two men I didn't know who were leaning against the wall. And I didn't have to think much to figure out that they were probably the Daily Prophet's journalists and photographer who came to document the events of the ceremony and take the first official photo of the champions. But deciding to ignore them, I turned back to look at the other people in the room, seeing that Karkaroff and Madame Maxime were standing behind their students, and that the always cheerful Bagman was sitting next to a familiar old man. This old and somewhat peculiar man was sitting on a stool with a calm look, but I could feel the expectation coming from him, making me smile in amusement. And approaching this man, ignoring Fleur's look or Bagman's cheerful wave, I greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," I said, nodding slightly. "Oh, hello, Mr. Knight," he said after looking at me, showing off his incredible memory. "I hope your wand is serving you well," he smiled. "It is," I replied, placing my hand on my wrist where the holster with my wand was. "It can be a little sentimental sometimes, but it is a great companion." And listening to me, Ollivander's smile grew, nodding satisfied. And in our short interaction, the other people arrived in the room, and they were Mr. Crouch, Nick and Penny, the headmaster, and Harry, who followed them all with a confused look, looking around as soon as he entered the room. And waving again to Mr. Ollivander, I walked away, looking for a place to sit, and it didn't take me long to find a chair in one of the corners of the room, somewhat away from the others. And the next moment another person sat next to me, very close to me, and turning to her I smiled. "Hi, Penny," I said, smiling at my grandmother. "Hi, darling," she said in a cheerful tone, before looking at me with narrowed eyes, "and you know you can call me Grandma, right?" "I know, but I think I'm just used to calling you Penny," I replied, before looking at her, noticing that she nodded in understanding but still had some feelings of disappointment. "But well," I started to say, "I also think there's no reason not to change the way I call you." "Right, Grandma." I smiled at her. And hearing me call her Grandma, Penny blinked, before letting a big happy smile appear on her face. And we weren't able to continue our conversation, because as soon as he saw that everyone had arrived, Bagman stood up and started talking, drawing attention to him. "Well, it looks like everyone is here, so let's start the wand-weighing ceremony," he said with his annoying smile. "Wand-weighing?" Harry questioned in confusion, and his confusion increased even more when he finally noticed that Mr. Ollivander was in the room. "What is he doing here?" he wondered, blinking as he looked at the old man, who caught his gaze and nodded at him. "Oh, the wand weighing is a ceremony where your wand will be checked to see if it is in good working order, without any defects, as it will be the most important instrument for you when you compete in tasks," Bagman explained, before pointing to Mr. Ollivander at his side. And that's why we call the best wand maker in the United Kingdom, who is also one of the best in the entire wizarding world. Mr. Garrick Ollivander, he said, with the wizard at his side receiving everyone's attention in the room, waving gently at us. And for a better explanation of what will happen at the wand weighing, I will let it to Mr. Ollivander to speak, he finished, taking a step back. And as Mr. Ollivander explained what would happen at the wand weighing ceremony, I noticed that the other champions began to look at their own wands to see if they were in perfect condition. And I snorted when I saw a somewhat nervous Harry start to wipe his famous and iconic wand, which was the brother of Voldemort's wand, on his pants. If he only knew how important this wand will be in his future confrontations with the Noseless Lord. I thought, shaking my head at this scene but not being able to hide my amusement. End. Chapter 363, Chapter. After explaining what the wand weighing was, Mr. Ollivander began calling out the names of the champions to check our wands, with Crumb being the first to be called and Fleur being the second. Everything happened normally, with me staring tediously at what was happening in front of me. The only time I paid attention to the wand weighing was when Mr. Ollivander talked about the core of Fleur's wand, which was a Vila hair. But that wasn't what caught my attention, because I already knew that information and actually didn't care about it. In fact, what caught my attention, and even the attention of others in the room, was the exaggerated reaction of the journalist and photographer from the Daily Prophet. The two, as soon as they heard that Fleur's grandmother was a Vila, gasped in shock, before looking at her with wide eyes. And Fleur, who felt their gazes, tried to ignore them, but I could feel that she was uncomfortable. Ahem, I cleared my throat, catching the attention of the two Daily Prophet employees, and as soon as they saw my cold, narrow gaze they fell silent. And with a snort of contempt I looked back at Mr. Ollivander, nodding to say he could continue with the wand weighing. And Fleur, who was looking at me, nodded with a faint grateful smile. Well, Miss Delacour, your wand is in perfect condition, and whoever made it did a great job, Mr. Ollivander said, waving the wand and making some beautiful rose petals come out of the tip of it. And with a satisfied look he handed the wand back to the pretty blonde girl, who took it before nodding respectfully to the wand maker in front of her. Mr. Knight, it's your turn, he said after Fleur returned to her seat, and I stood up before going over to him, sitting on the stool in front of him as I took my wand out of its holster. And I carefully passed my wand to him, and I couldn't deny that handing my wand to someone after spending so much time with it next to me left me with an uncomfortable feeling. I guess I'm more possessive of my wand than I expected, I thought, and thanks to my connection to magic and my wand I could tell that it wasn't happy about being held by someone else either. 11 inches, flexible. Ebony and blackthorn wood, with the core of a thunderbird's tail feather, Mr. Ollivander murmured, turning and inspecting the wand, checking every part of it. And I ignored the feelings of surprise that came from behind me when he revealed that the core of my wand was the tail feather of a thunderbird, something somewhat surprising, both for its rarity and the rumors that wands made from them were difficult to control. Perfectly cared for, and still as stunning as the day I sold it to you, he said, nodding his head with a sense of pride. And finishing inspecting my wand he waved it lightly, but nothing happened. Frowning slightly he waved the wand again, only to receive the same result. But he didn't give up, and waving the wand again, on a third try, something finally happened. From the tip of my wand some sparks of electricity came out, moving in the air in an uncontrolled way, and showing that the lightning could not be controlled. Some of these sparks hit Ollivander's hand. Ouch. Apparently it continues to have a strong and rebellious temperament, he said, shaking off his sore hand and handing me back my wand, with me wrinkling my nose slightly at the smell of ozone and burning hair that wafted into the air. I think it's all about understanding it, I said, shaking my wand and making a beautiful arc of electricity come out of the tip of it, spinning and dancing in a mesmerizing way. I see, Ollivander murmured, looking at the arc of electricity thoughtfully. He then seemed to realize he was getting lost in his thoughts and shook his head, before clearing his throat and turning to the last champion who needed to have his wand checked by him. Mr. Potter, he said, with me returning to my seat and passing Harry, who stood up, patting him on the shoulder. Then Harry sat down and handed his wand to Mr. Ollivander, but I wasn't paying attention to it, going back to ignoring the weighing ceremony, looking at my wand and running my finger over it, feeling its familiar shape and feeling vibrating happily in my hand. A thunderbird feather. Grandma Penny murmured, looking at me, and I could feel a slight surprise coming from her. Blinking at her in confusion I looked back at my wand, until the realization hit me. Oh, I never told you two what my wand is made of, did I? I said. Well, I guess we never thought to ask you either, Nick said with a slight amused smile, before speaking quietly so that only the three of us could hear. I think we were so used to seeing you doing wandless magic that we didn't even remember you had a wand, he joked. And hearing this I snorted. But I then realized something and looked at them with a curious look. You know, I never asked you what your wands are made of either, I commented. True, Penny muttered, actually, I think the last time anyone asked about our wands was 400 years ago. Oh, you're talking about that wand maker from Indonesia, aren't you? Nick asked her, who nodded. I remember him. A little too weird and mysterious, but he was kind of cool. Did you just call someone weird? You, who is friends with someone like the headmaster. I looked at him with a raised eyebrow, and Nick just shrugged. And the headmaster who was behind Mr. Ollivander and away from us frowned, feeling a sudden urge to take away some points from Ravenclaw. But back to the topic. Penny said, drawing our attention to her, "We can tell you about our wands," she said, before looking around, "but I'd rather not talk about them with so many people around." "I understand," I nodded, "so how about I stop by your room tonight after dinner?" And hearing my suggestion, Penny smiled, nodding her head and quickly agreeing. "That would be great," she said, "and we could also tell you about this trip we took to Indonesia. We saw so many incredible things there." And seeing her excitement, I couldn't help but smile affectionately, with a slight exasperated look. And Nick too can only shake his head in amusement. And while we were talking, Mr. Ollivander finally finished checking Harry's wand, who had gotten up and was returning to his seat. But before he could sit down, Bagman took a step forward, drawing everyone's attention again. "Well, now that the wand weighing is over, let's get to the photos," he exclaimed, and with that the Daily Prophet photographer stood up. And with a tired sigh I got up, getting ready to take the photo with the other champions, who like me, weren't excited at all. And after a quick reorganization of the room, with the chairs being placed close to the wall, the four of us went to the center of the room. A stool was placed between us, and Fleur sat on it. I stood on her left side, with Harry on her right side and Crumb behind Harry and Fleur. We then looked at the photographer, who set up the camera and was getting ready to take the photo. I stood there, looking at the camera with a calm look and a proud smile, and even though I didn't mind photos, I still knew I had to look good in this particular one, as everyone in the United Kingdom would probably see my face in the newspapers. And of course, not to mention the rest of the people in the world who must also be interested in the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Fleur was also smiling softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and crossing her legs, placing her hands on her knee. And this pose only made her more beautiful, and for a moment I could feel the irritation coming from her, being directed at the stunned gaze of the photographer, who stared at her mesmerized for a few seconds. As for the other two champions, Crumb still had the same sullen look on his face, not showing much emotion, but at least he tried to look presentable, puffing out his chest and looking at the camera, or the photographer, defiantly. And Harry, the poor boy, was just standing there awkwardly, and it didn't take a legilimens to know that he wanted to be anywhere else instead of here. And with this strange group of people, the photo was taken with a strong flash. Perfect. This was an incredible and impactful photo. Bagman said, "Now I think Mr. Nicholson would like a little interview with you." And I blinked in confusion, wondering who the hell this Nicholson was, until I realized he was probably talking about the journalist from the Daily Prophet. And I could accept taking the photo and having my face printed in the Daily Prophet newspapers, but I refused to give an interview to this biased and fraudulent newspaper. And with that thought I ignored Bagman and started heading for the door. "Where are you going, Mr. Knight?" Bagman asked me. "Oh. Well. I think I forgot my cake in the oven in gastronomy class," I said, and before he could ask any more I opened the door and left, leaving the other three champions to deal with the journalist and Bagman. And those who remained in the room looked at the open door with blank or confused looks, with the headmaster shaking his head helplessly. And seeing their looks, Penny began to laugh softly, with Nick beside her snorting in amusement. "Ah. I didn't know Hogwarts had gastronomy classes," Bagman said, completely surprised and somewhat amazed. And that was enough to make Nick start laughing too. End. Chapter 364, Chapter. Professor McGonagall's office. In our favorite feline teacher's office there were two people sitting talking, with one of them obviously being the stern head of Gryffindor. The other occupant in the room was sitting in a chair in front of Professor McGonagall's desk, with some books beneath him on his seat, helping him reach the height of the desk so he could drink his tea. That other person was Professor Flitwick, who was on one of his many regular visits to his work friend's office, where they usually talked about a variety of things, from school, students, and teaching, to research, personal life outside of school, and some gossip. "So Minerva, how are preparations for the Yule Ball going?" Professor Flitwick asked, taking a sip of his tea. "They are doing well. I've already managed to hire a band, and the list of dishes that will be served at the banquet is ready," she replied. Professor McGonagall then sighed, setting down her cup. "The only problem I'm having right now, or at least the biggest problem, is the main seating order." I can see how that's a problem," Professor Flitwick said, rubbing his chin lightly. "The champions were supposed to be the main attraction at the ball, but I doubt that would be possible because of the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Flammel." "Exactly my thoughts," Professor McGonagall said, pursing her lips a little when Penny was mentioned. She then started to open her mouth to say something, but a knock on the door cut her off, catching both of their attention. Professor McGonagall, the person who interrupted their conversation, said, and from the voice they realized that whoever was on the other side of the door was the Lion's brilliant student, Hermione Granger. "Come in, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said, and then the door opened, with the girl entering the office and blinking in surprise to find the half-goblin professor. Am I interrupting you?" she asked, but Professor McGonagall shook her head slightly. "No, Miss Granger, we were just talking," she said, before looking at the girl curiously. "So, what brings you to my office?" "Oh, well. I came to return the time turner," Hermione said, taking the magical item in the form of a golden necklace with an hourglass from her coat pocket and placing it on the table, in front of the two teachers. And seeing this, Professor McGonagall looked at her with an eyebrow raised in confusion, with Professor Flitwick also looking at Hermione unsurprised by the fact that she had a time turner with her, as Professor McGonagall had already discussed this with he. "And why are you returning it? Do you no longer intend to use it to participate in your elective classes?" Professor McGonagall asked. "I'm still going to participate in my elective classes, but I'm dropping some so I can have more time," she replied, a little crestfallen about dropping some classes but with a determined gleam in her eyes. "But if you need more time, then wouldn't it be better to keep the time turner, Miss Granger?" Professor Flitwick asked, chiming in as he looked at the Gryffindor girl curiously. "Yes, but I don't think you'd be happy to know that I'm using it for anything other than classes," Hermione replied, looking away. "So it's not about classes?" Professor McGonagall asked, looking with a raised eyebrow at Hermione. "In that case, then why do you want more time?" "Well, I want to help Harry survive the tournament, and I can't waste my time with classes. I have to do research, help him train, and I won't be able to do that if I have to participate in all my elective classes," she said, with a conviction so strong that it surprised the teachers in front of her. "Wait, you dropped some classes, so you could help Mr. Potter?" Professor McGonagall asked, pleasantly surprised, with Hermione nodding her head. "Hermione, love studying. Did Granger just say that classes are a waste of your time?" Professor Flitwick thought, shocked and a little offended, and all this just because she wants to help Mr. Potter. How the hell hasn't she realized she's in love with him yet? And it wasn't just Professor Flitwick who was thinking this. Professor McGonagall was equally shocked, looking at her student with her mouth slightly open. But she knew Hermione very well, and she knew that if she was determined to do something, then she would go ahead and do it. And knowing that all of this was to help her friend/passion made a feeling of pride arise in the feline teacher's heart. She then looked at the girl in front of her, before looking at the time turner with a thoughtful look. And after a few seconds, with Hermione looking nervously at Professor McGonagall wondering if she was disappointed in her, the Transfiguration professor spoke. "I understand your feelings and respect your choice, Miss Granger," she started to say, picking up the time turner. Professor McGonagall then surprised Hermione by taking the girl's hand and placing the magical time travel item in it, closing her hand over the item. "But I think you'd have a better chance of helping Mr. Potter if you kept it with you," she finished, smiling slightly at her student. "Professor. That. Hermione began to say, not knowing how to react or speak, looking confused and surprised at Professor McGonagall and the time turner. "You don't need to tell me anything, Miss Granger, just remember to use it well so you can help Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, picking up her cup and drinking some of her tea. Hermione then looked at her, realizing that the head of Gryffindor was also worried about her friend, and that she did this to help him indirectly, and with a grateful look Hermione brought the hand that was holding the time turner to her chest. "You can leave it to me, Professor, I won't disappoint you," she said resolutely, and Professor McGonagall shook her head in exasperation, but happily. And Professor Flitwick, who was watching the whole scene, nodded his head, and even though Hermione wasn't from his house, he couldn't help but feel proud of this student of his who could very well be the reincarnation of Rowena Ravenclaw. Realizing that she had nothing left to talk to the teachers and already being excited to use the time turner and help her friend, Hermione began to turn to leave. However, as soon as she turned around, she caught a glimpse of a book on Professor McGonagall's desk with a violet cover with black details, which had a large dark raven holding a silver dagger in its claws, moving while flapping its wings and cawing. And when she saw this book she blinked, noticing that she had already seen the cover of this book before in one of the many advertisements for future releases in her favorite bookstore in the Muggle world, but without the magical part that gave movement to the drawings on the cover. "Wait a minute. Isn't that Knight's new book?" Hermione asked with narrowed eyes, turning back to the teachers. "I thought it wouldn't be released until May next year." And listening to the girl in front of her, Professor McGonagall looked at the book on her desk, remembering that this was the book I gave her as an apology for stressing her out with the whole putting my name in the goblet of fire thing. And Professor Flitwick, after listening to Hermione, also looked at the book, noticing it only now, before turning to Professor McGonagall with envy. He gave this book to her but he didn't give it to his head of house, he thought indignantly. "Oh, well." Professor McGonagall started to say, but Hermione cut her off. "And you still say you don't know Knight," she accused. "If you didn't know him then how would you already have this book? And I bet it's signed by him too." And seeing her student look at her accusingly, Professor McGonagall just blinked. "Huh?" And now Professor Flitwick was confused, looking between Professor McGonagall, Hermione, and the book. "Why is she talking as if she doesn't know who the author of the books is?" he asked himself, with a strange look on his face as he looked at Hermione. And seeing Professor McGonagall still silent, Hermione snorted, crossing her arms. "Okay, don't tell me who he is then. I'll find out for myself," she proclaimed. And the two teachers couldn't say what was more impressive. The fact that she didn't know who Knight was, the author of the books, or her personality change compared to when she was talking about the time turner. Apparently she really likes these books, Professor McGonagall thought, somewhat amused. And Hermione, who didn't know what was going on in her teachers' minds, just snorted again, looking with another kind of determination at Professor McGonagall before turning and leaving. And as soon as Hermione left, Professor Flitwick turned to Professor McGonagall with a confused but amused look. For someone considered one of the brightest students Hogwarts has ever seen, she can sometimes be a bit. Professor Flitwick began to say, trying to think of a word that could describe Hermione or at least her situation. A little slow. Professor McGonagall completed it for him. Yeah, I guess this'll do, he nodded, huffing lightly. End. Chapter 365, Chapter. Room of Requirement, next day, Saturday. So fish gills work the same way as the lungs of other living things, I muttered, finishing reading an animal anatomy book I had. Placing the book aside on the table in front of me, I stopped to reflect on what I had learned, rubbing my chin as I thought. An organ that helps in the gas exchange between water and blood, and in a way it is the same as a lung, but the water exit is faster and smoother. Saying this, I looked at a parchment that was in my front, where I was writing down all this information. On the parchment was written down all my ideas to allow me to get through the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. One of my first ideas was to create a potion using gillyweed, where the effects would be better and milder than eating the plant, but I wasn't good enough at potions to do that. I could prepare almost every potion in existence, and I could even say that I was one of the best students in the school at potions, but that was mainly because I had classes with Nick and Penny and because I followed the instructions that were written in the book correctly. When it came to creating and inventing potions, I wasn't that good, and I've already tried a few times. And knowing how difficult it was made me have a little respect for Snape and Slughorn, and I don't even need to mention Penny and Nick. I could try to create this potion with gillyweed, but I wasn't sure I could create it in time for the task, and I couldn't keep myself busy with it. And because of that, I decided to try to create a spell, where I would use transfiguration to modify my body to have the anatomy necessary for me to survive underwater. And by now I already had an idea of how I could breathe in the water, and now I just needed to think about how to modify my body to have fins that would allow me to move quickly and smoothly and at the same time not hinder my combat ability. And speaking of combat, I also knew that it would be difficult to use spells or fight underwater because of the pressure, and that gave me another headache. The Selkies probably wouldn't be a problem, and I could even try talking to them using my beast talk if we got into a confrontation. I didn't know how to speak Mermish, but as it was a magical language of a race of creatures, I could probably learn it through my skills, just like I did with Gobbledygook, the goblin language. Kelpies would probably not be difficult to deal with either, as if tamed they would become docile creatures. Now the real problem would be the Grindylows, who were cruel and savage creatures. I had already entered the Black Lake before to swim a little and play with the giant squid, but I never went very deep and so I didn't meet any of these three creatures. However, with my magical senses I had managed to sense a large group of small, disorderly beings living at the bottom of the lake, in its deepest corner, and I didn't need to think much to realize that they were the Grindylows. From what I could feel, there were at least 50 of these creatures, and that was a very large and dangerous number, and so I knew it would be difficult to deal with them if I encountered them and they attacked me. And that was why, in addition to creating a spell to become a type of fishman, I was also training using the Room of Requirement, which helped me by creating artificial lakes inside the room, where I would train duels in the water. Well, I think that's enough for today, I sighed, looking at my atlas in clock mode and seeing that it was almost lunchtime. And feeling my stomach growling, I decided to leave my research and training for later, getting up and putting my things away. After everything was organized, I started to leave the Room of Requirement, and once outside the room I stretched, feeling my muscles relax. Phew. Sometimes sitting around studying is more tiring than physical training, I said to myself, starting to head towards the Great Hall. And arriving in the Great Hall, I saw that there were already many people sitting and eating, and without wasting time I started to walk to the Ravenclaw table. But as soon as I took a step I heard someone call my name, and looking back I saw Hermione coming towards me, having gotten up from the Gryffindor table. "Hi Hermione," I said with a small smile, seeing the girl stop in front of me. "Hi," she greeted me back, before looking around to see if anyone was listening to us. And not seeing anyone, she continued, "I called you because I wanted to know if we are still going to have our Clemency class tomorrow after breakfast." Of course, I nodded. Now that Harry is participating in the Triwizard Tournament, a clemency will be even more necessary for him. And hearing me, Hermione nodded, knowing it was true. "Good," she said, happy and relieved. She then looked at me for a few seconds, seeming to be thinking about something, and I could feel doubt coming from her, which left me confused. But after a while she seemed to have made up her mind about something. "Actually, I also wanted to talk to you because I wanted to ask you for help with something," she said, and I tilted my head to the side. "Help for what?" I asked, but she shook her head. "I'll tell you about this tomorrow after our Clemency class. Now you're probably hungry and lunchtime is almost over," she said, and I looked at her curiously for a few seconds before nodding. "Okay," I said, and she smiled. "Well, in that case, see you tomorrow, Professor Ethan," she said with a playful look, before turning around, heading back to the Lion's table. And looking at her leaving I blinked, wondering what she needed my help for. Normally she is too proud to ask someone for help, so if she came to me to ask for help it is because the matter must be urgent and serious, I reflected. Well, I won't know what it is until after our class, I shrugged, before turning around and heading towards the Ravenclaw table, seeing my friends who were already eating waving at me. Knight's house, at the same time. In the Knight's house 4 adults were sitting in the living room, and they were my mom, my dad, Sirius and Andromeda, who were talking about the Triwizard Tournament. My parents obviously heard about the tournament, and reading the newspapers they discovered that Harry and I would be taking part in it. They also found out that Sirius and Andromeda went to Hogwarts to try to find out what was going on, and after reading about the tournament and finding out how dangerous it was, my parents quickly invited them to our house, wanting to know about me and if I was fine. And in this conversation, Sirius said that Harry was being forced to participate in the tournament and that someone put his name in the goblet, probably so that he would get hurt during the tasks. My parents hearing this were obviously worried, as they knew Harry was a good boy. And when Sirius said that I had put my name in the goblet on purpose, my parents weren't surprised, just a little angry and worried. However, I had already sent a letter to them after my conversation with Professor McGonagall telling them a little about the situation and that I would explain it better to them when I visited them using the vanishing cabinet. And now at this moment they were listening to Sirius and Andromeda talk about the friendly conversation that Andromeda had with the organizers of the Triwizard Tournament. So you said this Karkaroff was a cowardly, despicable bitch who was born from a drunken affair between a troll and a hyena, my dad began to ask, looking strangely at Andromeda. Yes, she said. And then you said you were going to take the goblet of fire and shove it deep up his. Andromeda nodded, proud of himself. And hearing her confirm this, my dad could only look at the witch lawyer in front of him in a mixture of fear and admiration. Well, I still think you went easy on them, my mom snorted, crossing her arms with an angry expression. You should have jinxed those ignorant idiots, stupid asses. I agree, Andromeda sighed sadly, but Sirius stopped me from doing that, even though I really wanted to. And it says a lot about the situation if I just had to stop you from jinxing some politics-loving idiots, Sirius said, before grinning mischievously, but I think being jinxed by you would have been a lot lighter compared to what we're going to do it with them. And that piqued my vengeful mom's interest. Oh, tell me about it, she said, leaning towards them. And my dad also looked at them curiously, wanting to know what they would do with the irresponsible wizards and witches who let 2 minors participate in a tournament for adults that was very dangerous. And seeing the curious look of the 2 knights in front of them, Sirius and Andromeda looked at each other with equally cruel and vengeful smiles, realizing that they probably had 2 more people to help them with their plan. End. Chapter 366, Chapter. Breakfast, Sunday. It was morning, and I was in the kitchens eating my breakfast while the castle's dozens of elves ran around the place preparing food for the other students and serving me. I was sitting while drinking some orange juice, reading the Daily Prophet that was delivered just now. And I was reading the Daily Prophet with interest because there was an article talking about the champions of the Triwizard Tournament and the weighing of the wands ceremony that took place on Friday. This article is less biased than what Skeeter wrote in canon, I thought, glad to have gotten rid of her before she could use her poison pen to defame me or my friends. But I guess things haven't changed much, as at least half the article is about Harry, which isn't that surprising, with him being the boy who lived in the 4th champion. Krum also has some focus in the article, but he's a Quidditch star who played in the Quidditch World Cup final, so that's normal. There are also some parts talking about me and how unexpected it is that a minor is participating in the tournament as Hogwarts champion, and reading an excerpt that said that the confidence in Hogwarts winning would decrease because I was the champion made me frown. I didn't care what others thought of me, but being underestimated like that didn't sit well with me. Of course, I understood why they thought my chances of winning were low, but I still couldn't help but feel upset. But shaking my head I continued reading the newspaper, realizing that Fleur had few quotes about her, and the parts that talked about her only mentioned her appearance and Vila descent. That sucks. I muttered, feeling bad for the poor girl, who was basically forgotten. Even I had some relevance in the tournament for being the official Hogwarts champion, in addition to being a minor, but she was someone who was being underestimated and forgotten. Bunch of prejudiced idiots, I snorted in contempt, knowing that Fleur was a great witch, even better than Krum, and that she was still being treated like a weak champion. Well, I guess I'm not the only one who has something to show and prove to them, I thought, placing the newspaper on the table and looking up, lost in thought. The day of the first task is very close, and I feel confident enough to face a mother dragon, I reflected. Harry has yet to find out about the challenge of the first task, and I have no doubt that Hagrid will also invite me to follow him into the Forbidden Forest to see the camp where the dragons are. And I thought about it for a few seconds, until I blinked as the realization hit me. Wait, for amazing adult dragons will be in the Forbidden Forest at some point and I didn't even think about going there to see them. I asked myself, internally cursing myself. This will be a unique opportunity to test my beast talk on powerful XXXXX class creatures, and if everything goes well this could still help me when I face one of them in the first task. I've seen a baby dragon before, which was Azula, also known as Norberta in canon, but she was very young and my abilities weren't as powerful as they are now, so the connection I would have with an adult dragon might be different. Well then, it's decided. As soon as the dragons arrive in the Forbidden Forest, I will go there to see them immediately to try to create a connection with them using my skills, I promised mentally, nodding to myself. Disregarding Azula, who was a baby, these dragons will be the third XXXXX class creatures that I will see in person. Having the chance to interact with them, I thought, frowning as I remembered the other two XXXXX class creatures races that I met. One of these creatures were the acromantulas that live in the Forbidden Forest, and I encountered and even killed some of them when exploring the place, and I could have sympathy for many creatures, but these giant spiders only had aggressive thoughts, so I didn't feel bad about killing them. In fact, one of my plans was to go to their nest and set the whole place on fire. Hagrid might feel sad about this, but these were evil creatures, so I considered it necessary to exterminate them, especially when I remember that they fought alongside Voldemort in the Second Blood War. And about the other creature, well, our meeting wasn't very friendly either, but I guess that's to be expected when entering the home of a mad, angry ancient snake with a lust for blood. But shaking my head, I thought about dragons again, wondering if they would be as violent as the basilisk and acromantulas. And thinking about the great creatures, I couldn't help but get excited. POV, Luna. In one of the many corridors of this large castle was a small, cheerful girl walking with a few bounces in her steps, humming a short song as she looked around at everything with curious, dreamy eyes. Oh, that shadow looks like a four-headed Zifstrut chameleon. Or is it five now? I wondered, tilting my head as I looked doubtfully at the shadow of one of the suits of armor that stood in the corridor. But unable to find the answer to my question since I didn't know if Zifstrut chameleons had evolved to have more heads, I shrugged, continuing my walk towards the Great Hall. What am I going to eat today? I asked myself, with a finger on my chin. I think I'll eat chestnut pudding. I nodded satisfied. And already imagining that strangely cute and funny candy, I couldn't help but smile, humming even more happily as I hurried to meet my friends. Hee hee. Friends. I thought, happy just thinking about this word. Excuse me. I heard someone say, taking me out of my thoughts, which shouldn't be possible since no one can enter their own thoughts. Of course, unless they invented a spell for that. Ethan could come up with that spell, I thought, looking straight ahead with a slightly affectionate look, feeling my heart beat faster. However, I couldn't think much about it, as the person who had called me spoke to me again. You are friends with Ethan Knight, right? The person with a feminine voice asked. And turning around, I saw that walking towards me was the blonde girl, the French school champion who spent the whole time staring at Ethan. And pursing my lips, I felt a feeling of irritation rising in me, and it wasn't the first time I felt like this seeing her, but I didn't know the reason for this feeling. Strange, I'm wearing my protection amulet against the Raxbird, I frowned, looking down and seeing that I was wearing my prune leaf necklace. But shaking my head, I looked back at the girl in front of me. Yes. I'm a friend of Ethan Knight's, I replied. And I could see the girl relax in front of me, smiling slightly at me. Great, she said, before extending her hand to me. I'm Fleur Delacour, from Beau's Batons. I'm Luna Lovegood, from Hogwarts. I held her hand, also introducing myself. Well, since you're friends with Ethan, then do you know where he might be? I looked for him in the Great Hall and throughout the castle, but it's very big here, so it's been difficult to find him, she asked as we finished shaking hands. And knowing that she was looking for Ethan made me frown, but shaking my head I answered her, no, I don't know where he is. But Ethan is probably in some abandoned room testing his spells. He could also be in the library, the Forbidden Forest, or the kitchens, since it was breakfast time, but for some reason I didn't want to tell her that. Oh, she blurted out, a little disappointed. In that case then I guess I'll have to continue my search for him. Thank you for helping me, and it was a pleasure to meet you, Miss Lovegood, she said, giving me a slightly crestfallen smile. And after saying that, she turned around, deciding to continue her search for Ethan. And seeing Fleur Delacour turning to leave, I felt a sense of apprehension, and before I could think my mouth moved on its own. What do you want with him? I asked hastily, not realizing that I sounded a little ruder than I intended. Huh? And hearing my question, she looked at me confused, blinking slightly. Oh. Well. She started to say, looking down while biting her lip. And seeing this I became even more suspicious, as it was obvious that she didn't want to tell me why she was looking for my black-haired friend with mesmerizing, beautiful and attractive amber eyes. Beautiful and attractive? I asked myself, blushing slightly at the thought. I just want to talk to him, Miss Delacour responded after a while. But for some reason I couldn't trust her. And under my suspicious gaze she began to shift uncomfortably. Well, thanks again for your help, but I need to go, she said, waving at me slowly as she turned back around. And this time I didn't stop her, and watching the French student leave I kept looking at her back, feeling a nervousness growing in me, and my Lovegood instincts were warning me that I should be careful with her. I'm going to find out what she wants with my Ethan, I murmured, narrowing my eyes, unaware of the words that came out of my mouth. End. Chapter 367, Chapter. A Clemency Class. In an abandoned classroom, Hermione, Harry and I were sitting on a large sofa that I had transfigured using some old chairs, and we were here for another of my occlumency lessons for them. I had already taught them basically all the theoretical part necessary for them to understand what occlumency was, and in our most recent classes we went to the practical part. The practical part involved meditating, testing the strength of their minds, and making them sensitive to mental attacks, and for that I needed to use legilimency on them. Well, it looks like your training with Hermione is paying off. Your mental strength is better and stronger than before, and I'm sure that in a short time your mental barriers will start to form. I said, after casting a quick and light legilimency on Harry, nothing too intrusive. Really? He asked me, frowning at the discomfort of having someone in his head. Yes, I nodded. As I said before, you are sensitive to mental magic, so it can be said that you have some talent in it, and because of that your barriers will form naturally. Oh, that's good. I guess, he commented, a little confused about it but still happy to have talent in something. That's really good, Harry. Actually, this is amazing. Hermione said excitedly, turning to her friend, I read in a book that mental barriers forming naturally is a very rare thing to happen. She's right, I said when I saw Harry's confused look, probably less than 5% of wizards and witches have their mental barriers forming naturally, without the need to create them, and among these 5% the vast majority do not even train or study mental magic to actually fully develop their barriers. I had no idea about that, Harry said in surprise. Well, that's to be expected from someone who reads a book every 3 months, I said, and Harry looked at me indignantly. Hey, that's not true, he said, I read like 2 books a month. And those books wouldn't have anything to do with Quidditch, right? Hermione asked, huffing as she glanced slightly at Harry, who looked away. Well, they're still books, he muttered, before shaking his head, but back to the subject. Ethan, did your mental barriers also form naturally? And hearing this question, Hermione also looked at me, curious about my answer. Well, my case was a little different, but yes, you can say that they formed naturally, I replied. And in a way I didn't lie, as my barriers developed mainly because of my beast power abilities, which along with my training and increase in magical power helped me advance in the defensive part of the mental magic. I see, Hermione murmured thoughtfully, with Harry nodding, obviously not understanding anything. But well, I think it's time to end our class for today, I said, getting up from my seat. Finally, Harry said with a relieved sigh, causing me to look at him with a raised eyebrow. What? He asked. Nothing, I'm just wondering if I should give you some homework, I said, putting a finger on my chin, and I smiled with satisfaction when I saw his panicked look. Relax, he's just joking, Hermione said, patting Harry on the shoulder, exasperated by her friend's exaggerated reaction, and besides, this isn't even a real class, he can't make us do homework. Are you sure of this, Miss Granger? I asked, smiling slightly at her, which made her wary. Yes. She replied, not really sure about her answer. I muttered, looking at them while saying nothing, which made them uncomfortable. Well, Harry started to say, trying to change the subject, I think we're going now, Ron must be waiting for us. And with that said he began to pack up his materials, standing up and turning to Hermione, only to see that she was still sitting. Mione, he called. You can go without me, Harry, I still have something to talk to Ethan about, she said, smiling at him. And what do you want to talk to him about? Harry asked, with a curious look. Well, she started to say, noticing Harry's suspicious look, I want to talk to him about our potions homework, she replied. Oh, and just as Hermione expected, upon hearing that it was about homework, and more specifically, potions, Harry grimaced, losing interest in the subject. Well then I'll be waiting for you in the common room, he said, and with one last wave to me he left the room. And now that it was just me and Hermione inside the abandoned classroom, I looked at her, wondering what she wanted my help with. So I started to say, what do you want my help for? Well, I wanted your help in finding out a secret that Professor McGonagall is hiding, she replied, and I stopped, blinking in surprise. I wasn't expecting that, I thought, looking at her strangely. Do you want my help in finding out Professor McGonagall's secret? I repeated, and she nodded, okay, ignoring how weird that is, why me? Well, everyone knows that you're her favorite student, and she's more likely to reveal her secret to you if you're the one who asks, Hermione replied, a little jealous. 2 years ago she would have denied it, but nowadays she knew it was pointless to lie to herself about who had Professor McGonagall's affections. I hummed, knowing this was true. But I was still curious about something. Let's say I agree to help you, why are you so determined to find out this secret of hers? Well, this secret is about the identity of someone I'm a big fan of, she replied. Someone you're a big fan of? I asked confused. Yes, he is the writer of my favorite books, who I recently discovered is also a wizard. Or he is at least part of the wizarding world, she said, and that sparked my curiosity. Oh, and who is this writer? I asked. I know you like reading, so you've probably heard of him or his works, she started to say. The writer I'm talking about is Knight, who wrote Inheritance Cycle and other books that are just as incredible. And hearing her I froze, looking at her with a strange expression on my face. What? I asked. Huh, she tilted her head in confusion. This has to be a joke, I thought, but I could tell that she wasn't lying about wanting my help, and that made me realize that she really had no idea that I was the Knight she was talking about. Dude, ignoring the weirdness of it all, did she just admit to me that I'm her favorite writer? I thought, amused and confused by the situation. But seriously, what are the chances of her asking me for help in trying to discover my own identity as a writer? I questioned myself, before looking at her and seeing her looking at me, probably waiting for my answer. The situation may be awkward, however I think I can have some fun with it, and smiling I turned to her. Well Hermione, I'll help you, I said, and that cheered her up. Really? Thanks, she said, with a big smile on her face. But you will owe me one, I continued, raising a finger. And she didn't think much before shrugging. Okay, she said, still smiling, and I raised an eyebrow. Serious? You don't even know what I'm going to ask of you and you're already accepting the deal? I asked. Well, I trust you, and I know that you won't ask for anything too strange or extreme, or anything that would harm me, she replied, and her trust in me made a small smile appear on my face. Well, thanks, I said, and she nodded. Okay, since we have an agreement, how long do you think it will take for you to get Professor McGonagall to reveal Knight's identity to you? She asked me, and I pretended to be thinking. I don't know. It might take a few weeks or even months, as she might get suspicious if I started questioning her too soon. True, Hermione said, not at all discouraged. She's already spent years without knowing the identity of her favorite writer, waiting a few more months wouldn't be a big deal for her. But well, don't worry too much about it. I'm sure I can get Professor McGonagall to tell me the secret, I said, reassuring her. A secret that isn't such a secret, I thought, before reflecting. Actually, there is no reason for Professor McGonagall not to tell Hermione the truth. But well, maybe like me she's finding this whole situation amusing, I snorted, looking at the girl in front of me. But shaking my head and putting these thoughts aside I picked up my bag with my materials. Since everything is already resolved, I think it's better for us to go. Harry and Ron must be thinking you got lost on your way and ended up in the library, I joked. That only happened twice, Hermione muttered embarrassedly, and I stopped. Wait. Did that really happen already? And twice? I started looking at her strangely. You know, I used to think that Hermione was one of the only witches with common sense, but it looks like I was wrong, I thought, before shaking my head. I think this is one of the magics of the wizarding world, transforming anyone who enters this world into someone strange, crazy, or devoid of common sense. And unsurprisingly, most wizards and witches fit all three descriptions. End. Chapter 368, Chapter Room of Requirement. At this moment I was in the most mysterious, magical, and almost sentient room in the school, sitting on a comfortable sofa while reading some books. Looking at the small round table that was in front of me, it was possible to see more than 10 books on it, with each one having different thicknesses, with the thinnest having at least 200 pages. These books dealt with different topics, but that didn't matter to me, as they were just theoretical books that I was reading to help me with an old project of mine. This old project I'm talking about is about the neutral magic that came from the Thestrals, and that was one of my most important projects, if not the most important. And even after almost 4 years of research and studies, I still didn't have much information that could help me truly understand how the cores of the Thestrals that purified ambient magic work. And in fact, the most important information I had was acquired by myself using my beast power. Sigh. I'm really starting to think I was the first person to notice the Thestrals' abnormality, I said, leaning back on the couch with a tired and frustrated look. They don't have this ability because of their biology, and not even because of some ritual or curse, I muttered to myself, sighing once again. Well, I think the only explanation for their ability is magic. And snorting at the irony of this I sat up straight again, preparing to continue with my reading. But before I could choose a book from the pile of books in front of me I felt the twins' magical signatures approaching the entrance to the room of requirement. I then felt Fred pacing back and forth in front of the entrance, and I could feel the room vibrating, as if asking my permission to let them in. They can come in, I said to the room, which vibrated again. And if someone was watching me talk to an empty room, they'd probably think I was crazy, or crazier than usual. And here he is. Just who we were looking for, George said with a cheerful tone as he entered the room, accompanied by his twin. Hey, I greeted them, still sitting as I looked at them over my shoulder. Ethan, our great companion. George began to say. And business partner, and Fred continued for him, we are here with some important information for you. Important information? I asked curiously. Yes, and they probably have to do with the tournament that you, my dear Hogwarts champion, are participating in, George replied, sitting next to me, casting a slightly curious glance at the books on the table in front of him. Hearing that the information they had probably had some connection to the Triwizard Tournament, my interest was piqued. And Fred, who sat in the armchair in front of us, noticed my interest, and putting his hand in his pants pocket he took out a folded parchment, before handing it to me. Taking the parchment I unfolded it, realizing it was a letter, and reading the sender's name I realized it was from Charlie. And with a quick read I understood why the twins had come to me saying they had important information. It looks like the dragons have finally arrived in the Forbidden Forest, I thought, reading the part where Charlie said he was at Hogwarts for some work. By the look on your face, I think you already understand why we came after you, George said, with a serious look that was unusual to see on his face. And I also think you know what Charlie's presence here means, right? Fred asked me, as serious as his brother. Yes, I said, handing the letter back to him. I then rested my elbows on my legs and crossed my hands in front of my face, with a thoughtful look. And seeing me lost in thought, the twins became quiet, and I could feel that they were tense and worried. However, contrary to what they were thinking, I wasn't at all worried about the fact that dragons were part of the first task, which was something I had known for a long time. Actually, after learning that Charlie was here, probably with the large fire-breathing creatures, I couldn't help but get excited. I'll finally get to see not one, not two, but 4 adult dragons. I thought, my eyes shining as if I had just received the best Christmas present of my entire life. Ron also got a letter from Charlie, so I think he's already spoken to Harry about it, Fred said, snapping me out of my thoughts. Contrary to canon, they didn't argue and fight over the tournament, so it's not that unexpected that Harry would know about dragons before his encounter with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. I reflected. But seriously, before I thought it would be cool to participate in this tournament, but now I'm happy that I didn't even get to put my name in the cup, George commented with a nervous expression. Yes, it's a good thing we're not the champions, Fred nodded, and listening to them I looked at them dryly. Wow, you guys are great at trying to cheer someone up, I said mockingly, and they looked at me with apologetic looks. But well. George started to say, trying to change the subject, do you have any idea what you're going to do to get past the first task, he asked. I don't know. I know a lot of powerful spells and I know how to cast most of them, so maybe I'll come up with some plan where I can use those spells. I shrugged, without much concern. Dragons are very dangerous and aggressive, so I doubt the tournament organizers will make you face them, Fred said, looking at me and his brother, but his expression didn't show much certainty in his words. Yes, of course, I snorted, knowing that if it were up to organizers like Bagman and Fudge alone we would be facing none barehanded. In fact, I was always curious to know whose idea it was to use a mother dragon in the first task, I thought, rubbing my chin. But whoever that person was, if at some point in my life I meet him, I will thank him for giving me the opportunity to interact with an adult dragon, before I punch him for putting students to face a fucking adult dragon. And at the Hog's Head pub in Hogsmeade, Bagman, who was drinking a glass of fire whiskey, felt a chill run through his body. And looking around he began to wonder if the goblins were already after him to collect the almost million galleons debt he owed them. Stone Courtyard, with the Golden Trio. POV, third person. So the first task has to do with dragons. Harry said, with a frown on his face. Well, Charlie works with dragons in Romania, and now he's here to help with the tournament. Ron started to say with a nervous look, not needing to finish his sentence. This is crazy. Hermione exclaimed indignantly, finishing reading for the third time the letter that Charlie had sent to Ron. How do they think that 4 wizards who haven't even finished school are going to be able to face dragons? Wait, we don't even know if they'll actually need to face dragons, Ron said, not knowing he said the same thing as his brother Fred. Oh Ron, this is the Triwizard Tournament we're talking about. The same tournament that was cancelled a long time ago due to the number of deaths, Hermione said, frowning. Well, yes. But. Ron tried to say, but couldn't think of anything to counter Hermione's point. Ugh, and people still think I entered this tournament on purpose, Harry groaned, putting his head in his hands. And listening to him, his friends looked at him worriedly, with Ron having a slightly guilty look, since at first he was one of those people who thought that his friend had put his name in the goblet of fire. And sighing, Harry raised his head, but well, at least now I know what the challenge of the first task will be, he said, trying to see the positive side of the situation. Yes, and now I know where to start my research, Hermione said, smiling slightly at her black-haired friend trying to lighten the mood. I still have the book about dragons that Charlie gave me for my 9th birthday, Ron said, joining the conversation, also showing support for his friend. Ah. You got a book when you were 9 years old and you still haven't burned it? Harry asked, showing a fake expression of surprise, making Hermione snort. Haha, Ron laughed dryly, knowing that his friend was joking with him, know that many books about dragons are resistant to fire, and therefore it is almost impossible to burn them. And hearing this Harry and Hermione looked at him curiously. And how do you know that? Hermione asked, and instead of answering Ron looked away. Let's just say that using Bill's wand to try to light a candle wasn't a good idea back then, he muttered, a little embarrassed. And hearing his response, Hermione and Harry looked at each other, before bursting into laughter, with Ron joining them soon after. End. Chapter 369, Chapter. Later at night. It was dark, with only the stars and the moon in the night sky, and at this moment I was standing in front of the edge of the forbidden forest, looking out at what could only be described by others as a frightening and dangerous forest. Dinner time was already over, and all the students were probably in their house common rooms, but I had no intention of joining my classmates in the Ravenclaw common room, as there was something much more interesting for me to do. Let's see. I muttered to myself, touching the stone of my bracelet that glowed blue to a parchment, causing a map of the school to appear on it. Looking at the map created by Atlas, I used the search function to go deeper into the part that showed the forbidden forest, and after a while I found what I was looking for. In an isolated part of the forest that normally had no presence of creatures, I saw several names and footprints, counting at least 30, with only one of them being recognizable to me, which was Charlie's name. So those big footprints on the map must be the dragons, I thought, looking at 4 large pairs of clawed footprints, spaced far apart. Well, now I know where to go, I said to myself, putting the parchment in my pocket. I then pulled out my wand and cast a disillusionment charm on myself, before casting a few other spells to hide my tracks, such as a spell to make my steps smoother and to suppress any scent I had. The last 2 spells were mainly so that the dragons wouldn't notice me when I approached them, as they had a strong sense of smell and sensitive ears, and if they reacted to me they could end up alerting the other wizards. Giving myself one last check, I nodded, before entering the forbidden forest, heading in the direction that I now knew was the campsite. It seems quieter than normal here, I thought, not sensing the presence of any creature nearby, neither magical nor normal. Maybe the presence of the dragons scared them and that's why they are staying away from this area, I theorized. I then thought about the unicorns and thestrals I had befriended, reminding myself that they lived far from this area of the forest and were probably not bothered by the presence of the feral, scaly new residents. Shaking my head, I refocused on why I was here, and with that I continued to walk through the dark, silent forest. And the deeper I went into the forest, the more my instincts warned me that there was something dangerous ahead. And not only that, as I could sense large and powerful magical signatures nearby, as well as several weaker ones. And following these magical signatures, it didn't take long for me to arrive at the improvised camp where the dragons brought from the Romanian dragon sanctuary were. They were in a clear area of the forest where there were no trees or many leaves, probably to prevent the dragon's flames from setting the forest on fire. However, I wasn't paying much attention to the details or the wizards who walked around the place hurriedly. My focus was entirely on the 4 huge creatures that were tied to the ground by thick iron chains. They are amazing, I thought, looking in awe at the dragons. Even though I didn't have my knowledge of the canon and didn't know beforehand what their race was, I could still recognize them from the descriptions in the books about magical creatures that I had read. A Welsh green, a dragon native to the islands of Great Britain, being mainly seen in Wales, preferring to live in places with high mountains. She was green, with intense yellow eyes with shades of brown, and her scales mainly covered her chest and back, with her arms and legs being protected by her tough skin. She was a dragon known for being calm, who didn't like interacting with humans, and hunted small mammals to survive. She was roaring at the wizards around her, and it was almost a melodious tone, but I could tell that she was irritated by the little beings that were trying to control her. Besides, she was another dragon, a Swedish short snout, which had silvery blue scales and wild blue eyes. She had large claws, and her wings were thin but large, which gave her agility in flight, which was one of the reasons why everyone considered it such a dangerous breed of dragon. And what was most striking about her were her blue flames, as hot as normal flames, but much more beautiful. Like the Welsh green, this was a breed that preferred not to interact with humans, and therefore the Swedish short snout did not have as high a kill count as other breeds. Talking about these dragons and their tendencies to keep their distance from humans and isolate themselves in the wild makes it seem like they were harmless, but this only applies to these 2 dragons. And when compared to the other 2 that were in the camp and would be used in the tournament, then you could really consider them harmless. Looking at the other side of the camp, where most of the noises were coming from and where there were more wizards, were 2 large and dangerous dragons, which were roaring and breathing fire, trying to roast or crush the wizards who were trying to trap them. Chinese fireball, or lion dragon, a dragon native to southern China known for its mushroom-shaped balls of flame and its aggressive temperament. The one here at the camp was large, probably weighing over 3 tons, with smooth scarlet scales, a fringe of golden tips around her elongated snout, and a penetrating gaze that was made even more apparent by her large and protruding golden eyes. And what made her even more incredible were the balls of flame she shot from her mouth into the sky, as if to show she was angry. And finally the deadliest of all, which was giving the wizards the most trouble. The Hungarian horntail. With a lizard-like appearance, this dragon had large black scales, with large yellow eyes with shades of red, with vertical pupils like those of a feline, emitting a feeling of danger. She had a spiked tail and large wings, and the horns on her head made her even scarier. She was big, wild, and deadly, with a deafening, shrill roar, and just looking at her I could feel my heart beat faster. If these 4 are just some of the dragon breeds they have in the reserve, then I really have to visit them someday, I thought, feeling again like a child who had just entered the wizarding world. Leaving the forest, I began to walk slowly and silently towards the dragons, still under the disillusionment spell. Going to the left, I began to approach the two less ferocious dragons, seeing that the camp wizards had managed to calm them down, at least partially. The closer I got to them, the more I could feel their warm aura and powerful magic, but it didn't scare me, it just made me more excited and expectant. And without them noticing, I arrived in front of the blue and green dragons, and seeing them up close, I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Looking around, I could see that most of the wizards were trying to control the Hungarian horntail, leaving me alone with the two dragons, who were protecting some eggs in a makeshift nest. Approaching the Swedish short snout, I let my magic slowly leak out, feeling it flow through me when I used my beast talk, creating a smaller connection to try and communicate with her. And as soon as my magic was released, I could see Swedish short snout raise her head, looking straight ahead at me with narrowed eyes, as if searching for something. Carefully I raised my hand, bringing it closer to her snout. And before I even touched the dragon, I let my emotions and feelings leak out to her, showing that I meant no harm and that I was a friend. When I saw her eyes become less cautious, I smiled, sensing her feelings of confusion and curiosity. And feeling that I was in no danger, I let my hand fall onto the snout of the beautiful blue dragon in front of me, immediately creating a connection between us. End. Chapter 370, Chapter. As soon as I created a connection between myself and the beautiful dragon in front of me, I felt all of her feelings and emotions. She was confused, a little angry, and scared. And I could tell that she was a little scared when she felt a touch on her nose, without knowing where it was coming from. "Hi girl," I thought, conveying positive feelings to the Swedish short snout, seeing her eyes widen slightly. But other than the surprise on her face, she didn't make any movement, which was a good thing, since if she reacted in any way it could alert the wizards in the camp. "It's weird that I call you dragon or girl, so I think I'll give you a name," I thought, looking at her with an analytical look. Because she's blue, the name Azula would suit her perfectly, but unfortunately that name already belongs to another dragon, I smiled ironically. But looking at this blue-scaled female dragon, immediately in my mind came a dragon with exactly the same appearance. And coincidentally, this dragon is one of the main characters in one of the books that I decided to bring into this world. "You'll be called Saphira," I thought with satisfaction, remembering the main dragon and the most beloved partner of Aragon, protagonist of the Inheritance Cycle books. And happy to finally have chosen a name, I transmitted it through the connection to the Swedish short snout, also showing some images of what I imagined Saphira from the books looked like. The now named Saphira tilted her head to the side, and I could feel she was thinking, and after a few seconds she let out a satisfied, happy snort, which made me smile. "Hello Saphira," I said softly to her, and upon hearing my voice for the first time she looked to where I should be, still not seeing me because of the disillusionment charm. And realizing that it was probably strange for her to talk to someone you don't even know what it's like, I began to transmit through the connection images of myself. And for some reason, when she discovered what I looked like, Saphira narrowed her eyes, and her caution momentarily returned. She is suspicious because I am also a human like the wizards who arrested her, I reflected, having realized this through the connection. "Relax, I'm not here to hurt you," I conveyed to her, letting my emotions and thoughts show to her. I also showed her my memories interacting with other creatures and showed my feelings of sadness and anger at her situation, showing that I didn't agree with what they were doing to her and that I wanted to see her free. And perhaps sensing my honesty, Saphira let her guard down again, looking at me with calm eyes. Saphira then brought her head closer to me before starting to sniff, and I realized that she was probably trying to distinguish and memorize my scent, and to make her job easier I cancelled the spell that erased my scent. Realizing that she could now smell me, Saphira took a long sniff. After that she tilted her head, grunting slightly. She seemed to be reflecting on something, looking at me as if she was seeing through the disillusionment charm and going deeper, seeing through my soul. And seeming to find what she was looking for, she snorted, transmitting satisfaction and other positive emotions through the connection, and I could see her thoughts, and in them she saw me in a forest surrounded by various creatures. And blinking I realized that she saw me not only as a human but as a wild creature like the others that lived in the forest, and above that, she saw me as a being just like her, a dragon. Happy with that, I started rubbing her snout with my hand, showing that I was happy. Saphira then banged her head on my chest, in a show of confidence and happiness, like a dog wanting attention and affection. And seeing a big proud dragon acting like that, I couldn't help but laugh. "Strange human," a deep and somewhat feminine voice said amusedly, and hearing this voice I immediately became alert. Who said that? I wondered, looking around in confusion as I hadn't felt anyone approach me. "His magic is strange. But good. And he smells just like us," the same voice said, only this time I realized which direction it came from. And turning almost mechanically I looked at the blue dragon who was looking at me happily. "Saphira," I muttered. "Saphira. That's a beautiful name for me," the female voice said with a bit of pride, and this time I could see Saphira's mouth move slightly, as if she was grunting. But instead of a low growl or roar I heard a voice, and it made my eyes widen. "No fucking way." I thought, shocked. Did Saphira just speak? No. It would be more accurate to say that I could understand what she was saying. Still amazed by what just happened, I brought my hand closer to Saphira's face, running my hand across her silvery blue scales lightly. Doesn't that mean I understand dragon language? And with that thought in my mind I felt my heart beat faster. But of course, my beast power gives me the ability to understand magical languages, I began to reflect, and from what the history books I read tell, the magical language of dragons also exists, so just like the parselmouth, I can also understand it. I should have known that I had a chance of understanding the language of dragons, I thought. I know the legends and stories about Merlin, and in them they say that he had the ability to communicate in some way with dragons, and many theorized that this was only possible because he knew how to speak the language of these large, fire-breathing, scaly creatures. I've never actually thought about it, but if the magical language of snakes exists, then it's very likely that the magical tongue of other creatures, magical and non-magical, exist. And realizing this I started to get excited, already imagining myself talking to all kinds of existing creatures. I'd be like a magical Dr. Dolittle, I snorted, smiling in amusement. Why is this human smiling? Saphira wondered, looking at me curiously. And listening to her I stared at her, concentrating on my beast talk, before clearing my throat and starting to speak. I just thought of something funny, I said, feeling my throat hurt a little from trying to speak in dragon language, which is a mix of grunts and roars. The way of speaking this language was almost the same as the goblin language, gobbledygook, where it was necessary to force your throat to speak in a deep grunt. However, the dragon's language was softer compared to theirs, and I could feel a powerful magical power in that tongue. Huh. Saphira looked at me with her eyes wide open. Do you speak our language? She asked. I think so, I replied, rubbing my throat and feeling like I was getting used to this way of speaking. Amazing. She said, looking at me with big eyes that sparkled with emotion. I knew you were different from the others, she grunted, pleased with herself. And shaking my head with an amused smile I continued rubbing her head, realizing that this dragon could be calm, but still had pride of her race. Well, you are also different from what I expected, I said. Oh, and how did you expect me to be? She asked me. Let's see. I started to say with a finger on my chin, I expected you to be angrier and more spiteful, especially since I'm a human just like them. I pointed to the wizards in the camp, and neither do I expected you to be as communicative and talkative as that. Well, it's not every day that I can meet another being that can speak my language, she said with a snort, and about resentment and anger, well, I really don't like them, and if possible I would like to rip some of their heads off. She looked with narrowed eyes at some specific wizards. I may not know these guys, but some of them really don't seem very friendly, I thought, looking back at some frowning wizards. But you're different, she continued, looking at me with intelligent eyes. For some reason I feel close to you. It almost feels like I'm talking to a dragon of my race. No, actually you seem to be something more. I feel a feeling that is difficult to explain, but it's not bad, and listening to her I stopped, reflecting on this information. I know this is because of my beast power, but I didn't know it would cause this kind of reaction and feeling in a dragon, I thought. But knowing it didn't matter for now, I shrugged. Well, I'm glad to know you think so highly of me, I said with a small smile. Yes, you're right to feel happy that I, the great Saphira, have favorable feelings towards you, she said, raising her head proudly, releasing a short melodious roar that scared the wizards around us. But when they saw that she wasn't trying to create a fuss, they relaxed, confused but relieved, and seeing their tired expressions I laughed. It looks like you like the name I gave you, I said, and she nodded happily. It's a beautiful name, she said, and that was the first name anyone gave me. Usually they call me Dragon or it. I could feel a slight tone of sadness in her voice. And I had already noticed that Saphira was a little sentimental, and noticing her sadness I caressed her. Don't worry, now you have a beautiful and amazing name that suits you, I said, and know that you, my beautiful and powerful friend Saphira, are amazing and wonderful. I proclaimed. And listening to me, Saphira bared her fangs in what I could assume was a dragon smile, before roaring happily, again alerting the others in the camp. Smiling at her I continued running my hand over her scales, now being able to say that I had made friends with a dragon. End. Chapter 371, Chapter. I continued talking to Saphira a little longer, but I knew my time was short, and I still wanted to try talking to the other dragons, especially now that I knew I could speak their language. And knowing that I had to go back to school soon, I decided to end our conversation, promising to come back to talk to her more. But before leaving I told her about the Tri-Wizard tournament, saying that she was here to be part of the tournament as a challenge to the champions. I told her that the organizers planned to place a fake egg in her nest for the contestants to try to catch, and that she shouldn't worry about her babies as they would be safe. And I told her this because I thought it was cruel and inhumane to make a mother dragon think that one of her eggs had been taken from her, and I didn't want my new friend to suffer when she had her egg stolen from her nest. Of course, I didn't tell her to go easy on the champions, as she still had her pride to maintain, and having an egg, even a fake one, being stolen from her nest was something she wasn't going to let happen so easily. In canon, the one who faced Saphira was Cedric, but I took his place, and if things stay the same, I will be the one who faces her, I thought, rubbing my chin. What will Saphira's reaction be if I happen to be the one who tries to fight her? I thought, smiling in amusement as I imagined her acting all big and powerful, but with me knowing that she was actually a great talker full of curiosity. Apart from being able to kill hundreds of people and having scales, Saphira reminds me a little of Lily. But putting that thought aside, I shook my head, turning away from the blue dragon that returned to rest while taking care of her eggs with a happy and loving look. With every passing second I become more and more irritated at the stupidity of using nesting dragons for this task, I thought, frowning, looking at Saphira with her unborn babies. From the way the wizards around me dealt with dragons, I could assume that they were all dragonologists like Charlie. But knowing this only made me more upset. I can hear them saying that dragons are amazing and wonderful, but yet they still treat them like mere creatures. I frowned. These men and women say they love these great creatures, but it seems that's a lie, as they still agreed to let the dragons be used as a challenge in the first task. I snorted in contempt. But sighing, I decided not to think about it too much because I might end up getting angry, and when I'm angry I usually do something stupid or crazy, or both. Maybe before I leave I'll leave a little surprise for these very friendly dragonologists. And already thinking about what kind of prank I could use to bring a little more joy to this camp, I continued walking. If my interaction with Saphira was that interesting, how will it be with the other dragons? I wondered, looking around at the 3 remaining dragons. My gaze then fell on the Welsh Green, who was lying down protecting her nest with her head slightly raised, looking in my direction. She was the dragon closest to Saphira as she was one of the calmest, so I could assume she was listening to our conversation, and that's why she was looking at me. Well, not exactly to me, since I was still under the disillusionment charm, but to the direction she was smelling me and hearing my footsteps. Well, let's see if all dragons are as nice as Saphira, I thought, approaching the green dragon. As soon as I got in front of her I let my feelings leak out to her, just like I did with Saphira. "Hello beautiful lady," I said in her language. And she just tilted her head to the side, showing a slight surprise that quickly disappeared. "Hello," she said, before going quiet again. Well, at least she responded and didn't try to eat me, I thought, sweating. My conversation with the Welsh Green wasn't as lively or long as the one with Saphira, as most of the time it was just me talking and her listening. The connection I created with her revealed to me that in fact she just wasn't used to talking, and was a little shy, and I found that funny. A fierce and deadly dragon could be timid too. Just like I did with Saphira, I also named her, and I decided to call her Arya, who is another of the main characters from Inheritance Cycle, but unlike Saphira, this character was not a dragon, but an elf. And the reason I chose Arya is because she was a quiet, calm, green-eyed elf, and ironically she was the dragon rider of a green dragon. And I didn't use Arya's dragon name because he was a male named Fernan. But after my short but interesting conversation with Arya I could see the difference between her and Saphira. While Saphira was a curious and cheerful dragon, Arya was quieter and shy, happy to just listen to others talk. Their personalities were different, but something they both had in common was the feeling of loneliness and sadness, which mainly came from not being able to be free as every dragon would like to be. This made me sad for them, and so I made a promise to myself that as soon as the tournament was over, I would go to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary to free them. I knew this could cause a lot of problems, but they were dragons who liked to live isolated in mountains, so I didn't think it would be a problem to give them the freedom they so deserved. And that promise would also give me the chance to see and talk to more dragons, which in itself was very attractive to me. But back to the subject, I also talked to the Chinese fireball, and it was an interesting conversation. I decided to name this dragon of Chinese origin Mereoleona, or as I preferred to call her, Mirio. And yes, this name was based on the hot-tempered and violent character who uses fire magic, Mereoleona Vermilion, from the Black Clover anime. I thought it was a fitting name for such an aggressive and hostile dragon, who also seemed to have a great passion for burning things down. Actually, I could describe Mirio as a big pyromaniac lizard, I snorted. It wasn't as difficult to talk to her as I expected, and that surprised me since her race was known for being very hostile towards other creatures, especially humans. But when I asked her why she was talking to me, she answered almost the same thing as Saphira, which was that she felt something special in me, almost as if I were one of them. And again I thanked my beast power, as I was sure that if it weren't for it, Mirio would have tried to incinerate me the moment I spoke to her. And for such a frightening and destructive dragon, Mirio proved to be very intelligent, even though in every sentence of hers the words burn, incinerate, and ignite were present. Why do I feel like someone is talking bad about me? Mirio grumbled, looking around with narrowed eyes and snorting, making a small ball of fire come out of her nostrils. Oh, you must be imagining things, I said, looking away. Maybe. She said, not very convinced. But well, I enjoyed talking to you, Mirio, but I still have something to do, I said, running my hand over her head, so I'll be going now, but I'll be back to see you tomorrow. You'll try to talk to her too, right? Mirio asked me, and following her gaze I saw her looking at the last dragon I hadn't talked to yet, the Hungarian Horntail. Yes, I said, and Mirio looked at me for a few seconds and I could feel a slight concern coming from her. She probably won't want to talk to you, she said. I can be persistent, I shrugged. Mirio then looked me in the eyes, and seeing my determination she sighed, making some flames come out of her mouth. "Well, try not to get eaten by her then, you're too interesting to die so quickly," she said, and I smiled knowing that this was her way of showing care for me, and besides, I still have to show you how bright and strong are my flames. And saying this with a proud voice she blew, causing some flames to rise into the air. Of course I laughed, looking at her with an amused look. And after that I said goodbye to Mirio, but not before telling her the same thing I told Saphira and Arya about the tournament. And seeing the large red dragon nod her head in farewell, I walked away, starting to approach the Hungarian horntail, who was isolated in a corner with many wizards nearby watching her warily. Well, let's see if you are as fierce and dangerous as others say. End. Chapter 372, Chapter. After moving away from the other dragons I started to approach the terrible Hungarian horntail, sneaking past the tired and stressed wizards who were watching her. As soon as I got less than 10 meters from the large black dragon she raised her head, sensing my approach. Looking directly at me she began to growl, and I could see that her muscles hidden by her tough, large black scales were contracting, preparing to attack. Knowing that unlike the others she wouldn't accept my approach so well I stopped, looking at the chains that held her and seeing that they were firmly attached to the floor. Well, I guess this is as far as I'll go, I thought, stopping 5 meters from the dragon. She could still try to attack me with her claws and tail, or even try to burn me with her fire, but I had confidence in my abilities to be able to dodge any attack she could throw at me. But luckily I didn't need to prove it, as she just stared at me, even with me under the disillusionment charm, while showing a look of hostility. "Hi, I'm Ethan," I greeted her, trying to be friendly. But instead of responding, this great dragon roared at me, moving ferociously and making the chains that bound her rattle. "Well then I guess that means you don't want to talk to me," I said, and I got a hateful look in return. "You know, if you're trying to intimidate me with this I'm sorry to inform you that it won't work. I've seen much scarier and more dangerous creatures than you," I commented, thinking about the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets and the creature from my dreams. "In fact, compared to them you seem like a simple harmless and cute lizard, and it seems that hearing this really aroused the Hungarian horntail's anger. "You bastard," she roared, trying to attack me but being stopped by the chains. Well, if acting friendly didn't work, then I'll make her talk back to me by annoying her, I thought, and seeing how the black dragon reacted, I could tell that my plan worked. "How rude," I frowned, "and here I thought we could be friends." "I would never be friends with a weak creature like you," she growled, baring her large fangs at me. "Oh, so you would be my friend if I showed you that I'm not weak?" I asked with interest. And the only thing the dragon did was laugh in contempt. "And how would you, a mere pathetic human, show me that you are not weak?" she asked. "Well, I know a way," I started to say, before straightening up and looking her in the eye, staring at her without fear, "and that way is by defeating you." "You? Defeating me?" "A small, weak human," she laughed, but this time it was an angry laugh. "Yes," I said calmly, "and we will have the perfect opportunity to do so." And feeling the curiosity coming from the dragon in front of me, I began to explain. "In a few days the first task of a tournament that I am participating in will take place, and you will be part of the challenge of this task, and at that moment we will have the opportunity to face each other," I said. And as soon as I finished speaking I could feel the joy coming from the Hungarian horntail, who lowered her face to look directly at me with her menacing yellow eyes tinged with shades of red. "I'm going to love being able to tear your body apart in front of all your despicable human friends," she said with a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. And hearing her threat I just looked at her with a bored look, feeling a little upset that she was talking about my friends. "Don't worry, I promise to go easy on you," I said in a mocking tone. "I don't want to be known for bullying such a fragile and weak dragon." And I confess I said that just to annoy her, and it seemed to work, as I could feel her violent emotions surging as she roared. "Arg, you insect," she said, standing up as she tried to come at me, "I'm going to kill you. I will tear you apart." She then started to swing her wings and claws towards me, and to avoid being hit I simply took a few steps back. And even though she saw that there was no chance of reaching me, she continued trying, being completely dominated by her emotions of anger and hatred. Well, I guess our conversation is over, I thought, looking at the out-of-control dragon before looking back. Charlie and the other wizards from the camp were rushing toward us because of the commotion the Hungarian horntail was causing, and seeing this I started to move away. They then began trying to control her, but seeing that she was more aggressive than normal they had to stun her, with at least 20 wizards casting the stunning spell at the same time. After seeing the black-scaled dragon fall unconscious I sighed, not liking it but knowing it was necessary. At least they didn't hurt her, I thought, before shaking my head. Looking up at the sky I realized it was close to sunrise, and feeling tired but happy and satisfied I started to leave the camp, looking one last time at the 4 dragons, smiling softly when I saw Saphira, Arya, and Mirio lying down, looking at their eggs with care and affection. Today was a very interesting and exciting night, I said to myself. My intention was just to see the dragons and maybe try to use my beast talk to create a connection with them, but unexpectedly I ended up discovering that I could speak their language and ended up befriending 3 of them. And in the end I still ended up challenging a dragon that belongs to the race that was known for being the most dangerous, violent, and deadly of all. Well, I guess Harry won't feel bad about me stealing his dragon, I thought somewhat amused, knowing that the boy would probably thank me for it. Yes, a very exciting night. Hogsmeade weekend. It was the weekend, and almost all of the school's students were in Hogsmeade for a day of fun and relaxation. It seems busier here than in previous years, Stephen commented looking around. It's probably because now it's not just students from our school who are visiting the village, Terry said, seeing that among the Hogwarts students there were also students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Well, I'm glad there are more people here, it seems more fun, Luna said, licking a melon ice cream with honey flakes. Is this your first time here in Hogsmeade, Luna? Lisa asked the petite girl, who had an excited look on her face. No, I've come here other times with my dad, Luna replied, and Lisa looked confused. Then why are you so excited, she asked. Because this is the first time I've come with friends, and hearing Luna say that so naturally and with a small happy smile made the hearts of everyone in the group warm. Even Michael smiled slightly. Ah, and Sue, who was on Luna's other side, immediately hugged her. You're so cute. We're definitely keeping you with us. I vote for that, Lisa was quick to agree with Sue. And the rest of the group nodded, with Stephen saying that Luna was like the group's mascot. And Luna, who was receiving all the attention, just smiled, feeling immensely happy, already considering this one of her best trips to Hogsmeade. And as I watched Sue rubbing her face against Luna's, I shook my head with an amused smile. We then continued our walk through Hogsmeade, and at a certain point the girls and boys separated, with us agreeing to meet at 3 Broomsticks after 2 hours. And as the boys and I passed through the Hogsmeade shops, I saw the Golden Trio entering the 3 Broomsticks, and shortly afterwards I saw Hagrid and Moody entering the place too. Tomorrow will probably be the day that Hagrid takes Harry to the Forbidden Forest so he can see the dragons, I thought. But I think that unlike the canon, he must already be preparing to face them, since he already knows that they will be part of the first task. And thinking about the preparation Harry was doing to survive the first task, I remembered the promise I made to help him. When we go back to school I'll talk to him to see if he needs my help creating a plan or training. End. Chapter 373, Chapter. After the Hogsmeade visit ended I went back to the castle with my friends, and after lunch I started looking for Harry. Using Atlas I found him in the library with his 2 faithful friends, and then I headed in that direction. Arriving at the library I saw the trio sitting and talking, and I also noticed a small pile of books on the table they were at. Hey, I said, approaching them, interrupting their conversation which seemed to be important due to their serious and concentrated expressions. Oh, hey Ethan, Harry greeted me, and I could feel that he was tense. Hey bro, hi, Ron and Hermione also greeted me, and I looked at them, surprised to see an open book in Ron's hands. And curiously, I looked at the cover of this book, recognizing it as a special edition book about dragons. I then turned around and saw the books that were on the table, seeing that most were about spells while the rest were about magical creatures. So they were doing research to help Harry with the first task, I realized. So Ethan, what are you doing here? Hermione asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. Oh, I came to ask Harry if he needed my help, I replied. Your help? For what? Harry asked confused. To complete the first task obviously, I said, and he blinked for a moment, still showing a confused expression. Did you forget that I promised to help you survive this tournament? I asked, rolling my eyes. Oh, he said, slightly surprised. And I shook my head with a wry smile, before pulling out a chair to sit with them. Well, from what I can see you are already preparing for the first task, I said, gesturing to the books on the table. Yes, we were trying to think of a strategy to use for the task, Harry said. And Hermione, who was listening to us, turned to me. Ethan, you know what the challenge of the first task will be, right? She asked me. Do you want to know if I know that dragons are going to be part of the task? I asked with a slight smile. Well, if the letter Charlie sent the twins wasn't a good enough hint, I guess that would have made me find out. I pointed to the book in Ron's arms. I know Ron has a phobia about books, so seeing him reading one is something that draws a lot of attention, I joked, with the red-haired boy looking at me offended, even though he didn't know what a phobia was. True, Hermione laughed, but it's a relief that you already know about dragons. We were worried because we didn't know if you understood the meaning of Charlie's letter. Yes, we were even thinking about looking for you to tell you about what we knew, Harry said, and I smiled at them. Well, I appreciate your concern, I said, but well, changing the subject, do you already have a plan to survive the dragon and finish the task? Actually, we've thought of some plans, Hermione said, handing me a parchment. Taking the parchment I began to read what was written on it, seeing that it was a list of possible plans and strategies. Summon a broom with the Accio spell, create a smoke screen to hide, try to blind the dragon, cast several stunning spells on it, learn and use the disillusionment charm, use the corporeal patronus to distract the dragon. It seems that having more time to create a strategy was a good thing for them, I thought, somewhat impressed. These plans are interesting, and most of them could work, I commented, and they smiled proudly. It could be, but we still don't know which of these plans to use, Hermione said. Yes. We don't know what the task will be like, but we are sure that I will need to face the dragon, Harry began to say, with a frown. However, we are in doubt as to which of these strategies will be most effective and help me to have a better chance of surviving with all my limbs intact. And listening to him, I tilted my head to the side. I don't see how that's a problem, I commented, making them look at me. What do you mean? Ron asked. Well, if you're in doubt about which of these plans to use, then it's very simple, I started to say, and they looked at me carefully. Just use them all. What? Harry looked at me without understanding. Most of these plans are not that difficult to implement, so my suggestion is to use all of them to face the dragon, as this can increase your chances of surviving. And hearing me, the golden trio blinked, looking at each other with perplexed expressions in their faces. Why didn't we think of that, they thought. There are still a few days until the day of the first task, I continued, unaware of the inner thoughts of this trio of Gryffindors, so I'm sure that with a lot of effort Harry will be able to learn the necessary spells to use in these plans. But some of these spells are from 6th and 7th year, Harry said nervously. Said the boy who knows how to cast a corporeal Patronus, I snorted, and Harry looked away embarrassed, but somewhat happy. And Hermione at his side patted him on the shoulder, smiling at him proudly. But well, since we're all on board with the plan, how about we start Harry's training? I said. And what are we going to start with? Harry asked. I can teach you the disillusionment charm, I shrugged. Wait, can you cast the disillusionment charm? Hermione asked me in surprise, and I just looked at her with a blank stare. And noticing my look, her cheeks flushed. Of course you can, she murmured, and I nodded with an amused look. But what about you, Ethan? Ron asked me suddenly. Me what? I asked. Don't you also have to prepare for the first task? You are a champion too, he said. Oh, I already have a plan in mind, and I've already made all the preparations, I waved my hand dismissively. Oh, Ron nodded, surprised but not asking anything else. Hermione and Harry also looked at me in surprise, much more curious than Ron, but when they saw me smiling calmly they realized I wasn't going to tell them anything. You'll have to wait until the day of the task to see what I have planned, I thought, smiling mischievously. Next day, breakfast. At this moment I was going to have my breakfast, but on my way to the Great Hall I heard someone calling me. Ethan, turning around I saw Hagrid walking towards me. Good morning, Hagrid, I said to him smiling. Good morning, he said back, with his usual kind and cheerful look. After that we continued to walk in a comfortable silence, and after a while I spoke. So Hagrid, you didn't call me just to walk with me, did you? I asked, and he scratched the back of his head. Yes, actually I wanted to talk to you about something, he said, and I looked at him curiously. Oh, what do you want to talk to me about? Actually, I wanted you to come to my cabin at midnight tonight, he said, looking around to make sure no one was listening. I'm sorry, Hagrid, but I don't think that's possible, I said with an apologetic look. I knew he wanted me to come to his cabin because he wanted to show me the dragons with Harry. But I already knew about dragons, and I didn't want to follow him in his moment of courting the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Ethan, this is very important, he said with a serious expression. This is about the dragons, isn't it? I said, surprising him. You know, he asked. You know I spend almost as much time as you in the Forbidden Forest, right? I snorted. I saw those dragons the day they got here. Oh, he said, and I could hear a bit of envy in his tone, which made me smile in amusement. And what are they like, he asked, fidgeting with an expectant and excited look. They are beautiful, I said softly. And hearing this a huge smile appeared on Hagrid's face. In fact, he's like a big fluffy bear who loves animals, I thought. End. Chapter 374, Chapter. Monday. Another day passed, and tomorrow was the day of the long-awaited first task, and I could feel the tension and anticipation in the air, with many excited to see what challenge the champions would have to overcome and curious to see how we would fare. And others, the more sensible ones, were worried about the results, fearing that some unfortunate accident might happen, and among the most worried were those close to the champions themselves. My friends trusted my abilities, but even they couldn't help but fear that something would happen to me. And I could understand their feelings, since if they were competing in a deadly and dangerous tournament I would be worried too, even if they were the literal reincarnation of Merlin. But changing the subject, yesterday Harry followed Hagrid to the Forbidden Forest and saw the dragons with his own eyes, and now he was even more focused on improving his magical and flying skills, spending almost the entire day training or flying in your firebolt. He also told me that he talked to Sirius through the two-way mirror that his godfather had given him for his birthday, and that in that conversation Sirius informed him that he would watch the tournament with the Tonks. And this helped to reduce the tension and pressure that Harry was feeling, as now he would have the support of his family. Sirius also told Harry to tell me that they were trying to find a way for my family to come to Hogwarts too, which made me happy. I knew that because they were muggles, my parents wouldn't be able to find or see the castle, but just like the portal at King's Cross Station, if accompanied by a wizard they could enter Hogwarts, and once inside they could see the castle and its entire grounds without needing the company of a wizard. And thinking about my family seeing Hogwarts in all its resplendence and magic brought a smile to my face, knowing that they would love the experience. Well, Seal will love it. My parents will probably be too worried about me to pay attention to the castle, I thought, shaking my head with a small ironic smile. I hope they don't have a heart attack when they see me facing a dragon. And speaking of dragons, I visited Mirio, Saphira, and Arya again. I visited them on the same day that Harry and Hagrid went to camp. And while they were seeing the dragons from afar, I was next to the great creatures, talking to them and asking questions about their races, discovering a lot of new information that wasn't written in even the most detailed books about dragons. It was interesting to learn that dragons had their own art form, and among them was a type of flight that was almost like a dance for them. They also used their flames to show off their artistic talent, with the most powerful and brightest flames being considered the most beautiful, and I discovered that Mirio was considered an artist among the other dragons in the Dragon Reserve. And it was ironic to think that the flames they used to destroy and burn everything and everyone was also a type of art and form of expression for these great flying lizards. Well, I'm not going to judge them, there are humans who do stranger things than that, I shrugged. Wooden Bridge, afternoon. Finally some rest time, I said, stretching before taking a deep breath, feeling relaxed. Ethan Knight, I heard someone say behind me, and already feeling who that person was I resisted the urge to palm my forehead. I should have kept quiet, I sighed. Yes, Miss Delacour? I asked, turning to the French champion. And she seemed to realize that I was irritated, as she began to fidget with a nervous look. Can we talk for a second, she asked, and I stared at her for a while. Her allure might be a pain in the ass to deal with, but it's not like it does anything to me other than bother me, I thought, before sighing again. Okay, I said, and Fleur opened a slight smile that couldn't hide her feelings of relief and happiness. I then approached the edge of the bridge and sat down, looking at Fleur and gesturing my head to my side. Fleur stared at me for a few seconds, until she understood what I meant, coming and sitting next to me. Now side by side I waited for her to speak, wondering what she wanted to talk to me about. Dragons was the first thing she said. Huh. I turned to her confused. Fleur was looking straight ahead at the landscape, and I could feel feelings of nervousness and fear coming from her, and her hands were clenched into fists. We'll have to face dragons in the first task tomorrow, she repeated, and I blinked in surprise. And I was surprised because I wasn't expecting her to tell me, a rival, about an information that would give her an advantage. I know it's surprising, but I'm not lying, she said, misinterpreting my reaction. I know you're not lying, I also know about the dragons, I said, and she blinked, looking at me and noticing my ironic smile. Oh, she lowered her head and I could see her cheeks blush. I thought you didn't know, and your surprised reaction made me think that. She started trying to explain herself, and I laughed lightly. Who would have thought that the incredible and beautiful French champion would act like that, I said, which only made her even more embarrassed. Shaking my head in amusement I continued speaking, much to her relief. I was actually surprised because I wasn't expecting you to tell me about the dragons, I said, before turning to her with a curious look. Why did you want to tell me this? Because they are dragons, she replied, which only made me more confused. They are dangerous, and you would be in danger if you went to the first task without knowing about them. That may be true, but why tell me this? I'm your rival in the tournament. Because I don't want you to get hurt, and hearing her answer I could feel her concern directed at me. I didn't understand why she was acting like this, and from the way she was talking, her concern was specifically for me, and she probably didn't have the same concern for the other champions. And realizing this I stared at her, becoming more and more confused by this girl who was acting completely different from what I expected. Why? I asked again, looking into her eyes. She then started to fidget, having an internal debate about whether to respond or not, and meanwhile I waited. I'll tell you why, she started to say, and I immediately paid attention to her, but only after the first task. And hearing that I grimaced. Why all this secrecy? I asked myself, before sighing. Fine, but as soon as the first task is finished you will tell me everything, I said, not giving her a chance to deny it. You will tell me why you are so worried about me, why you pay so much attention to me, and why you insist on trying to talk to me. Fleur's cheeks flushed at my words, but she reluctantly nodded. Okay, she said. She then took a deep breath to calm herself, before turning to me with a serious look. But you also have to promise to answer two questions of mine. I started to reflect on this request. Well, it's just 2 questions, and I doubt she'll ask about any of my secrets, I thought. I promise, Miss Delacour, I said, and she smiled happily. Then it's a deal, she said, extending her hand to me, and please call me Fleur. I then held her hand and shook it, sealing our agreement. Okay. Fleur, I smiled. It's not so bad talking to her. I should stop ignoring and run away from her, I thought. The only thing that stopped me from talking to her was her uncomfortable allure and the fact that in the canon at the beginning she was an arrogant and somewhat spoiled girl. And looking at the smiling Fleur now, I realized that I judged her too soon, but that raised another question. Why the change in personality so soon? I asked myself. And without knowing my thoughts, Fleur continued sitting with a happy expression, satisfied that she had finally managed to talk to me. The more time I spend with him, the more I am sure he is that person, she thought, looking into my amber eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity. End. Chapter 375, Chapter. November 24th, first task day. The day everyone had been waiting for has finally arrived. I could feel the emotions of everyone on the Hogwarts grounds, completely flooding the castle with feelings of anticipation, nervousness, anticipation, excitement, and fear. And these emotions didn't just come from the students at Hogwarts and the other two schools. They were also coming from the guests who came here to watch the tournament live. Most of the guests were influential and important people in the magical world, mainly from Great Britain, France, and Norway. This was an important event, and it became even better known to people all over the world thanks to the fact that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was participating in the tournament as a champion, and in addition there was also the presence of the Flammels, which increased the fame of the competition to very high levels. But I didn't care much about the presence of all these influential people. The only people I wanted to see in the stands cheering for me and watching me were my friends and family. I didn't know if Sirius had succeeded in bringing my family to Hogwarts, but as the Ministry was doing everything he asked in fear of Lord Black, then it was very likely that he had succeeded. Now that I think about it, why have I never tried to bring my family to the castle using the Vanishing Cabinet? I questioned myself. I've used the Vanishing Cabinet many times to travel between school and my house, but it never crossed my mind to use it to bring other people to the castle. Well, I don't know if my parents would want to enter the school like that, as it could be considered a crime. Actually, my mom would probably gladly accept it, I thought, sweating as I imagined the excited reaction from my mom. For someone who worked as a lawyer and knew all the laws, she, like me, had a tendency to break laws, whether by accident or on purpose. At least it's obvious who I inherited this trait from. I snorted. Later. I was in the Ravenclaw common room, sitting in my favorite armchair as I rested and mentally prepared myself for the challenge I would have to face in a few minutes. My friends had already gone to where the students were meeting, and my other housemates were also leaving the common room. Everyone who was leaving said me some words of support and encouragement, and I really appreciated their gesture, and I could tell thanks to my skills that most of them were sincere. Contrary to what they imagined, I wasn't scared or nervous. In fact, what I was feeling was the complete opposite of that. I still maintained a calm expression, but inside I was truly excited and expectant, euphoric at the mere thought of fighting one of the most dangerous and savage creatures in the world. I would never have imagined that I would face a dragon, which for many was just a fantasy creature. But in this new life I will have this opportunity, and it made my heart beat faster and my blood boil. My entire body, my senses, my entire being was prepared, feeling an anticipation that only arises in me when I'm about to do something crazy and probably dangerous. In my first life I was never someone who liked to get into dangerous and extreme situations, preferring to relax in my corner like any normal person. But things are different this time. I've already experienced death, and after it I gained a new opportunity in such an incredible and magical world, and I wasn't going to waste my time simply relaxing. And having these incredible skills with me only increased my desire for adventure even more. A new life, magic, my beast power. There were so many things involved in my personality change that if someone from my first life saw me now they would probably take a while to recognize me. And I didn't see a problem with that, since I was completely enjoying this new life. I think the phrase, "death changes everything," is perfect to describe me, I thought, leaning back in my armchair as I looked up, lost in thought. However, my moment of relaxation and reflection was interrupted by the entrance of the little head of Ravenclaw into the common room, with him coming directly towards me. "It's time to get ready, Ethan," Professor Flitwick said, breaking me out of my thoughts. "You and the other champions will have 40 minutes to get ready and prepare. After that you must go down to the gardens, where I will then take you to the place where the champions will stay before the task begins." And listening to Professor Flitwick I nodded, "Okay, Professor." He then turned to leave, but not before saying a few last words. "I know that you will show us something spectacular and wonderful, and will also make everyone realize that you are an incredible wizard, but remember that the most important thing is your safety," he said, smiling softly at me, not hiding his concern. "Don't worry, Professor, trust me when I say that this tournament will be like a walk in the park for me," I said with a confident smile, "and besides, I always care about my safety." Of course I do," Professor Flitwick laughed, shaking his head in amusement. I then saw him leaving, probably to join the other teachers, who were gathering all the students in the gardens to take them to the improvised stadium where the first task will take place. Now I was the only student in the Ravenclaw common room, and getting up from my seat I went to one of the tower's windows. And looking through it I could see many students from the three schools following Hagrid and Professor Sprout into the Forbidden Forest. I could see the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students, my fellow Ravenclaws, Malfoy's group who were talking and laughing, Ron and Hermione who looked tense, and my friends, who every now and then turned to look at the castle, or more specifically, to Ravenclaw Tower. And realizing that they were worried about me, I smiled, before moving away from the window. Well, I can't keep them waiting, I said, feeling my excitement rise. I then went up to my room in the dorms, and getting there I looked at my bed, seeing that on top of it was the clothes that I had prepared specifically for this event. A simple dark blue long-sleeved shirt, black pants, dragon-hide fingerless gloves, and dragon-hide boots. It was a simple outfit, but it was completely enchanted by me to provide me with the greatest possible protection, especially against fire. And already dressed in this outfit, I looked at myself in the mirror, passing my hand over my wrists where my dagger was in its sheath and my wand was in its holster. And now feeling fully prepared, I nodded to myself, confident and excited. And with that I left the common room, heading down to the gardens where I found Professor Flitwick waiting for me. Champion's tent. Excellent. All the champions are here. Bagman said as soon as Harry, late as always, entered the tent prepared for us. Nodding slightly to Harry, who was tense but trying to maintain a confident expression, I looked back at Bagman, who was happily explaining what the challenge of the first task would be like. I had no problem with happy people, but seeing Bagman smiling while ignoring the tension in the tent and the nervousness coming from the other champions made me frown. Man, I really want to jinx him, I thought, and it seemed like I wasn't the only one who wanted that, from Fleur's irritated expression and Crumb's frown. After Bagman finished explaining the task, he picked up a small purple silk sack from a table, opening its neck and gesturing to us. Ladies first, he looked at Fleur, who was looking at the sack as if it was going to come to life and kill her. Try not to get the one with the thorns, I whispered to her, and she looked at me for a few seconds before nodding her head. She then took a step forward and put her hand inside the sack, and after a few seconds she took out a miniature of Saphira with a number 2 hanging around its neck. She grimaced slightly as she looked at the dragon, but with a sigh of resignation she turned away. And before Bagman could call another name, I took a step forward, and without waiting for him to say anything I put my hand inside the sack. Wait. Bagman started to say, but I ignored him. I could feel the other 3 dragons inside the silk sack, and I started to run my hand over them, feeling their scales, wings, and claws, but I was specifically looking for a dragon with certain characteristics. And as soon as my hand touched some sharp thorns I smiled, and taking the dragon that these thorns belonged to I removed my hand from the sack. And looking at the Hungarian horntail in my hands with the number 4 on it I nodded in satisfaction. Just as I planned, I thought, now I just need to teach an arrogant and angry dragon a lesson. End. Chapter 376, Chapter. After I got the Hungarian horntail miniature, Crumb and Harry also took out the miniatures of the dragons they were going to face from the sack. Crumb took a mini Arya out of the sack, and he would be the second champion to make his entrance. And Harry had the last remaining dragon, which was Mirio, and he would be the third champion to face his dragon. After we had all chosen our dragons, Bagman said a few more words to us before leaving the tent, dragging Harry with him for a private conversation. And ignoring the 2 of them, I went to sit on one of the stools in the tent, and the other 2 champions did the same. Fleur and Crumb had tense and concentrated expressions, and nervousness could be felt coming from them, but unlike them I was sitting completely relaxed, humming while playing with the miniature Hungarian horntail. Will they let us keep them? I asked myself, scratching under the chin of the black dragon that bared its fangs at me. And while we were waiting, Harry entered the tent with a strange expression, coming to sit on the stool closest to me. And looking at him I could hear him whisper something like, "Weird guy," and I could only imagine he was talking about Bagman. We continued waiting a few more seconds before we heard the Bagman's voice, who was giving the opening speech of the first task. And after he spoke a few more words and we heard the crowd outside applauding and cheering, a whistle sounded, signaling that the first task had begun and that Fleur should make her entrance. Fleur then stood up, taking a deep breath and gathering courage. She took a few steps towards the entrance of the tent, but before leaving she turned to me, and seeing her nervous look I smiled reassuringly at her. She then smiled back, before raising her head and adopting a confident posture, and now without a hint of fear she left the tent, and all of us who were still in the tent could hear the applause of the crowd. With my senses I could feel hundreds of people outside, and many emotions were flooding my senses. And besides feeling the people who were here to watch the tournament, I could also feel the great magical signatures of the 4 dragons, with Saphira's being the closest. Sitting on the stool I closed my eyes, letting my hearing dominate my other senses. I also continued to feel the magic around me, and by combining this with my hearing I was able to feel and hear everything that was happening in the enclosure where Fleur was facing Saphira. I hope Saphira doesn't get too hard on her, I thought. Come on, chicken-smelling human girl. I will roast and devour you. I heard Saphira's voice, soon followed by a loud roar. Air. I think she's a little excited, I sweat dropped. Some time has passed and Fleur and Crumb had completed their tasks, having managed to survive Saphira and Arya, getting the fake golden eggs. At this moment I was paying attention to what was happening outside the tent, feeling Harry facing Mirio using all the strategies and plans we had created before. And I could feel the surprise coming from everyone watching, and the reason they were surprised was probably because Harry had just cast a Patronus. Sometimes I envy him for being able to cast a corporeal Patronus, I sighed. But putting that thought aside, I went back to focusing on Harry and Mirio, feeling that he was getting closer to the egg while flying on his firebolt. Harry had released a cloud of smoke to cover Mirio's vision, and she was also busy trying to destroy his Patronus deer, and thanks to that he had a clear path towards the nest where the eggs were. And not a second later I could feel Harry pick up the egg, and still without slowing down his firebolt he walked away from Mirio, heading towards the enclosure entrance, where Madame Pomfrey was waiting for him on the other side. As soon as Harry landed outside the enclosure with the egg in hands, applause and shouts began to ring out, with everyone in the stands cheering him on. Everyone was excited and euphoric, and I could understand why they felt that way, as they had just seen the boy who lived, a hero for many, defeat a dragon in a spectacular way and using some of the most complicated spells that exist. And I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride come over me knowing that Harry completed the task in such an incredible and eye-catching way. Now I want to see what Malfoy and his group will say about Harry after this screening, I snorted. However, I didn't have much time to think about it, as I knew that now it would be my turn to face a dragon. As soon as the clapping and shouting subsided, I began to stand up, stretching a little, feeling that the Dragon Reserve wizards were removing Mirio from the enclosure, bringing the last dragon. Well, it looks like now is the time for the real show to begin, I thought with an excited look. This time it wouldn't be a champion trying to survive a dragon while catching a fake egg, but rather a wizard facing a fierce dragon with the intention of defeating and making the great creature submit to him. Standing in front of the tent entrance, I took my wand from its holster and held it in my hands. I let the magic course through my body, enhancing all my senses and physical attributes, feeling full of energy and stronger. And in the time it took me to prepare, Bagman finished making my announcement, and I heard the whistle blow. Leaving the tent I passed through some trees before arriving at the enclosure entrance, where I could already see the underside of the Hungarian horntail, which was standing still, as if she was waiting for me. And with a confident look and a slight smile I entered the enclosure, coming face to face with the great black dragon. And beyond the dragon I could see the large audience watching me, and with a quick scan using my senses I felt serious magic with the tonks and the flammels, and looking in their direction I saw them in the stands next to the main stand where the judges were. They were looking at me, but my focus was on the three people next to them. So serious did it, I thought, smiling softly as I looked at my parents' and little sister's faces. My parents had worried and nervous expressions, while Seal looked at me with a happy smile, waving at me before pointing at the dragon with her eyes shining excitedly. My parents noticed that I was looking at them, and trying to show their trust in me they smiled slightly, trying to hide their concern, and that made me feel happy. And now more confident and determined to show them that everything would be okay, I raised my head proudly, looking directly at the black dragon that had been glaring at me fiercely from the moment I entered the enclosure. I didn't look away and continued to stare at her defiantly, and this seemed to infuriate her. The Hungarian horntail then raised her head and roared. And realizing that our fight was about to begin I gripped my wand tightly. Ignoring the voices that were coming from the stands, I focused entirely on the dragon, watching her muscles contract. She then lifted her head again and I could see her mouth open and something light up inside her, and knowing what was coming I prepared myself. Roar, and just as I expected a torrent of powerful red flames came towards me, bringing with them an infernal heat. Protego, I said, raising an invisible shield around me. I could then see the flames cover my shield, and after a few seconds they stopped, and I could see the ground smoking around me as the horntail looked at me somewhat surprised. Surprised, you ugly lizard? I asked her in her own language, speaking in a low voice knowing she could hear. And hearing my offense her eyes narrowed, with her growling angrily. If you've already finished your attack, I think it's my turn now, and saying this I began to prepare a spell, pulling my wand arm back. Your fire may be strong, but my lightning is stronger, I smiled, and then pointed the wand forward. And from the tip of my wand came a powerful purple lightning, causing a resounding deafening sound. And in the blink of an eye the lightning hit Horntail right in her chest, with her not even able to react. As soon as the lightning hit the dragon a purple flash flashed for a moment, and as the flash subsided everyone could see the Hungarian Horntail grunting in pain as her chest smoked. It seems everyone has forgotten that a dragon's skin is only resistant to magic, not immune, I thought, smiling mischievously. The Horntail looked at her chest, and feeling the pain my spell caused her she blinked in surprise. And sensing her surprise I said, it seems like you understand now, don't you? What will happen here will not just be a dragon attacking a human. It will be a dragon and a wizard facing each other with all their capabilities. And listening to me, she stared at me for a few seconds, but her pause didn't last long, as irritation and hatred began to grow within her. Roar! I will kill you, she shouted to the sky, scaring the people in the stands. And seeing this I got excited, feeling the hairs on my body stand up as my senses alerted me. Then come, I said, smiling wildly at her. End. Chapter 377, Chapter In the stands. I swear, this boy wants to give me a heart attack, my mom said, sighing in relief after seeing that I had protected myself from the dragon's fire. Yes, for a second I thought he had become a grilled wizard, Dora joked, shutting up as soon as she received a dry look from her mother. I knew he wouldn't be defeated by a simple flame, Sirius said, crossing his arms with a confident smile. That was obvious. There are many defensive spells that serve to protect yourself from fire, Nick said, looking with a calm and analytical look at the enclosure. And those in the group who heard him nodded, knowing this was true. Air. Why is he smiling? Lupin asked with a strange look, seeing that even in front of an angry dragon I was smiling almost maniacally. Because he's crazy, was Sirius' response. Huh. Lupin looked at him confused, before turning around and seeing that my parents and the rest of the group were nodding their heads, agreeing with Sirius' words. That's your answer, he asked himself sweatily. Back in the enclosure I was still staring defiantly at the Hungarian horntail, waiting for her to make her next move. She, knowing that her flames were not that effective against me, decided that she would try to attack me with physical blows. The large black dragon then turned, and I saw her tail rise, with she ready to begin her attack, and even though she hadn't attacked me yet I could already tell that there was a tremendous force behind that blow. And learning my lesson from my confrontation with the basilisk, I knew that the best option now would not be to defend myself from this blow, but rather to dodge it. But of course, that would be the case if I hadn't learned a few new tricks. Why is he standing still? Ted asked in panic, seeing that the dragon began to raise its tail full of obviously deadly spines. He doesn't think a shield spell will protect him from this blow, right? Dora asked with a worried expression. And the rest of the group also showed an expression of concern, with my mom squeezing my dad's arm tightly as he looked at the Hungarian horntail and me in fear. Come on son, move, he thought. The horntail, which was staring at me predatorily, dropped Ither's tail, with it coming towards me at tremendous speeds. And seeing this large deadly limb coming towards me I concentrated, feeling the magic circulate through my body before a lightness took over me. And before everyone's eyes, the dragon's tail hit me, making the crowd watching gasp in shock, already wondering if this would be the first casualty of the tournament. Only instead of blood and broken bones, what everyone saw was a dark mist appear when the cause hit me. And before everyone's astonished gaze, the mist began to gather and reshape itself into a humanoid shape, and a few seconds later they could see me completely intact and without any injuries. And the horntail who thought she had hit me also looked at me blankly, and I smiled cheekily at her. Well, it seems that neither your flames nor your blows can reach me, I said in the language of dragons, so. What are you going to do now? And this time the black dragon didn't even react to my provocation, looking between me and her tail with a confused expression. Hey, all my time training with this mist form was worth it, I thought in satisfaction. It's official, when he comes home he will be grounded, my mom said, sighing with relief. Papa. Papa. The dragon went voom and Big Brother went poof, and then he turned into strange smoke. Seal said excitedly, pulling our dad's arms. Yes princess, I saw it, he said with a tight smile. It's the first time I've seen him use this magic, Nick thought, rubbing his chin with interest. And he wasn't the only one who was interested in this mist form of mine, but the people who were most focused on it had different thoughts than him. And those thoughts weren't all that positive, and the vast majority came from pureblood supremacist wizards, more specifically those in Riddle's inner circle, who felt that my magic felt strangely familiar. That mist form. That arrogant look. Why does it remind me so much of him, the headmaster wondered, frowning. And it was no surprise that they remembered Voldemort when they saw my mist form, since I created it taking inspiration from his unsupported flight. But without knowing their thoughts, I kept looking at the black dragon, waiting for she to react. And after a few seconds of her looking at her tail she seemed to snap out of her dazed state. He managed to survive again. She thought with a growl, this human boy has a lot of hidden tricks. She then looked at me, noticing my arrogant and mocking smile, and it made her blood boil, with her feeling her draconic pride being attacked. He may know some spells, but a weak human will always be a weak human, the horntail thought, narrowing her eyes before roaring. And faster than before she attacked me again, this time coming towards me with her mouth open ready to devour me. I think you missed, I said, turning into mist and appearing on the other side of her. But she didn't even pay attention to my words, continuing her attack in a savage and angry manner. But no matter how much she tried to attack me, I always escaped her attacks or used some other spell to defend myself. Stay still you cowardly insect, she screamed, trying to rip me apart with her claws. Yes of course. That would be a great strategy, I scoffed, creating a barrier of ice, which she broke only to be surprised with a spray of mud in her eyes. Argh, she grunted, stumbling backwards as she shook her face. And taking advantage of this moment I stopped running away, getting into a duel position while pointing my wand at her. Well, I'm done defending myself, I said, before smiling mischievously, now it's my turn to attack. And I didn't even give the horntail a chance to recover after being temporarily blinded, as I started launching a barrage of spells at her. Offensive spells would normally do nothing but irritate a dragon, as its skin and scales were super resistant to magic and attacks in general. However, I have fought against a basilisk and a troll, which are also known for having tough skin, so I knew that no matter how tough a dragon's skin was, if it continued to receive many powerful attacks uninterruptedly it would eventually receive some damage. However, I didn't want to hurt or kill the Hungarian horntail, and for that reason my spells weren't full power, and I was just using them as a distraction from the real plan. I may not be able to hit you, but you can't hurt me either, you fool, the horntail roared, charging at me while ignoring a cutting spell I cast at her. I think you forgot about the lightning I threw at you at the beginning, I joked, dodging her tail, and besides, my intention is not to hurt you, but to make you submit to me. And saying that my eyes shone with a dangerous glow full of power, and everyone could feel that something was wrong, especially when the ground started to shake. Since the beginning of the confrontation I wasn't using all my strength as I was letting most of my magic leak out of my body into the environment and onto the ground. And now that I felt everything was ready I modeled my magic, and with a concentrated look I raised my wand arm. And then from the ground, before everyone's eyes, large and thick iron chains with an electrifying blue glow appeared, swinging in the air like snakes ready to strike. What the? Terry started to say. Fuck, and Stephen finished for him, with the two boys and the other people in the audience looking in stunned amazement at the show in front of them. Inside the enclosure, in a great display of skill and magical power, was me, staring predatorily at a surprised dragon as dozens of chains made of magic swung around me. Let's see how tough and strong a dragon is, I thought with a smile, feeling more alive and free than ever. End. Chapter 378, Chapter. The Hungarian horntail continued to stare in surprise at the chains that swayed around us, but she snapped out of her dazed state as soon as her dragon senses began to warn her of something dangerous. She then stopped looking at the chains and looked at me, feeling her breathing stop for a few seconds, because as soon as she laid eyes on me she could feel the powerful magic that was leaking from me. And this made her tense, and realizing that she was in a dangerous situation she felt like retreating, but her draconic pride didn't let her. But I didn't wait for her to make any movement, and with a single wave of my wand I made all the chains move towards her quickly. The chains then began to circle her large body, restraining her limbs and trying to pin her to the ground, and to prevent this from happening she began to struggle in panic, trying to free herself. However, the chains made using magic were stronger than the normal chains that bound her, which she managed to break at the beginning of our confrontation. Roar. I could feel Horntail's anger and panic, as she roared and grunted with ferocity. And every time she made an attempt to break the chains I added more magic to them, causing them to press the dragon to the ground with even more force. Let go of me, you worm, she exclaimed, trying to spread her wings but failing. Let me go so I can tear you apart with my claws. I don't think so, I scoffed, and if you can talk then that means there's still some resistance left in you. And saying that I started to gather magic, and when I felt it was enough I cast a spell at the horntail, with a semi-translucent light coming from the tip of my wand. At first she braced herself for another offensive spell, but when she felt nothing she looked at me in confusion, only to see me smiling. That was a spell of my own making. I started to say, and then the black dragon began to feel a crushing pressure on her body. Gravity is an interesting and curious thing, and not even a powerful and deadly dragon like you can stand up to this concept, and now cracks began to appear on the ground around the horntail, formed due to the gravity around the dragon being increased by 2 times. The greater the mass, the greater the gravitational pressure that will reach the object or body. And as I spoke more I increased the gravity around the dragon. And it may seem like a simple spell, but it was actually one of the most complex spells I've ever created, and I didn't use it much as it quickly consumed my magic and stamina. That's why this would now be a fight of resistance. Medical tent, with the other champions. Inside the medical tent, the champions who had already completed the task were resting and recovering. Fleur had a scratch on her leg and an injury on her hand, and Crumb had a swelling on his face and a bruise on his arm, but these wounds were already healing thanks to Madame Pomfrey's care. And Harry, the last champion in the tent, was sitting on a bed, relieved that he had managed to survive the task, completing it spectacularly and without any injuries. The 3 were silent, but not because they wanted to rest or anything like that, but because they were trying to listen to Bagman's narration to know what was happening outside. The horntail is going crazy. Bagman's voice sounded, but our champion knight shows no fear. In fact oh Merlin. Where did those chains come from? And hearing Bagman's surprised and admiring voice, the 3 champions began to look at the entrance to the medical tent with curiosity. Fleur was pursing her lips, fidgeting as she looked at the entrance, feeling thanks to her Vila instincts that the magic in the surroundings was moving abnormally. What's going on out there? Harry asked with a strange look on his face, but no one answered him. Well, Crumb didn't answer him. Fleur was so focused on listening to what was happening in the enclosure that she didn't pay attention to his question. What is happening? I've never seen a spell like that before. The dragon isn't even able to resist. And the more Bagman said, the more Fleur, Crumb and Harry became restless, and the tension in the tent continued to grow. TSK, I want to know what's going on there, Fleur thought, frowning, before looking around and seeing that she wasn't the only one who was curious. She then heard the crowd applaud and cheer, and with a sigh she stood up. I don't care if it's not allowed, I have to see how Ethan is doing on the task. And with that last thought she started heading towards the tent entrance. And seeing Fleur get up and head towards the entrance, Harry and Crumb looked at each other, before they both got up to follow her. The three then left the tent, realizing that no one was paying attention to them, and after walking a little they arrived in front of the enclosure. And looking straight ahead they immediately understood why no one was paying attention to them, and why all the shouting and applause. In the enclosure they could see a large black dragon that looked more deadly and frightening than the one they faced, bound and restrained by large chains as it was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. And in front of this crazed and hateful dragon was me, looking at her calmly with my eyes shining with power while I had my wand in my hands, swinging it so that the chains followed my commands. I always knew Ethan was powerful, but isn't that an exaggeration? Harry thought with his mouth open. And Crumb was thinking almost the same thing as him, realizing that perhaps there was a reason why Hogwarts was one of the most famous and important schools in the wizarding world. And while the two boys looked at the show in front of them with shock and surprise, the champion girl was feeling other emotions. It's him. I'm sure it's him. Fleur thought happily, placing a hand on her chest as memories came to her mind. Back in my battle against the Hungarian Horntail we were both fully focused, with me trying to keep the spells I cast active while she tried to resist them. I won't lose, the black dragon thought, placing her arms and legs on the ground to steady himself, trying to get up. And upon seeing this I narrowed my eyes, before commanding the chains to press her even more. Ugh, she grunted, but still standing upright. Seeing that she was still resisting I frowned, before looking at her arms which were shaking slightly. I then loosened the chains a little and lessened the pressure of gravity on her, and realizing that she was lighter she blinked in surprise. Is the spell failing, she wondered, before smiling mischievously, he must be getting tired. And with that thought she tried to get up again with new determination and a fierce look. But I already expected that, and looking at her I let a small smile appear on my face. You fell for it, I thought, realizing she let her guard down. And to the dragon's great surprise, I raised my arm with the wand before lowering it, and gravity pressed she to the ground again with more force than before. And taking advantage of her stunned moment I went to the next step of my plan, and kneeling down I tapped the tip of my wand on the ground. Everyone could then see how cracks and lightnings began to emerge from the place where the tip of my wand was, and these lightnings headed towards the currents. And as soon as they made contact these bolts of electricity shot up the chains that were tightly wrapped around the Hungarian Horntail's body, electrocuting the creature. Argh, she grunted in pain. Now more gravity, I thought, and at this moment even those in the stands outside the enclosure could feel the pressure of gravity being increased. The Horntail was still trying to break free, but I could see that her resistance was almost exhausted. I continued to exert pressure on her for a few more seconds while casting some offensive spells at her, draining the last of her strength. And after electrocuting her once again I could see her let out one last growl without her previous ferocity, before her body fell to the ground, making a loud noise. And I could tell thanks to my senses that she was almost unconscious, without any strength to fight, and seeing her weak breathing in her half-open eyes I realized that in this battle of resistance I had won. Finally, I sighed in relief, feeling more exhausted than at any other time in my life. But even my tiredness couldn't diminish the satisfaction and pride I felt for having won this battle. End. Chapter 379, Chapter. I continued looking at the fallen Hungarian Horntail for a few seconds, realizing that all of her fierce and frightening aura was gone, being replaced by tiredness and feelings of disappointment. She was no longer able to fight, and knowing this I turned, passing through the dragon still held by chains and heading towards the improvised nest that was behind her near the other end of the enclosure. Arriving in front of this nest I saw several dark gray dragon eggs, and I could feel life coming from these eggs, which made me frown. Did they really leave the real eggs here? What if one of them broke? I asked myself irritably, remembering that in canon some Mirio's eggs were crushed in her confrontation against Crumb. Well, at least no eggs were destroyed this time, I thought, somewhat relieved. But shaking my head and putting these thoughts aside I looked back at the eggs in front of me, but ignoring the dark gray eggs I focused on the single egg that was different from the others. A big and detailed golden egg, which was the true objective of this task. All this stress and work just to get a fake egg, I thought, shaking my head with an ironic look. Then I approached the nest and took the golden egg with my hands, feeling the magic enchantments and runes on it. That's a job of enchantment well done, I thought, with an admiring nod. And the moment I held the egg in my hands everyone in the stand started applauding and cheering, since with the egg in my possession and the dragon defeated I had basically completed the first task. But I didn't want it to end like this, and I had one more thing to do, so I started walking towards the Horntail. The black dragon was recovering very slowly, but that was enough so she could look at me while letting out a slight growl. Stopping in front of the dragon's face I crouched, looking at her at the bottom of her eyes. Why is he getting close to the dragon? I heard Bagman's confused voice. Shouldn't he be leaving the enclosure? A middle-aged wizard who was in the stands asked. Yes, he already completed the task, his friend said, grimacing slightly, didn't he? And most of the people who were looking at me in front of the dragon also expressed their confusion, with no one understanding what I was doing. And those who knew me were also confused, but already accustomed to my strangeness they remained silent, looking at me curiously. And not paying attention to the words of the people outside the enclosure, I raised my free hand, bringing it closer to the dragon who was a little cautious, but as she was still restrained she couldn't do anything other than let me touch her. And as soon as I touched her I opened a connection between the two of us using my beast talk. I think you're calmer now, right? I relayed to her mentally, receiving a slight grunt in response. And through the connection I could feel that her feelings of anger and hatred had greatly diminished, and the only thing she felt when she looked at me was surprise and a little fear. No need to be scared, I don't intend to hurt you, I looked at her as I ran my hand over her scales, I only fought you to make you recognize me as an equal. In fact, I want to be yours friend. And hearing my words in her mind and feeling my true feelings through the connection, the horntail began to look at me thoughtfully. And why do you want to be my friend, she asked me. Why wouldn't I want to? You are an incredible, fierce, and magnificent dragon, I smiled at her, and I could feel some of her wounded pride being restored at my words. You're a strange human. In fact, I don't even know if you're really a human, she said, and I could see images coming into her mind of our confrontation. These were her memories of when I released my magic and summoned the chains, and from her perspective I seemed much more frightening, powerful and dominant. And that was the way she saw me at that moment along with her feelings of apprehension and shock, and it made me realize why she was scared of me. Well, I don't know if I'm a normal human either, I said, shrugging, but that doesn't change the fact that I really think you're amazing. I respect you, and you are a beautiful and strong creature, and I would like to be your friend. And conveying these words of mine I began to convey my feelings to her, making it clear how serious I was being. She then continued to look at me for a while, and I could feel her feelings towards me change again. Now she looked at me with respect, satisfaction, and even joy. In that case, then I will do you the honor of being my first friend, she said, and I snorted in amusement, feeling the honesty in her words. Thank you, I said smiling. I then looked at her, seeing the chains still binding her in an obviously uncomfortable manner. Well, I can't leave my new friend in this situation, right? I thought to myself as I stood up. And then I snapped my fingers, and the chains binding her cracked before breaking, disappearing into bright blue dust. What he is doing, someone from the stands exclaimed in fright. Why is he releasing the dragon? And why is he standing in front of it? And in the stands where the students were, my friends looked at me in shock. Don't tell me he wants to fight the dragon again? Sue asked with a frown. And hearing her question, our friends looked at each other, knowing that this was very likely. Ah. Did you free me? The horntail asked, standing up with a bit of difficulty, looking at the disappearing chains around her in confusion. Now you're my friend. I couldn't leave you trapped by these chains, I said in her language, and besides, I trust you, and I know you won't hurt me. Not that you could. And listening to me, she narrowed her eyes at me, and I just smiled, making her snort. But I could tell she was satisfied. Asunder a dragon, I rolled my eyes in amusement. But well, I guess we'll have to end our conversation for now, I said, but don't worry, I'll come visit you guys tonight. And saying that, I prepared to leave the enclosure, to finally complete and finish the first task. But before I could leave I heard the black dragon's voice. Before you leave, I would like to make a request of you, she said, and I looked at her curiously. What request? Could you give me a name, she asked, and that made me blink in surprise. Do you? Do you want me to name you? I asked. Yes. I don't have a name, and you gave one to the other dragons, she said, and I was sure that if she were a human she would be pouting right now. Heh, okay, I smiled, before looking at the dragon that was standing to her full height in front of me. I had already thought of a name for her, and now I was ready to name her. From today onwards you will be called Hela, in honor of the Norse goddess of death, the ruler of the kingdom of the dead. I said in the language of dragons, making it clear from my tone that this was a powerful and incredible name. I am the great Hela, she exclaimed proudly, rising to her full height with wings spread and roaring into the sky. And this roar immediately scared everyone, who began to wonder if the dragon had gone out of control again. When Hela finished roaring she sat down again, before bringing her face closer to me. Oh Merlin. It will eat him. Professor Sprout said scared. Someone do something, a housemate of mine shouted. However, what happened next silenced everyone in the stands. Hela, contrary to what they expected, didn't try to devour me or anything like that. In fact, to everyone's surprise and even my own, she bent down and looked me in the eyes, before lowering her head, bowing to me. Thank you for being my first friend, human Ethan Knight, she said, and I could feel her emotions and feelings towards me. And feeling her respect, admiration, happiness, and appreciation I smiled softly. And thank you for agreeing to be my friend, great dragon Hela, I said, running my hand over her head, seeing her smile satisfied. And in the stands, everyone looked in shock at the scene of a boy petting the fiercest dragon in existence that was bowing to him, feeling that their common sense was being shaken. End. Chapter 380, Chapter. In the stands. The minds of the crowd who were here to watch the Triwizard tournament were still trying to recover from the shock of seeing a scene that could only be described as inexplicable and surprising. A dragon, especially the Hungarian horntail, was not a docile and calm creature, quite the opposite. And in this moment everyone was seeing not only this deadly and terrifying creature standing calmly in front of a human, but also bowing down to him. And to make the situation even stranger, everyone could see that the tail of the great black dragon was swaying from side to side, like a happy dog. Ethan just tamed a dragon. Lily exclaimed impressed, and Astoria who was next to her nodded with her mouth open. He is incredible, she murmured in wonder. Astoria then looked at her sister beside her, and upon seeing her expression she had to suppress her laughter. Greengrass, who usually tried to maintain a blank and cold expression, was now wide-eyed and mouth open in shock, and that was a strange expression for the Ice Queen of Slytherin. How? But. And she couldn't even formulate a sentence, her mind having gone into short circuit. And besides her, there were other people who were feeling their minds exploding. Is this what our school will have to compete against, was the thought of most of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students, who looked at me as if they were seeing a creature more dangerous than dragons. And on the other side of the stands, my whole family looked at me inside the enclosure in silence. And after a few seconds Sirius broke the silence. Has anyone ever told you that your son is scary? He asked my parents. Yes, was my parents' simple answer. Well, in that case, all those people are right, he said, swallowing hard as he looked at the fully tamed dragon. And beside him, Dora and Ted nodded. Everyone thinks the blacks are crazy, but I think they only think that because they don't know the knights, Andy thought with a snort. This boy. Nick sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. And Penny, who was next to him, may not have known what everyone was thinking, but seeing the amazed and surprised looks of everyone around her made her smile satisfied and proud, with her nodding her head to herself. Yeah, look how amazing my cute grandson is. My parents weren't as surprised as the other people in the stadium, already knowing that when it came to me the impossible was possible. In fact, the feeling they were feeling was relief and pride, seeing that their son had shown the whole world that he was a powerful wizard. And of course, Seal, who was still holding onto my dad's arms, was looking between me and Hella in awe. Papa. Can we have the dragon? She turned to our dad, looking at him with her big, cute eyes shining. I don't think there's room for him in our house, princess, my dad replied, using all his willpower not to surrender before Seal's puppy eyes. She pouted, before an idea came to her mind. Maybe I can get Big Brother to give me a dragon for Christmas, she thought, already imagining herself taking her cute and cheerful dragon for a walk in the park. And I, who had stopped caressing Hella, felt a chill run through my body as my instincts alerted me, making me look around cautiously. Why I feel like someone is hatching a plan that involves me? I asked myself. But shaking my head I looked back at Hella, who raised her head and was looking at me now. Like I said, we will have to end our conversation for now, but tonight I will visit you again, I said to her, who nodded. And besides, try not to cause too much trouble when those guys try to put the chains on you again, I said, pointing with my thumb at the wizards who were at the entrance to the enclosure looking apprehensively at Hella. And she looked at them with narrowed eyes before snorting, okay. But if they try to take my babies away from me again I will crush them into a bloody pulp. Very fair, I nodded. And after that I said a few more words to Hella before turning around, heading towards the entrance of the enclosure with the golden egg under my arm. I hope you don't try to take your eggs away from her again, I said as I stood next to the Dragon Reserve wizards, looking at them with cold, dangerous eyes. And they quickly nodded, knowing better than to mess with the guy who basically made a dragon his pet. And nodding satisfied, I continued walking towards the medical tent, only to blink in surprise to see that Harry, Fleur, and Crumb were standing outside the enclosure. What are you doing here? Shouldn't the champions who finished the task wait in the medical tent? I asked. But instead of answering me, they continued staring at me. Hey, I waved my hand in front of Harry's face, snapping him out of his stupor. Huh, he blinked before shaking his head, oh. Well. We heard the commotion the crowd was making, and came out here to see what was going on. I understand, I nodded, before looking at Fleur, and why are you still staring at me? I asked. That's because. She started to say, but she was interrupted by the arrival of Madame Pomfrey. What are you all doing outside the medical tent? She asked with a look fiercer than the dragons we faced. And why are you still standing here? She turned to me, and I wisely remained silent. You just faced a dragon, you need to be checked for injuries and fractures immediately. And saying this she grabbed my arm and began to drag me towards the medical tent, but not before looking at the other three champions with a look that said that if they were not in their beds in the medical tent in the next instant there would be consequences for they. And Harry, who already knew how scary the matron of the hospital wing could be, quickly followed us in silence, deciding to talk to me about the first task at another time. South stands, with Hogwarts teachers. Ethan certainly knows how to put on a flashy and amazing show, Professor Flitwick commented after seeing me emerge from the enclosure. You call it flashy and amazing, I call it crazy and dangerous, Professor McGonagall said, pursing her lips. Meh, that's almost the same, he waved his hand dismissively. The two then continued to look at the enclosure, seeing the wizards at the Dragon Reserve trying to trap the Hungarian Horntail again, who stared and growled angrily at them, but other than that she did nothing else. But you know, Professor Flitwick started speaking again, catching the feline teacher's attention. I'm proud to be the head of house for such a competent and talented student as Ethan, he said with a small smile. He then turned to Professor McGonagall and let a look of superiority appear on his face. Ravenclaw is blessed to have a student like him in our house. And Professor Flitwick was clearly mocking Professor McGonagall, who narrowed her eyes at him. And feeling challenged, Professor McGonagall glared at him, before letting a slight arrogant smile appear on her lips. Well, Ravenclaw may have gotten the better of him being sorted into their house, but I'm satisfied since I still his favorite teacher. That may be true, Professor Flitwick nodded, aware of this fact, but he is still a Ravenclaw, he said, much to the annoyance of Professor McGonagall, who felt a vein pop in her forehead. He always has to throw it in my face, she complained, before narrowing her eyes, and this is all that damn Sorting Hat's fault. Why didn't he put Ethan in Gryffindor? And if Professor McGonagall had known that I was actually the one who asked Sorting Hat to put me in Ravenclaw, she probably would have fainted right there. End. Chapter 381, Chapter. Medical Tent. After Madame Pomfrey took me to the medical tent, she placed me on one of the beds there, and after I sat down she began to cast some spells on me, completely concentrated. From what I can see you didn't suffer any injuries, Madame Pomfrey said, somewhat impressed after casting a quick inspection spell on my body. You just used a lot of magic, which consumed your resistance, so at most you'll be tired for a while, but nothing that a good meal and a night's sleep can't solve, she finished, nodding to herself, putting away her wand. Madame Pomfrey then gave me one last look before leaving to check on the other champions, leaving me alone to rest. However, my moment of stillness didn't last long as the entrance to the tent was opened, and I could see my friends entering, with them looking around until they saw me, before coming towards me. Man, that was amazing. Anthony exclaimed excitedly. Yes. I knew you would do well, but Merlin, that was fantastic. Sue said, with the others agreeing with her. My other friends then also started talking about how incredible and cool my confrontation against Hela was, and seeing all of them excited, I shook my head with an ironic smile. Well, I'm glad to see you guys enjoyed my little show, I joked. Enjoyed? We loved it. Stephen said. Yes, and I'm sure everyone will remember what happened today for a long time, Padma added. In fact, maybe what happened on your task will even go down in the history books, Terry began, and then gestured dramatically, Ethan Knight, the 14-year-old boy who defeated and tamed a dragon. That wouldn't be so bad, I said, scratching my chin, before looking at them with a playful smile, and maybe the next chocolate frog you buy will have a card from me. If that happened it would be a shame, Terry said. Why? Lisa asked, confused. Because I collect chocolate frog cards, and unfortunately I would have to have a card with Ethan's ugly and scary face. He shook his head with a sad look. Haha, I laughed dryly, ignoring the other boys' laughter. Well, it might be a bad thing for you, but I'm sure someone here would love to have a card with Ethan's face on it, Sue said, looking at the small blonde girl in the group. And following her gaze, everyone saw Luna, who was beside me, quieter than usual. However, she was quiet and wasn't paying attention to us as her focus was entirely on the miniature Hungarian horntail that was on the table next to my bed. It seems like you liked Mini Hela, I said, catching her attention. Mini Hela, she asked, tilting her head in confusion. Yes, the miniature Hungarian horntail, I said, taking the little dragon in my hand. This is a model dragon, which has been transfigured and magically animated, made to look like Hela, and it's small, so Mini Hela, I explained. But who is Hela? Lisa asked. The Hungarian horntail, obviously, I said as if it was obvious. Wait. You named the dragon? Michael asked. I nodded. I can't believe it, you're really treating the fiercest dragon in existence like a pet, he threw his hands up in exasperation. She's not my pet, I rolled my eyes, she's my friend. That's not much better. Michael exclaimed, wanting to rub his temples. Did you become friends with that dragon? Luna asked excitedly. Yes, I replied. Incredible, and I could see her eyes shining, which made me smile slightly. Luna has always loved creatures, both magical and normal, so it's not a surprise that she's so excited about dragons, I thought, before an idea came to my mind. Wait, why don't I take her to see the dragons tonight when I go visit them? And looking at the little Ravenclaw, I saw her playing with Mini Hela with a happy smile on her face. And nodding to myself, I decided that I would show and introduce Luna to my dragon friends. And just when I was about to open my mouth to talk to Luna, Bagman's voice sounded all over the place, and I heard him call me, saying that the judges were ready to give my scores. Well, I'll talk to her about going to see the dragons later, I sighed, getting up from the bed. And looking at the other champions, I saw that Harry and Fleur were standing as well, and I looked at them with a raised eyebrow before shrugging. And then I left to go to the enclosure with my friends, Harry and Fleur following me, leaving only Crumb and Madame Pomfrey in the medical tent. Back to the enclosure. As soon as we left the tent, my friends returned to their seats in the stands, while Harry and Fleur stayed outside the enclosure. When I walked in, almost everyone in the stands started applauding and cheering for me, with some people trying to get my attention. And seeing that most of the people who were applauding me were my friends and colleagues, I smiled, waving slightly at them. I then looked at my family and saw them applauding along with the others, and that made a more affectionate smile appear on my face. After I stopped in the center of the enclosure, Bagman started talking, causing all the attention to be focused on him, who was next to the judges. Bagman was talking about my task, talking about it technically and giving his opinion on how I did in this first challenge. And not so surprisingly, he was quite excited, and I could tell that I really impressed him, which considering his personality wasn't that difficult. Well, and for starters, I'll be the first to give Mr. Knight's score, he said, and then raised his wand. And from the tip of his wand came a silver ribbon that formed the number 10 in the air, which led to lots of applause and excited exclamations, coming mainly from Hogwarts students. And now let's see what our other judges think about the Hogwarts champion's task, the Bagman said, and then he gestured to Mr. Crouch. And the old ministry employee said nothing and just raised his wand, showing that his score to me was also 10. Wow. A 10 without excitement, the Bagman said, with the Hogwarts students cheering happily. The next person to give my score was Headmaster Dumbledore, who like Bagman and Mr. Crouch also gave me a 10, looking at me with a small, proud smile, but I could see the analytical gleam in his eyes. Soon after, it was Madame Maxime's turn, who gave me the fourth 10 of the day, and I could see that the way she looked at me was more respectful than before. She obviously wasn't happy that a champion from another school was getting so many high scores, but even she couldn't deny that I completed my task spectacularly, like a true champion. And now that 4 of the 5 judges had already given my scores, all eyes turned to the headmaster of Durmstrang expectantly. In total I had already gotten 40 points, and I knew that if I got 4 more points I would be in first place in the tournament, since currently the champion with the highest score was Harry, with 43 points. And actually I didn't care much about these points, since they would only be important in the third task because of the order of entry into the maze, and I didn't see any point in entering it first or last, since thanks to my senses I could find the exit in a few seconds. But even so, I still looked at Karkaroff, curious about the score he would give me, knowing that he would probably give me a low score because he was biased against the other schools and champions, and because he didn't like me. Karkaroff, who became the target of everyone's attention, stared at me while trying to mask the contempt and anger he felt towards me. He then started to raise his wand, but before he could give my score he stopped. He felt a chill run down his spine, and looking to the side he noticed that Penny was staring at him with cold, emotionless eyes, which terrified him. And he realized that his next action could decide whether he would be tortured by the immortal witch or not, and knowing this he with a frown gave me my score. 7, and Bagman exclaimed in surprise and a little indignation. And he wasn't the only one, as everyone looked at Karkaroff and started booing him. And in the background I could hear someone calling him an old bitch who looks like a shady emo goat, and that voice sounded strangely similar to my mom's. He could have finished the task quickly, but he decided to go back to free the dragon instead of leaving the enclosure, which was very risky, Karkaroff explained, and I couldn't deny that it was a fair point. But that didn't appease the indignant crowd, and seeing everyone boo and curse Bicharoff made me smile, which only angered the traitorous Death Eater even more. That's a great way to end the first task, I nodded satisfied. End. Chapter 382, Chapter. As soon as the first task was officially finished I left the enclosure again, and halfway through my friends and colleagues came up to me to congratulate me for getting the highest score and for being in first place among the champions. And after thanking them for their support and cheering, I saw my family walking towards me, and I immediately separated myself from my colleagues and went towards them. You came, I said happily, going to my family and hugging them. Of course we came, my mom said, hugging me. Did you really think we would miss the chance to see our son kick a dragon's scaly ass? She asked, smiling mischievously. Yes, and I have to say, that was scary and amazing, my dad said, before placing his hand on my shoulder, and I'm proud of you, son. And listening to them I felt a feeling of happiness arise in my chest, but I didn't miss the chance to show off. Kicking a dragon's ass for me is the same as taking a walk in the park, very easy, I said, with the chin raised and an arrogant look. Obviously, my mom rolled her eyes playfully, with Penny behind her laughing lightly. Big brother, I heard Seal call me. Yes. I asked with a small smile at my cute sister. Can you give me a dragon for Christmas? She asked, and I blinked, not expecting her to ask that. Well, I started to say, but then I noticed my parents' looks. I don't think it's possible, Seal. Dragons like to live free in the forests and mountains. And hearing me, Seal pouted, and seeing that she was sad I quickly tried to cheer her up, but you can ask for another gift for Christmas. I'm sure you'll love getting a toy broom so you can fly like me. And normally the prospect of flying would be exciting for Seal, but even that didn't excite her, and I didn't know what to do. Hello, a soft and cheerful voice said behind me, and looking back I saw Luna approaching along with my other friends. Luna then crouched down in front of Seal. You must be Seal, right? She asked. And my sister nodded, and Luna smiled. Well, Seal, my name is Luna, the Ravenclaw girl said, and I heard you wanted a dragon as a gift, and I would love to have my own pet dragon too, she said with a dreamy look. And coming from Luna I was sure she was serious. But unfortunately it is forbidden to have a dragon without a license from the ministry, Luna continued, speaking in a disappointed tone. And hearing her, Seal lowered her head sadly. However. And this immediately caught Seal's attention. I think it's okay to have a smaller dragon. Huh. Seal tilted her head in confusion. But her confusion turned into surprise as soon as Luna took something out of her coat pocket. Then I would like to give you this, she showed Seal the Hela miniature that I had left in the medical tent. And Seal, looking wide-eyed at the tiny dragon in Luna's hand, stretched out her own hands to take it, but she stopped. She then looked at my parents, asking for permission, and when they nodded with small smiles she immediately took Mini Hela from Luna's hand, looking at the little creature with a sparkle in her eyes. And Luna, seeing how excited my sister was, smiled happily, before turning to me. Sorry, I didn't know if you were going to use it for something, but when I saw her sad I couldn't help but do something, she apologized, a little nervous about my reaction. Don't worry, I smiled at her, it was a great idea to give Mini Hela to her, and besides, I was planning on giving it to you. And hearing this, Luna blinked in surprise for a moment, before turning to Seal and the miniature Hungarian horntail. She saw how happy Seal was with the magically enchanted dragon model, and noticing the sparkle in her eyes my dreamy friend smiled slightly. I think it's in better hands, she said looking at me. We stared at each other with soft smiles on our faces for a few seconds, until we heard someone cough in front of us. And with a start we turned around and saw my parents, Penny and Nick staring at us, and I immediately used my clemency to stop myself from blushing. Aren't you going to introduce us to your friend Ethan? My mom asked. Ahem, of course, I said, clearing my throat to rid myself of the embarrassment. This is Luna Lovegood, a good friend of mine, I said, gesturing to the dreamy girl, who was fidgeting nervously under my parents' gaze. Friend, my mom asked with a raised eyebrow, remembering our short interaction just now. I'm sure that wasn't an atmosphere that would arise between friends, she thought, not knowing that the other 3 adults accompanying her had similar thoughts. She then looked behind me at the boys, and I wasn't seeing, but they started nodding their heads with knowing smiles, with the girls doing the same. Oh, I see, she said, also nodding her head, which confused me. And when I turned to the boys behind me they looked away, with Terry and Stephen whistling innocently while Anthony pretended to brush some dirt off his shirt. I narrowed my eyes, looking at them suspiciously. And while I looked at the 3 suspicious boys, Luna greeted my parents. Hello Mr. and Mrs. Knight, she said calmly, but I could sense she was a little nervous. And my mom noticed this, because she smiled friendly, trying to reassure the blonde girl, hello dear, and there's no need to be so formal, you can call me Sarah. Same here, my dad said, and Luna looked at him confused. Do you want me to call you Sarah too? She asked. And my dad stumbled upon hearing this, with my mom and I suppressing our laughter. My dad looked at Luna with a strange expression on his face, and when he saw that she didn't seem to be joking, he began to explain. No, I meant that you don't need to act formally with me, and you can also call me by my name, which is Joshua. Oh, Luna nodded, in that case, hello Sarah Knight and Joshua Knight, she smiled at them. And hearing her way of addressing them, my parents looked at her confused, before turning to me, who I shrugged, knowing that this was one of Luna's adorable oddities. After that my parents also greeted my other friends, this being the first time they met and spoke to the other girls in the group, and while they were talking I finally noticed the absence of Sirius and the Tonks. However, after looking around I saw them with Harry a little far away from us, talking animatedly while Sirius laughed and said something to Harry, who lowered his head in embarrassment but with a happy smile. He's probably praising Harry for his performance in the task, I guessed, feeling the feelings of pride coming from Sirius. But realizing that they were involved in their family moment, I returned to paying attention to the conversation between my parents and my friends. So this is your first time at Hogwarts? Sue asked my parents, and Michael beside her rolled his eyes. I don't know if you've forgotten, but they're muggles, he said. Oh, I forgot, she said, but then she blinked, but wait, if they're muggles, how did they get in here? Because muggles can't see the castle, but there's nothing stopping them from going in, Nick explained, and Sue nodded in understanding. But well, since it's your first time here at Hogwarts, why don't we take you on a tour of the place? Lisa asked, with the rest of the group agreeing with the idea. I don't know. Would the headmaster agree? My dad asked apprehensively. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Albus before and he has already agreed to allow you to spend the afternoon at Hogwarts. Penny waved her hand nonchalantly. And listening to her I looked at Headmaster Dumbledore, who was also looking at me, and I didn't know if he heard our conversation, but he nodded at me with a twinkle in his eye. Well, in that case I accept this tour of Hogwarts, my mom said, looking at my dad who nodded. Excellent. Anthony said, then let's start with the best place in the castle. And hearing this we all looked at him curiously, wondering what that place was. We're going to the kitchens, he exclaimed excitedly, and I could see a gluttonous smile on his face. And with that sentence my friends and I groaned or rolled our eyes, with my parents looking at us confused. End. Chapter 383, Chapter Hogwarts. After leaving the kitchens where my family, friends, and I took a short snack break, with me introducing all the house elves to my parents and Seal, we continued our tour of the castle. We had gone through the dungeons, the basement, the ground floor, and the entire first and second floor. But of course, we only showed my family the main and most important places in the castle, knowing that there wasn't enough time to show them all the rooms and places of Hogwarts completely. And currently we were on the third floor heading towards the trophy room, passing through another set of treacherous, and in my opinion, dangerous stairs. What wizard or witch had the brilliant idea of making stairs that move by themselves, my mom asked with a frown, and why the hell do some steps disappear or are fake? For the first question, the brilliant witch who had this idea was Rowena Ravenclaw, I said pursing my lips, and for the second question, I have no idea. Wait, isn't Rowena Ravenclaw one of the founders of Hogwarts and the founder of the House of Ravenclaw, which is known for being the house of the intelligent and wise? My dad asked, surprised and somewhat perplexed. Yes, I replied, already knowing the reason for his surprise. But what kind of intelligent and wise person creates stairs that have a mind of their own? He exclaimed with a strange expression. And I just shrugged my shoulders at your question, knowing that Rowena Ravenclaw had her moments of wisdom where she creates something incredible and wonderful, and she also had her moments of stupidity, as is the case with the Hogwarts stairs and the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. You know, I once heard a saying that wisdom and stupidity went hand in hand. Maybe that's true, Lisa said, summing up my thoughts. If any other Ravenclaws hear you saying that, they might try to beat you with a book. A very big book, Terry said with a grimace, to which the girl just shrugged. Well, I think that is. My dad started to say, but he suddenly fell silent. And looking at him I saw him looking straight ahead with an astonished and somewhat frightened look. And turning around I saw that in front of us, coming towards us was the ghost of the Bloody Baron. Is that a ghost? He asked, a squeak in his voice. Huh? Why the surprise? My mom asked, we always knew there were ghosts in the wizarding world. Knowing and seeing are two different things, he said, and then I saw that his hands were shaking slightly. Wait. I said, narrowing my eyes, are you afraid of ghosts? No, he responded too quickly, and my mom beside him snorted. Serious? I know you don't like ghosts in horror movies, but the ones in movies and the ones in real life are totally different, she rolled her eyes. And that's one of the reasons these ghosts are scarier. They're real, he exclaimed. Okay, you have a point, my mom said begrudgingly. Nick, Penny, and my friends were watching this interaction with amused eyes, and Stephen looked at my father with sympathetic eyes, understanding his feelings towards the not-so-dead that roamed the castle's corridors. And much to my dad's relief, the Bloody Baron didn't continue heading our way, as he turned and went through a wall. Phew, my dad who was frozen until 2 seconds ago sighed in relief. And he then noticed the silence that was in the group, and looking ahead he saw all of us staring at him with different expressions on our faces, ranging from amusement to exasperation. What? He asked, looking away embarrassed. And looking at my mom, she and I shook our heads with wry smiles. We continued the tour of the castle, showing my parents all the important points. However, after a while my friends decided to leave to let me have a moment alone with my family, and so I continued guiding them around Hogwarts, showing them my favorite places in the castle. Their time at the castle was coming to an end, and to end our tour I decided to take them to the last and most important room at Hogwarts for me. And in front of a wall on the 7th floor I started pacing back and forth, with my parents looking at me curiously, knowing that there probably had to be a reason for me to be doing this. And after walking back and forth for the 3rd time, a large door began to form in the wall in front of us. And here is the most incredible place in Hogwarts. The Room of Requirement, and saying this I opened the great doors of the magical and mysterious room. Entering the room, my family could see an exact replica of the living room in our house, and my parents blinked in surprise, while Nick and Penny looked around the room with interest, having the blue glow of magic insight in their eyes. Why does this room look like our living room? My dad asked, going over to the armchair and looking at it, seeing that it was exactly the same as the one at home, even having the same signs of wear on the armrests. Because that's what I wanted the room to look like, I replied, and that got me some confused looks. The Room of Requirement is a secret, semi-sentient magical room, and it can become any kind of room I want or need, and it only appears to a wizard or witch who needs it, I explained, and that made my parents look surprised and amazed at me in the room. So if you wanted a courtroom, my mom asked. Then the room would turn into a courtroom, I nodded, but it's not just limited to rooms, it could turn into anything, like a forest, the bottom of the sea, and I haven't tested this, but I think if I have enough information the room could even turn into something like the moon. Amazing, my dad murmured, his eyes shining, and I could feel the room vibrate slightly and almost imperceptibly in appreciation of his words. Yes, truly fascinating, Nick said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The founders were amazing and powerful wizards and witches, but I don't think they would be able to create a room like that. He thought, looking at the magic in the room with interest. And I didn't know what Nick was thinking, but like him, I also thought that the room being so incredible wasn't the founders' work. They could have created and enchanted it initially, but I'm sure that the room being so magical and sentient was the fault of the magic itself that changed the room over the course of these 1,000 years. I think I can understand why this room is your favorite in the entire castle, Penny commented, before looking at me with a raised eyebrow, and I have a feeling there's more to this room than you're telling us. And hearing her curious tone I just smiled enigmatically at her, which made her snort in amusement. Cheeky grandson, she thought. In the late afternoon. The afternoon was coming to an end, and it was getting close to dusk, and because of it I knew that my time with my parents was coming to an end, as they had to go back to home. We then started heading towards Professor McGonagall's office, where Sirius and the Tonks would be waiting for us. It's good that Professor McGonagall gave us permission to use the fireplace in her office to return home, my dad said, but my mom didn't agree with that. I can't see anything good in using the flue, she said with a grimace. Yes, but the options were to use the flue or apparate, or the night bus, my dad said with a sick look, and thinking about the purple monstrosity that was supposed to be a bus my mom was silent. And with this short conversation we arrived at the Transfiguration teacher's office. Hey, Sirius said as soon as he saw us, smiling happily at us. And when we stopped in front of him the dog Animagus looked at me, and his smile turned into a smirk. That was quite a show you showed us in the enclosure, he said, and I'm sure Malfoy almost pissed himself when the dragon bowed to you. And you could hear the slightly cruel and spiteful tone in his voice along with a hint of amusement. I'm glad that my fight against a deadly and dangerous dragon cheered you up, I said dryly, but the sparkle in my eyes showed that I was amused. Unfortunately I was very focused on Hela at that moment. I wish I had seen Lucius and the other supremacist purebloods' reaction, I thought, but I could already imagine their looks of shock and indignation. End. Chapter 384, Chapter. In front of Professor McGonagall's office. After talking to Sirius I looked at the Tonks who were behind him, and Ted, seeing my look, nodded at me in greeting. Watcher Ethan. Dora said, coming up to me and raising her hand for a high five. Watcher Dora, I greeted, smiling at the happy, clumsy girl. Finishing our high five, Andromeda approached me and hugged me familiarly. Hello Ethan, she said with a small smile on her beautiful face. Hi Andy, I said hugging her back. We then broke the hug and I looked at them, letting a playful and slightly arrogant smile appear on my face. So, what did you think of my show in the first task? I asked them. And hearing my question, the first person to answer was Dora, who started jumping excitedly while her hair changed color. You were fucking amazing, she exclaimed, earning a glare from her mother for her choice of words. That big ugly lizard didn't stand a chance against you. You showed him and everyone else that fire, claws and scales will never be more powerful than the classic wand. And seeing Dora start to wave an imaginary wand with an arrogant and smug expression, I snorted in amusement, and Andy shook her head in exasperation. Well, I wouldn't use the same words as Sirius or Nymphadora, Andy said, ignoring Dora's indignant exclamation at the mention of her forbidden name, but yeah, you were incredible at that task. She then looked at me with an affectionate look. You and Harry have made us very proud. And hearing this I couldn't help but be happy, even though I had already heard my parents, Nick and Penny saying the same thing. Thank you, I said with a slight smile. The group then fell into a comfortable silence, until Ted decided to speak. Well, I know everyone here would like to talk longer, but it's getting late, he said, and when we looked up at one of the corridor windows we saw that the sky was getting dark and the moon was starting to come out. Sigh. Yes, we have to go home, Sirius said, a little sad as he would like to spend more time with his godson. And just when he said that, the door to Professor McGonagall's office opened, with the feline witch staring at us with a strange look. Are you going to stand outside my office talking or are you going to come in, she asked, and I realized that she had probably been waiting for us this whole time and had listened to our conversation. Professor McGonagall. My favorite ex-teacher. Sirius said, opening his arms and walking towards Professor McGonagall with a happy look in his eyes. However, what he received in return was the typical stern and rigid look of the Transfiguration teacher. Minnie. Seal exclaimed excitedly, catching Professor McGonagall's attention, who smiled as she noticed that the one who called her by the nickname I created was my little sister. Hello Seal, you've grown up, she said, seeing the little 7-year-old girl standing in front of her with a cute smile. Is Professor McGonagall smiling? Dora asked, amazed. And Seal just called her Minnie and didn't get detention for it? Sirius asked, as shocked as Auror Metamorphmagus. And ignoring the two children in adult bodies with a roll of her eyes, Professor McGonagall began leading us all into her office. And already inside her office I noticed that her fireplace was already lit and that there was a bowl of flu powder on a shelf above the fireplace. Well then I guess this is where we say goodbye, I said, turning to my family, the Tonks and Sirius, with Professor McGonagall, Nick and Penny standing to the side. I think so, my mom said, smiling softly at me. She then hugged me, and I could feel that the feelings of worry and care that she had suppressed all day were emerging again. I already told you this, but I'm very proud of you. You are strong and talented, and I know there are few things that can harm you. But know that you are still my little boy and I will continue to worry about you, she whispered to me. I know that, and that's why you're such a wonderful mother, I said, which earned me a happy smile from her. She then broke the hug, but didn't take her eyes off me. We may be heading home, but we'll be back to watch and cheer you on in the second and third tasks. And until then, don't get into trouble or cause too much confusion for Professor McGonagall. I'm sure she already has a lot to deal with her lions, and when my mom said this Professor McGonagall snorted, and I could hear her mumble, you have no idea. And I was going to say that I didn't get in trouble, but with a quick thought I decided to keep quiet, reminding myself that the reason my parents were here was because I decided to participate in a deadly tournament, which probably entered the getting into trouble category. And I also didn't say anything because I knew what the reaction of the people in the office would be, and I could already imagine the dry looks or the mocking snorts from Sirius and Dora. But without knowing my thoughts, my mom continued, do your homework, brush your teeth before bed, and don't forget to write to us. And I want at least 3 letters a week, my mother said in a tone that she would have no negotiation. Yes, Mom, I nodded with an exasperated but affectionate sigh, and she smiled satisfied. My mom then took a step back and my dad came and hugged me, and breaking the hug, still with a hand on my shoulder, and I waited for him to also say a few words to me like my mom. I make your mother's words mine. And I also wanted to know when are you going to get a girlfriend, he asked me. What? My dad asked when he saw my blank look, and my mom behind him palmed her forehead. Yeah, that totally ruined the mood, Auntie snorted, ignoring her cousin's laugh. With a sigh, my mom pulled my dad by the arm, who continued to look around without understanding. I just wanted to know when I would have a daughter-in-law, he thought, and Penny who was standing next to Professor McGonagall looked at my father with sympathy, understanding his feelings. After saying goodbye to the others, giving my little sister and Andy a hug, I saw everyone approaching the fireplace, with each one taking some of the flu powder. I then saw Sirius throw the powder into the flames which turned green before entering the fireplace, saying 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius disappeared in an explosion of emerald flames that covered his body, and after the fireplace was free again, the Tonks also used it, returning to their house. After Tonks disappeared in the green calls, there was only my family left in the office. My parents looked at me with a look full of emotions of affection, and seeing this I smiled softly at them. My dad then threw the flu powder into the flames and they all entered the fireplace together, with my dad holding Seal in his arms while my mom held his free arm. And then with a last look my dad said out loud, Knight's House, which was our house's flu network code before the emerald flames covered their bodies, sending them on a magical trip back to our home. After my family returned home I said goodbye to Nick, Penny, and Professor McGonagall, who told me that she was surprised by my performance on the first task and that she was very happy, proud, and pleased that Hogwarts had me as its champion. And leaving Professor McGonagall's office I started walking through the corridors, already missing my family. But trying to put these feelings aside I headed towards the Ravenclaw common room, where my friends were probably waiting for me. And as I went to the Raven's nest I put my hand in my coat pocket, feeling inside at the golden egg that I had shrunk with a spell. The second task will probably be the same as the canon, and I already have everything prepared to complete it, I thought. But that's not important, as I have to prepare for a more difficult and complex event that will happen before the task. The Yule Ball. End. Chapter 385, Chapter. Ravenclaw Common Room. It didn't take long for me to arrive at Ravenclaw Tower, and after solving the silver knocker riddle I entered the common room, where I saw almost all of my housemates sitting or standing around chatting, as if they were waiting for something or someone. Why are you all here? I asked, with everyone quickly turning their heads towards me as soon as they heard my voice. But instead of answering me, everyone started applauding and exclaiming excitedly, with many of my colleagues coming up to me to shake my hand or pat me on the back. My friend, what you showed us today was something I'm sure I'll never forget, Roger said, throwing an arm over my shoulder. Thanks, I guess, I said, but then I shook my head. Wait, you guys haven't answered me yet. Why is everyone down here in the common room? We're all here because we obviously have to celebrate, Roger said, gesturing around. And looking around I noticed for the first time that there were some decorations scattered around the common room, and in the corner there were 2 tables next to each other with lots of drinks and food. And celebrate what exactly? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Celebrate the fact that the Hogwarts champion, our Silver Star Ravenclaw, not only defeated but also tamed a dragon, and managed to take first place among the champions in the Triwizard Tournament, he said, happily shouting the last part. And my other colleagues shouted at him together, as happy as he was. And right after that, music started playing from somewhere, signaling that the party had started. All the ravens present in the common room then began to dance, talk, and play, while eating and drinking the food that the house elves made. And seeing everyone enjoying the party, I shook my head with an ironic smile, before going to join my friends who were in the corner of the common room near the library. "Hey," I said to them, "did you know they were planning to have this party?" I asked. "No, when we got here they were already preparing everything," Lisa replied, and I nodded. Changing the subject, Anthony started to say, drawing attention to him, "How was the rest of the tour with your parents?" "It was really good," I replied, smiling softly. "Unfortunately they had to go home, but they promised they would be here to watch the other 2 tasks." "Well, I can't wait for it then. I love talking to your mom, she's really smart," Padma said. "Yes, and Seal is so cute," Sue exclaimed, smiling like a child who found her favorite stuffed animal. "Everyone says that," I snorted in amusement. "By the way, speaking of the next tasks, did you see what the clue is for the second task in that golden egg you got?" Terry looked at me with a questioning look. "Not yet," I said, taking the golden egg out of my pocket before canceling the shrinking spell. "Well then what are you waiting for?" "Let's see what that clue is," Anthony said, and I frowned slightly. And the reason I was frowning was because I knew the clue to the second task was a song-shaped riddle in the merpeople language, Murmish. And the Murmish when heard out of the water was just a shrill, harsh sound, and because of my enhanced hearing I was sure that my ears would suffer more than my colleagues' ears from this song. "I think it would be better if we see what the clue is at another time," I said. "Our colleagues put so much effort into preparing this party, so let's enjoy it and celebrate, and after the party we can go into Sherlock Holmes mode." And listening to me, my friends nodded their heads in agreement with me, with Anthony pouting in disappointment. After that, my friends and I decided to stop talking about the tasks and started to enjoy the party, eating, drinking, talking, and playing with our other colleagues. I had just finished a conversation with the Quidditch team when I saw Luna going to the table that had the drinks, and remembering that I had something to talk to her I went towards her. "Luna Lovegood," I called her with a small smile. "Ethan Knight," she said back, turning to me while holding a glass of blackberry juice in her hand. "Could I talk to you alone?" I asked, and she tilted her head before looking around. I believe we are alone," she said, seeing that there was no one near us. "I know, but I would like to talk to you in a more private place, where there are fewer people who could overhear our conversation." "Oh, I see," she nodded. And when I saw her nod I grabbed her hand, then we started heading towards the common room entrance, planning to leave discreetly. Well, not so discreetly since our friends saw us leaving, but they remained quiet and just looked at us leaving with knowing smiles. After walking a bit I took Luna to a corridor that had no portraits or ghosts, where I could talk to her without having to worry about our conversation being reported to the headmaster. "Well, I don't think anyone will listen to our conversation here," I said looking around. Luna nodded, looking down at our joined hands with slightly flushed cheeks. And I noticed some strange feelings coming from her, and realizing the direction she was looking at I quickly let go of her hand. "Oh, sorry," I said a little embarrassed. "Don't worry," she gave me a slight smile, and I looked at her for a few seconds. Cute, I thought, before shaking my head. Ahem, I cleared my throat, deciding to focus on why we were here. "I called you here because I wanted to ask you something." "Ask what?" She tilted her head in curiosity. "Well, you like magical creatures, right?" I asked, and Luna nodded, "And among magical creatures you seem to really like dragons, don't you?" "Yes, they are beautiful, big, and amazing," she said, before making a confused expression. "But what about it?" "I'm getting there," I said, before continuing, "But well, since you like dragons, I'm sure you'd love to play and talk to a real dragon, wouldn't you?" She nodded, wondering why I was asking all these questions. "He's acting strange. Could it be that the Bloodong gnomes bewitched him?" she asked herself a little worriedly. And unaware of my friend's peculiar thoughts I continued. "In that case, what I wanted to ask you is if you would like to accompany me to the Forbidden Forest to meet some of my dragon friends." "Dragon friends?" she asked as she blinked in surprise. "Are you talking about the dragons that were used in the first task?" "Yes," I replied, and Luna's eyes widened slightly. And I could feel her feelings of excitement and curiosity rising. "And you want me to meet them?" She began to fidget excitedly. I nodded, looking at her with amusement. "So, will you go with me to meet my friends?" "Yes," she responded quickly, before grabbing my hand with both of hers and starting to bounce around. "When are we going to meet them? Would they let me pet them? Could they take me on a flight on their back? Do I bring them something to eat? What do they eat?" And listening to her barrage of questions I smiled with an exasperated but affectionate look. "Calm down, Luna," I said, placing my free hand on her shoulder to stop her from skipping around the castle. "The dragons are going to be taken away this morning, so I was planning on visiting them tonight," I said, and I could see his eyes light up in anticipation. "And as for your other questions, you can ask them yourself." I shrugged. "Ask them? But how? I don't know if they understand human language, and I don't speak Roar," she asked, frowning slightly. "Oh, don't worry about it, you'll be able to talk to them," I said with a mysterious smile. And upon hearing this, Luna looked at me confused, but showing her faith in me she just nodded. "Okay, since you accepted then let's go," I said, and Luna blinked in surprise. "Now?" "Yes," I nodded, "the sooner we go see the dragons, the more time we can spend with them, and besides, I know you are excited to meet and play with a dragon." "It's a dragon, who wouldn't be excited to be able to play with one?" she asked as she tilted her head. Touché. End. Chapter 386, Chapter. After Luna accepted my invitation to visit and meet the dragons with me, we went to the secret passages of the castle. We were very careful not to be seen by anyone, as the students and teachers were still awake, with many of them walking around the castle or heading towards the Great Hall, as it was almost time for dinner. We went to a secret passage that would take us to the Hogwarts grounds near the greenhouses, and arriving at the greenhouses we started heading towards the Forbidden Forest, passing Durmstrang's ship in the Black Lake and Hagrid's hut. Why are we sneaking out of the castle?" Luna asked, seeing that I was looking around cautiously. "Because I think the teachers wouldn't be very happy to see us entering the Forbidden Forest so late at night," I replied. When I stopped for a while, I used my senses and felt that the person closest to us was more than 100 meters away, which made me relax. "But what would the teachers do if they saw us?" she continued questioning. "Well, I guess they'd give us a little lecture for trying to enter the Forbidden Forest at night," I started to respond with a finger on my chin, "but if they found out that we were doing this to see the dragons then they would give us a few weeks' detention probably," I shrugged. "Oh. Cool," Luna nodded. And I looked at Luna with a raised eyebrow, seeing her look completely unconcerned with the possible punishments we could receive. "Aren't you worried?" I asked. "And why would I be worried?" She tilted her head. "We'll only get detention if we get caught." And hearing her answer I smiled, realizing that beneath her peculiar, creative and dreamy mind was a mischievous and troublemaking girl. "You really are like a box of surprises, Luna," I said, which made her look at me confused. We then continued to walk through the dense, dark forest in calm silence, with none of us being affected by the frightening atmosphere of the place. And after a few more minutes of walking, Luna and I finally arrived at the makeshift camp where the dragons were. Looking ahead I could see the wizards and witches of the reserve packing up their things to prepare to leave, and in one corner of the camp were the 4 dragons tending their eggs. And I could see that unlike the first time I saw them they were completely calm, not paying much attention to the wizards around them, looking at them at times to let out a slight growl of warning. And in addition to standing still and caring for their babies, they also looked around from time to time, narrowing their eyes and sniffing the air, as if they were looking for something. "They're probably waiting for me," I thought with a slight smile, already excited to talk to them. And I wasn't the only one excited, as Luna was almost shaking with anticipation and excitement as she looked at the large and fierce flying lizards. "Now, Luna, I'm going to cast the disillusionment charm on both of us, and then we'll go to the dragons discreetly so as not to alert the dragon reserve wizards, okay?" I said, and she nodded, trying to concentrate on my words, but her gaze kept straying to the dragons. And with an ironic smile on my face I pulled out my wand, casting the spell on us and making us invisible. And now invisible, I held Luna's hand and started to take her to the corner where the dragons were. And when I got close to them they immediately smelled my scent and my magic, which made them excited. But before the mother dragons could say anything I pulled out my wand and started casting a barrier spell around us. And this spell was a simple illusion spell to hide me and Luna, while at the same time diverting the attention of the wizards and witches from us, giving us privacy to be able to talk to the dragons without having to be under the disillusionment charm. And finishing casting the barrier, I cancelled the spell that was on me and Luna, making us visible to the dragons, who immediately raised their excited heads. "Ethan. You came. Hello my human friend. You are finally in the presence of the mighty Hela." And listening to them I smiled with amusement. "Hello to all of you too," I said in dragon language, before turning to Luna who looked at me in surprise. "Can you speak their language?" she asked with wide eyes. "Yes," I nodded. "Incredible," she said in amazement. "I've heard stories about Merlin where they said he had the ability to talk to dragons, but I didn't know you could too." "Well, talking to dragons is just one of my many skills," I smiled mysteriously, "and besides, you didn't know why I kept this skill a secret. But if you were keeping this ability a secret then why did you reveal it to me?" Luna asked me, frowning slightly. "It is not obvious. It's because I trust you completely," I replied calmly. And my response made Luna stop in surprise, and after her surprise passed, she began to look at me with an indecipherable look. "Ethan, who is this girl?" I heard Mirio ask me, and I turned around only to see the 4 dragons looking at Luna curiously. "Oh," I blinked, before gesturing to Luna, "this is Luna, a precious friend of mine," I said in their language. And turning to Luna I spoke in English again, and Luna, "These are Saphira, Mirio, Arya, and Hela, my dragon friends," I introduced, gesturing to each dragon respectively. And realizing that the dragons were looking at her, Luna took a step forward, approaching them without any hint of fear. And actually she was smiling with an excited look, which surprised the dragons, since the only other person who faced them like that with an excited and friendly look, without fearing them, was me. "Hello, I'm Luna Lovegood, and it's a pleasure to meet you ladies," she greeted them with a cheerful wave of her hand, which made me snort in amusement. "Ahem," Luna said. I started to translate Luna's words into the dragon language, but Saphira interrupted me. "We understand what she said," and I stopped. "Wait, did you understand what she said?" I asked, and she nodded, making me look at her confused. "So does that mean you understand human language?" "Clear. We are dragons, there is nothing we cannot do," Hela proclaimed proudly as she puffed out her chest. "But then if you understood human language, why didn't you tell me? And why did you let me speak to you only in your language this whole time?" I asked with a slight frown. "Do you know how stressful it is for my throat to keep talking in grunts and roars for so long?" And seeing my upset look, Mirio snorted, and I could have sworn I saw Arya rolling her eyes. "It was your fault for assuming we didn't understand your language," Mirio said. And hearing this I felt my right eye twitch. "Damn stinking reptile," I cursed mentally, looking at the large red dragon as I controlled my urge to go up to she and punch her scaly snout. And Luna, who was watching our interaction, didn't understand what the dragons were saying, but that didn't stop her from laughing amusedly at my upset look. And while I continued arguing with Mirio, Saphira approached Luna, and looking at the small girl with her face very close to hers, the blue dragon narrowed her eyes threateningly. But Luna wasn't scared by the fierce dragon, and continued to look at her with shining eyes. "You are beautiful," Luna murmured in amazement, reaching out her hand to touch Saphira. And hearing Luna's praise, Saphira smiled slightly. "I liked her," Saphira said, leaning her face on Luna's hand who had a huge smile on her face. "Of course you liked," I snorted. "She doesn't seem afraid of us," Arya commented, also approaching Luna. "Well, I doubt she's afraid of anything," I said, and Luna looked at me curiously. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "Oh, it's just that they're impressed that you're not afraid of them," I replied, gesturing to the giant creatures. "And why would I be afraid of them? Haven't you already said that they are your friends?" She tilted her head in confusion. "Yes," I said, shaking my head with a wry smile. Sometimes I forget that Luna can be very naive sometimes, I thought, looking at her as she played with Saphira and Mirio. End. Chapter 387, Chapter. Luna and I had spent almost 3 hours with Hela, Mirio, Saphira, and Arya before they left, being taken back to the Romanian dragon sanctuary. We played and talked with the dragons, with me translating everything the fire-breathing lizard said to Luna, who was completely excited to interact with them. It's obvious that as a Ravenclaw and a lover of magical creatures, Luna also asked the dragons several questions, who were happy to answer them. And I was impressed to see how quickly it was for Luna to make friends with them, but after thinking a little it was easy to understand why. Saphira liked Luna because of her cheerful personality and because she was someone the blue dragon could talk to for hours. Mirio liked Luna because she found someone almost as crazy as her, and who didn't mind enjoying her fiery show, and Arya found the blonde girl interesting, easy to talk to and calm, which matched her shy personality. And as for Hela, well, the scary black dragon decided to befriend Luna mainly because she was my friend, but I'm sure the other reason was because Luna kept praising her, and this proud dragon would obviously like someone who appreciated her beautiful appearance and incredible abilities. And to think that to be friends with Hela I had to kick her ass in a fight. And in fact, Luna's cheerful personality and the ease she has in making people like her is impressive. But well, back to the topic, Luna really enjoyed the time she spent with her new friends, and I was pleased to see how happy she was, and I knew as soon as I saw her smiling and laughing that I made the right choice in inviting her. But unfortunately we couldn't spend more time with the dragons and it would be difficult for us to see them again once they were in the reserve. Of course, I promised that I would visit them at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, and I would keep my promise, but it would be difficult and not quick. But while I didn't visit them I would continue with the memories we made together, and those memories were something that Luna and I would never forget. And I could already say that these were one of my favorite and most fun memories, and I was sure it was the same for Luna. Next day, room of requirement. It was in the morning during the first class of the day, which was supposed to be charms, but I had spoken to Professor Flitwick and used my privilege as champion to skip his class. And while all the students and teachers were in the classrooms, I was in the room of requirement, which had been transformed into a room with a large, deep pool. And I had asked for this room because I was going to use the pool to hear the clue, or better said, the song that was in the golden egg. And I already knew what the clue was hidden in the song, but even so I still wanted to hear it, both outside the water and inside, mainly because of curiosity. And next to the pool, wearing just a swimming trunks, was me, sitting cross-legged on the floor while looking at the golden egg in my lap. How do I open this? I wondered, picking up the egg and inspecting it. And while inspecting the magical device I saw some hinges on it, as well as a small button on the top of it. And seeing this button I knew that it would only be necessary to press it for the egg to open and the merpeople's song to start playing. And remembering that out of the water the song would sound like a horrible, deafening sound, almost like the scream of a banshee, I began to prepare myself. It's times like these when I regret having all my senses more powerful than a normal person's, I grimaced. But shaking my head I returned to focus on the current task, and taking a deep breath I took my hand to the top of the golden egg, and very lightly pressed the button on it. And as soon as the button was pressed the egg opened, and I immediately braced myself for the screeching noise. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. Na hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past na hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Huh. I looked at the egg confused, why am I listening to the song? The egg is not underwater. And with that doubt in mind I looked at the egg with a thoughtful look, frowning slightly. And after a few seconds I blinked. My beast talk, I murmured, feeling realization hit me. I could understand the song because it is in Mermish, a magical language. I knew I could understand Mermish if I listened to the language at least once, but I didn't expect that listening to it through a magical device would allow me to understand it. And with feelings of surprise and excitement I looked back at the golden egg. Well, this saves me all the trouble of getting into the pool, I said, listening to the song repeat. And listening to the part where it says that they will take what I will miss, I frowned. I was so focused on finding a way to move and breathe underwater to complete the second task that I forgot that the real objective of the task is to rescue a hostage, I thought. But the question now is, who will they take as my hostage? A little later, lunch. After listening to the clue inside the golden egg, I continued for a while longer in the room of requirement, training my combat underwater and seeing how good I was at casting the spell I created to transform myself into a fishman. And when I felt satisfied with my progress I left the magic room, noticing that the morning classes were over and it was almost lunchtime. And feeling a little hungry I started heading towards the Great Hall. I had gone through some secret passages to get to the ground floor faster, but as soon as I arrived in front of the entrance hall I felt Crouch Jr.'s magical signature in front of me. Good afternoon Mr. Knight, the old Auror said, coming towards me after coming out from behind a pillar. Was he waiting for me? I wondered warily, but greeted him anyway. Good afternoon Professor Moody, I nodded at him. The fake Moody then stopped in front of me and looked me up and down, with his magical eye traveling over my body, making me shudder internally. You were impressive on the first task, son, he said, and I blinked slightly in surprise. Thank you, I thanked him with a strange look. But ignoring my look he continued to speak. I knew you were an intelligent and powerful wizard, but not even I was expecting that level of magic from you. And you know, there aren't many people who would be able to subdue a dragon alone, much less tame one, and saying this his two eyes focused on me as his interest in me increased. And feeling his intense gaze on me I resisted the urge to reach for my wand. You, Mr. Knight, have proven yourself to be an exceptional wizard, and I could even say dangerous. He finished the sentence in a low, tense tone, and I could see that his hands were gripping his walking stick more tightly. And only the lack of warning from my instincts prevented me from taking my wand out of its holster, but I still continued to look at him intently. And in the next instant the retired aura relaxed, and the air around us became less intense and heavy. And that being said, I'm excited to see how you do on the other two tasks, he finished with a scary smile. And after saying that, the old man didn't wait for me to say anything and walked past me, continuing to walk while limping on his wooden leg, until he disappeared around the corner of the corridor, leaving me alone in front of the entrance hall. And after a few seconds passed with me standing still, I felt Barty Jr.'s magic far away from me, and then I finally relaxed. Damn, why is this guy so interested in me? I asked myself with a frown on my face, doesn't he have other students to torment? But shaking my head I tried to ignore this short interaction I had with the fake Moody, not wanting to think about it too much as I knew it would only make me more stressed. And luckily for me someone showed up to help me get the crazy, sadistic Death Eater out of my mind. Ethan, I heard a soft and sweet voice call me. And turning around I saw Fleur walking towards me with a happy look on her face. Hi Fleur, I greeted her as soon as she arrived in front of me. Hi, she greeted me back with a small smile. However, that smile didn't last long, as the French girl looked at me with a slightly nervous expression while biting her lip. Do you remember the promise we made to talk and answer each other's questions after the first task was over? She asked me. Yes, I said, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Well, I think it's time for this talk to happen, and she said this looking at me with the most serious look I've ever seen on her face. End. Chapter 388, Chapter Stone Courtyard. Fleur and I were outside the castle in the stone courtyard, and we were the only people in the place as all the other students and teachers were having lunch in the Great Hall. I was sitting on a marble bench next to her, looking at her serious, thoughtful expression as I waited for her to say something. So who will answer the questions first? I asked, and that made her look at me. I don't know, she said biting her lip. Well, you already know what my question is, I shrugged. Yes, but my answer kind of has to do with the questions I want to ask you, she said, and I raised an eyebrow at that. Serious? I asked, and she nodded. Oh, in that case then wouldn't it be easier if you started by answering? I think so, she replied, and then turned to look at the water fountain in front of us. You want to know why I pay so much attention to you and why I insisted on trying to talk to you, right? She asked and I nodded. Well, to answer that question I first need to tell you about my last summer vacation. And hearing this I looked at her confused, not knowing what connection her summer vacation had with her being so obsessed with me. It all started when my family and I went to the Quidditch World Cup final, she started to say, and I blinked. Oh. I think I see the connection now, I said to myself. But then I remembered that it was never mentioned in the books or films that Fleur was in England to watch the World Cup final. Wait, you were at the Quidditch World Cup final? I asked. Yes, she replied. My father insisted that my family come and watch the match, which was strange at first. Why was it strange? Well, he usually doesn't care about Quidditch, so it was strange that he wanted to come and watch the final match so much, she said with a shrug. Fleur then placed a finger on her chin with a thoughtful look, but thinking about it, I think watching the World Cup final was just an excuse so he could come here to talk to your ministry about the Triwizard Tournament. Oh, I didn't know your father was involved in recreating the tournament, I said in surprise. Neither did I, she said. I only found out later because of a letter my mother sent me. And besides, I think he only wanted to get involved in the tournament because of the Flammels' presence, as he is a big fan of them. I see, I nodded, looking down thoughtfully. So it seems that Fleur being in the Quidditch World Cup final was my fault in a way. But back to my story, Fleur said, breaking me out of my thoughts. My family and I came to watch the cup final, and we were going to leave the next morning. But that happened. And I was confused not knowing what that was, but hearing the heavy and tense tone in his voice, as well as his feelings of fear and apprehension, realization hit me. The Death Eater riot, I said, and she nodded with a sad look. My parents left as soon as the match ended to talk to some people from the British ministry, and my little sister, Gabrielle, and I stayed with our aunt, my mother's sister, who also came to watch the match along with her Vila clan. The tent we were in was close to the forest and a little far from the other tents, because my aunt and her clan didn't want to be bothered by the wizards who would be attracted to their allure. But our tent being closer to the forest also meant that we were further away from the Aurors and ministry officials and closer to the wizards you call Death Eaters when they attacked. And after saying that, Fleur stopped to breathe, and I could see the tension in her shoulders, and I understood that she was forcing herself to revisit some bad memories. And knowing this I put my hand on her shoulder, and when Fleur turned to me she saw my sympathetic look and smiled gently at me. Taking a deep breath Fleur then continued to retell her story. We were all outside the tent around a fire, singing and playing, but then the screams started, and we didn't even have time to react before they appeared and set fire to our tent. Those vile monsters were laughing at us, relishing in our fear and panic while saying horrible and perverted things about us, pointing their wands at us. Fleur began to tremble, not only with fear but also with anger. And there was nothing we could do since we were unarmed and there were many elderly women and children in the group, and I was so scared, for myself, and for my sweet Gabby. And noticing her troubled emotions I gave Fleur a comforting squeeze on the shoulder as I approached her, showing her that she was safe and that I was there. And that seemed to work, as I could feel her calm down a little. However, she wasn't the only one who was reacting to this story, as the more she spoke, the more flashes of memories came to my mind of a group of Vilas I saved when the Death Eater riot began. And remembering this group of Vila who were terrified in front of a burning tent I immediately connected the dots. Fleur was there. She was one of the Vilas I saved, I realized. However, without knowing my thoughts, Fleur took a deep breath and continued, I thought that we would face a horrible fate at the hands of those monsters, that I would never see my parents again and that I would not be able to protect my little sister. However, when I thought everything was lost, he appeared, you appeared, and saying this she looked me straight in the eyes, our savior. I don't know what you're talking about, I lied with a calm expression, but Fleur didn't believe me. I understand why you want this to be kept secret, but I know it was you. I'm sure it was you, she said, and I frowned. And how can you be sure of that? I asked. Because your magic is the same as his, she replied. What? I blinked in confusion, and she shook her head with a small smile. You may not know, but Vilas as magical creatures are sensitive to magic, and your magic that night was unforgettable for me, she said, and I frowned. Damn, that information wasn't in the books about Vilas, I mentally cursed. But not wanting Fleur to suspect me even more, I kept a neutral expression. Well, you must be mistaken, I wasn't even in the Quidditch World Cup final, I tried to lie with a shrug. I know that's a lie, your friend Lily already told me she saw you there, Fleur said with an amused smile, and again I cursed in my mind. Lily, you little traitor, I grumbled, which made the Vila girl smile even more. And besides, your magic isn't the only thing that makes me sure you're my savior. I know you're him because of your eyes, she said. My eyes? I asked. Yes, the hood may have been covering your face that night, but your bright eyes were still as noticeable as the moon itself in the dark sky, she said, looking deep into my eyes as she smiled softly, your amber eyes, beautiful and fierce, shining with power and magic. Her voice had a tone of admiration and affection, and I could feel her allure acting unconsciously, making her even more beautiful. And I might have great control over my emotions, but having a pretty girl so close to me talk about my eyes like that made me blush. And looking away, I thought about lying again, but with a quick thought I realized that would be useless. I doubt she'll believe any lie I said. And I can feel her certainty and conviction, I thought, frowning. In fact, the reason I didn't want anyone to know that I was the mysterious killer was because that was an identity that I would use whenever I needed to do something considered illegal by the ministry. But Fleur already knew it was me, and I could feel that she didn't judge me for killing other people, and I knew I could trust her to keep my identity a secret. And with all these facts I decided that I would no longer hide the truth from her. And with a sigh I looked back at Fleur. "You're very insistent, you know that," I said with a small smile on my lips. "Yes, my parents already told me that, and they say that this is one of my best qualities," she smiled, realizing that she won the battle. And I shook my head with a wry look. Maybe they are right. End. Chapter 389, Chapter. "So now that you know I'm the mysterious killer, what are you going to do?" I asked Fleur. "Nothing," she shrugged, and I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "I already knew you were the men who saved me the moment my eyes fell on you the day I arrived at Hogwarts," she began to say, "and from the beginning I never planned to tell anyone your secret, and I only insisted so much on talking to you because I wanted to hear you say that it was you who saved me, and also because I wanted to get to know you better." "I understand," I nodded, before looking at her curiously. "But then, do you think you got to know me better?" I asked. "Yes, and I think now I understand what kind of person you are," she replied, looked at me with a happy look. "Oh really? And what kind of person am I?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "You are someone who is proud, intelligent, cunning, an obviously powerful wizard, who doesn't care about other people's opinions, but who doesn't like it when someone talks badly or messes with one of your friends or your family," Fleur began to quote, with a finger on his chin as he thought, "and besides, you're also very playful, sarcastic, and completely unpredictable." And finishing speaking, Fleur turned to me with a proud look, and I could only look at her in surprise. "I don't think anyone has ever described me so accurately before," I thought in awe. And then I saw that Fleur was looking at me expectantly, and I realized that she was waiting for me to say something. "Well, your view of me is pretty much correct," I said, which made her nod in satisfaction, "but you missed mentioning my good looks and my perfect body." I ran my hand through my hair with an arrogant look. "Yes, of course, how could I forget that?" Fleur rolled her eyes playfully. "Any other qualities of yours that I forgot to mention, Mr. Knight?" "Well," I started to say, "I could mention some other qualities of mine, but I think the ones you mentioned are enough, and I thank you for that." I looked at her with a mischievous smile. "You're welcome," Fleur snorted in amusement. We then continued sitting on the marble bench talking, with me asking her other questions, mainly about what happened to her and her sister after the Quidditch World Cup final. And from what she told me, as soon as I disappeared, her father and mother arrived along with some other French wizards and some aurors from the ministry, and that they were terrified by the grotesque and bloody scene of the destroyed Death Eater bodies. However, in addition to being terrified, her parents were also very relieved, as their daughters were fine. And she also told me that unlike the others, they did not consider me a murderer, but rather the savior of their daughters, and that they wanted to find out my identity to thank me personally. And when I heard that I was happy, but I told her that I preferred to keep my identity as the mysterious killer between the two of us, at least for now. And after some more time talking I noticed that lunchtime was ending, and so I got up from the marble bench. "I think we should end our conversation here," I said, wondering if I should stop by the kitchens to get something to eat. But before I could leave, Fleur got up hurriedly. "Wait," she said, holding my shirt, and I turned to her. "What?" I asked, and then Fleur started fidgeting with a nervous look. "When I found out you were the mysterious killer you asked me what I was going to do, didn't you?" she asked, and I nodded confused. "Well, I said I wouldn't do anything, but there's actually something I want to do." And when she finished speaking I looked at her with my head tilted in curiosity, and I could feel her nervousness disappear being replaced by determination. And before I could say or ask anything the French girl threw her arms around my neck and hugged me, which caught me completely off guard. "Thank you for saving me that day," her voice sounded almost a whisper close to my ear as she hugged me tighter. And coming out of my dazed state I looked at her with a strange look. "No need to thank me, I just did what was right," I said, but she shook her head. "No, you did more than that. You saved me and protected me from a terrible fate. Me, someone who to you at that time was a total stranger," she said, "and you did it because you are a good person, with a kind and gentle heart." And I could feel the strong feeling of gratitude she had for me, and knowing how sincere she was being and feeling her feelings of affection I decided to just accept her thanks. And with a sigh I wrapped my arms around her slim waist and hugged her back, and I could see her smile as she still kept her head on my shoulder. "I still don't think I did anything big, but I'm happy to see you safe," I said softly, much to the delight of the Beauxbatons champion. And then we spent a few more seconds holding each other, and I couldn't deny that hugging Fleur felt good and comforting, but I had to break the hug because I heard the bell ring, signaling that lunch was over and that afternoon classes would begin. Sigh. Apparently I'm going to have to wait for dinner, I thought, before looking at Fleur. Well, it was an interesting and very enlightening conversation, but we have to go, I said with a small smile. Yes, Fleur sighed sadly, and I looked at her questioningly. Headmistress Maxime wants to meet me for some private lessons this afternoon to help me pass the next assignments, and usually her lessons are confusing, she explained. You know that if the tournament organizers find out about this, you and your school will receive punishment, right? And besides, is this something you should be telling me? I asked with a raised eyebrow, and Fleur shrugged. I know this is basically cheating and goes against the tournament rules, but my headmistress insisted, and I doubt she'll let me get out of these private lessons, she said, and I nodded, and about telling you this. Well, I trust you. And hearing her say it so easily as if it were something normal made me smile. Well, in that case then I think we better get going. You don't want Madame Maxime to come looking for you, right? I joked, and Fleur made a face. Yes, that wouldn't be very good, she said, before turning to me, and you, what are you going to do now? Oh, now I have double potions classes, and I could skip them with the excuse of being a champion, but my potions teacher won't like that, and this time I was the one making a face. Is he that man who dresses in black, has a big nose, and has a face that seems to always be mocking others? Fleur asked. Yeah, I nodded, finding the way she described him funny. Oh. Now I think classes with Headmistress Maxime aren't so bad, she commented, looking at me sympathetically. I'm not switching classes with you, I said jokingly, to which she laughed. I then heard the bell ring again, and not wanting to be late and wanting to get to the dungeons quickly, I said goodbye to Fleur again. Well, I hope I can talk to you again some other time, Fleur. See you later, I said, waving my hand at her. And after saying that I turned and left, leaving the beautiful blonde girl alone in the stone courtyard. Yes, see you later. My beloved hero, she thought with one hand closed over her chest as she waved the other at me, smiling softly. End. Chapter 390, Chapter. Next day, Saturday. Today was the weekend, which meant a day of relaxation for everyone, and after a hearty breakfast my friends and I left the great hall and the castle and headed towards the Black Lake. Arriving in front of the Black Lake we sat on its shore, under the shade of a large tree. And now completely comfortable, each one decided to do one thing. Padma and Michael brought books to read, and Lisa, Stephen and Sue started talking about an adventure film that was coming out in theaters next month that they wanted to watch. And in the last group was Luna, Terry, Anthony, and me, with the little girl playing with a butterfly while the other two boys talked. What about me? Well, I was leaning against the tree with my hands behind my head and my eyes closed, resting as I felt the cold wind hit my face. I love the cold winter weather, I thought with satisfaction. Man, I'm so excited for today's classes. Anthony said in an excited tone, and listening to him I opened my eyes to look at him with a strange look. Ignoring the strangeness of you saying you're excited for a class, I have to ask. What classes? I questioned, wondering if my lazy friend had forgotten that today was the weekend. And my question made him, Terry, and my other friend stop talking, causing an awkward silence to fall over the group as they looked at me with stunned looks. What do you mean by what classes? Sue asked a little indignantly. And she wasn't the only one to have that expression, as my other friends also looked at me as if I had just said something stupid. Huh. I looked at them blankly. Why are you looking at me like that? But they didn't answer me initially, and I could see my friends look at each other, before Padma turned to me. Ethan, do you know what day it is? She asked me. Of course I know. Today is Saturday, I replied confused. Yes, but today is also the day of Flamel's first class, the Indian girl said, and hearing that I blinked. What? I said smartly. You call yourself their grandson, but you don't even remember that today is their first day as teachers here at Hogwarts, Michael snorted. But I didn't pay attention to him, because I was searching my memories, and after a few seconds I remembered a conversation I had with Nick the day before the first task. And in that conversation he had told me that he, Penny and the headmaster had already decided on the day of their first class, and that it would be next Saturday, that is, today. Oh, I blurted out. Really? And you're Ravenclaw's star student? Terry said dismissively, and I glared at him. I'm sorry I don't remember that, it's just that my mind was busy thinking about plans to complete the deadly tasks of the Triwizard Tournament, I said dryly. You put your name in the Goblet of Fire because you wanted to, he shrugged, and even though it was true I still felt my right eye twitch while a vein pulsed on my forehead. Calm down, Ethan. Trying to drown someone in the Black Lake is still considered a crime. Ahem, back to the topic, Stephen said, drawing attention to him, do you know what time the Flamel's classes will start? I think Mr. Flamel's first class for the 4th years will start in 2 hours and Mrs. Flamel's class will take place after lunch, Lisa replied, before turning to Luna. Sorry Luna, I don't know their class schedule for the 3rd years. Oh, our classes with them will start tomorrow at 10 a.m., Luna said, and Lisa nodded. Well, it doesn't matter what their class schedule is, just know that I signed up for all of them. Sue said, her eyes shining with expectation. Same, Terry said, with the others nodding. Probably every student from all 3 schools signed up for their classes, and anyone who didn't is stupid, Michael said with a shrug, and I didn't disagree with him. Yes, but you know what, I still don't know what they're going to teach us, and listening to Stephen, the others looked at each other. And they, like probably the other students at Hogwarts and the other 2 schools, also had no idea what Nick and Penny would teach us. Nick will probably teach alchemy, I thought, before putting a finger on my chin. What about Penny? She's good in all branches of magic, but the ones she has the most knowledge about are the ones we already have classes with teachers, like potions and runes. And thinking about this I looked at the sky while reflecting. I don't know what Penny will teach us, but whatever it is, I'm sure it will be one of the most incredible classes students will witness. And it might seem like I was exaggerating, but as an official student of Penny's I knew how good she was at teaching and how smart, knowledgeable, and amazing she was when it came to magic in general. Well, no matter what they 2 are going to teach us, I know it's going to be some interesting lessons. Alchemy class with Nick. Looks like everyone signed up for this class, I thought, looking around and seeing that all the 4th years were in the classroom prepared for Nick's classes. The room was large and simple, with large windows through which the sunlight illuminated the place, and looking ahead I saw Nick's desk with some objects on top, and behind the desk there was a large blackboard. And I was going to continue inspecting the room, but I stopped as soon as I felt Nick approaching the door. Good morning everyone, Nick said as soon as he entered the classroom, greeting the students as he went to his desk. Good morning, teacher. Hello, Mr. Flammel. Good morning, sir. And hearing the students greet him back, Nick nodded, before looking at everyone with a calm look and a serious and professional posture. And he went into his teacher mode, I thought as I sighed. I believe there is no need for introductions, and as our time is not very long I will start the class immediately, he said. And it may not have been the most exciting start to class, but the students didn't mind, with everyone wiggling in their seats expectantly. You all know what I am known for and what my specialty is, but you may still have questions about what I will teach you in my class. Well, from today until the end of the school year I will teach you about the difficult, stressful, and most complicated type of magic that exists. The alchemy. And as soon as Nick said that the students started to smile excitedly. And seeing all these excited and happy looks, I shook my head, knowing that their excitement wouldn't last long. It seems like they didn't listen to the part where he said alchemy is stressful and difficult. And Nick noticed it too, because he sighed, and for some reason I was feeling like he was used to people reacting like that. Well, I remember reacting the same way as them, I thought, before turning my attention back to Nick when I saw him about to start talking. Alchemy is the most complex branch of magic, as it requires a lot of time, knowledge, and experience, and its main objective is the transmutation of one element into another, Nick began to explain, looking at all of us with a serious look. Alchemy has been in our world since ancient times, being a concept known to both muggles and wizards, and its creation and functioning process is closely linked to other branches of magic, such as potions, charms and transfiguration. And while he was saying this he was also writing something on the blackboard, and when he finished writing he continued with his explanation. However, the practice and study of alchemy is not limited to magic alone, and to be able to truly understand what alchemy is, you will also need to have knowledge of various scientific and philosophical concepts. And at this time he pointed to the several words he had written on the blackboard. Chemistry, physics, astrology, art, metallurgy, and medicine. These are just some of the things you need to know to be able to delve deeper into alchemy, and looking at the students he saw everyone paying attention to his words, but he also noticed that some students looked confused as they looked at the words he wrote. And it didn't take long for Nick to realize that these students were purebloods who had probably never heard or read these words before. From what I can see some of you don't seem to know what some of these concepts and branches of science are, he said, looking at these students who were mainly Slytherins, who looked away, feeling embarrassed for catching Nick's attention for not know something. Well, to summarize it in a way that you can understand, science is the magic of muggles, and they use it to do various things, such as cure diseases, create and destroy things, and they even use it to control nature to some extent. And as soon as the word muggle left Nick's mouth I could see Malfoy and his group grimacing in disgust and disdain from the corner of my eye. But ignoring them I looked at my other classmates purebloods, and I could see that they were amazed at the fact that muggles had developed their own form of magic, and that it was capable of doing so many things. It looks like this class will be enlightening for them in more than one way. End. Chapter 391, Chapter. After 1 hour of theoretical lessons and many explanations, the first class of the 4th years with Nick had come to an end. What Nick taught us was basic information about alchemy that we would find in almost all standard alchemy books, but he explained it in his own way, which made everything more interesting and understandable. However, even this simple explanation was still more than enough to fascinate all my colleagues, who had never studied alchemy, not even out of curiosity. And as soon as the class ended, all the students started to leave the classroom talking excitedly, looking forward to the next alchemy class. And obviously among these students were my friends. Man, my brother is going to be so jealous when he finds out that I had classes with Nicholas Flamel in person. Anthony said. Your brother? I'm sure your parents and grandparents will be jealous, Terry snorted. Oh, don't even get me started. My mother keeps sending me letters telling me to ask for Mrs. Flamel's autograph for her, Sue said with an exasperated look. Weren't you one of the first people to ask my grandmother to sign your books? I asked with a finger on my chin, but only received a death glare from Sue in response. And I closed my mouth, raising my hands in surrender. Changing the subject, I didn't know that alchemy could be used in so many different ways, Stephen said, somewhat admiringly. Yes, and it is incredible to think that alchemy is not just magic and spells, and that it has a whole scientific basis behind it, Lisa commented with her eyes shining. And she wasn't the only one, as most of the fourth-year Muggleborns were also as amazed as she was, because having grown up in the Muggle world they understood how surprising it was to see magic being used alongside science. Maybe these alchemy classes will make the most prejudiced purebloods realize how incredible Muggles and their inventions are, I thought, and maybe with that wizards will stop underestimating people without magic. But putting these thoughts aside, I continued to listen to my friends talking endlessly about alchemy, science, and their excitement about the upcoming classes, and I felt happy to see that they liked Nick's class. Nick may seem like he doesn't care, but I'm sure he's happy too, I thought. And then I remembered the next class we were going to have today with the other immortal who was in the castle. Penny is probably as excited as the students. I smiled slightly, knowing her passion for teaching. And I'm sure it's going to be an amazing class, and I hope everyone likes it too. Penny's classroom. As soon as lunch ended, all the fourth-year students quickly went to the classroom prepared for Penny's classes, and when we got there I saw that Penny was already waiting for us. Good afternoon, class, Penny said with a small smile, seeing the students take their seats. I'm Perenelle Flamel, and I will be one of your teachers until the end of this school year. And with this short presentation I couldn't help but smile, as I could feel the students' excitement and Penny's happiness. As you may know, like my husband I also have knowledge in many areas of magic, focusing mainly on runes and charms. However, you already have teachers specialized in these branches of magic, and that's why I'm going to teach you something different. And when she said that, the students looked at each other excited and curious. You will learn from me about two types of magic that unite runes, charms and transfiguration, and they are widely used in our world, but they are not mentioned much. In your classes with me I will teach you about the two magics in which I specialize. Magics in which I received the title of Master. I will teach you about enchantments and wards, and saying this Penny pulled out her wand and waved it. And then we could see some lines glowing softly throughout the classroom. They were on the walls, the floor, the ceiling, our tables and chairs, and even in the air. With my magic vision I could see that there were some runes and spells hidden in these lines, and looking at them I knew that they weren't just for a little light show. And confirming my thoughts from these lines, some butterflies of light began to appear, and they brought with them a refreshing breeze. When these butterflies passed near me I felt a comforting and warm sensation, which made me calm down, and it reminded me a little of Nick and Penny's house. An enchantment is a type of magic in which you transcribe a complex magical code into objects and places, and this allows you to modify the place or item in any way you want, Penny began to explain, smiling when she saw the students impressed by the butterflies. You can, for example, enchant the most uncomfortable and frightening place there is so that it gives you a welcoming feeling, like home. And seeing the students sighing contentedly, Penny smiled mischievously, before twirling her wand. But you can also do the opposite, making the most beautiful and calm place in the world become chaos. And then a strong wind suddenly arose, bringing with it a strong and dangerous pressure. Kaya. This wind is very strong. Oh no, my hair is going to be a mess. And as I looked at my classmates' panic I could only shake my head, before looking at Penny and seeing an amused look on her face. And after letting the chaos dominate the room for a few more seconds, Penny cancelled the enchantment, causing the classroom to become calm again. And looking ahead Penny saw that the students were still recovering from the controlled storm she created, with some still looking forward in shock while others fixed their clothes and hair. Well, as you can see, those were just two simple examples of what enchantments can do to a place, she said, and the students looked at her in shock. Simple examples, was the question that crossed their minds. But unaware of their thoughts, Penny continued with the class. And in fact I want you to know that compared to enchanted places, enchanted objects are even more fascinating and complex, mainly because they have no limits to the things they can do. And among enchanted places, enchanted objects, and wards, the enchanted objects are more easily found and even used in our daily lives, and at this fact some students blinked in surprise. I think they forgot that almost every object in the castle is enchanted, I thought, before remembering something. In fact, the castle itself is an enchanted place, perhaps the most important enchanted place in the entire wizarding world. But well, enough talking about enchantments, let's talk about wards, Penny said, breaking me out of my thoughts. A ward is a spell where you create a dome, wall, or barrier around some place, and within that place a separate domain comes into existence. The creator or master of this ward can use magic to create their own rules and laws that function within the ward. Penny then tapped her wand on her desk, and the lines of enchantments around us disappeared, being replaced by runes that appeared on the walls around us. These rules can be simple, such as preventing anyone unauthorized from entering that place, and most of you who are purebloods or have important families probably have a ward like that in your homes, and hearing this most of the students nodded. However, these rules can be more complex, and I would even say, fun. At the end of this sentence, Penny raised her wand, and I could feel the magic in the runes activate. And then I felt the gravity around me lessen, leaving me lighter. And looking around I saw the tables, chairs, objects, and even my colleagues start to float slightly, to everyone's surprise. Wow. I'm flying. I feel so light. So this is how ghosts feel. And now that they no longer had gravity holding them to the floor, my colleagues began to have fun as they floated around the room. And looking forward I saw Penny sitting at her desk while floating a few inches off the ground, looking at everyone with an amused look. And I could feel the happiness coming from her, just as I could also feel a lot of positive feelings coming from my classmates, and that made me nod in satisfaction. I still had doubts about whether my classmates would like Penny's classes, but now those doubts have disappeared, I thought with a small smile. End. Chapter 392, Chapter. After the Enchantments and Wards class. As soon as Penny's class ended I prepared to leave the classroom, but I felt a hand on my arm stopping me, and turning around I saw Penny behind me. Ethan dear, why don't you stay a little longer and talk to your grandmother? She asked with a slight smile. Oh, okay, I nodded. The two of us then waited for the other students to leave the classroom, and when everyone left Penny closed the door. She then removed all the objects from her desk and transformed her chair into a two-seater sofa. Come on, sit down, she said, sitting on the couch and patting the remaining seat next to her. And as soon as I sat down next to her I saw a cup of tea and a mug of hot chocolate appearing on the table in front of me. Demi-sweet hot chocolate with caramel, your favorite, Penny said with a smile as she picked up the cup of tea. And hearing this I didn't need to think much before picking up the mug and drinking some of the delicious and sweet hot drink. I don't know if this is some kind of flattery or bribery, but you can continue because it's working, I said drinking the hot chocolate with a happy and satisfied look. No, this is not a bribe, she laughed, this is actually just a grandmother wanting to spoil her grandson a little. And hearing this a small smile appeared on my face, well, then a toast to this wonderful grandmother that I love so much, I said, raising my mug. Now who is trying to flatter who? She asked amused. And in response I just hid my mischievous smile by taking another sip of my hot chocolate. The two of us then spent some more time just sitting next to each other relaxing and enjoying each other's presence, until Penny put her cup down on the table and looked at me. So, what did you think of my first class? She asked, and I could see she was anxious about my answer. Well, I started to say, placing my mug on the table. And I could see Penny tense up, and I could feel her nervousness, which made me shake my head with a slightly exasperated and affectionate look. Your first class was spectacular, I replied, smiling at her, and I'm sure the other students loved your class too. Really? She asked hopefully. I nodded. I believe that neither I nor my classmates have had a class here at Hogwarts that was as incredible, exciting and magical as yours. And hearing this Penny smiled happily, and I could feel that she was relieved. Well, that's good to hear, she said, I just hope the next few classes are as interesting for you as this first one. I guess you don't need to worry about that, I snorted, even if the class was boring everyone would still enjoy it just because you're the one teaching them. Well, that might be true. She started to say, but I interrupted her. I'm sure of that, I said, and the main proof of this is that all the fourth-year students were in your class, and I never thought I would see so many students excited and eager to take classes on the weekends. And really, I don't think I've ever seen anything as strange and surprising as this. And whoever's saying this is the same boy who killed a giant deadly ancient snake and found an almost sentient magical room that held an object with a piece of the soul of the Dark Lord, I thought. Well, I can understand why that would be surprising. She said amused. But after she said that I realized that Penny and I had been talking for a long time, and a question then came to mind. Wait, shouldn't you be getting ready for your next class? I asked her. And hearing my question, Penny waved her hand dismissively. Oh, the other students can wait, for now I want to spend time with my beloved grandson. That's not professional at all, I said, but the smile on my lips didn't fool Penny. What can I say? I am a carefree and free person, she said with a slight shrug. And besides, my curriculum for students isn't as complex as other teachers, since I'll only teach them the basics of enchantments and wards, she said. Really? I asked. Yes, and it's the same for Nick, she nodded. The only person we will pass on all our knowledge to and teach with all our heart is you, since you are our only true student. Well, that's good to hear, I said a little emotionally, but are you sure? I know you like teaching, so won't you be missing an opportunity? Oh, Ethan dear, have you forgotten how old I am? Penny asked amusedly. Just my basic knowledge is superior to the knowledge of many witches and wizards who have spent their entire lives studying. And in fact many of these wizards and witches have already begged to learn from me, even if just a lesson, and hearing this I blinked, having actually forgotten that Nick and Penny were greater sources of knowledge than most libraries in the world. Wizard. But let's stop talking about classes and lessons, Penny said, before taking my hand in hers. Tell me, how are your days at school? And feeling her gaze full of affection and care on me, an ironic smile appeared on my face. Just like a grandmother, I thought. I then decided that I would take advantage of this time to relax and talk to my grandmother, and I started to tell her about my days at school while also talking about my advances in magic, something that she really liked to hear. A little later, after spending some more time talking to Penny, I left the classroom and started looking for my friends, but in the middle of this search I found the Golden Trio leaving the library. And looking at their backs I remembered that there was something important for me to talk about with Harry. "Hey Harry," I called the Gryffindor boy, who turned to me. "Oh, hey Ethan, what's up?" he asked, with me approaching them. "Oh, I wanted to know if you've already solved the clue to the golden egg," I said, looking at him curiously. "Not yet," he said, sighing slightly. "We just left the library, but we couldn't find anything in the books that could help us unlock the clue in the egg." "Yes, and I think my fingers have calluses from turning pages so much," Ron complained. "Come on guys," I said, "we just need to research a little more." Hermione tried to motivate them. "I'm sure there must be a book talking about those golden egg screams and what they mean." And she said that, but even I could see how tired and stressed she was. "Oh, I know what they mean. They mean pain to our ears," Ron said with a grimace, putting his hands to his ears and rubbing them. And the other two members of the Golden Trio also grimaced as they remembered the golden egg's loud and shrill screams. "Apparently they are suffering more than I expected," I thought with a sympathetic look. "Well, it looks like you guys need help," I said, and that made the three of them look at me. "Wait," Hermione started to say, narrowing her eyes. "Have you figured out the meaning of the golden egg clue yet?" she asked. "Yes," I shrugged. "It was actually easier than I expected." And as soon as I said that, I could feel 3 pairs of intense eyes falling on me, and looking at the Golden Trio I saw them staring deathly at me. "Hee hee, just kidding," I said, raising my hands in surrender. However, this didn't do much good, and to prevent a possible murder I decided to change the subject. Ahem, I cleared my throat. Actually the clue in the golden egg is not just a screechy, hysterical scream, it is a creature's magical language, and it can only be heard by human ears under certain conditions. "Really? What creature?" Hermione asked. "Try to guess." "It involves the Black Lake," I smiled enigmatically. And the trio then looked at each other before they began to reflect, and I waited while they thought. "Oh, I know," Ron said excitedly, "it's the giant squid's language." "And that's why you're in Gryffindor," I said dryly, and he backed away offended. And Hermione, who was still thinking, looked at me, and by the sparkle in her eyes I knew she had solved the riddle. "It's the language of the merpeoples," she said, and I smiled. Ding ding ding. 10 points for Gryffindor, I said. And upon hearing my confirmation of her answer, the bushy-haired girl smiled proudly. "Well, it looks like Harry will have a lot more time to properly prepare for the next task," I thought, remembering that the day of the second task was just under 3 months away. End. Chapter 393, Chapter. After Hermione discovered that the clue in the golden egg was actually a song in Mermish, it didn't take long for her to realize that the necessary condition for hearing the clue in an understandable way was to hear it underwater. And with this new information the 3 troublesome Gryffindors quickly set off to try and solve the clue, saying goodbye to me while thanking me. And seeing the 3 of them leaving excitedly, I could only smile in amusement, understanding their feelings, as I would have been excited too if I had known that I would no longer have to listen to the shrill screams of the golden egg. But now the Golden Trio will just need to solve the enigma in the form of a song to try to find out what the second task will be, which probably won't be very difficult, since I already told them that the Black Lake had a connection with the task. But now that they would have more time to prepare, I was wondering if Harry would still use Gillyweed to complete the task just like in canon. Well, that would be the safest and easiest option for him, I thought, and besides, I'm sure Barty Jr. is already planning how to make Harry use this magical plant to survive the task. But well, I won't worry too much about it, I shrugged. I know Harry will do well in the task no matter what method he uses. And so putting the second task and all the conspiracies behind it to the back of my mind, I continued walking, heading in the direction I was feeling my friends. A few days later, library. 4 days had already passed since the day I helped the Golden Trio solve the clue that was in the golden egg, and in that time nothing very interesting had happened. My days at school continued as usual, and I continued alternating my time between classes, my training and research, and my time with my friends. And currently I was with my friends and other colleagues in the library for another session of our study group, which now took place 3 times a week every afternoon. And as I looked at my parchment with my ancient runes essay, I heard the study group members talking. "You know, we should have a study group session just to practice our spells, potions and stuff," Susan said with a finger on her chin, making everyone stop what they were doing and look at her. "Yes, I don't think I'll learn much just by reading and studying," Megan said, and Hermione, who was next to her, looked at her indignantly. "I agree," Stephen nodded, "and my wand needs some action." And listening to him, Terry looked at him with a despicable smile. "Oh, you can solve that by getting a girlfriend," he said, before thinking a little, nah, that's not going to happen. I guess you'll have to settle for your hand. And that comment made Stephen look at him dryly, while most of the girls in the group looked at Terry with disgust. You're a pervert, Sue said to Terry, who just shrugged. Huh? Why he's a pervert? Lily, who didn't understand the innuendo in Terry's sentence, asked in confusion. Oh, the wand he was talking about wasn't a normal wand, but Stephen's D. And before Anthony could continue the explanation, I looked at him with a deadly look, silencing him. And turning to Lily with a smile, I placed my hand on her shoulder. You don't need to worry about that, they're just being idiots. And Lily looked at me for a few seconds, and I felt a bead of sweat form on my forehead in nervousness. But then the little girl just nodded with a small smile, deciding to trust me. And seeing this, I sighed with relief, before looking at Terry and Anthony with a look that promised pain for both of them. Ahem, Susan cleared her throat to get our attention, back to the topic. I think the next study group session should be a practical session. Yes, there's just one problem, we can't do that in the library, Lisa said. If we try to cast any spell in here, Madam Pants will kill us. Then we just use one of the dozens of abandoned rooms in the castle, I suggested with a shrug, and besides that, there are also the courtyards, the Black Lake, and as a last option, the Forbidden Forest. Oh, I'll definitely enjoy attending a study group session in the Forbidden Forest, Michael said sarcastically. You don't need to be afraid of the Forbidden Forest, it's not that dangerous there, I rolled my eyes, and besides, I only mentioned the forest as a last option. I'm not afraid, I just have common sense, he said. Yeah, whatever you say, I waved my hand dismissively, trying not to look pleased when I saw him look at me with a frown. And ignoring our exchange, my colleagues began to reflect on the suggestions for places I mentioned for our next session. Well, I think using an abandoned classroom is a good option, Faye said, and the others agreed. And seeing no one disagree, Susan nodded. Okay, then it's decided, she said, our next session will be a practical session in an abandoned classroom. And as soon as she said that, everyone nodded, but after a few seconds someone raised their hand. But which abandoned classroom are we going to use? Davis asked. We can decide that on the day of the session, Zabini replied to his housemate. As Knight said, there are dozens or even hundreds of abandoned rooms in the castle, so it won't be difficult to find one for us to use. True, Lily said, there are at least 3 abandoned classrooms near the Slytherin common room. There are also some near Gryffindor Tower, Hermione joined the conversation. And listening to the two, Susan nodded. Well, then it looks like we won't have to worry about looking for a room, she said. Yes, we'll just have to worry about the mess the room will be after the session is over, I snorted. All these teenagers together casting spells all over the place. Without a doubt the room will be a disaster. And just thinking about it made me feel sorry for the house elves, even though I knew they loved it when they had more work to do. After everything was decided, we went back to what we were doing before, with me finishing my runes essay while the others also finished their homework or continued with their studies. And after a few minutes we saw that it was getting late, and so we decided to end today's study group session. The session had come to an end and everyone began to get up from their seats, with my colleagues packing their materials. And I, who had already packed my materials in my bag, took the books I had used and went to return them to their shelves. And as I returned the last book to its shelf, I felt Greengrass approach me, but as I usually did, I simply ignored her, hoping she would do the same. Knight, I heard Greengrass' voice. And hearing the cold, emotionless voice of the Slytherin Ice Queen, I stopped, wondering if I had heard wrong. However, that didn't seem to be the case, as Greengrass was still standing next to me, and I could feel that she was looking directly at me. Are you talking to me? I turned to her, somewhat confused and wary. Are there any other Knight here? She asked, and her expression may not have changed, but I could hear the irritation in her voice. Oh, sorry, I just wasn't expecting the cold and famous Ice Queen to talk to me, a mere Muggleborn, I said in a mocking tone. And that seemed to irritate her, because I could see her clenching her hands. But then Greengrass took a deep breath and I could see her hands relax, with her using her occlumency to keep calm. Look, I just want to talk to you, she said, and I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Do you want to talk to me? I asked slowly. Yes, she replied. Like, a normal talk. Yes, and I could feel her irritation returning. Are you by any chance sick? Maybe you should pay Madame Pomfrey a visit, I said, looking her up and down, and if looks could kill I was sure that right now I would be in line for my 3rd reincarnation. I'm not sick, she said through clenched teeth. Are you sure? An examination in the hospital wing is quick. Okay, I confess that now I was just doing this to make her angry. Yes, I'm sure, Knight. Now, are you going to talk to me or not? And hearing her question, I looked at her a little more before placing a finger on my chin, pretending to be thinking. And when Greengrass saw this, she felt her right eye twitch. Ugh, this stupid boy has a gift for making me angry. She looked at me irritated, realizing that talking to me would be more stressful than she thought. End. Chapter 394, Chapter. I didn't know why Greengrass wanted to talk to me, and I could only look at her cautiously with an analytical eye. We could be classmates and be in the same study group, but I could count on one hand the number of times we talked in those 4 years, and I would still have fingers left over. And those few short conversations we had were never friendly, and they usually ended with me annoying Greengrass and her leaving furious and frustrated. And with all these facts, it wouldn't be strange to say that our relationship was one of hostility and conflict, with the two of us always antagonizing each other, almost like enemies. And that's precisely why seeing Greengrass wanting to talk to me while trying to be respectful and friendly was a surprise. I have no reason to agree to talk to her, I thought, rubbing my chin, but I promised Astoria that I would try to get along with her sister, and besides, I'm curious to know what she wants to talk to me about. And finishing my moment of analysis and reflection, I looked at the blonde Slytherin girl in front of me. Why is it always a blonde girl? I snorted in my mind. But shaking my head, I returned to focusing on the main subject. Okay, I'll talk to you, I said, and Greengrass nodded. Good, she said, but I could sense that she wasn't really happy about having this conversation. It's obvious she doesn't want to talk to me, so why is she insisting on this? I asked myself. And I knew I would only find out the answer to that after talking to Greengrass, and that's why I started the conversation. So, what do you want to talk to me about, actually? Why do you want to talk to me? I looked at her curiously. I want to talk to you to end any grudge or intrigue we have, she replied. And hearing her answer, I looked at her strangely. And I could feel that she was being honest, but it only made me more confused and wary, and I began to wonder if she had ulterior motives. Really? Are you sure you didn't come to talk to me because I defeated a dragon? I asked, or maybe because I'm the Flamel's grandson. Do you think I came to talk to you just out of personal interest? She asked indignantly, looking at me with a frown. What kind of person do you think I am? An arrogant and cold girl who sees everyone around her as inferior, unless they have pure blood, money, or some kind of influence and political importance, I replied, looking at Greengrass calmly. And upon seeing me respond so directly and without hesitation, Greengrass blinked without reacting. I'm not like that, she said, and I just looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Are you sure? I asked, and she stopped, a little unsure of her answer. Greengrass then shook her head before looking at me with a frown. Why are you acting so cautious? She asked. I'm just trying to make peace with you and end this enmity between us. Oh sure, I rolled my eyes. The girl who always despised me is now acting friendly towards me. This is obviously nothing suspicious and is no reason to be cautious, I said sarcastically. I never said I despised you, she frowned. You didn't have to. Your actions, looks and expressions told me that, I shrugged, and that was only on our first interaction on the train to Hogwarts. And remembering how she looked down on me and ignored me the entire train ride our first year, Greengrass looked down, realizing I was right. It looks like you finally realized how you've been acting this whole time, I said, looking at her coldly. So answer me, Greengrass, and I want the truth. Why do you want to talk to me? And with my incessant questioning and my intense gaze, Greengrass felt pressured, but after a few seconds of looking at her feet she raised her head, and I could see a determined look on her face. Do you want the truth? Okay, she said, the truth is that there are 2 reasons why I am acting friendly towards you and talking to you, and the first is because I am curious about you. Curious about me? I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Yes. You are a boy who I always judged as irritating, arrogant and show-off, who never took anything seriously and who did not respect our traditions, she said, and I made a face. Wow, thanks, I said dryly. But Greengrass ignored me and continued talking. But I can't deny that you are intelligent and very good at magic, so good that it's abnormal. And it's not just that. You, somehow, managed to get the attention of the Flamels to the point of making them consider you their grandson, in addition to having also defeated and tamed one of the most dangerous beasts in the world, and Greengrass was staring at me intensely as she said this, and all these facts are more than enough reasons for you to arouse my curiosity. Oh. I said, and I couldn't deny that if I met someone who had all these achievements I would also be curious about him or her. So that means I was right when I said you were interested in me because of the dragon and my grandparents, I commented, and Greengrass looked at me dryly. That's not the point, she said. But I was still right, I shrugged. And Greengrass pursed her lips as she stared at me, which only made me more pleased. But putting aside my satisfaction in annoying Greengrass, I returned to focusing on the main subject. Okay, I understand your first reason, but what is the second? I asked. Oh, the second reason is that Astoria wanted me to try to get along with you. Is the second reason really your sister? I asked with a strange look. Yes, Greengrass shrugged, she's my sister and your friend, and because of that she didn't want to see us fighting, so she asked me to be at least a little more friendly with you. Oh, she asked me that too. Wait, really? The Slytherin girl asked me, and I nodded. Yes, and I wanted to deny it since I didn't want to get involved with you, but she looked at me with those eyes. I said, making a face. Those big cute eyes. That makes you want to do everything she asked me. Yes, I replied, realizing I wasn't the only victim of Astoria's puppy dog eyes. And upon hearing my confirmation, Greengrass looked at me sympathetically. I understand, it's really hard to resist those cute eyes, she sighed. And seeing this I raised an eyebrow. Oh, so the cold, indifferent Ice Queen has a weakness? I asked with a slight mocking smile. Haha, she laughed dryly with a frown on her face. But I could feel that she wasn't irritated, and in fact I could feel the amusement coming from her, and I started to realize that maybe she wasn't as bad as I thought. Well, if even Malfoy has salvation and can be forgiven, then so can she, I thought. And I was so focused on my conversation with Greengrass that I hadn't noticed that my friends hadn't left the library after the study group session ended. And they were actually standing some distance away from us, looking at me and Greengrass with various expressions on their faces. Some of my friends looked at us in surprise, others looked at us with fear, and some had analytical looks as they looked at the two of us talking. Hey, is it just me or is anyone else seeing Ethan talking peacefully to Greengrass? Stephen asked shocked. And Anthony beside him pinched himself to see if he wasn't dreaming. I always thought she wanted to murder him, so why are they talking so friendly? Terry asked with his hand on his chin. Huh? Why did you think that? Sue turned to him in confusion. Have you seen the way she looks at him in classes and study group sessions? That is the look of a person who wants to hang someone, he replied. And hearing this Sue stopped, remembering all our classes and study group sessions in which Greengrass was present. Well, now that you mention it, the way she looks at him really is strange, the Asian girl said. Aren't you guys exaggerating? Hannah asked, looking at Terry and Sue nervously. Yeah. Maybe she looks at him that way because she has a crush on him, Justin said. And upon hearing this, almost everyone in the group stopped, looking at the naive Hufflepuff boy with incredulous looks before starting to laugh. Huh? Did I say something funny? He wondered in confusion. End. Chapter 395, Chapter. Good joke, Greengrass has a crush on Ethan, ha ha ha, Terry patted Justin on the back. If she has feelings for him then I'll eat Goyle's shoes, Stephen laughed, leaning on Megan as the girl wiped a tear from her eye. Look, I, like almost every girl, love romance stories where the couple starts out as rivals or enemies, but that couple over there is impossible, Sue said, with almost everyone nodding. I agree, and they're not even the Romeo and Juliet type, Hermione said, shaking her head. Imagining them together is almost the same as imagining myself with Ron, she thought, feeling sick just imagining it. And seeing everyone laughing at him made Justin cross his arms while huffing irritably. Then why are they talking? He asked. I don't know, they're probably saying the ways they would like to kill and torture each other, Michael shrugged. With those calm faces? Hannah asked. I've never seen Greengrass with any expression other than when she's staring deathly at Ethan, Stephen began to respond, and Ethan? Well, he's scary enough that I know he would be able to talk normally to someone about murder or torture with a calm expression. And no one could disagree with what Stephen said, but that only made everyone look at Greengrass and me with even stranger expressions. Hi everyone, and just at this moment Tori decided to appear, walking towards the group of students with a happy look. I had something to talk about with Professor Sprout, so I couldn't come to today's session, sorry, she said. However, she noticed that no one was paying attention to her, with everyone huddled together looking at something while talking. Guys, she called, approaching them. Huh? Oh. Hi Tori, Lily, who was the first to notice the little girl's presence, said. What are you all looking at? And what are you talking about? Tori asked, looking at everyone curiously. And Terry, who heard her, didn't turn to her and just pointed ahead, about that. And her gaze followed the direction he was pointing, and Tori saw her sister and I talking in a friendly way. Oh, she blinked, staring at us open-mouthed. Am I dreaming? She asked herself. And I, who was being stared at by my friends, frowned, feeling many pairs of eyes on the back of my head. Do they know I can hear them? I felt my right eye twitch. After my talk with Greengrass ended, she left the library, but I stayed for a while longer to look for some Transfiguration books that Professor McGonagall recommended to me. And as soon as I found and took the books I was looking for, I left the library, noticing that my friends had already left. And I was going to start looking for them, but as soon as I walked out of the library doors I ran into Astoria, who seemed to be waiting for me. Hi Ethan, she greeted me with a small smile. Hi Tori, I greeted her back, do you need anything? I looked at her curiously. Oh no, I just wanted to walk with you for a bit and talk, she replied, and I nodded. Well, in that case then come on, miss, I said, showing my arm to her, who hugged it with an amused look. Of course my kind sir, she said, and I smiled. We then began to walk through the castle quietly, in calm silence. And I didn't say anything, waiting for Tori to start the conversation, and after a while of walking she spoke. So. Are you my sister's friend now? She asked me. And I already suspected she was going to ask me something like that, so I wasn't surprised. Well, we've only started to understand each other now, so it's too early to say that she and I are friends, I replied. Well, this is better than before at least, she shrugged, before you almost hated each other, and I couldn't even imagine you interacting with each other. Yes, but you can't blame me, I said. She's kind of like Malfoy and his group, despising Muggleborns just because they don't have wizarding ancestors. She's not like Malfoy. Tori tried to defend her sister, but I just looked at her blankly. Look, she is like this and has these prejudices only because of our grandparents and also because of the other wizarding families that are involved with our family. Well, but you're not like that, I said, and Tori looked at me with a sad smile. I'm not like that because I know that having wizard blood in my veins doesn't make me better than others. And in fact, I even consider it a bad thing. She looked down with a sad look. Huh. I looked at her confused. And you know, come to think of it, it wouldn't be wrong to say that I'm a real mudblood, she said in a self-deprecating way. Your blood isn't dirty, Tori, I said with a frown. No, but it's cursed, which is much worse, she shrugged, still not looking up. And hearing that I blinked, realizing she was talking about her blood malediction. She still doesn't know that her body is free of the blood malediction, I thought, and then I looked at her with my magic vision, finding no trace of the curse on her. And I realized that she wouldn't find out anytime soon that she no longer had Marcel's curse in her body, that is, if she found out. And knowing this I frowned, because even cured she would still think she was sick, and because of that she would never try to live her life normally. Things cannot continue like this. I have to tell her the truth, I thought, before looking at her determinedly. Astoria. You're not cursed. I said, looking deep into the eyes of the girl who was a dear friend of mine, and who I treated like a sister. You don't need to comfort me, Ethan, I already accepted this burden a long time ago, she smiled slightly, and I could feel the sadness in that smile. No, what I mean is that you are no longer cursed. The blood malediction is no longer chaining you. And hearing this she looked at me in surprise, since she hadn't told me that the curse she was talking about was a blood malediction. But besides being surprised, she was also confused, and seeing this I decided to explain. Haven't you noticed that your body no longer suffers from pain and weakness? That you are now more energetic and powerful than before? I asked. And Astoria was still confused, but my questions made her look down with a frown, lost in thought. And after a few seconds I saw her blink, before she lifted her head and looked at me with her eyes slightly wide in surprise. You are now like any other normal girl, Tori, I said, smiling slightly. You will live for a long time to enjoy all the good things in life, you will be able to do everything you couldn't do before because of your fragile body, and you will no longer have to worry about your health deteriorating. But You. How? She stuttered, and I could feel her confusion. That's not important, I said, dodging the question. The important thing now is that you are no longer cursed, you are a free girl. And hearing this, Tori stared at me, and I could feel dozens of emotions and feelings passing through her, and the most powerful were those of confusion, fear, happiness, and relief. She never imagined that she could be cured of her blood malediction, and she saw no future for herself other than dying young while suffering from the curse. But now she realized that she no longer needed to worry about it, and that she could live her life as she always wanted, without fear and worries. And knowing this made a weight lift off her shoulders, and she didn't know what to say or do. And with her emotions taking over her, the only thing she could do was cry, letting out all her feelings that she had kept inside for all this time. Wah, she cried, putting her hands to her eyes to try and stop her tears from falling. And seeing her like that, I did the only thing I could do to help her, which was to hug her. You can cry, I'm here, I said softly to her, running my hand over her head. And I started using my beast talk to try to convey my feelings of care to her, showing that I cared about her and that everything would be okay. And I had never used my beast talk on a human before, but for some reason at this point I felt like I should do it, and that it would work. And Astoria, feeling safe and cared for in my arms, grabbed the front of my shirt and continued to cry. And I could feel my shirt getting wet because of her tears, but I didn't care and kept speaking kind and reassuring words to her. And at this moment I felt that it was totally worth it for me to have used the elixir of life to cure Astoria, and I was even more determined to break the blood malediction that Marcel cast on her family. Don't worry, Astoria. Neither you nor anyone else will need to suffer because of this curse, I thought, cradling the little girl's body in my arms. End. Chapter 396, Chapter. It had been a few days since I told Astoria that she was cured of her blood malediction, and since that day the sweet and gentle girl started to seem more cheerful and energetic. And this was something that everyone could notice, as many members of the study group asked her if something good had happened. And Astoria, who was being questioned by almost everyone she knew, lied, saying that nothing had happened, and that she was simply feeling happy these days. And I asked her why she hadn't told the truth about being healed, at least to her sister, and she said she hadn't told anyone, not even her family, because that would attract unwanted attention to me. And knowing that she was keeping something so important a secret just for me made me feel happy. But I knew that this secret couldn't be kept for long, even if Astoria tried. And actually I didn't see a problem with people knowing that the reason Astoria was cured was because of me, since if something happened I could say that I was only able to help her thanks to Nick and Penny, which was true. But that wasn't important for now. The important thing was that now Astoria was living her student life the way she always wanted. Now she could have fun playing with her friends without worrying about getting tired quickly or feeling pain. She could eat whatever she wanted without worrying about whether the food was good for her health or not. And she could also use magic at will without running out easily, and that was very good for her, as she was always an intelligent student. She wasn't the best student in her year because she couldn't use much magic before the blood malediction affected her, but now that that was no longer a problem, she began to excel in her classes. And of course, to help her catch up with her classmates and even surpass them in class, I started teaching her personally, and I was having a lot of fun doing it. And I realized that Nick was right when he said that I was just like Penny with my passion for teaching. Well, I guess that was one of the reasons I created the study group, I thought with a small smile. December 16th, Friday, Professor McGonagall's office. The morning classes were over, and since I had the afternoon off, I decided to go meet my favorite teacher in her office for another one of our weekly meetings. And now I was sitting in front of her eating a lemon cupcake, listening to her complain about how exhausting it is to take care of the first years this year. For some reason I have a suspicion that she complains about the first years every year, I thought, looking at her with narrowed eyes. But changing the subject, Professor McGonagall began to say, looking at me closely, I believe you have heard about the Yule Ball and the Champions opening dance, right? She asked me. Yes, Professor Flitwick told me about that yesterday at the end of his class, I replied, and she nodded. And are you ready for the ball yet? She asked, taking a sip from her cup of tea. What do you mean? I looked at her confused. Oh, I wanted to know if you've already bought your robes, if you know who you're going to invite as your date to the ball, and if you know how to dance, she explained. Well, I already have my robes. And no, I still don't know who I'm going to invite to the ball, I started to answer, and then I grimaced, and about knowing how to dance. Let's just say that's something I still have to practice. Wait. You don't know how to dance? Professor McGonagall asked, looking at me with wide eyes. Why do you seem so surprised by this? I asked, somewhat offended. Well, it's just that you've always been good at almost everything I could think of, so I thought you were a good dancer too, she replied, and I rolled my eyes. No, I'm not a good dancer, I said, but then I stopped to think for a moment. Well, maybe I know the basics of ballroom dancing, but not much more than a few moves. I see, she murmured with pursed lips, but that's not enough. You're a champion and you're going to be the center of attention when you do the opening dance, so you need to know more than the basics. And I'm not going to let my favorite student be embarrassed in front of everyone, so I'm going to teach you how to dance myself, Professor McGonagall said, looking at me with a determined look. I see. I nodded, so I'm your favorite student. And Professor McGonagall looked at me and noticed my smug smile, which made her eye twitch. Was that all you heard of everything I said? She asked me. No, but that was the most important part for me, I shrugged. And hearing this, Professor McGonagall shook her head in exasperation. This boy. She thought, before returning to the main topic. But well, as I was saying, you will have private lessons with me 2 or 3 times a week where I will teach you how to dance. Wait a minute, private lessons. Does that mean I won't learn alongside the other students? I asked. Oh, so you know about the dance lessons I plan to give the other students, she asked, and I nodded. Yes, I heard Cedric from Hufflepuff talking about that, I said. I understand, she nodded, but no, you won't learn with the other students, she said, and I looked at her confused. But why? I asked. Because you learning to dance is a priority since you're going to do the opening dance, she replied, and I couldn't deny that it was a good point. So Harry will also participate in these private lessons? I asked. He's also a champion, so he'll need to do the opening dance too. Well. Professor McGonagall began to say, looking away, Mr. Potter will not be participating in private lessons, as I think it would be better for him to learn alongside his colleagues. And hearing this, I looked at the feline teacher with a raised eyebrow, as if I was saying, really? Sigh. Look, I'm not trying to belittle Mr. Potter, but compared to him you're a quick learner, so private lessons would be more effective for you than for him, she said. And besides, I know that unlike him you wouldn't be uncomfortable with your transfiguration teacher teaching you to dance, she smiled wryly. And listening to her explanation and her reasons, I couldn't deny that she had good arguments. Harry probably wouldn't be able to concentrate on learning to dance if the person teaching him was Professor McGonagall, who would have to act as his date. You're right, I said, and she nodded satisfied, but then, when and where will our classes be? I asked. And Professor McGonagall then placed a finger on her chin as she thought, how about every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday night here in my office, she asked me, and I thought for a moment before nodding. That's fine with me, I said. Good, Professor McGonagall looked at me satisfied, in that case then your first class will be tomorrow after dinner, don't forget that. Okay, I agreed, and I could sense that Professor McGonagall was excited for these classes, something I found amusing. And now that our dance classes had been decided, the head of Gryffindor decided to change the subject, and so she started talking to me about the ball and how stressful it was for her to organize it. She also asked me how my preparation for the second task was going and if I needed a break from her transfiguration classes so I could prepare and train better. And it warmed my heart to know that she, who was always strict and serious about school and classes, was allowing me to skip her classes so that I would have a better chance of surviving the second task. We both continued to talk and enjoy the time we were spending together for a few more moments before we realized it was getting late. And knowing that I would have a busy day tomorrow, we decided to end our conversation for today, and after saying goodbye to my strict but caring teacher, I left her office. And walking through the school corridors towards the Ravenclaw common room, I started thinking about the conversation I had with Professor McGonagall. I'm glad Professor McGonagall decided to help me. But actually, if she hadn't offered to give me dancing lessons, I would have asked Penny to teach me, I thought, knowing that my immortal grandmother wouldn't think twice before deciding to help me, mainly because dancing was one of the things she loved most. But well, now that the dancing issue has been resolved, I only have one problem to resolve before I can say that I am truly ready for the ball. And the problem is, who should I invite as my date to the ball? End. Chapter 397, Chapter. Next day, Saturday, Great Hall. It was morning and I was sitting at the Ravenclaw table eating my breakfast while listening to my classmates talk. Some were talking excitedly about the upcoming Yule Ball, excited at the prospect of attending a ball at Hogwarts. And the remaining students were talking about Nick's alchemy class and Penny's enchantments and Ward's classes, saying how excited they were for today's classes. And looking to the side, I saw that my friends were also among these students, with the boys who were sitting next to me talking about the ball and who they were going to invite. Dude, I'm telling you, Shirley, that Gryffindor girl, has a crush on me. Stephen said, whispering to the boys. Shirley from Gryffindor. The one who is in 6th year. The tall girl, who has big black hair, and has incredible thighs. Terry asked with a look that said he obviously didn't believe Stephen. Yeah, the Muggle-born boy nodded. Man, I think you're daydreaming again, Anthony said. I'm telling the truth, Stephen insisted. Yesterday I passed her in the charms classroom corridor, and as soon as she saw me she started staring at me. Yes, of course, Michael snorted, she probably stared at you because she thought you were really ugly or something. Firstly, ugly is your reflection when you look in the mirror in the morning, Stephen replied, making Michael look at him frowning, and secondly, the way she was looking at me showed that she was obviously interested in me. Okay, let's say that's true, what are you going to do about it? Terry asked, like, if she really has any interest in you, so what? Oh, of course I'll ask her to the ball, Stephen replied confidently. Wait, are you going to ask her to ball because you think she was staring at you? Michael asked, looking strangely at his friend. Yes, and I'm going to invite her today, he said, nodding to himself with determination. You're crazy, Michael shook his head. A crazy person who will be the first among us to get a date to the ball, Stephen smiled arrogantly. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Terry commented, I also plan to ask a girl today to be my date to ball. And next to him Anthony nodded, same here, and I'm actually going to ask the girl I want as my date after breakfast. And when I heard the boys say that they were going to invite some girls today to be their dates for the ball, I looked at them strangely, and then I decided to speak for the first time since the beginning of the conversation. Why are you in such a hurry to ask someone to the ball? I asked, making them stop and look at me. There's still a week before Christmas, so you still have a lot of time to think about who to invite. You only say that because it will be easy for you to get a date to ball, Terry snorted, and I looked at him confused. Yes, all the girls are dying to be the Hogwarts Grand Champion's date, Stephen said, crossing his arms as he looked at me with a frown. You are exaggerating, I said. And at this exact moment 2 girls, one with short brown hair and the other a redhead with curly hair, passed behind me, and I recognized them as third-year Hufflepuffs. Good morning, Knight, the one with short brown hair greeted me in a coquettish tone, while her friend winked at me with an attempt at a seductive smile on her face. Good morning, I greeted them with a nod. And when they saw that I responded, the 2 girls looked at each other and began to laugh softly, leaving while whispering to each other excitedly. And seeing them leave I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, and turning back to my friends I saw them staring at me with blank faces. Okay, maybe you guys aren't exaggerating, I sighed, but that's not so good. These girls are only interested in me because I'm one of the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Yes, and? Terry asked with a bored look, and I looked at him dryly. These girls are shallow gold diggers who like attention. They probably don't know anything about me, and I seriously doubt they want to meet the real Ethan, I said, making a slight face. That might actually be true, Anthony said slowly. Stephen and Michael also started thinking about it, realizing that I was somewhat right, but Terry simply shrugged his shoulders. I don't see what's bad about that, he said, we're just looking for some girls to be our ball dates, we're not looking for a girlfriend or a wife, he rolled his eyes. And you should be the happiest about that, Ethan, since the less girls know you, the less likely they are to run away scared when they see you. And hearing that my eye started twitching, and I felt a strong desire to spank Terry right then and there. And besides we can't forget what the main point here is, the punching bag, I mean, Terry said, and the point is that Ethan can ask any girl at school to ball and they'll accept, and that it's so unfair. Are you still thinking about it? Seriously? I asked, with a tired groan. Yes, that is very unfair, Anthony said, looking at me as if I were to blame. Now I'm seriously regretting the fact that I didn't put my name in the goblet of fire, Stephen grumbled, as Michael nodded. And I shook my head as I realized that everything I said had been ignored by them. Why are my friends so stupid? I sighed. After enchantments and wards class. So Ethan, Nick and I want to invite you to dinner with us tonight, Penny said, serving me some cookies. It's been a while since we spent some time alone, just the three of us, and we wanted to talk to you. And she said this with a warm little smile on her face, and I realized that it really had been a while since the three of us sat together to talk or play. Well, I accept this invitation, I said, and Penny smiled happily, but it won't be possible today, since I have some matters to attend to tonight, so it would be better to leave our dinner for tomorrow. Matters to attend to? Penny tilted her head curiously. Yes, I nodded. Today after dinner I'm going to have my first dance lesson with Professor McGonagall, and she's quite strict with her schedule. Dance lesson? Ethan, don't you know how to dance? She asked in surprise, looking at me with slightly wide eyes. Why is it so surprising that I don't know how to dance? I groaned, and Penny laughed lightly. It's not that it's something surprising, it's just that dancing is something so simple and easy that it's unexpected that you don't know it, she said. Yeah. Whatever you say, I grumbled. And seeing my pout, Penny shook her head with an amused look. But well, tell me a little about these dance classes with Minerva, she said to me. And then I started talking about the dance classes, saying when and where they would take place, and what Professor McGonagall would teach me, or at least what I thought she would teach me. And as soon as I finished speaking, Penny nodded, placing a hand on her chin as she thought. Interesting, she said. Penny then continued thinking for a few seconds, before looking at me, and for some reason her look made me nervous. But you know, Ethan dear, she started talking, looking at me intensely. What? I said, swallowing hard. If you were worried about the Yule Ball opening dance, then why didn't you ask for my help instead of Minerva, she asked. Oh. Well. I started to say, looking away, actually Professor McGonagall offered to help me. Oh. Penny looked at me with a raised eyebrow. She discovered that I didn't know how to dance and insisted that I take private dance lessons with her, and since there was no reason for me to refuse her help, and I didn't want to refuse, I accepted her help. I explained. And hearing this, my immortal grandmother nodded, understanding the situation better. And now that his intense gaze on me disappeared, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Women are the scariest beings there are, I thought. And Penny, who didn't know about my thoughts, was now feeling more relieved, happy to know that her grandson hadn't replaced her with another lady. And she wouldn't deny that she was jealous, and that she wanted to be the one to teach me how to dance. However, someone else had already offered to help me, and knowing this made her a little upset. But she was an insistent woman, and so she began to reflect on the information she acquired just now, and then a plan began to form in her mind. Well, I said, dancing is simple and easy, but that doesn't mean my sweet grandson won't need some extra help learning the art of dancing, she thought, a calculating smile forming on her face. End. Chapter 398, Chapter. At night, end of dinner. As soon as dinner was over I saw Professor McGonagall get up from her seat at the staff table and leave the Great Hall, but before she left she glanced at me. And I understood the meaning of that look, which was basically her telling me that I shouldn't forget that our first dance class would be today, or more precisely, in a few minutes. And knowing this, I got up from the Ravenclaw table and also left the Great Hall, heading in the same direction as Professor McGonagall, who was going to her office, which was where our dance class would take place. And walking a little fast I easily caught up with the Transfiguration teacher, who started walking more slowly when she noticed that I was approaching her. So, ready for today's lesson, she asked me, looking at me sideways. I should be asking you that, I snorted. Have you already prepared a medical kit or a healing potion for your feet? That won't be necessary, she said, pursing her lips, because if you step on my feet I'll turn you into a pink-furred raccoon. And saying this she looked at me with a slight look that made me doubt whether she was joking or not. Well. So no feet will be stepped on tonight, I nodded. Not tonight and not in the next, she said, with a small smile. And with our short conversation we arrived in front of her office, and when she opened the door we both entered. It looks like you've already prepared your office for the class, I said, looking around and seeing that there was a large free space in the middle of the office, with several unlit candles floating around. And besides, there were also some musical instruments leaning against a wall, and I could feel magic in them. I said I would teach you, so obviously I would have everything prepared already, Professor McGonagall said, and I could hear a slight note of smugness in her voice, reminding me vaguely of my bushy-haired book-loving friend. I forgot he's like an older Hermione, I shook my head. But well, enough talking. You need to learn to dance in a week, so every second is important, she said, clapping her hands and making the candles light up. However, before Professor McGonagall could start class, someone knocked on the door, interrupting us and causing the half-cat lady to look with a frown at the door, wondering who it was that had come to her office at this time of night. And a little upset that someone was disturbing her teaching moment, something she considered very important, the head of Gryffindor and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts went to answer the door. Mrs. Flamel. Professor McGonagall blinked in surprise, looking at the immortal lady who stood in front of her office door. "Good evening, Minerva," Penny said in a friendly and cheerful tone. "Good evening. I guess," Professor McGonagall said, somewhat confused. She then shook her head, looking back at Penny. "Do you need anything, Mrs. Flamel?" she asked curiously. "Oh no, I just wanted to know if you've started dance classes yet," Penny replied, and then looked at me, who was standing behind Professor McGonagall, and nodded with a smile. "Do you know about the dance classes?" the animagus witch asked in surprise. "Yes, Ethan told me about them," Penny nodded. And hearing that answer, Professor McGonagall turned to me, and I smiled innocently. "But well," Penny said, bringing our attention to her again, "from what I can see you haven't started teaching Ethan yet, which is good." "And why is this good?" Professor McGonagall asked, narrowing her eyes. "Because then I can join you too," the immortal replied. "What do you mean by joining us?" The teacher from the Lion House looked at her warily. "What I want to say is that I will also participate in these classes, since I also want to help Ethan and teach him how to dance." And Penny's answer didn't much please Professor McGonagall, who resisted the urge to make a face. "That's not necessary, Mrs. Flamel, I'm already here to teach him," Professor McGonagall said. "But 2 people helping him is more efficient than 1, isn't it?" Penny didn't give up, smiling calmly at Professor McGonagall. And Professor McGonagall knew she was right, and she also realized that Penny would keep insisting and that she wouldn't give up so easily. And knowing that it would be suspicious and even rude to continue refusing Penny's help, Professor McGonagall sighed. "You're right," she said, "having you here will be a great help to Ethan." And with that said, Professor McGonagall stepped aside, allowing Penny to enter her office. And the alchemist lady entered the office with a happy and victorious smile on her face, nodding at Professor McGonagall. She then came to me and hugged me. "See, darling, I'm here to help you too," she said. "Yes, I am seeing," I said with a wry smile. "Ahem." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat to get our attention, and looking at her I saw her staring at us with pursed lips. "If you've already finished, I think it's time to start class." "Oh yes, of course," Penny said, breaking the hug as she looked at Professor McGonagall, who was looking at her with some feelings of envy. And the 2 ladies then stared at each other for a few seconds in silence, with Penny keeping a calm smile on her face while Professor McGonagall pursed her lips into a thin line. And I could feel a slight tension coming from both of them, with Penny amused by Professor McGonagall's obvious jealousy. Why do I feel a rivalry emerging here? And why do I think I'm going to be in the middle of it? I wondered, looking between the 2 older women. Some time later. POV, Professor McGonagall. I had started Ethan's dance classes by making the enchanted musical instruments in the corner of the room play a light, slow song. I started explaining and teaching him the basics of ballroom dancing, talking about how he should behave, what movements he should make, and what courtesy was necessary when inviting someone to dance with him. Of course, many of these things were for more formal events, and he probably wouldn't wear them to the Yule Ball. But that didn't matter, as more knowledge was never bad. But back to focusing on the main thing, now Ethan was practicing what I taught him with Mrs. Flamel. They were dancing to a soft and calm song, with Mrs. Flamel guiding him while giving him some tips. And seeing the 2 of them so close and having fun, I started to feel a strange feeling arise in my chest. Is this jealousy? I asked myself, making a small face. No, maybe I'm just feeling tired, I said mentally to myself. There's no reason for me to feel jealous of my student dancing with his grandmother, that would be stupid. And besides, why would I be jealous of them? I'm also teaching him to dance, I thought. I then looked at the 2 and saw Ethan concentrated trying not to step on Mrs. Flamel's foot, and when he started to get the hang of the dance he lifted his head, smiling happily. And seeing his smile I smiled too, feeling proud of my dear student. A dear student who I consider as my own grandson, I thought, and then I saw him looking at me, as if expecting some praise from me. And seeing this I nodded amusedly. Perfect, Ethan, you're doing great. And hearing my praise his smile grew, and I could see happiness and affection in his eyes. Yes, a grandson who also considers me his grandmother, and I plan to fulfill this role, I thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction, pride and happiness rising within me. And Mrs. Flamel, who saw our short interaction and our smiles, looked at us with a raised eyebrow. She then stared at us for a few seconds, lost in thought before the realization hit her. And after that she looked at me with a knowing and understanding smile. Apparently Ethan's charisma and kindness made another victim, she thought. End. Chapter 399, Chapter. Monday, 6 days until Christmas and Yule Ball. It had been 2 days since my first dance class, and I could say that for my first class I had done really well. Or at least that's what Penny told me. Dancing wasn't actually that different from fighting, so it wasn't too difficult for me to learn and memorize the right ballroom dancing moves. And in fact, the only reason I would still take dance classes was to practice more and also because I needed to learn to keep up with my partner's rhythm and the rhythm of the music. But dancing classes aside, there was another problem I was facing because of this damn Yule ball. I was having a hard time finding a girl to ask to ball, and although there were a lot of girls wanting to be my date, none of them were good enough. Some girls only wanted to go with me because of my current fame and influence, thinking it would be the perfect opportunity to approach me and try to create a relationship with the Hogwarts champion and Flamel's grandson. And other girls just wanted to go to ball with me because they knew it would make them the center of attention for one night. But of course, not all the girls wanted to go to the ball with me just out of personal interest. Some looked up to me or saw me as some kind of knight in shining armor, but even those girls didn't catch my attention. And it wasn't because they weren't attractive, cool, or interesting, but because I wanted to go with someone who was close to me, who really knew me, who didn't just see me as Ethan Knight, the Ravenclaw star student and Hogwarts champion. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how difficult it would be for me to find a date, since the only girls I could think of that fit my criteria were my friends, and unfortunately I couldn't imagine going to the ball with any of them. Well, I could invite some of them to go just as friends, but I knew how important these balls were for teenagers, especially for girls, as it was their chance to go with the boys they liked. And knowing this, I couldn't invite them because I knew they would agree to be my date just to help me, and going to ball with me would ruin their night, which was supposed to be amazing and perfect. Sigh. Damn teenage problems, I thought. And not for the first time I cursed the fact that I had to go through all the stages of life again, including the disturbing and hormonal adolescence. In the afternoon. Let's see. Today I still have a herbology class in Greenhouse 7 and a practical defense against the dark arts class, I thought, wandering aimlessly through the castle corridors. After these classes I'll have the rest of the day free to myself, so I think I'll head to the Forbidden Forest to continue with my research on the Thestrals. I put a hand on my chin, and I think I'll ask Nick or Penny to help me with my research. Maybe their magic insight will see something that I can't see with my magic vision, even if it's unlikely. And with a nod to myself I continued my walk. Lunch had just ended, and now it was the students' break before afternoon classes, and as I didn't have anything very urgent or important to do at the moment I decided to take a walk around the castle. And I was walking relaxed through Hogwarts, but when I passed through one of the corridors on the 4th floor I felt some magical signatures in front of me, and I could feel that the magical signature that was furthest away belonged to my friend Luna. And with a happy smile I started to approach where I felt Luna was. And turning the corner of the corridor, I stopped, as the sight in front of me made me angry. Luna was sitting on a bench in front of a window, reading an issue of the Quibbler with a calm look while not seeming to be paying attention to her surroundings. But I knew she was faking it, and I could feel that she was sad and depressed, and the reason for her sadness was a group of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff girls who were standing on the other side of the corridor. I recognized some of these girls as being 5th and 6th years, and from what I remembered of them they were typical self-centered girls who only cared about their appearance and influence. They were huddled together talking and whispering to each other, but they weren't trying to keep their voices down, obviously wanting Luna to hear what they were saying. I feel sorry for people who have to be friends with someone so strange, one of the Hufflepuff girls, the tall one with short hair, said in a mocking tone. Yes, it must be difficult to deal with all these oddities, a blonde Gryffindor girl nodded, making a face. That's true, but look at the other side. Having someone like that around is almost the same as having your own circus attraction entertaining you every day, the smallest of the girls said, and then she and her friends started laughing. And it was obvious to anyone that they were talking about Luna, and the dreamy girl herself realized it, and I could see how she sank into her seat with a sad look on her face. And seeing this made me completely angry, and not wanting to let Luna continue to suffer the insults and mockery of these girls, I went towards them. What are you doing? I asked as I approached the group of girls, looking at them with an angry look. Knight, one of them exclaimed in surprise. No, the Easter Bunny, I scoffed, before looking at Luna and seeing that she was looking at me with slightly wide eyes. Ethan, she thought, surprised but a little happy. And realizing that my presence had alleviated her feelings of sadness, I smiled, nodding my head at her. Hi Knight. The short-haired Hufflepuff girl stuttered, making me look back at them. And under my cold gaze the girl didn't back away scared, in fact she started to look away with slightly flushed cheeks. Huh. I looked at her strangely. Good afternoon, Knight, I heard someone say, and turning around I saw one of the Gryffindor girls, who seemed to be the oldest of the group, looking at me with a seductive smile. You look very good today, she said. Humph, that's no surprise, I look good every day, I rolled my eyes, not hiding that I was irritated. Yes, that's true, she laughed. She then started to approach me. You know, the Yule Ball is coming up, and I heard you don't have a date yet, and it turns out neither do I, she said, in a tone that made me uncomfortable, so I was thinking, why don't we go together? And hearing this I stopped, blinking in complete shock. Wait, are you asking me to the ball? I asked, and she nodded. Yes, I am, she said, and her friend next to her stepped forward. "Darcy, this is cheating," she exclaimed with an upset pout. "I was going to ask him to the ball too." "Yes, you should have talked to us before doing this," the short-haired Hufflepuff girl complained. "Well, first come, first served," the Gryffindor girl named Darcy shrugged. And seeing these girls arguing and fighting over me made me look at them with my mouth open. "What the fuck is going on?" I exclaimed in my mind. Do they really think I'm going to go to the ball with them after they made fun of my friend in front of me? I asked myself, impressed by the boldness and stupidity of these girls. How can someone be so shameless? But these girls didn't know my thoughts and continued arguing among themselves, and looking to the side I saw Luna looking at the group of girls with her head tilted with a confused expression. And looking between Luna and the girls who were making fun of her just now, an idea started to come to my mind. Well, it's not exactly a punishment for them, but it will be a big blow to their ego, I thought, and I hid the vengeful smile that threatened to appear on my face, before looking at Luna with a twinkle in my eye. Huh. Luna looked at me confused when she noticed my gaze. Why is Ethan looking at me like that? And why is he smiling? End. Chapter 400, Chapter. Well girls, it's nice and all to see that you want to go to the ball with me, but that won't be possible, I said, causing the girls to stop arguing and look at me. What? Why? The Puff girl asked somewhat dejectedly. Because I actually already have a date, I replied, going over to Luna and taking her hand. As soon as I took her hand, Luna looked at me in surprise, and I just smiled, winking at her. I then turned to the other girls, and the look of shock and outrage on their faces satisfied me. What? Do you already have a date? The Puff girl looked at me shocked, and I nodded. And you're going to the ball with her? The older girl asked as she looked at Luna with a frown. Yes, I shrugged, and she's actually the only girl I'd like to have as my ball date. But why her? Well, why not? I looked at the girl who asked the question while tilting my head. Luna is an amazing, fun and beautiful girl who I trust completely, unlike some shallow and self-serving girls who only want to go to ball with me because of my fame and influence. And when I said that, I looked directly at these girls with a look that said I was talking about them. But this, the ball. The Puff girl stuttered, and I could feel her mind short-circuiting. Yes, realize how inferior you are when compared to my sweet Luna, I thought, stopping a malicious smile from appearing on my face. And Luna, who was next to me and heard everything I said, looked down, trying to hide her face which was completely red, but a small smile could be seen on her lips. He thinks I'm beautiful, she thought happily, feeling her heart beat faster. And I, who had noticed Luna's feeling of happiness, thought that she was feeling happy that I had come to her defense. And without knowing the dreamy girl's inner thoughts, I decided to end the conversation with this group of snobbish and arrogant girls. But well, Luna and I still have to practice our dance, since we're going to do the opening dance at the Yule Ball, so we're leaving now, I said. But before leaving I looked at the girls in front of me with an emotionless smile and a cold look. It was a displeasure talking to you, and I hope I never have to do it again, so I ask that you do not approach me or my friends again. And the girls who weren't expecting me to say that or for me to look at them so coldly blinked in surprise, taking a step back. And feeling that my message was clearly received by them, I nodded satisfied, before turning to leave, still holding Luna's hand. And when I left I could feel that my words reached that group of girls, as their emotions were in a mess of disappointment, anger, sadness, fear and shame. Well, that's what they get for messing with my friend, I thought, and then a cruel gleam flashed in my eyes, but this is just the beginning of my revenge. And the girls who were still shaken felt a chill run through their bodies, along with a bad feeling. But leaving revenge plans aside for now, I continued walking with Luna through the castle without any specific destination. However, after a few seconds of walking I realized that Luna was very silent, which was strange. I then looked to the side and saw Luna looking at her feet, and her hair was hiding her face, but I could see the tips of her red ears. Luna. I called, a little worried, are you okay? She nodded, but I knew she hadn't paid attention to my question, too focused on her own world. I've never seen her so thoughtful before, I thought, frowning. I don't think she's thinking about anything bad, since I can feel she's happy, but I'm still worried. And I then gave her hand that was still linked to mine a light squeeze. Luna. I called again. And it seems that my light squeeze on her hand woke her from her thoughts, as she blinked, lifting her head. Yes, she asked, turning to me. I asked if you are okay, I said. Oh, yeah, she muttered softly, it's just that I was thinking about something. I noticed. I shook my head with an ironic smile. I then looked at her with a look of curiosity. So, what were you thinking about? I asked. I was thinking about the ball, she replied. About the ball? I looked at her confused. Yes, she nodded, looking straight ahead again. I was thinking that I don't have a dress to wear to the ball, and that I have to tell my father that I won't be able to spend this Christmas with him. And actually I was also thinking about us, and how surprised I am to know that we're going to the ball together, she said, her cheeks blushing again. And hearing her I blinked. Oh, actually I only said we were going to the ball together to annoy those girls, I said, and that made Luna stop, with her slowly turning her face towards me. Oh, she said, and I could feel the disappointment and sadness in her voice. She then looked back at the floor, looking away from me, and I felt a tightness in my chest when I saw her like this. Why is she sad? Did she really want to go to the ball? I wondered, remembering that she was a third year and that she could only go to the ball if someone from fourth year and up asked her. Luna, did you want to go to the ball? I asked, and the girl was quiet for a few seconds before answering me. I've never been to a ball before, and I thought this might be fun since I'd be with you. And our friends, she said. I understand, I nodded. An awkward silence then fell over us, with Luna still looking down despondently as I thought. And after a few moments I began to speak, breaking the silence. You know, I'm one of the champions of the Tri-Wizard tournament, and because of that I have to do the opening dance at the ball, I commented, and Luna looked at me confused, not understanding why I was talking about this. And well, it's obvious that for that I need a date, and unfortunately I don't have one yet, I continue to say, of course, many girls want to be my date, as you saw a little while ago, but I don't want to go with any of them. Actually, I want to go with someone who really knows me, who is fun, who doesn't mind my eccentricities, and who is almost as crazy as me. I smiled slightly, and that said, I can only think of one girl who fits all these criteria. And that girl is you. And saying that I turned to face my peculiar friend, and that's why I want to ask you, Luna. Do you want to go to the ball with me? Huh. Luna stared at me paralyzed, being caught completely off guard. And her expression was so cute and funny that it made me laugh, and that brought her out of her dazed state. Are you sure? Do you really want me to be your date to the Yule Ball? She asked me with a look of uncertainty and nervousness. Yes, I'm sure, I nodded with conviction. However, this didn't end Luna's uncertainty, and seeing this I knew I had to do something. And with that in mind I stopped in front of the blonde girl and held both of her hands with mine, making her look at me. And you know what? I said, smiling gently at Luna, I didn't lie when I told those girls that you were the only girl I would like to have as my date. And hearing this made Luna blink in surprise, and after a few seconds her cheeks started to blush, with a small shy smile starting to appear on her face. And seeing this I knew I had to strike while the iron was still hot. So, Luna Lovegood, I ask you again. Do you want to go to the Yule Ball with me? I asked, looking deep into Luna's eyes. And this time I didn't find any hint of uncertainty, fear, or nervousness in Luna's eyes, just happiness, affection and trust. Yes, I want to go to ball with you, she replied, with a huge joyful smile that left me stunned for a moment. Beautiful, was what I thought, feeling something stir inside me. But then I noticed that Luna was still looking at me, and shaking my head I sent my thoughts to the back of my mind. Well, that's great, I told her, smiling happily as I lightly squeezed her hands, and I'm sure we're going to be the best and most amazing couple at the ball, I proclaimed. Or the weirdest and craziest couple, Luna joked, and I laughed, knowing that was more likely. Yes. The weirdest and craziest couple. I said, feeling like it didn't sound so bad. End. Chapter 401, Chapter. Following day. At this moment I was sitting on the edge of the wooden bridge, something I usually did when I wanted time to think or rest, as the breeze and the view were relaxing for me. And as I relaxed in silence I felt 3 girls approach, walking across the bridge while talking. But as their conversation had nothing to do with me I remained in my place enjoying the cold winter wind, that is, until another girl appeared and started walking quickly towards the other 3. This girl was short and wore glasses, and from her uniform I could tell she was a Hufflepuff, just like the other 3 girls. However, what caught my attention was not her appearance, but the information she was bringing. Hey, did you hear? She asked, arriving alongside her friends as they continued to walk. What? One of the 3 girls, the one wearing a yellow scarf, asked. Some girls from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor woke up today with their faces wrinkled and completely full of pimples, the puff girl with glasses said to her friends. It looks like someone jinxed them, and from what I heard it was a very powerful spell, since not even Madame Pomfrey can cure them. Really? Her friend asked in surprise. Yes, and it seems that things are so bad that they don't even want to leave their rooms, the puff with glasses nodded, frowning. And when their friends heard this, they felt sorry for the girls who were suffering from having their faces destroyed, but at the same time they were grateful that they weren't the victims. And I, who was watching the 4 girls walking away, couldn't help but smile mischievously when I heard their conversation. That'll teach these girls to never mess with my friends again, I sneered with a cold gleam in my eyes. I knew I was being petty and that my revenge was a little too cruel, but I didn't care. My friends and family were the most precious things to me in this world, and I would show no mercy to anyone who decided to harm them. And because of that, I decided to hit these girls in their weak points, which were their ego and appearance. Now their faces were ugly, almost deformed, and most likely because of that they wouldn't be able to find a date for the ball. And even those girls who already have a date will probably be dumped by their partners, as no boy wants to be seen with a girl who looks like she came out of a low-quality horror movie. And considering all these facts and remembering what the puff girl said, I was sure that these arrogant girls would not attend the ball even if they had a date, as they would be too embarrassed and afraid to show their faces to others. They, who were so vain and self-centered, are now isolating themselves in their rooms, ashamed of their own appearance. While Luna, who they were mocking and despising, is going to the ball with a champion. And thinking about it, I snorted, well, I guess that could be considered karma. And I would continue reflecting on the repercussions of my revenge, but I felt a familiar presence approaching where I was, coming towards me, which took me out of my thoughts. "Hi Fleur," I said, without turning to the French girl who was behind me. And Fleur blinked in surprise, wondering how I knew it was her. But shaking her head, she decided to put that question aside, and with a slight smile on her lips she greeted me back. "Hi Ethan," she said, before coming and sitting next to me. And feeling her sit next to me, I looked at her. Fleur was still as beautiful as ever, with flawless skin, bright blue eyes and long, almost silver blonde hair. She was wearing the standard Beauxbatons uniform, which was a light blue button-up classic collared above the knee-length dress under a light blue blazer with dark blue trimming on the edges, and on the left pocket of the blazer was embroidered the Beauxbatons emblem. She also wore dark blue stockings that highlighted her beautiful legs, with light blue shoes. And even though the uniform was ordinary, it still couldn't hide the captivating and seductive beauty of the villa beside me. Realizing that I had been staring at Fleur for too long, I looked away, cursing myself for being mesmerized by her appearance. However, Fleur didn't even notice my gaze, because as soon as she sat down she looked at the landscape in front of her. I then saw her close her eyes and take a deep breath, before letting out a long sigh and relaxing. "I'm starting to understand why you like coming here," she commented, realizing that the view of the large forest in front of us, plus the cool wind that passed through our faces, brought a calming sensation. "Oh, I'm happy to know that something from this rudimentary and poor place could enchant the delicate, graceful, and rich French champion," I said, looking at Fleur with a playful look. "Sigh. You'll never let me forget this, will you?" she asked, looking at me. "Nope," I said, popping the P. And upon hearing this, Fleur shook her head with an ironic smile. "But well, I feel like you didn't just come here to look at the sights of Hogwarts, right?" I asked, looking at her with my head tilted in curiosity. "Can't I just want to talk to my friend and fellow champion?" she asked, and I smiled slightly. "You can," I nodded, "but like I said, I feel like you didn't come here just for that." "As perceptive as ever," she said, before looking straight ahead again. She then fell silent for a moment, and it was obvious that she was seriously thinking about what she would say next. And that made me very curious. "You know, the ball is approaching," was the first thing Fleur said, placing a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Hair?" "Yes," I blinked in confusion. "And well, the champions are going to have to do the opening dance, and we're both champions, right?" she asked, and I nodded. Where is she going with this conversation? I asked myself. Obviously, as champions we will need a date to the ball, and I'm sure that like me you must also have a lot of people inviting you to the ball, and I may not know you as well as the other people who are close to you, but I'm sure you must be finding that situation uncomfortable and irritating, she said, nervously fidgeting with her hands that were in her lap. And that is a problem for us, since we have to focus on developing our magical abilities and creating plans to pass the next tasks, she continued, speaking quickly, and with that in mind I came to the conclusion that there is only a way for us to make these people stop bothering us, and that's to get a date to ball. And that's why. I. She stuttered, and I could feel her heart beating rapidly in her chest. And I was getting more and more confused and curious, and when I leaned towards Fleur to look at her the girl looked away, completely blushing. And I was surprised, as I had never seen this independent and proud girl acting like this. "Fleur." I called out to her, looking at her worriedly. And when Fleur heard me call her, she was startled, stopping talking, but when her eyes met mine she quickly looked down, fidgeting with the hem of her dress nervously. However, after a few seconds of silence passed, Fleur took a deep breath, before raising her head with a determined gleam appearing in her eyes. "Come on, you're Fleur Isabelle Delacour. There's nothing you can't do," she said to herself mentally. And now, with her courage restored and a new determination, she turned to look at me. "And that's why I wanted to ask you. Do you want to go to the ball with me?" she asked. "Huh?" was the only thing I could say as I looked at Fleur in shock. I wasn't expecting that, I thought. And while I was silent, Fleur looked at me expectantly, and I could sense that she was nervous and scared, but also hopeful and optimistic. The situation just got weird, I thought, but seeing Fleur staring at me I knew I had to answer her. Sorry Fleur, but I'm already going to the ball with someone," I said, scratching the back of my neck as I looked at her apologetically. "Oh," Fleur said, and I could feel the disappointment and sadness coming from her. "Looks like I'm late then," she said with a sad smile. And I didn't like seeing that sad look on Fleur's face, but I didn't know what to say to console and cheer her up. However, I didn't need to do or say anything, because when Fleur raised her head to look at me again I could see that the sparkle in her eyes hadn't disappeared. "Well, I may have been late to be your date, but I want you to promise me that you will save a dance for me," Fleur said with a small smile. "I promise," I nodded, smiling softly at her. And my answer seemed to satisfy her, and even though I could still feel feelings of sadness coming from her, it was very weak, and that made me feel relieved. Yeah, a sad look doesn't suit her. I prefer to see her with a smile on her face, I thought, looking softly at Fleur smiling next to me. End. Chapter 402, Chapter. Afternoon, on the grounds of Hogwarts. I wonder when it's going to start snowing, I said to myself, feeling the damp, cold air as I looked up at the sky, noticing that there was little sunlight coming through the clouds. My last class of the day, which was Ancient Runes, had just ended, and as soon as I left the classroom I headed towards the Black Lake, wanting to take a walk in the fresh air. And now, outside the castle, I began to walk calmly along the edge of the Black Lake, seeing other students doing the same while warming themselves in their coats and scarves. And looking at myself I noticed my clothes, seeing that I was only wearing a long-sleeve burgundy shirt, black pants, and dark gray shoes with blue details. And for a cold winter, these clothes didn't warm up much, which would be uncomfortable for anyone, but for me this wasn't a problem, since my body was naturally warm. After I started developing my beast power I never had to worry about feeling cold or hot again, I thought. And I thanked my beast power for giving me a high adaptation ability. But leaving that aside I continued my walk, and as I passed near Durmstrang's ship I saw Crumb, who was only wearing swim trunks, jumping into the cold waters of the dark lake, which made me raise an eyebrow. Apparently Crumb has already solved the clue to the golden egg and discovered what the challenge of the second task will be, I thought, looking at him with a thoughtful look. Either that or Karkaroff must have told him. And knowing the treacherous and disgusting personality of the headmaster of Durmstrang, I would bet on the second option. Meh, it doesn't make any difference to me, I shrugged, and ignoring the Bulgarian champion I continued walking. However, after a few minutes of walking I stopped again when I noticed a certain bushy-haired girl reading a book under a tree. And looking at the know-it-all girl from the Golden Trio I blinked, finding it strange that she wasn't accompanied by her two faithful friends. She's reading one of the books about house elves that I recommended for her, I realized, looking at the cover of the book that was in her hands. And without me realizing it I started to get closer to her. Looking at Hermione I could see her eyebrows furrowed in concentration, showing that she was seriously focused on the book. And this became even more obvious when she didn't even notice my approach or that I was standing next to her, and seeing this I stared at her for a few seconds before a mischievous smile appeared on my face. And then I bent down, bringing my mouth closer to his ear. "Hey," I said, making her jump in fright, quickly turning to me. "Ethan, don't scare me like that," she exclaimed, placing her hand on her chest. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, but you were so concentrated and unprotected reading your book that I couldn't resist," I said, showing her a mischievous smile. "And that is one more reason for you not to scare me," she complained, looking at me sternly, like a certain feline teacher. Yeah. "I'm sorry," I said, raising my hands in surrender. And Hermione seemed to sense that my apology was insincere, as she continued to stare at me with narrowed eyes. But seeing my calm smile she sighed, putting down the book she was reading and placing it on her lap. "Okay, but know that if you do that again I will jinx you." "Noted," I nodded, "but then, what are you doing here alone?" I asked. "Reading," she said, looking at me like I was stupid. "That I can see," I rolled my eyes. "What I'm asking is, why aren't you with Harry and Ron?" And hearing my question Hermione snorted. "You say that as if I always have to be with them." "You don't, but you also can't deny that the three of you are almost always together, so seeing you alone is obviously weird," I said, and Hermione sighed, knowing I was right. "Harry and Ron are in our common room playing some kind of magical board game with the other boys, and as I didn't want to be the only girl among them I decided to go out and do something else, and here I am, Hermione," he said. "I understand," I nodded. We then fell into a calm silence, and as I stood next to Hermione I stared at her, feeling like I was forgetting something involving her. What am I forgetting? I asked myself, frowning. I feel like it's something important, but I can't remember what. And after a few more seconds of thinking, and even using a clemency to search my memories, I remembered. Oh. I still have to make Hermione and Harry go to the ball together as a couple. I exclaimed in my mind, before looking at Hermione. Hermione, I called, making the smart girl turn to me. Yes, she asked. Well, I was curious to know, but do you have a ball date yet? I asked, and that made her blink in confusion, not expecting me to ask her that. Huh? Why do you want to know? She asked me. Like I said, I'm just curious, I shrugged, and she looked at me doubtfully. If I didn't already know that you're going to the ball with Luna I would be thinking that you wanted to ask me to be your date, she said. Wait, how do you know I'm going to the ball with Luna? I asked, a little surprised. I know because Lavender told me, Hermione replied. And hearing that I made a face, because if Lavender knew, that meant the whole school knew. And I knew Lavender and her gossipy friend's tendency to heighten and change rumors and gossip to make them spicier. And just imagining what was being said about Luna and I going to the ball together made my head hurt. Well, at least this will stop the other girls from bothering me asking me to be their date, I thought, letting out a tired but relieved sigh. But shaking my head I looked back at Hermione, who was looking at me with a raised eyebrow. But well, back to the topic, you still haven't answered my question, I said, and Hermione sighed. No, I don't have a date yet, she replied. Are you satisfied with the answer? In a way, yes, I nodded. Why? Hermione looked at me without understanding. Because that means you can still go to the ball with Harry, I said, and I could see his eyes widen in shock. Go to the B-ball with Harry, she exclaimed. Why would I go to the ball with Harry? And looking at the panicked girl with flushed cheeks I resisted the urge to snort in amusement, seeing that she was trying to hide her nervousness. But that didn't work very well since she wasn't very good at hiding her emotions, as evidenced by her stutter. Well, obviously you would want to go to ball with him because you like him, I said with a shrug. I don't like him, she denied, but I just looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Has anyone ever told you that you're a terrible liar? I asked. And before she could say anything I continued, look. You, me, and everyone at school except Harry knows you like him, so why do you keep lying to yourself? And before you think about saying something like, that's not true, you're delusional, or, I don't like him, know that I won't believe you. But it's true. I don't like him, she said, and I just looked at her with a blank expression. Really? So why did you write his name and yours inside a heart on your copy of Hogwarts, a history? I asked with a raised eyebrow, crossing my arms. How do you know that? She asked shocked, and I smiled. Oh, so it's true, and hearing this Hermione realized she had fallen into a trap. She then started to stutter as she tried to make up some lie or give some lame excuse, but I just kept looking at her. And when she realized that there was no longer any escape for her, the studious girl sighed. Yes, I like him, so what? She asked, looking away with slightly pink cheeks. And even though I already knew about her passion for Harry because of the feelings I could feel coming from her, I still smiled when I heard her confession. Well, apparently I'm going to win that bet I made with the twins, I thought, smiling as I imagined Fred and George's defeated look. And I think that me helping Hermione and Harry get together faster isn't cheating, since I'm just helping two friends in love, right? But shaking my head I refocused on the current moment, looking at the shy Hermione in front of me. Well, I'm glad to see that you accepted and confessed your feelings for Harry, but this is just the beginning, I started to say, making her look at me from the corner of her eye. Now what you have to do is ask him to the ball, and then you can become a real couple. I proclaimed with a huge smile on my face. And Hermione was looking at me with a strange expression, but I could also sense that the thought of going to the Yule Ball with Harry as a couple was very appealing to her. And a sparkle came into my eyes as I looked at her satisfied, realizing that my plan was working. Phase 1 of Operation Harmony Couple completed, I thought. Now let's move on to Phase 2. End. Chapter 403, Chapter Gryffindor Common Room. Wow, here it's still as red as ever, I commented, entering the Lion Common Room as the passage behind me closed. And I may not have spoken very loudly, but my voice was heard by everyone, who turned to see who the intruder was who had invaded their common room. However, as soon as they saw that the intruder was me, the students from the House of Noble and Brave lost interest, having already gotten used to my spontaneous visits to their common room. I then began to walk around the common room as if I were at home, greeting my Gryffindor friends who were waving happily at me. Huh? Isn't it against the rules for a student to enter another house's common room? A first-year boy asked an older student next to him. Well, I don't know if it's against the rules, the older student began to respond, but if it were it wouldn't make any difference to him, since he's known for being one of the biggest rule breakers at Hogwarts. And listening to the older Gryffindor's response, the first year looked at me in surprise, but there was a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Incredible, he muttered, and the older student looked at him with an incredulous expression. What's so amazing about being a rule breaker? He exclaimed in his mind, starting to wonder if the strange boy next to him was crazy. And any normal person would think the same as the older Gryffindor, but he forgot that he was in Gryffindor, the house known for its bravery and stupidity. And that's why in a way the first year that was the normal one in this situation, while he was the strange one. And without knowing that I had gained yet another admirer I continued walking through the common room, looking around as I looked for a boy with black hair and glasses. Who are you looking for? Seamus asked me. I'm looking for Harry, I replied. Oh, Harry's in our room upstairs, Neville, who was tending to one of his magical plants, said. Thanks, I nodded to Nevada. I then went to the stairs that led to the boys' dormitory and went up, using my senses to find the room Harry was in. And it was very easy for me to find the fourth-year boys' dormitory, and already in front of the dormitory door I could feel that Harry and Ron were inside. And without further ado I opened the door and walked in, and Harry and Ron who were in bed talking turned to me. Hello bitches, I said with a smile. Ethan. Harry looked at me in surprise. What are you doing here? I was looking for you, I replied. And Harry looked at me curiously. Why? Because I heard you didn't have a ball date yet, and I came to help you get one. And upon hearing my answer, Harry blinked. What? Exactly what you heard. I came to help you get a date to the ball, I repeated, and that made Harry and Ron look at each other with strange looks before turning to me. Why do you want to help Harry get a date? Ron asked. Because if it just depends on Harry, he won't get one, I shrugged. Hey. Harry looked at me offended. I'm more than capable of getting myself a date. Really? I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. So tell me, which girl are you going to ask to ball? Because as far as I know, you still don't have a date, and it's just a few days until Christmas. And my question caught Harry off guard, and he looked away while scratching the back of his neck. Oh. Well. I guess. He started to stutter. And seeing this, I rolled my eyes, before looking at Ron. See? I said to him, gesturing to the boy who lived. And Ron, who was watching his friend stutter nervously, didn't know whether to feel sorry for him or whether to laugh. But when he remembered that he was in the same situation as his friend, he grimaced. And Harry continued trying to think of an answer for a few seconds, before sighing in defeat. Okay, you're right, he said unwillingly. And hearing this, I nodded satisfied. Yes, and that's why you need my help, I said. But how are you going to help me? He asked. Are you going to go around asking every girl at school if they want to go to ball with me? Well, actually, I intend to help you by making you have more confidence to ask someone. The rest will depend on you, I replied, and Harry made a face. Wow, that's a big help, he said sarcastically, but I just shrugged. Were you expecting me to pull out of my pocket a girl willing to go to ball with you? No, but I thought your help would be more complete, Harry said. Well, I'm sorry, but there are certain things you should do yourself, especially when there are women involved, I said, and in these situations the most I can do is give you some tips and some moral support. And my sentence made Harry sigh, because he knew I was right. Okay, I got it. I have to ask a girl to the ball myself, he said, and I nodded. Yes, and you must do it quickly, since Christmas is just a few days away. And hearing this, the boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead sighed again. I know, but the problem is that I don't know which girl to ask to the ball, he said, looking down. Oh, actually you already know which girl you want to ask, I said, with a knowing smile. And that earned me a confused look from Harry. I know, he asked. I nodded, and I'm sure that ever since the ball was announced you've been thinking about asking her, but you've always been afraid of her response. And Harry frowned, because he knew which girl I was talking about. And even if he wanted to deny it, he couldn't, because as soon as I finished speaking, the image of his intelligent, proud and beautiful friend with thick hair appeared in his mind, revealing his true feelings. Looks like you finally realized who the girl I'm talking about is, I said, and Ron, who was still sitting, looked between the two of us in confusion. What girl? He asked. And instead of saying something, I looked at Harry, as this was something he should answer as it was his secret. He's talking about Hermione, Harry replied, looking at Ron waiting to see what his reaction would be. Hermione? Is she the girl you want to ask to ball? Ron asked, a little surprised. But then he stopped, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Actually that makes sense. That makes? Harry asked in surprise. Yes, Ron nodded, it's normal for you to want to go to ball with the girl you like. And even I at this moment was looking at Ron in surprise, as I didn't expect that he, who was known for being one of the densest and most tactless boys in the school, would notice Harry's crush on Hermione. How do you know I like Hermione? Harry asked, and Ron looked at him strangely. Man, I think everyone in Gryffindor and even at school knows you like her. You're not very good at hiding your feelings, he replied, which made Harry blush. Oh, he said, looking away. And Ron and I exchanged amused glances. Did he really think he was being discreet with the looks he was giving Hermione? I asked myself, before shaking my head, deciding to refocus on the main topic. Well, I started to say, catching the black-haired boy's attention, now that you realize you want to go to the ball with Hermione, you just need to think about how you're going to ask her. And Harry hesitated a little before saying, I don't think I can ask her today, I need some time to prepare. And looking at him, I could see that he was restless, and the slightest movements of his body showed me that he was nervous. Okay, but you better not take too long, or someone else might end up asking Hermione first, I said, not wanting to mention the fact that the Durmstrang champion already had his eye on the book girl. Harry then looked at me when I said that, and seeing my serious look, he realized I wasn't joking. And after thinking a little, he realized that it was quite possible that Hermione would be asked to the ball by another boy, and that's why he started to get worried. But besides being worried, I could also feel determination starting to emerge in Harry, and it made me smile. Well, I helped them both take the first step, now it all depends on themselves, I thought, having already done more than enough in making them both accept that they had feelings for each other, and also putting in their heads the idea of going to the ball together. Now let's see which of the two will make the first move by asking the other to the ball. End. Chapter 404, Chapter Professor McGonagall's office, at night. Okay, now raise your left hand a little higher and take 2 steps to the side, without losing rhythm, Professor McGonagall instructed me while I danced with Luna. I was holding one of Luna's hands while the other was on her waist, while she kept one of her hands on my shoulder. We were dancing a slow, calm waltz, trying to keep up with each other, with me leading Luna across the large open space in Professor McGonagall's office. Now, you must be wondering why I was dancing with Luna, right? Well, the answer to that is simple. The news that I was going to the ball with Luna had spread throughout the school, which meant that not only the students but the teachers also found out about this information. And among these teachers were Professor McGonagall and Penny, who were surprised at first, but then demanded that I bring Luna to our next dance class, as according to them it would be better and I would learn to dance faster if I were dancing with my date. And on top of that, they also said they wanted to see if Luna knew how to dance, but for some reason I felt like there was a hidden reason they didn't want to tell me about. And this became even more obvious when I arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, because usually the moment I walked through the door the two of them would immediately come up to me, trying to vie for my attention. However, this time it was different, as they completely ignored me to focus on Luna, who they stared at with calculating and thoughtful looks. But leaving the strangeness of these two women who I considered my grandmothers aside, I realized that they were right when they said that learning to dance with Luna would be easier. Dancing with Luna was more fun and exciting, and I knew she thought the same by her happy and cheerful look, and maybe because her age was close to mine I felt more comfortable dancing with her. Great, now spin, and following Professor McGonagall's instructions I grabbed Luna's waist and spun with her. And after putting Luna down on the ground again, we did a few more turns and steps following the symphony of the music, before finishing the dance. And as soon as the dance and music ended, I looked at Luna, who had a happy smile on her face, which made me smile too. Perfect, you did very well, Professor McGonagall praised us with a proud look. Yes, and you certainly suit each other, Penny said, smiling softly, and I dare say you will be the best couple at the Yule Ball. Thank you, I said, happy to receive compliments from my two grandmother figures. Thank you, Mrs. Flamel and Professor McGonagall, Luna thanked them both, taking dance classes with you two is really fun. I'm really happy to hear that, Penny said, coming over to Luna and hugging her. She then broke the hug and looked Luna in her eyes, and I already told you, call me Penny. Okay, Penny, Luna nodded, and the immortal lady smiled before hugging her again. Mississippi Lovegood, Professor McGonagall said, catching Luna's attention who broke the hug with Penny, I couldn't help but notice, but you're a great dancer. Have you ever taken dance classes before, she asked, looking at the small girl curiously. Actually, I learned to dance from my mother, Luna replied with a small nostalgic smile. I see, the Transfiguration teacher nodded, and I could see a slight flicker of sadness in her eyes. And I was confused for a moment, until I realized that Professor McGonagall probably knew Luna's mother and had taught her when she was studying at Hogwarts. Sometimes I forget that Professor McGonagall has been teaching at Hogwarts for a long time and probably knows every student's parents, I thought, before frowning. And unfortunately this also means that many of your old students and friends died in the First Blood War, and that is a sad thing. And looking at Professor McGonagall I once again found myself impressed by her, knowing that she carried such sadness in her heart and yet remained a strong, fierce, and kind woman. Well, one more reason why she's my favorite teacher, I thought, smiling slightly. Well, changing the subject, Penny clapped her hands to get our attention, breaking me out of my thoughts. Do you two have everything ready for the Yule Ball yet? She asked Luna and me. I think so, I said after thinking for a while. And Luna, who was still next to me, shook her head. Actually, I still need to buy myself a dress, she said. Really? Penny asked. Yes, I didn't bring one because I didn't know I was going to be asked to the ball, she replied, looking sideways at me with a slight pink tint on her cheeks. Oh, in that case we can buy you a dress in Hogsmeade this Friday afternoon, the immortal lady said. We? Luna tilted her head in confusion. Yes, we, Penny nodded. I'll go with you as students can only go to Hogsmeade on weekend visits or if they are accompanied by a teacher. And besides, I also want to help you choose your dress, and in fact I will even pay for it, and hearing this Luna blinked in surprise, before shaking her head. That won't be necessary, Penny, I already sent a letter to my father and he will send me the money to buy the dress, the blonde girl said. And hearing this Penny waved her hand dismissively. Oh, don't worry, you're my grandson's date, so the least I can do for you is buy your dress. But Luna tried to say, but Penny cut her off. No buts, I've already made up my mind, she said resolutely, and if you're refusing because you don't want me to use my money, know that it doesn't matter to me. In fact, I have so much money that sometimes I don't even know what to spend it on, so you'll also be doing me a favor by letting me buy your dress. And Luna still wanted to refuse, but the look in Penny's eyes said she wouldn't take no for an answer. And Luna, who didn't know what to do, looked at me, and I nodded to her meaning that she should accept Penny's help. And she was still feeling uncertain about it, but she still turned back to Penny and nodded, okay. And thank you, she said, truly grateful. And upon seeing Luna accept, a huge and satisfied smile appeared on Penny's face. Great, then it's settled, she said happily. We're going to meet in front of the entrance hall this Friday after your afternoon classes to head to Hogsmeade for a girls' afternoon. Girls' afternoon? Luna repeated confused. Yes, or did you think we were just going to buy your dress? Penny questioned, with a mischievous smile on her face. Yes, Luna replied, which made Penny's smile grow. Oh no, my dear, actually we are going to spend the whole afternoon having fun visiting each and every store in that village, the woman Flamel said, placing a hand on Luna's shoulder. We are going to try all the sweets from Honeydukes, eat the dishes from Three Broomsticks, wear the craziest and weirdest hats from Fickle Fabrics. And the more Penny talked the more I could feel her excitement grow, and for a woman over 600 years old she seemed like a happy child planning an afternoon of fun with a friend. And Luna, who was previously nervous and uncertain about going to Hogsmeade with Penny, started to get excited with every word the alchemist lady said. And then before I could even react I saw the two of them talking excitedly about all the things they'd like to do together in Hogsmeade, as if they were best friends. And Professor McGonagall and I who were watching the interaction between the two could only look at them in disbelief. And after a few seconds I shook my head with an amused smile. Looks like Luna found a new best friend. And Penny too. And as I looked fondly at Luna and Penny talking, Professor McGonagall beside me sighed in exasperation. As always, Mrs. Flamel does what she wants, she thought, starting to get used to this characteristic of Penny. And it's amazing how much she reminds me of Ethan with her happy, laid-back personality. Professor McGonagall stared at Penny and me, before narrowing her eyes. I'm starting to think that maybe these two really are grandmother and grandson. End. Chapter 405, Chapter. Thursday, afternoon. Today was another normal day, and after lunch my friends and I went to Viaduct Courtyard for some relaxation time. And sitting on the stairs in front of the large doors that led into the castle, my friends and I began to talk about the events of the last few days. So you're going to the ball with Megan, I commented, looking at Stephen who was scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Yes, I asked her yesterday and to my surprise she accepted, he said, and even though I was nervous I could still feel that he was happy. So does that mean you like Megan? Anthony asked, and Stephen turned to him with wide eyes. What? And no. I mean, I don't know. He started to respond, looking away. I just think she's really cool, she likes sports like me, she's funny, energetic, pretty, and also. And while Stephen was talking about all of Megan's good qualities, the other boys and I exchanged amused glances. Yes, he is definitely in love with her, Michael said, and no one disagreed. And hearing this, Stephen fell silent, his cheeks flushed. But well, if we're talking about love we can't forget our silver star, Terry said, looking at me with a mischievous smile. Are you talking about me? I asked confused. You he nodded, aren't you going to the ball with Luna? Yes, but as friends, I replied. Of course, as friends. He said slowly, a knowing smile on his face. And looking at his smile I frowned. And turning to the other boys for support I saw them looking at me with the same smile, and I felt a vein pop on my forehead. Let's see if you'll keep smiling when you have frog heads, I thought, getting ready to pull out my wand. However, to my sadness and the luck of the boys, the twins arrived at this exact moment, accompanied by Ron. Ethan, my dear companion, you need to come with us immediately, George said, with a look of urgency. Huh? Why? I asked, but still got up. Because, my dear scary friend, Fred began to say, putting his arm around my shoulder, our little and famous lion is about to become a man. Huh? I looked at him without understanding, and Ron, who was behind his brothers, approached. They mean that Harry is going to ask Hermione to the ball right now, he said, and my eyes widened slightly. Finally. I thought, before turning to the three Gryffindor brothers. Well then what are we waiting for? Let's go guys. I said, and with an excited look I started walking, with one goal in mind. To see the birth of the golden couple. And the three Weasley boys stared at my back as I walked away with blank stares. Is this the scary, proud boy who defeated and tamed a dragon, they wondered. In the Quidditch pitch training area, a little later. Should we really be doing this? Ron asked, looking around nervously. Shoo and Fred, George and I silenced him, focused on the scene that was happening in front of us. The three of us were hiding behind the stands, looking from afar at Harry and Hermione, who were facing each other while having shy and nervous expressions. From what the boys told me, Harry was the one who called Hermione to this place so he could ask her to the ball, but from Hermione's expression and her feelings I knew that she had the intention of asking him too. And the funny thing about it all is that even with all the obvious signs, none of them seemed to notice that the feelings they had for each other were reciprocal. Look at them, acting so shy and cute, Fred cooed. They grow up so fast, George said, wiping away a fake tear. Yes, and I remember it like it was yesterday when they were just two little first years impressed by the wizarding world, I said with a proud look on my face, and now here they are, just a few steps away from changing their futures by going to ball together. Oh yes, the incredible and wonderful ball. Fred nodded, before looking at me. Huh. I looked at him confused. You know, Ethan, awakens here told us about how you helped and encouraged Harry to ask Hermione to the ball, Fred said, and I could hear the tone of accusation in his voice. Well, I just did what any good friend would do, I said innocently, and the look in the twins' eyes showed that they obviously didn't believe me. Yes. George said slowly, and this has nothing to do with a certain bet, right? Gasp. How dare you suspect me of doing something like this just because of a bet? I said with an indignant expression. And the twins' only reaction was to stare at me dryly. Sometimes your shamelessness impresses me, Fred said. Thank you, I smiled. That wasn't a compliment. Hey, can you three be quiet? They're starting, Ron said, looking at his two friends. And turning to Harry and Hermione, we saw that he was right. Ah, well. Harry started to say, not knowing how to start the conversation. You came. Of course I came, you called me, Hermione said, smiling wryly. Oh yes, that's true, Harry laughed nervously as he scratched the back of his head. An awkward silence then fell over the two of them, while Harry was undecided as to whether he should look at his feet or at Hermione. So, the weather is cold today, right, he said, and Hermione snorted slightly. Great way to break the ice, Harry, she thought, looking amused at her awkward crush, but I think it just makes you even cuter, she smiled affectionately. And when Harry saw her smile, he froze momentarily, mesmerized by the girl with thick brown hair in front of him. Huh. He said eloquently, and behind the stands I wanted to palm my forehead. I feel like I'm watching one of my Aunt Abigail's romantic comedy films, I thought, sighing while shaking my head. Doesn't Harry seem pretty nervous for someone who's only going to ask the girl he likes to the ball? George commented, rubbing his chin as he looked at the black-haired boy analytically. You say that as if that wasn't reason enough to be nervous, I snorted. But I couldn't deny that there was some truth in George's statement. Harry didn't just look nervous, he was also tense and scared, and I could hear his heart beating rapidly. And in addition to these feelings, I could also feel a powerful feeling that surpassed all others and that grew stronger every second, the love. Wait, don't tell me. I widened my eyes, realizing that what was about to happen wasn't just a boy asking a girl to ball. Wait a minute, I need to do something, I said to the boys, before hurriedly taking off the suitcase that was on the chain around my neck. I then increased the size of it and opened it, and from inside it I took out a simple mirror. Sirius Black, I said to the mirror, and after a few seconds of waiting Lord Black's face appeared in the mirror. Hey Ethan, Sirius greeted me cheerfully, before seeing my serious look. What's wrong? He asked worriedly, and I just turned the two-way mirror towards Hermione and Harry. It's happening, I said, and I could hear Sirius' surprised gasp. Finally, he exclaimed excitedly, before looking back, Hey Andy. Dora. Come here, he called. And then I heard some footsteps coming from the mirror and then Andy and Dora's voices, and after they got closer I heard them gasp in surprise too. Oh Merlin, so it's today, Andy said with a twinkle in her eye. And in the background I could hear Dora calling Creature and asking him to bring her a bucket of popcorn. And meanwhile Ron was looking at us strangely, not understanding what the commotion was about, while the twins who seemed to have understood what was happening were looking carefully at Harry and Hermione on the Quidditch pitch. End. Chapter 406, Chapter. Well, I think you didn't just call me here to talk about the weather, did you? Hermione asked Harry. No, the boy with a scar on his forehead shook his head. Actually I called you here because I wanted to ask you something, he said, and Hermione tilted her head. Ask me something, she looked at him curiously. And gathering all his courage Harry sighed, preparing himself for the ask that would change his life. Hermione, will you go to the ball with me? And as soon as that ask left her mouth, Hermione blinked in surprise. Wait, are you asking me to the ball? She asked, wondering if she had heard wrong. Yes, he replied, and Hermione stared at him, transfixed for a few seconds. He wants to go to the ball with me, she exclaimed in her mind, in a mixture of surprise and happiness. Does this mean he likes me? But after thinking for a few moments she shook her head. No, he probably just couldn't find any girls to go to the ball with him, so he asked me since I'm his friend, she thought. Yes, that must be it. And the Harry who saw Hermione who was standing silently shaking her head thought that she was refusing his ask, and immediately became discouraged. Oh, so that's a no, Harry said, and that broke Hermione out of her thoughts. What? No. I would love to go to ball with you, she said in panic, and Harry looked up in surprise. Really? He asked. Yes, Hermione replied. And before Harry could even say anything she continued, rubbing her arm as she looked at the floor, I know you're just asking me as a friend, and that you're probably only doing this because you didn't have time to ask any other girls because you were preparing and training for the second task. But I'm still very happy to be able to go to the Yule Ball with you, and I promise I'll try not to embarrass you at the ball, she finished with a small smile. And hearing Hermione's words, Harry frowned. Hermione, you're not going to embarrass me, he began to say, before an ironic, self-deprecating smile appeared on his face, because, knowing my abilities and luck, the one who will end up embarrassing me will be myself. And besides, I think you misunderstood something, and that caught the Muggle girl's attention, who looked at him in confusion. He then approached her and held her right hand, noticing how soft it was. I don't want to go to ball with you just as friends. And upon hearing this and feeling his hand holding hers, Hermione felt her heart stop beating for a moment. You don't, she asked, swallowing hard, and Harry shook his head. He doesn't want to go to the ball just as friends. She repeated in her mind, so could it be? She looked at Harry, wondering if that meant what she thought it meant. And looking at the boy in front of her, she saw that his cheeks were slightly flushed, and realizing that the conversation might be going in a direction that she had only imagined would happen in her dreams, Hermione began to feel anxious. So what do you want? Hermione asked softly, and there was a hopeful gleam in her eyes. And Harry knew what answer she was waiting for from him, and even though he was nervous, he knew that now was the perfect time to make his feelings clear to Hermione, and so he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, still holding her hand. Come on, Potter, telling the girl you're in love with that you like her is nothing compared to facing a dragon and defeating the Dark Lord, Harry thought, in an attempt to encourage himself. And after a few seconds of trying to rekindle his Gryffindor bravery, he looked Hermione deep in the eyes, with a calm but serious expression on his face. Hermione, I want you to go to the ball with me not as my friend, but as my girlfriend. And that's why I ask you, will you be my girlfriend? Harry asked, looking at one of his best friends with tenderness. And Hermione, who still couldn't believe this was happening, looked at Harry, feeling several positive emotions overflowing in her chest. She would never imagine that a day that she thought would be as ordinary as any other would end up being the day that her crush would confess to her. And now here she was, experiencing a day that was quickly becoming one of the most exciting and happiest of her life. Yes, Harry, I would love to be your girlfriend. Hermione replied with a happy smile, before surprising Harry by hugging him. And Harry stood frozen for a few moments, surprised both by her saying yes and by the sudden hug. But after a few seconds he recovered, and then hugged Hermione as happily as she was. I think today is the happiest day of my life, he commented, with a silly smile on his face. And Hermione laughed lightly, same for me. And after hugging for a few more seconds, the two walked away, with Harry keeping his hands on Hermione's waist while she had her hands on his shoulder. They stared at each other with looks of tenderness and love, and then their faces began to slowly get closer, but before they could do anything they heard lots of applause, making them turn around in fright. Finally. I told you they looked cute together. Congratulations, guys. Great move getting the smartest girl in school, Harry. And walking towards them were our group of 4 plus the 3 people in the two-way mirror, with all of us celebrating and congratulating them. What are you all doing here? Harry exclaimed, quickly moving away from Hermione. However, we could all see that they didn't break contact completely, with them holding hands. Obviously we're here to congratulate you, I said. Yes. I thought you would never confess your feelings to each other, Dora exclaimed happily, with her hair a mix of red and pink. And the new couple blushed, once again realizing that everyone knew about their feelings towards each other. But Hermione blinked, realizing something before looking at us with narrowed eyes. Wait a minute. Were you listening to our conversation? Well, not exactly, Fred replied, looking away. And Hermione frowned in confusion. And seeing this, Andy began to explain, we couldn't hear almost anything you were saying because you were so far away, but we could tell what the result of your conversation was by your smiles and how close you were. Hermione nodded, blushing. And I decided not to mention the fact that I could hear their entire conversation clearly. Okay, but that still doesn't explain why you're here. Especially you 3-inch, Harry said with a frown, looking at the 3 people in the mirror at the end of the sentence. Oh, we're here because Etha, Dora started to say, before being cut off by me. That's not important, I said with a tight smile, what matters now is that you two are finally dating. Yes, and I have no words to say how happy I am about it, Sirius said smiling, seeing you together makes me calmer and more relieved, because I know you will take great care of each other. And saying this he turned to Harry, I'm proud of you, pup, and I know you know that, but still I want to remind you that she's a special girl, so treat her well, and don't forget what we talked about that day, he winked at his godson, who blushed as he looked at the ground in embarrassment. And Hermione, Sirius called the studious girl, welcome to the family, he smiled. And Hermione blushed slightly, but the small smile on her face showed that she was happy to hear that. After that, Dora and Andy also congratulated the new couple, saying some words of support to them. And after saying everything they wanted, they said goodbye to all of us before Sirius cut the connection with the mirror. And looking at the two-way mirror that now looked like any other normal mirror, I put it in my pocket. Who knew Sirius would be so excited about his godson dating? I thought, shaking my head with an amused look. But well, maybe this is just another sign that he's matured and that he's really taking his job as Harry's guardian and godfather seriously, I smiled slightly. End. Chapter 407, Chapter. After putting away the two-way mirror, I looked at the golden couple in front of me, feeling immensely satisfied. And I wasn't satisfied because I had won the bet with the twins, in fact my satisfaction came from the fact that I, acting as the Cupid matchmaker, managed to bring the two together. And as a fan of the Harry Potter franchise, I, like many other fans, felt that Harry and Hermione should have ended up together at the end of the books and films. I had nothing against Ron or Ginny, but I always found their relationship with Harry and Hermione a bit forced and strange. But now I had changed that, and seeing how happy and joyful the new couple were, I felt it was worth it. And just like Sirius had said, they would take good care of each other, and I knew that would be something very important for the future, when the whole war started. But putting those thoughts aside, I started to say, you know, when I talked to you about asking each other to the ball, I wasn't expecting you to start dating, and I said this looking specifically at Harry. Oh, I only intended to ask Hermione to the ball, but I kind of got carried away and one thing led to another, Harry said, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed look. I intended to ask Harry too, and I even thought about talking about my feelings to him, but he was quicker than me. Hermione revealed, and Harry turned to her with slightly widened eyes. Really? He asked in surprise, and Hermione nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed. And knowing this made Harry immensely happy, and the two then looked at each other with smiles on their faces and affectionate eyes. And I didn't miss their short interaction, and seeing this I shook my head with a wry smile. Well, I think it's time for us to leave, I said, getting everyone's attention. Huh? Why? Ron asked. Because we already congratulated them, and now we should give the two lovebirds some privacy, I said, looking at the red-haired boy to see if he got the hint. Oh, he nodded. In that case I would like to congratulate you again, George said, before a playful smile appeared on his face, and I also wanted to tell you that I am awaiting my invitation to your wedding. Me too, and know that my favorite cake flavor is orange, Fred said. And Ron nodded, looking at his best friends with a smile, happy for them, and don't forget about me. I'm waiting for you to ask me to be the best man at your wedding. And listening to them, Harry and Hermione blushed, murmuring that they had only just started dating and that a wedding was still a long way off. But well, since we've said everything there is to say, we're leaving, I said. Yes, we don't want to keep disturbing your moment, Fred smiled mischievously. And after Fred said that, the four of us turned to leave, with me already thinking about the money I would get from the twins. Actually, we still need to resolve the issue of you guys spying on us, Hermione said, making us all freeze. And when we turned to her we saw that she was smiling dangerously at us, and you know, I really needed some training dummies to test the spells that Professor Moody taught us. She started to reach for her wand. Hee, let's calm down, Hermione. Fred laughed nervously, taking a step back. This is all just a misunderstanding. That's right. We weren't spying. We happened to be passing by and saw you, and so we stopped to see what you were doing just out of curiosity, George said, sweating nervously. But Hermione obviously didn't believe his explanation, or maybe she just didn't care. Harry mate. Ron looked to his best friend for help. But Harry did nothing, as he knew they deserved some punishment for spying on them, and besides, he was finding an angry and domineering Hermione strangely attractive. So like a good boyfriend he just stood behind Hermione looking at the boys with an apologetic look, and the betrayed and desperate look that appeared on Ron's face was almost comical. Hermione, you wouldn't hurt a housemate, right? George said, with a nervous smile. However, the answer to his question was a spell cast by Hermione, which narrowly missed him. And looking at the ground where the spell had hit, the three Weasley boys could see the charred grass smoking, and they realized that yes, Hermione would hurt a housemate. Ron, Fred and George then looked at each other, having a silent conversation with their eyes, and after a nod, Fred turned to Hermione. It was Ethan who planned everything, he exclaimed, in one last attempt to escape Hermione's punishment. Yes. He's the one who convinced us to spy on you. George nodded. Yes, exactly. Everything is Ethan's FAU, Ron began to say in an accusatory tone, looking and pointing to his left. However, the red-haired boy blinked in confusion as soon as he realized that there was no one beside him. Huh? Where's Ethan? He asked. And everyone then looked at the empty space between Ron and George, which was where I was a few seconds ago, finally noticing my absence. And all 5 Gryffindors had confused expressions on their faces, until they looked back and could see me running towards the castle. Sorry, but I'm late for my yoga class. I looked back as I shouted at them, before smiling at Harry and Hermione, and congratulations you two again. And with that I turned around and continued running towards the castle, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving behind 3 confused Weasleys, an angry Hermione, and an amused Harry. I didn't know Hogwarts had yoga classes, Ron commented, breaking the silence. And the other 4 people who were still on the Quidditch pitch looked at him with blank expressions. However, he didn't have time to ask why everyone was looking at him like that, as the tip of Hermione's wand began to glow as she returned to facing them with a threatening look. And for the rest of the afternoon until evening all Hogwarts residents could see a trio of red-haired boys running and screaming in panic as they were chased by a girl with thick brown hair who was casting several spells at them. The news that Harry and Hermione were dating spread through the castle like wildfire, and people's reactions were mixed. Some people, mainly the Gryffindors, just shrugged their shoulders as if this was expected, and Ginny, who should have been one of those most affected by the news, just congratulated her friend happily, having already known about their feelings for each other for a long time and having accepted that she would never be Mrs. Potter. Others expressed surprise or shock upon learning that boy who lived was in a relationship, and there were also those who were disappointed, upset or angry, and unfortunately this was the most vocal group. Many girls were disappointed and sad that Harry now had a girlfriend, and jealous and angry at Hermione for being the lucky girl who would share the fame, wealth, and influence of the Dark Lord's defeat her. And besides them there were also those who felt that Hermione, a Muggle-born, was staining the Potter family legacy with her blood from a non-wizarding family. And it was ironic to think that the Potters had always been a pure-blood family with no blood relation to Muggles, until James, Harry's father, decided to marry Lily. And now Harry was doing the same thing by having a romantic relationship with a Muggle-born. Like father like son. But well, most of those people upset with Harry's relationship with Hermione saw the studious girl as the main problem, but there was someone in the castle who thought otherwise. And that someone I'm talking about is Quidditch star and Bulgarian champion, Viktor Krum. Krum had started to develop an interest in Hermione, seeing that she was different from the other girls who fawned over him, but now she was dating Harry, which angered the professional Quidditch player. And part of this negative feeling came from the fact that Krum felt that Harry had surpassed him again, just like he did in the first task. And because of this a feeling of jealousy, rivalry, and competitiveness began to arise in Krum. And thanks to the empathy of my beast power I could feel these feelings and emotions coming from Krum, and putting two and two together I could understand what was going on in the Durmstrang champion's head. However, Harry didn't know what Krum was thinking, and because of that he didn't understand why the Bulgarian boy kept frowning at him whenever he saw him. And I could have tried to explain the reason for those looks to Harry, but I was having a lot of fun watching the black-haired boy trying to ignore Krum's looks while fidgeting uncomfortably. I'm starting to understand why most girls like to talk and gossip about relationships and romance, I thought, smiling mischievously. End. Chapter 408, Chapter. Library, Friday. It was Friday afternoon after lunch, and I found myself in the library with Fleur, sitting with some books and parchments on the table in front of me. "You know, I'm surprised you came to me for help with your homework," I said to Fleur, who was sitting next to me finishing her advanced charms essay. "Well, I could have tried to do my homework on my own, but that would have taken a while and been tedious, so I decided to ask someone I knew was smart for help," she said. And then the Vila girl turned to me with a smile, "And now I know I made the right choice," she started to say. "I've never seen anyone as brilliant, intelligent and knowledgeable as you, and it makes me wonder why are you still in 4th year." And listening to Fleur's praise, I felt a slight feeling of pride arise in my chest. Well, I could have tried to advance my OWLS and NEWTS, but I thought that would be a hassle, and besides, I still want to enjoy my time at school. "Oh, I see," she nodded. "Well, I guess it's better this way, otherwise things would be different and I probably would never have met him again," she thought. But changing the subject, "Have you managed to find a date for the Yule Ball yet?" I asked Fleur, who sighed as she lowered her head. "No," she said, "lots of boys have asked me to ball, but all of them can't look at my face for more than 5 seconds without turning into a stuttering, blushing mess." And hearing this I could only look at her with pity, knowing that it would be almost impossible for her to find any boy to go to ball who wouldn't be affected by her allure. The only people I know who could probably ignore it or not be so affected by her allure are the twins and Harry, and unfortunately for her they already have a date, I thought. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway," Fleur started to say, snapping me out of my thoughts. "I just need a partner to do the opening dance. After that I won't need to accompany him anymore." "That's a bit cruel," I thought. "Really?" Fleur asked, and I looked at her confused. And the French girl was looking away while biting her lip nervously, and I realized that I had spoken out loud. "Oh, no. I mean, a bit," I said, pursing my lips. And Fleur looked down, feeling as if she had been scolded. And seeing this I felt a tightness in my chest, and then I sighed, placing my hand over hers to get her attention. "Look, it might be cruel, but I won't judge you," I started to say, with Fleur looking at me from the corner of her eyes. "I can't say I understand your situation, but I know it must be very stressful having to be looked at in such a perverted way by all the boys and even some girls for something that is not in your control. So I don't think you would be wrong to abandon your date if he started acting stupid like the other boys. And in fact, if I see him acting like a jerk or notice that he is bothering you or making you uncomfortable, I will intervene myself and make him wish he had never gone to the ball." I finished with a playful smile, but the gleam in my eyes showed that I wasn't kidding. And Fleur, upon hearing my words, felt relieved, turning to me and showing a sincere smile. "Thank you," she said, and I just gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "That's what friends are for," I said, happy that the mood was lighter. "Yes. Friends," Fleur murmured. And I could hear a hint of disappointment in his voice, along with a faint feeling of sadness. And I was confused about that, but as quickly as they came these feelings disappeared, and Fleur returned to showing her delicate and soft smile to me. Strange, I thought, before shrugging. Next day, Saturday. It was Christmas Eve afternoon, and I was in the Hogwarts kitchens on one of my weekly visits to see my house elf friends. And I wasn't alone, as sitting in front of me gorging on the pudding that the elves prepared for us was Luna, who decided to accompany me because she wanted to see the little creatures, who she also befriended to the surprise of 0 people. "This coffee pudding is delicious, Polky," Luna said to a thin elf with yellow eyes. Sniff. Mistress Luna praised Polky's pudding, sniff. "Polky thinks this is the best day of his life," the elf cried with joy. And Luna, who understood how house elves' personalities were, just smiled at him softly while patting his head, which made him cry even more. And the other elves, upon seeing this, immediately cheered up and began to make more pudding to give to the Ravenclaw girl, also wanting to be praised and patted on the head. And I snorted in amusement at this. "You know, I have a feeling they like and respect you more than the headmaster," I commented. "Really?" Luna tilted her head to the side. "Yes," I nodded, "and in fact I think you are one of the people these elves admire most in the entire school. They also admire me and like me a lot, but a lot of that is because of my beast power, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that Luna is the person these elves like the most," I reflected. And that was surprising, but it showed that Luna really had a gift when it came to magical creatures. Well, it's no wonder that in the future in canon she became a magizoologist, I thought. But shaking my head I decided to change the subject. "But well, leaving that aside, I wanted to know," I started to say, catching her attention, "how was your girls' afternoon with Penny yesterday?" And the moment I asked that question I could see Luna's eyes light up. "Oh. It was amazing," she replied with a huge happy smile on her face. "We played with items from Zonko's joke shop, tried almost all of the cakes from 3 broomsticks, and Penny even took me to Shrieking Shack," and Luna began to quote excitedly. She then looked at me, and I could see the happy sparkle in her eyes. "It was so much fun." "I'm glad to see you had fun," I commented, smiling slightly at her. "Yes, and Penny promised that we would have another girls' afternoon sometime, and that I could invite my girl friends," she said, and I could feel the anticipation and excitement coming off her. "Well, I'm sure the girls will accept your invitation, and I know you'll have a lot of fun," I said, and Luna nodded with a happy look. I'm happy to see Penny getting along with Luna, I thought, seeing the girl next to me happily eating a pudding. Actually, I should have expected this. No one can resist Luna's innocence and joy, and it's very difficult not to like her. I then looked ahead again, and knowing Penny, I'm sure she must be as excited as Luna for this another girls' afternoon, and imagining my 6 centuries-old grandmother having fun among several teenage girls made me snort with amusement. And somewhere in the castle a beautiful alchemist and immortal woman sneezed. Someone is probably talking about me," Penny muttered, rubbing her nose. She then shrugged and went back to picking up the quill she had left on the table, looking at a parchment in front of her. And on that parchment was written at the top in beautiful, elegant letters, Girls' Week, and beneath that phrase was a detailed schedule for a full day of fun, which included visiting Hogsmeade, having a picnic, and even a slumber party. And reading the parchment, Penny nodded satisfied, with a big excited smile on her face. "Okay, the schedule for the first day is ready," she said to herself, putting that parchment aside and picking up another. "Now let's move on to the second day." End. Chapter 409, Chapter Christmas, Great Hall, Breakfast. This is the first Christmas I've spent at Hogwarts, I thought, looking around and seeing the Great Hall completely decorated, impressing me with the beauty of the place. Maybe this is the famous magic of Christmas, I hummed. It was breakfast time and the Great Hall was almost completely full of students, which was very rare, but I couldn't say it was surprising. Many students hadn't returned home for the Christmas holidays because of the Yule Ball, and we were also hosting students from the other 2 schools at the castle, so it wasn't a surprise to see that there were so many people at Hogwarts. But shaking my head, I stopped thinking about it and decided to focus on the conversation of my friends, who were talking about the Christmas presents they received this year. "Oh, was that the Christmas present your parents sent you?" Anthony asked Padma, who was playing with a gold disc the size of her palm. "Yes," she nodded with a happy smile. "Huh. But what is this?" Stephen asked with a strange expression, because to me it just looks like a simple disc. "This is a retractable model," I answered for her. "Retractable model?" He tilted his head in confusion. "Yes," Padma nodded, "this disc is a magical retractable model, and when you unlock it, it reconstructs itself and becomes some monument or landscape, and they are usually sold to tourists in souvenir shops," and saying this she placed her hand over the disc and spun. And then a metallic unlocking sound sounded from the disc, which began to move and rebuild itself, and within seconds the disc transformed into a miniature gold replica of a monument that I quickly recognized as the Taj Mahal, which in the future will be recognized as one of the new 7 wonders of the world. "This is the Taj Mahal, a historic mausoleum that my family and I visited this summer vacation," Padma said, placing the model on the table and playing with it. "When we were in the Taj Mahal souvenir shop I saw a model similar to this one and I really liked it, and I think my father noticed this and decided to buy me one like it, only magical." And the Indian girl then smiled, "And I'm glad I got this as a gift, since I really wanted it." "And why did you want it?" Lisa asked curiously. Well, usually my dad is very busy with work, which is why we don't go on many trips with the whole family, she began to explain, but this last summer he took some time off from work so we could spend time together, and when we returned to India we visited several tourist attractions there, including the Taj Mahal, and that was one of the summers the first had the most fun and enjoyed. And listening to her explanation, my friends and I looked at Padma, who was looking at the model with a soft smile, and we couldn't help but smile too. Well, I don't know about you, but now I want a magical model too, Stephen commented. If I'm not mistaken, in that trinket shop in Hogsmeade they sell models of Hogwarts, I just don't know if they are retractable like this one, Michel said, with a finger on his chin. You know you can make a magic model yourself, right? I said, drawing attention to myself, you just need to build the model and then do a little enchantment work on it. You talk like it's easy, Terry snorted. Because it is, I shrugged. However, I don't think any of my friends agreed with me, as they just looked at me with a frown. Damn magical prodigy, they thought. At the Greengrass Mansion. POV, third person. At the Greengrass family mansion, the family of four sat around a table drinking coffee, enjoying each other's company as they chatted and ate happily. Tell the boss this pie is really good, Tori said with a look of satisfaction as she filled her mouth with blackberry pie. Swear? I didn't even realize you liked it, her mother, Elizabeth, commented amusedly, looking at the plate where the pie was and seeing that it was almost completely eaten. And beside her, her husband looked at his youngest daughter with his mouth open. How did such a small girl manage to eat a big pie almost entirely? And while her parents looked at Astoria in a mixture of amusement and surprise, the fourth member of the family looked at her sister with narrowed eyes. Strange, Tori doesn't usually eat that much. And actually she shouldn't, especially not something as unhealthy as pie, she thought, frowning. But as she looked at her family's little joy bomb, Daphne realized that she wasn't showing any signs that her illness was affecting her or making her weak. And reflecting on this, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family realized that since the beginning of the school year her sister has been showing a significant change, seeming more energetic, lively, and strong. In short, she looked healthier. And Daphne knew that she wasn't the only one who had noticed this, as her other classmates had also commented on her sister's change. Something must have happened, she thought, and I have a feeling Tori knows what it was. And with that thought in mind, Daphne decided she would find out the truth. Tori, she called her sister, who turned to her. Yes. Tori asked, still keeping the same happy look. Aren't you feeling tired? Or sick? Daphne asked, confusing the younger Greengrass. No. I'm not feeling tired or sick, she replied, looking at her sister with a strange expression. Are you sure? Daphne insisted. Yes. Astoria said slowly. And all this questioning of her sister started to sound strange to Astoria, who looked at Daphne with suspicion. Interesting, Daphne said, with a calculating gleam in her eyes. She then crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. You know, I noticed a few weeks ago that you seem more energetic and healthy than before. Did something happen to you? And that question made Tori freeze momentarily. Oh, nothing happened, she replied with a tight smile, trying to remain calm. She's lying, Daphne realized. Really, she narrowed her eyes, because to me it seems like you've changed a lot, and I don't remember the last time I saw you suffering because of your condition. And by the way, I also don't remember seeing you going to the hospital wing for your weekly checkup when we were at school. And at this moment Astoria began to feel nervousness growing inside her. Well. Tori started to say while looking away, I don't know what you're talking about. And Tori then looked at her parents and noticed that they were also looking at them, and she could see the worry in their eyes, as well as confusion and suspicion. Tori. Her father called her softly, what aren't you telling us? Nothing, Dad, she replied, but the look on his face showed that he didn't believe her. Honey, her mother grabbed your hand on the table, what happened? You know you can tell us everything, right? And looking into her mother's worried and loving eyes, Astoria began to give in. She knew that Daphne's questioning and suspicions were just because she cared about her, and seeing her parents and sister, the only family she had that she loved dearly, looking at her worriedly, she knew she couldn't keep hiding the truth. I don't think I can keep lying to them, she thought, before the image of a happy and playful boy with amber eyes flashed in her mind. Ethan already said he doesn't mind if I tell someone the truth, but I still don't know what my family's reaction will be, Astoria pursed her lips. I'm scared that once they find out the truth, my parents will try to bother Ethan and end up causing some problems for him. And Tori's fears and worries were not unfounded, as she knew very well how incredible and shocking Ethan's feat of curing her blood malediction was. All the past generations of her family, her parents, her sister, and even herself have searched for a cure for this curse, but they have never been able to find anything. And now, a boy who wasn't even part of her family simply appeared and cured her with some mysterious method, completely eliminating the blood malediction that had tormented her for so many years. And because of that it was obvious that his family would want an explanation of how a random boy managed to do something that not even the most experienced and powerful wizards in his family could. I don't know what to do. Tori thought, sighing as she lowered her head. She then felt her mother squeeze her hand lightly, and looking up she saw her family looking at her with concern. And seeing this, Astoria began to remember all the times her parents and sister took care of her. She remembered them staying up all night at her bedside when she was in pain, them feeding her when she was too weak to do it herself, them staying sleepless nights because they were in the library researching her illness to try to find a cure. And she also remembered that they never gave up on her, always helping her, encouraging her, making her feel loved and important. And all these things made Astoria realize how important her family was to her, and that helped her make her decision. "I'm going to tell you the truth," she said, making her family focus entirely on her. And seeing that the three's attention was on her, Tori then took a deep breath. "I am cured of blood malediction," she said calmly. "What?" "I didn't hear you," Sebastian said, and Tori lifted her head to look directly at her family. "I said I'm cured of blood malediction," she repeated loudly. "What?" the other three members of your family exclaimed in shock. End. Chapter 410, Chapter. "Astoria, what do you mean you're cured?" her father asked with a tremor in his voice. "I mean exactly that," Astoria responds calmly as she looks into her father's eyes. "I'm cured. The blood malediction is no longer in my blood and body. Now I'm a normal girl." "Daughter, that's not possible," Elizabeth said with a sad smile. "Maybe you're wrong, and I understand that it must be difficult for you to always be sick, but a curse like that wouldn't disappear like that." And hearing Elizabeth's words, Astoria didn't feel sad or angry, because she knew that her mother was saying it for her good. But even so she shook her head. "I'm not wrong, Mom," she said. "I don't feel any more pain, I don't feel tired anymore, my magic is stronger, and now I can do everything I couldn't do before." "Astoria, this..." Her mother started to speak again, but the little girl cut her off. "Look, I'm telling the truth, I'm healthy now," she insisted, before looking at her older sister, "and Daphne knows that." And following her gaze her parents also looked at the green grass heiress who was silent until now. And when they looked at her they saw that she was looking at her sister with her hands over her mouth with tears in her eyes. "Daphne." Sebastian called worriedly. I thought something had happened. That the curse had weakened or regressed," Daphne began to say with a trembling voice, "but now I know. I know that you changed not because the curse became weaker, but because it had disappeared." And at that moment Daphne was looking at Astoria with different emotions in her eyes, but the strongest of them was happiness and relief. And Astoria, seeing that look, smiled softly at her sister. And seeing their always calm and collected daughter so shaken was a surprise to the two older greengrasses. But even after seeing this and listening to her words they still had a skeptical look on their faces, or rather, they had the look of someone who didn't want to have false hope. And Astoria realized that, and she also realized that there was only one thing she could do to try to convince her parents. And with a sigh Astoria stood up. "Look, if you still don't believe me, then why don't you cast the analysis spell on me," she suggested, gesturing to herself. The analysis spell Astoria was talking about was a spell created by the Greengrass family to inspect the blood and magic of those who belonged to their family for the blood malediction. This spell was created because the Greengrasses were ashamed of the fact that their family was cursed, and so they wanted to keep the curse a secret. And to remain a secret they couldn't go to a healer or the wizarding hospital every time they wanted to find out if the blood malediction had resurfaced. And after hearing their daughter say to use the analysis spell on her, Lord and Lady Greengrass looked at each other with nervous expressions, realizing how serious Astoria was being about the matter. And slowly and a little tensely, Sebastian stood up, taking his wand from its holster before pointing it at his daughter. He then cast the spell on Astoria, and as soon as the spell hit her a purple glow covered her. Everyone in the room began to look at Astoria carefully, with Sebastian and Elizabeth holding their breaths as they felt their hearts beat rapidly. And after a few seconds, the purple glow in Astoria flickered before turning into a soft white light, disappearing shortly after. And upon seeing this, Sebastian took a step back with a shocked expression on his face, while Elizabeth gaped. "How is this possible?" he muttered in amazement. "A white light. That means..." Elizabeth started to say. "That Astoria no longer has the blood malediction in her blood," Daphne completed for her, still with wet eyes but also with a huge happy smile on her face. This. Elizabeth stuttered, feeling tears start to fall down her cheeks. And without saying anything else she got up from her seat, and in the blink of an eye she was already on the other side of the table hugging her youngest daughter, crying with joy. "Oh my little Astoria. You are healed," she cried, and Astoria hugged her back, without realizing that she was also crying. She then felt a second pair of arms hugging her, and looking to the side she saw her sister, who was looking at her with a tearful, affectionate smile. And it didn't take long for Sebastian to recover from his shock and join in the family hug. "I dreamed about this for so long. And it's finally happening," Astoria thought, feeling her heart full of happiness and affection for her family. "Thank you, Ethan. Thank you for allowing me to make my dream come true," she mentally thanked, before closing her eyes and letting herself be absorbed by the feeling of love from her family. Some time later. As soon as the emotions subsided, everyone calmed down again, and the family of four returned to their seats around the table. But even though everyone was calmer, there was still a happy and joyful feeling in the air, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that this was the best Christmas for this family. "I'm so happy that you're cured, my daughter," Elizabeth said, looking at Astoria with a smile on her face, holding her hand on the table. "I'm also very happy, but how did this happen?" Sebastian asked as he frowned. The blood malediction couldn't have disappeared on its own, and there was an apprehensive tone in his voice as he was afraid that this was just something temporary. "Well, the curse didn't disappear on its own," Astoria started to say, drawing attention to her. "Actually, I was cured by someone." "For someone?" his mother repeated in surprise. "Who?" she asked. "Oh. Well." Astoria looked away, still in doubt about whether she should reveal Ethan's name or not. And while Astoria was in a dilemma, her sister looked at her with a thoughtful look. "In fact, who cured Astoria?" Daphne wondered, her mind starting to work as she analyzed the situation and the facts. To be able to cure something like a blood malediction, someone has to be very powerful or has to understand a lot about magic, she reflected, frowning. "I can think of a few people who fit these criteria, but that still doesn't explain why any of them would help us." Daphne realized that some piece was missing from this puzzle, but then she raised her eyes and looked at her sister, who looked restless. "No, that someone didn't help us. Actually, it would be more accurate to say that he or she helped Tori," she realized, "but even so, what kind of connection does Tori have with this person for him to help her?" Daphne then put her hand to her chin. By the look in her eyes, she must know this person, so that narrows down the list. "So now I know that this mysterious person is someone who knows Astoria and probably likes her, is quite knowledgeable about magic, and is probably also powerful. And besides, he must be in school, since that was the time when she was cured." And before Daphne could even realize, the image of a person came to her mind, fitting all the criteria she mentioned. And with the image of that person in mind, Daphne looked at her sister, who was biting her lip as she looked down. And it was at that moment that realization hit her, making her eyes widen slightly. "Night," she muttered, but it was loud enough for the others to hear. "Huh? Did you say something, Daphne?" her father asked, and the girl turned to her parents. "Knight. Ethan Knight," she said, still shaken by the discovery. He was the one who cured Astoria. And that made her parents blink in surprise, before they looked at Astoria, who also looked surprised, but for a different reason. "How did you find out?" Tori asked Daphne, before widening her eyes and covering her mouth, realizing too late that she had basically confessed that her sister was right. "Wait, Ethan Knight?" Elizabeth looked at them shocked. "Isn't he that boy from Daphne's year that you always talk about?" And hearing this, Sebastian raised his eyebrows. "Oh yes, I remember him at the Quidditch World Cup. He was with Lord Black's group." "Yes, and he was the one who cured Astoria," Daphne nodded. "But how?" "Isn't he your age?" her mother asked. "Well, yes. But I can't deny that among all the wizards I know he is one of the best," Daphne replied, pursing her lips. "He's not one of the best, he is the best," Astoria said, pouting as she looked at her sister, who had a sour expression. "Oh really?" This sparked Elizabeth's interest. Healing Astoria, receiving a compliment from Daphne, and having Astoria's admiration. Who is this boy, she wondered. And next to Lady Greengrass, Sebastian was looking down with a frown, as he felt that the name Ethan Knight seemed familiar to him. And after thinking for a while, he remembered this name being mentioned in several articles in the Daily Prophet. Wait, isn't this boy the Hogwarts champion in the Triwizard Tournament? The same one who completely defeated a dragon until it became docile. Yes, and he is also the grandson of Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel, Daphne said. And again Lord and Lady Greengrass blinked in shock. So he's the heir to the Flammels everyone was talking about, Sebastian thought. However, with this information, the two older Greengrass began to connect the dots, understanding how a 14-year-old boy had managed to cure a blood malediction that had been in their family for centuries. A seemingly powerful and talented boy, with influential connections, and who cured my daughter of a theoretically incurable curse, Sebastian thought, scratching his chin. Maybe I should set up a meeting with this Ethan Knight so we can have a little chat. End. Chapter 411, Chapter. At night. I still prefer a muggle suit, but these robes don't look bad on me, I commented, nodding satisfied with my appearance. It was already night and I was in my room in Ravenclaw Tower, getting ready for the Yule Ball that was going to start in a few minutes. And currently I was standing in front of a mirror checking my appearance, and even though I didn't like wearing formal clothes, I was proud to say that I looked very beautiful. The reflection in the mirror showed a tall, strong boy with black hair with brown highlights who was wearing a classic formal black robe with edges and details in dark blue and sky blue. But what really caught the eye wasn't my clothes, but my bright amber eyes, which seemed to exude power, danger, and cunning. And all of this together gave me a wild and free appearance, which only increased my charm even more. Now I understand why my mom and Penny say I'm the prettiest boy ever, I sighed dramatically as I ran a hand through my hair. Well, maybe they were both a little biased when they said that, but meh, who cares? Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Ethan, are you ready yet? I heard Anthony's voice on the other side of the door. Yes, I replied, before looking at myself one last time in the mirror, adjusting my clothes. After that I left my room, finding my semi-badger friend waiting for me, also already dressed for the ball. Are all the boys ready yet? I asked. Yes, we are just waiting for you, he replied. And the girls? Oh, they are still finishing getting ready, but they told us to wait for them in the entrance hall, and hearing that I nodded. Well, it's not like we didn't already know they were going to take a while to get ready, I snorted ironically. After that Anthony and I went down to the common room where we met with the other boys, and soon after that we all went towards the entrance hall. And arriving at the entrance hall I could see that it was full of students from the 3 schools, who were waiting for the doors to the great hall to open. And looking at all these students I could feel their excitement, anxiety, anticipation, and nervousness. I can't say I don't understand them, since I'm also quite excited for this ball, I thought, smiling slightly. Hey Ethan, I heard someone call me, and turning around I saw Harry coming towards me. Hey Harry, I greeted him, before looking him up and down, you look nice. Are you trying to impress someone? I asked, smiling mischievously as I wiggled my eyebrows. And no, he stuttered as he looked away. I nodded, obviously not believing him. And I was going to continue making fun of Harry, but some sighs caught our attention, and turning around we noticed everyone looking at a girl who was coming towards us. And this girl was Hermione, who had a shy smile on her face, and she looked completely different from the girl we knew. She now had her straight, shiny hair in a fancy hairstyle, wore a little makeup, and her front teeth were smaller. But in addition to the change in her appearance, she was also wearing a periwinkle blue dress, which made her stand out and enhanced her soft beauty. Well, I already knew this was going to happen and I always considered Hermione to be a pretty girl, but still seeing her like this is surprising, I thought. And looking to the side I saw Harry staring at her with his mouth open, completely mesmerized by his girlfriend's beauty. Careful. You're going to end up wetting your robe if you keep drooling like that, I said to Harry with a mischievous smile. And that snapped Harry out of his stupor, with the boy immediately closing his mouth before running his hand over it, realizing that he wasn't actually drooling. He then heard me laugh, making him blush in embarrassment before looking at me. Haha, very funny, he said dryly. And in response I just laughed more. And it was at that moment that the Ravenclaw girls decided to show up. Finally. You guys took so long that I thought you got lost on the way here, Terry said. Stop exaggerating, Lisa rolled her eyes. Exaggerating. You started getting ready shortly after lunch. Stephen, who was arm in arm with Megan, exclaimed. Well, it's true. But you don't know how difficult and time-consuming it is to look good like that, Sue gestured to herself with a smug look. And the boys couldn't deny that they looked beautiful, but that didn't stop them from looking at Sue with blank expressions. They then continued to talk, but I wasn't paying attention to them, as I had felt Luna arrive. And I looked in her direction with a smile, only to freeze the moment I saw her coming towards me with an excited smile and a dreamy look. Her blonde hair was wavy and styled into a long, beautiful braid with some blue orchids adorning it, and she wore a light cobalt blue and silver dress, with small sparkling pebbles, making it look like a night sky. And this entire ensemble gave her an almost ethereal and mesmerizing appearance. Oh. Ah. I stared at her dumbfounded. Oh, look who's drooling now, I heard Harry's voice, and I didn't even need to look to know that he had a shit-eating grin on his face. Shut up, I grumbled, but that only made his smile grow. I then shook my head and controlled my emotions, before walking towards Luna. And as soon as we were face to face, I was able to see her appearance in more detail, noticing the light makeup on her face, her innocent and excited smile, and her dreamy, happy eyes. And looking at her I could see a strand of her wavy hair falling over her face, before she tucked it behind her ear as she looked at me with her blue eyes. And all of this made me realize that I was going to the ball with the most beautiful girl at Hogwarts. You look beautiful, Luna, was the first thing I said to her. Thank you, Luna smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. You look beautiful too. I'm glad to hear that, I smiled softly. And we were going to continue talking, but Professor McGonagall's voice caught our attention. Champions and their dates here, please. Professor McGonagall called loudly. I think she's talking to us, I said, turning to Luna with a playful look. Maybe, she joked back. I then extended my arm to her, and she took it gently, and together we walked over to where Professor McGonagall was waiting for us with the other champions. And standing a little distance from the other students we saw the doors of the Great Hall open for them, and after all the students entered, only the champions, their dates, and Professor McGonagall were left outside. And now that it was just us here I was able to take a good look at my fellow champions from other schools. Krum was frowning as always, but he still tried to maintain a firm and proud posture, and accompanying him was a girl who I assumed was from his school, since I had never seen her at Hogwarts before and she didn't look like the rich, stuck-up girls at Beauxbatons either. After that I turned to look at the only female champion, and seeing Fleur I felt my breath stop for a second. She wore a gray satin dress with cyan embroidery, which fitted her body, showing her slim and curvy figure, and her golden blonde hair was in a simple yet elegant bun. And I also noticed that she wore a pair of teardrop earrings and a silver necklace with an amethyst pendant carved in the shape of a lotus flower, and I was happy to see her wearing them, as they were the Christmas present I gave her. Now I understand why so many girls are jealous of Vilas, I thought. But then I shook my head and looked at the one who was accompanying Fleur, and I blinked when I saw that her date, just like in canon, was still Roger, who was staring at her in a daze. It seems like some things haven't changed, I mused. But I was taken out of my thoughts when I felt someone looking at me. I then looked at Fleur and saw her staring at me, and realizing that I was looking at her, she showed me a beautiful smile. And in response I smiled back and nodded at her. And that was all of our short interaction, as Professor McGonagall walked in front of us, making me pay attention to her. And when she realized that I wasn't looking, Fleur looked at Luna, who was holding my arm, with a happy smile, and feelings of jealousy and envy arose in the French girl's chest. So she's the girl, Fleur thought, frowning. Listen, when the doors open you will all follow me into the Great Hall, one pair at a time, Professor McGonagall began to say, getting everyone's attention. I will then lead you to the large round table at the end of the hall, where you will find your seats with your names waiting for you. And saying this she turned towards the door, but not before looking at me with a proud and affectionate little smile. They really grow up fast, she thought. All of us, after seeing Professor McGonagall turn around, went behind her, forming a line in pairs following the order from the champion with the fewest points to the highest, which meant that Fleur was first, Crumb second, Harry third, and I the last. I could hear the voices inside the Great Hall quieting down as our entrance was announced, and I could also feel the excitement of everyone inside as well as the nervousness of those who were here with me. And looking at the girl next to me, I couldn't feel that nervousness coming from her, just happiness and joy. Are you ready, Luna? I asked my beautiful date. Yes, I am, she replied with an excited look, making me smile slightly. And right after that we looked ahead, and then the great doors of the Great Hall opened for us, starting the Yule Ball. End. Chapter 412, Chapter. As soon as the doors opened fully we all entered the Great Hall following Professor McGonagall, and there was a wide space between the students for us to pass through, leading directly to the table where the judges sat. The Great Hall was elegantly decorated. The walls were covered in thin ice and glowed silver, there were mistletoes and holly hanging from the shining starry ceiling, and the house's tables were nowhere to be found, being replaced by at least 100 small tables that could seat 12 people each. There were some red, green and gold decorations to represent Christmas, but it was minimal compared to the white that gave a colder, nobler and ethereal look to the place. So beautiful, Luna commented, looking around in wonder. Yes, they really did a lot of work on the decorations for this ball, I nodded, impressed and somewhat proud of Professor McGonagall, as I knew this was her work. Of course, the other teachers also helped, but she was the one who spent nights awake organizing and monitoring everything, so I think it's fair to give her more credit. But leaving that aside, as we walked to our seats at the main table, the students around us began to applaud us, whilst also making comments about us. Damn, how did Davies manage to convince Delacour to go with him to the ball? A Hufflepuff boy asked, looking wide-eyed at Fleur. Yes, she is too beautiful for him, his friend said, looking at Roger with clear envy. Well, she's also too beautiful for you. Hey. Ugh, I wish I was Crumb's date, a Slytherin girl cried. Me too, but when I tried to talk to him, he ignored me, another said with a depressed look. However, the feeling that the students were feeling was not just envy or jealousy. And in fact a very large group of people were actually looking at a certain champion and his date with surprise and shock on their faces. Wait, is that Granger? She looks so beautiful. True, but Harry also looked really good in that robe. And without any surprise, Hermione's appearance caught everyone's attention, surprising those who knew her as a simple bookworm. And I was already expecting a look of astonishment on Malfoy and his group's faces, but even so I couldn't help but snort in amusement at their comical look of shock. Look, it's Ethan and Luna, and finally everyone finally noticed the most incredible, beautiful, and fun couple at the ball. Cough. Luna and me. Cough. Wow, night is hot. I didn't know Lovegood could look so pretty in a dress. Looking at them now they kind of match together. Why did it have to be her? Why couldn't it be me? Man, now I understand why they were chosen as champions by the Goblet of Fire. Yes, they have an impressive presence. And listening to the students and even the teachers praising Luna and me, I couldn't help but smile, proud of myself and my date. And between these compliments we arrived at the main table, where we easily found our seats. I was sitting between Luna and ironically Fleur, while on the other side of Luna was Penny and Nick. And I didn't pay much attention to where the other champions and judges were sitting, but I was grateful that Bagman, Karkaroff, and Percy, who was already replacing Crouch, weren't sitting next to me. But thinking about it, I think Professor McGonagall arranged the seats like this knowing that I didn't like them, and she probably didn't want me to get irritated with them and end up hexing them or playing some prank on them in front of everyone. And looking at Professor McGonagall, who was at a table with the other teachers, I noticed that she was also looking at me. Well, just because I like her a lot, I'll try not to tease or humiliate them tonight. But if they provoke me first, I can't promise not to retaliate, I thought. You look quite handsome in those robes, Ethan, I heard Fleur say next to me, breaking me out of my thoughts. And turning to her I winked. Oh, thank you, I said, before looking her up and down. You look really pretty too. Merci, she smiled softly. I then looked at the one who was sitting next to her. You know, I wasn't expecting you to come to the ball with Roger as your date. And I wasn't lying, as I thought my presence would have somehow influenced and changed who her date would be. Oh, Fleur blinked, before looking at her date, who was still staring at her without reaction. And I could see her make a slight face before turning to me again. Actually, after you turned down my ask to the ball, I didn't have anyone else to invite, she began to explain, and then the day of the ball started approaching and I didn't know what to do anymore. It was then that he came and asked me to the ball, and as I was out of options, I accepted. I understand, I nodded. Wait, she asked Ethan to the ball. And he turned her down. Luna thought, looking at me and Fleur in surprise. She then thought about the fact that I had turned down Fleur's ask and had asked her, and a feeling of happiness and satisfaction arose in her. He chose me, she thought with a small smile, before looking at Fleur with a feeling of victory. And Fleur seemed to feel Luna's gaze, and when she saw the dreamy girl's smile she frowned. Why do I have this feeling that I was surpassed by her, the French girl wondered. But then, I started to say, breaking Fleur out of her thoughts, how is Roger doing as your date? Well. Fleur turned to Roger. She then saw that he was still looking at her with a dazed expression, making the Vila purse her lips. I think it could be worse. And thinking about how most of the boys even drooled in Fleur's presence, I couldn't deny that at least Roger showed a little more control compared to them. Well, that's true, I said, before looking at the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, but I still think Roger needs a little advice on how to behave in front of a lady. And it seems that my look at Roger brought him out of his stupor. Ah. What? He asked, blinking in confusion before realizing we were looking at him. What happened? Oh, nothing. I was just telling Fleur here that you're going to behave really well while you're with her, and that you're not going to do anything stupid, I said, before smiling dangerously. Isn't that right, Roger? And upon seeing my smile, Roger immediately began to sweat, feeling a chill run through his body as a frightening pressure fell on him. Why, yes. I promise I'll behave, he was quick to respond, nodding his head repeatedly. Great, I smiled satisfied, before looking at Fleur, who was trying not to snort in amusement at Roger's panicked expression. The female champion then noticed my gaze on her, and turning to me she nodded with a slight smile, and I could see a grateful gleam in her eyes. And I was going to continue my conversation with Fleur, but I felt some feelings of irritation coming from my side, and turning around I saw Luna looking at me with a pout. Luna. What happened? I asked my Ravenclaw date. And my questioning took her by surprise. Oh. It's nothing, she replied, looking away. And I obviously didn't believe her, really. Yeah, I'm just hungry, she said, nodding to herself. I hummed with a skeptical look. However, I couldn't say that I wasn't also a little hungry, and looking around I saw that everyone was still talking or looking at the empty plates in front of them in confusion. And looking at the plate in front of me I knew what I had to do. Steak and mashed potatoes, I said out loud, and magically the exact food I had said appeared on the plate in front of me. Ooh, so that's how we get our food? Luna said in surprise, before also looking at her plate. But before she could order something to eat I stopped her. Remember, the pudding is just for dessert, I said. Luna pouted in disappointment, making me smile in amusement. And while Luna was thinking about what she wanted to eat that wasn't some really sugary treat, the other people at the main table who had seen how I had gotten my food also started to place their orders. And not a second later everyone in the Great Hall was dining on their favorite dishes, and I could feel the headmaster's sad gaze on me. He's probably disappointed that I stole his trick, I huffed wryly, before shaking my head and going back to focusing on my food. Some time later. After a few minutes everyone finished eating, and then the headmaster stood up asking the students to do the same, and after that he waved his wand, pushing the tables to the corner of the walls before summoning a platform on the right wall. And on top of platform there were some musical instruments, and the band hired for this ball, Weird Sisters, got on the platform, preparing for their performance. And seeing this I knew it was time to start the champions' opening dance, which became even more obvious when the headmaster asked the champions and their dates to stand up. Well, it's time to show everyone how effective my dance lessons with Penny and Professor McGonagall were, I thought confidently, before looking at Luna beside me who looked excited. Hey, and I'm sure it will be a really fun experience, I smiled slightly. End. Chapter 413, Chapter. Holding Luna's hand, I took her to the free area in the middle of the Great Hall that would serve as the dance floor for this night, and shortly after the other champions and their dates joined us. And now that the 8 of us were on the dance floor, the headmaster waved his wand again, blowing out some candles and making the great hall dimly lit, and the only light in the place was focused mainly on us. Then I turned to Luna and we prepared for the dance, with me holding one of her hands while placing the other hand on her waist, and Luna rested her free hand on my shoulder. Just like in dance classes, I said to Luna with a small smile. Yes, just with a bigger audience, she smiled back, not at all nervous about having so many eyes on us. That's true, I nodded, but it just means there will be more people to watch and enjoy our incredible dance. And upon hearing this, an excited sparkle appeared in Luna's eyes, making me snort in amusement. And in the time of our short interaction, the 8 members of the band Weird Sisters, who ironically were all men despite their name, finished organizing themselves, and as soon as everything was ready they began their performance. They were playing a light, modern waltz, and following the rhythm of this song I began to guide Luna around the dance floor, dancing gently with her. The other champions and their dates were also dancing, but I wasn't paying much attention to them as I was focused on my date, having fun while spinning her around. You know, for some reason I feel like you're enjoying this dance, I joked, looking at Luna's big happy smile. Really? She tilted her head, not understanding the irony in my sentence. Sigh, never change, Luna. Never change, I said with an affectionate look. And while we played and danced, the other students and teachers watched us, but there was a certain teacher who was more emotional than the others as she watched us. They look so beautiful, Professor McGonagall thought, wiping away a tear that threatened to fall from her eye as she looked at Luna and me. Minerva, are you crying? Professor Sprout asked her friend in surprise. No, Professor McGonagall quickly denied, looking away. I'm just picking a speck out of my eye, she said. And upon hearing this answer, Professor Sprout nodded, believing her, mainly because she couldn't imagine her longtime friend, who was always stern and serious, crying because of a dance. However, Professor Flitwick, who was by her side, just looked at the Transfiguration teacher with narrowed eyes, easily seeing through her lie. But without knowing the thoughts of the little charms teacher, Professor McGonagall looked back at her favorite student's dance. And she felt pride fill her chest when she saw that among all 4 boys I was the one who danced best. And in fact the only people who were dancing better than me were Luna and Fleur, which was no surprise since they were taught to dance since they were children. And looking at me, Professor McGonagall smiled softly, before looking at Penny, who was standing in front of the main table looking at me with a huge smile on her face. And feeling a look on her, Penny turned to Professor McGonagall, and they could see the same proud and affectionate look on each other's faces. And then the 2 ladies who were masters of their craft nodded to each other, showing a kind of mutual respect without saying a single word. What is happening? Nick, who saw this interaction, wondered, sweating slightly. After the champions' opening dance ended, all the other students and even some teachers joined us on the dance floor to enjoy the ball and the Weird Sisters concert. Luna and I continued to dance for a while, but after a few minutes we decided to rest for a bit. The 2 of us then went to the table where our friends were sitting chatting excitedly. And as I approached them I raised an eyebrow while looking strangely at Lisa, who was without her shoes, rubbing her feet with a pained expression. And as soon as she saw me approaching she looked at me with hopeful eyes. Ethan, please tell me you have any healing potions with you, Lisa said, almost begging, and I blinked in confusion. Huh? Why do you want a healing potion? I asked. Because my feet are killing me with pain. I can't even walk, she replied, making a face. Oh, you're exaggerating, Anthony, who was Lisa's date, snorted, crossing his arms. I am. She looked at him indignantly. You stepped on my feet at least 20 times, and that was just in the first song, she said, glaring at Anthony fiercely. And the blonde boy flinched under her gaze. It wasn't that bad, he tried to defend himself. Anthony, Sue called him slowly, and turning around he saw her looking at him with a blank expression. You managed to step on my feet while still dancing with Lisa, twice. And at this moment our naive friend lowered his head, a little embarrassed. I thought as a pureblood you would know how to dance, I said, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Well, my grandmother already tried to teach me how to dance when I was a child, since according to her I should be prepared when I went to a ball or meeting with other wizarding families, Anthony said, but then he let out a sad sigh. But unfortunately my grandmother had an accident and hurt her feet, so she couldn't teach me anymore. He then looked up thoughtfully, and the accident must have been really bad, since no potion or healer could heal her feet. For some reason I feel like I know the accident that hurt your grandmother's feet, Terry said dryly as he looked at Anthony. Oh really? Anthony asked in surprise, but the only thing he received in response was a blank stare. You know, I still maintain my opinion that Sorting Hat put Anthony in the wrong house, Michael said. What do you mean by that? Anthony turned to him with a frown. I meant that if you are an example of what a Ravenclaw should be, then the House of Ravens is lost. Michael replied, before letting a mocking smile appear on his face, you badger. And upon hearing this, Anthony gasped indignantly. I agree, Terry said. Me too, Padma and Sue nodded. Yes, he would make an excellent badger, Megan, who was a Hufflepuff, said, making his indignation increase. Hey, Anthony, the badger boy, doesn't sound that bad, Stephen said, scratching his chin with a playful smile. I think yellow would suit him better, Luna commented. And seeing that even Luna was against him made Anthony despair. With friends like these, who needs enemies? I thought, looking at Anthony who had a defeated look. However, I could feel that Anthony wasn't really offended by these mockeries, and in fact he, like the others, was having fun with this exchange. And seeing all my friends having fun made me smile. With the golden trio. Harry and Hermione also got tired of dancing, and together with Ron and Parvati, who was his date, they decided to rest while sitting around one of the many tables in the Great Hall. Is he still looking at me? Harry asked, and Ron lifted his head to look over Harry's shoulder. And he saw Crumb sitting at a table with his date looking at the back of his friend's head with an irritated frown on his face. Yes, Ron replied, making Harry groan in exasperation. Dude, what's his problem with me? He asked aloud. Maybe he's annoyed because you got a higher score than him on the first task, Hermione suggested. But then why isn't he staring at Ethan too? He was the one who got the highest score among all of us, Harry said, with a grimace. Well, Hermione started to say, before looking at Ron for help, but the red-haired boy just shrugged. She also thought about asking Parvati for her opinion, but the Indian girl was too busy looking at everyone in the Great Hall with twinkling eyes, and Hermione knew that she was looking for some interesting scene to fertilize her gossipy mind, something her best friend, Lavender, was also doing on the other side of the Great Hall. And with a sigh the brains of the Golden Trio looked back at her boyfriend. I don't know why he's staring at you, she said. And Harry already expected an answer like that, so he just sighed. It's not enough that I became a champion against my will, now it seems that one of my rivals in this stupid competition has a grudge against me, he thought, starting to feel irritated. And seeing this, Hermione moved her chair closer to Harry's, letting their shoulders touch while holding his hand in an attempt to calm him down. Don't think about it too much, she said, looking at Harry. Tonight is a special night for us to have fun and relax, so let's enjoy the ball without worrying about those annoying little details. Sigh, you're right, Harry said, before looking at Hermione with a small smile. Let's just enjoy the ball, and then he looked at Ron, the three of us. And hearing this, Ron and Hermione looked at each other with smiles on their faces. And Parvati, who had stopped staring at the others, turned to the three friends, only to find them looking at each other while smiling happily. What did I miss? She asked. End. Chapter 4:14, Chapter. The Weird Sisters were still playing the waltz for the other couples to dance to, and meanwhile I was sitting drinking some juice while listening to my friends talking. And I was also watching the couples on the dance floor, having fun with the most unusual and strange couples, and I snorted when I saw the fake Moody dancing with Professor Burbage, who taught Muggle studies. The irony of fate, I thought. Ethan, I heard someone call me. Hey Fleur, I said, turning to the beautiful Vila, having already felt her approach. I then noticed that there was no sign of Roger accompanying her. Where's your date? I asked. Oh, he knew that I only accepted his ask to the ball because of the opening dance, and now that the dance was over he went to join his friends, she replied, and I nodded. I feel a little sorry for him, since he was practically dumped by his date after the dance, I thought, frowning. But then I looked around the Great Hall and found him with the other boys on the Quidditch team and some of his year mates, and he didn't look sad or bothered at all. And he was actually having a lot of fun talking to his friends, and that made me feel relieved. But well, Fleur started to say, breaking me out of my thoughts, I hope you're not tired, because I remember you promising me a dance. She smiled slightly. It's going to take more than a few laps around a dance floor to tire me out, I snorted dismissively. I then looked at her and smiled, and don't worry, I always keep my promises. Excellent, she said. However, before going dancing with Fleur I turned to Luna, who had stopped talking to our friends to pay attention to us the moment Fleur called me. Do you mind, Luna? I asked my date, and she looked at me for a few seconds before looking back at Fleur. Ethan is going to dance with her. She thought, not really liking it. But she had overheard our conversation, and she knew that I had promised Fleur that I would dance with her. Well, he turned down her ask to the ball before, so a dance shouldn't be a big deal, Luna thought, and besides, he promised. And with the decision made, Luna looked at me. No problem, you can dance with her, she replied, with a slightly forced smile. Thank you, I gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. And I had done it without thinking, but I considered it just a friendly gesture. I then stood up, and looking at Fleur who was staring at me with her mouth open, I extended my arm to her. So let's go, I said. And that woke her up, and she blinked while shaking her head. Oh yes, let's go, she said, holding my arm. I could feel a slight pang of jealousy coming from Fleur, but I decided not to comment on it as it would be problematic. Fleur and I then started heading towards the dance floor, but I hadn't noticed that the other blonde girl who stayed behind was frozen in her seat. Luna looked at my back, completely paralyzed, still feeling the heat of my lips on her cheek. Many thoughts were going through her mind, and her emotions were as a mess. However, the strongest emotion was happiness, and unconsciously the dreamy girl began to smile foolishly as her cheeks flushed. And some of my friends had seen the scene where I kissed Luna's cheek, and looking at Luna they couldn't help but smile in amusement. "Well, I think this ball is going really well for some people, right Luna?" Sue asked mischievously to the smiling girl. Hee hee, and the response she received from Luna was a silly, happy laugh. As soon as Fleur and I arrived on the dance floor we immediately faced each other, and then I held her left hand and placed my other hand on her slim waist, while she placed her other hand on my shoulder. And I found it amusing that even though she was older than me, I was still bigger than her, and she even had to look up sometimes to be able to look into my eyes. But leaving that aside, after we got into the classic waltz position which was also known as ballroom dancing, we started dancing. "So, are you enjoying the ball?" I asked Fleur, gliding with her to the left. She nodded. "The decoration is magnificent, the food is delicious, and among all the balls I have attended, including those at my school, this is definitely the most lively and fun." "So many compliments," I said, before a playful smile appeared on my face. "If someone listens to you they might think you like Hogwarts more than Beau's batons." "Well, maybe that's true," she joked back, as we rose and fell in time to the music. "At first glance this place seems a little rudimentary and old, but it has a way of getting into our hearts that seems like magic." And hearing that I snorted lightly, "Yes, you definitely like Hogwarts more." "Well, Hogwarts is something that Beau's batons doesn't, so it's hard not to like it here," she shrugged, as we took 2 steps to the right. "Oh really? And what would that be?" I asked with interest. However, Fleur didn't answer me, deciding to just look at me with a soft smile. Sigh. Even Fleur has learned the art of enigmatic answers. I shook my head slightly exasperated. And the girl dancing with me found my exasperated look amusing, and she then decided to change the subject. "What about you? Are you enjoying the ball?" Fleur asked. "Well, this is the first ball I've attended, and I have to say that so far it's been really good," I replied. "Really?" She blinked in surprise. "I thought as the Flamel's grandson he would have gone to several balls." I nodded, "and I guess I should thank the Triwizard Tournament for this opportunity." I then grabbed Fleur by the waist and spun her around. "And speaking of the Triwizard Tournament, how are you preparing for the second task?" I asked. "It's going great," she replied as soon as I set her down, "and I still haven't thanked you for helping me solve the golden egg clue. You told me about the dragons in the first task, so it was only fair that I help you with the second task." I shrugged. "Maybe, but thanks anyway," she said, smiling gratefully at me. Okay, I rolled my eyes playfully, "but let's see if you'll still be so grateful when I score more points than you in the second task." I smiled slightly. "Oh, is that a challenge?" She looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "Well, that's clearly not a dinner invitation," I joked, realizing that the song the Weird Sisters were playing was almost over. "Firstly, an invitation to dinner would be very welcome," Fleur started to say, "and secondly, I hope you know that I never run away from a challenge," and there was the arrogant and determined look of the French girl. "It won't be easy at all," I told her, not realizing that a competitive look was appearing on my face. "Yes, but I never give up on my goals," and for some reason I felt like she wasn't just talking about the Triwizard Tournament. And I didn't notice the very meaningful look she glanced at Luna, who was sitting talking to Ginny while eating some pudding. "Now you spoke like a true champion," I smiled, before spinning her around one last time. And after that we continued dancing for a few more seconds before the song finally ended, and as soon as the song ended all the couples on the dance floor stopped dancing, turning around to applaud the Weird Sisters' performance. "Well, you're an amazing dance partner, Fleur," I said to the Vila, removing my hand from her waist. "Thank you, and you're a great dance partner too," she smiled at me, and I could see that her breathing was a little labored and her cheeks were slightly flushed. "Thank my grandmother and Professor McGonagall for that," I said. We then noticed that the Weird Sisters were going to start playing another song again, and from the style it seemed like it was going to be a more lively and agitated song. And not wanting to get caught in the middle of all the excited students, Fleur and I left the dance floor. The two of us then went back to the table where my friends and Luna were, and as soon as Luna saw me she got up, and when I arrived in front of her she handed me a glass of orange juice. "Huh?" I looked at her confused. "In case you're thirsty after dancing," she said. "That's very kind of you," I smiled lightly, before drinking the juice. And I was so busy drinking my juice that I didn't notice the intense exchange of glances that was happening between Fleur and Luna, which was full of rivalry and defiance. End. Chapter 4:15, Chapter. The Yule Ball continued, and my friends and I continued to have fun with the other students and teachers. During this time I danced with most of my girlfriends, and I also danced with Professor McGonagall and Penny. When I danced with them they both said they were proud of me and that my opening dance with Luna was incredible, and I was immensely happy to hear that. And now in this current moment I was dancing again with Luna, only this time instead of a soft waltz what the Weird Sisters were playing was a more upbeat and fast song. "I love this song," Luna commented, smiling happily as she did her rather peculiar dance. "Oh, I didn't know you liked music," I said, and that made Luna look at me with an amused look. Silly, she tapped the tip of my nose, everyone likes music. And with her response I could only smile ironically. The two of us then danced a few more songs, before deciding to take a break, with Luna going to get something to drink while I went to the table where the food was. And as I was putting some snacks on my plate I heard a tinkling noise coming from above me, and looking up I saw a small shiny ball flying around a holly bush. Luminous fairies, I thought, looking at the little creature that seemed to be dancing. And the little fairy also seemed to notice me, as she stopped dancing, making a noise like a shout before flying towards me. Hee hee, hi little one, I smiled at the fairy that was flying excitedly in front of me. I then raised my hand with the palm facing up, so that the fairy could rest on it. And while the fairy played with the tip of my finger, I looked around, seeing her friends flying over the great hall or sitting on a branch. I then looked at Luna, who was talking to Lily at the table where the drinks were, and looking between her and all these shiny little creatures an idea started to come to my mind. And with that idea in mind I turned to the little fairy who was holding my index finger. Hey, could you and your friends do me a favor? I asked the little fairy, who tilted her head to the side before nodding. Great, I smiled, and then I started telling the fairy what I wanted her and her friends to do. And after whispering my idea I looked at her, noticing that her eyes were slightly wide. So, you think you can do this? I asked. And upon hearing my question, the fairy quickly nodded her head with an excited look, very excited about the idea. She then turned and flew towards a group of fairies who were standing around some mistletoe, and after a few seconds I could see these fairies nodding their heads before heading off to talk to the other glowing fairies. Well, now I just need to wait, I smiled, before looking at Luna who was walking towards me holding 2 glasses of drinks. Why are you smiling? She asked me after handing me one of the glasses. Oh, you'll see why, I replied, hiding my smile with the glass. And Luna looked at me confused, not understanding what I meant. However, it didn't take long for her to receive her answer, as not a minute later I could feel that the luminous fairies were ready. And looking up I could see the little fairy I was talking to earlier hiding behind a candle, and she was looking at me, as if waiting for my command. And seeing this I nodded, and the little fairy then turned to the others who were also hiding and waved her hand. And that was the signal that all the luminous fairies were waiting for before starting their show. And then more than 200 luminous fairies came out of their hiding places, and brighter than ever they began to dance and sing throughout the great hall, humming in time to the music played by the weird sisters. And to enhance the presentation of the luminous fairies, I discreetly took my wand and cast a spell on the starry ceiling of the great hall, and then, to the surprise and joy of many, a light snow began to fall. Now it looks like a Christmas ball, I smiled. It's just like the surprise you made for me on my birthday, Luna murmured, her eyes shining as she looked at the creatures of light that flew around us. And I was happy that she remembered that, since it was exactly because I knew that she really liked the surprise I made for her on her birthday that I asked the fairies to do this presentation today. And Luna wasn't the only one who was fascinated by the presentation of the luminous fairies, as the other students were also looking at them in wonder. Ooh, are those fairies? So beautiful. So this is Hogwarts magic. And seeing all this happen, Headmaster Dumbledore, who was talking to Moody, blinked in confusion, before looking at Professor McGonagall who was next to him. However, she was also looking around with a surprised look, and she seemed to feel the headmaster's gaze, as she turned to him with a question in her eyes. And upon seeing the headmaster shake his head in denial, Professor McGonagall tilted her head, as confused as the headmaster. The two then began searching with their eyes for the only other person who could have done this, and as soon as their eyes fell on Professor Flitwick they saw the little charms master looking in wonder at the fairies around him. Ah! Wasn't it him too, the headmaster wondered. But then he heard a happy laugh, which stood out among the others, and looking in the direction of that laugh he saw me next to Luna. I had one of the fairies sitting on my hand while I was surrounded by 7 other fairies, introducing them to Luna, who played and talked to them with joy. And feeling a gaze on me I turned around, finding the headmaster staring at me, and with a smile I gave him a slight wink, before returning my focus to my date. And the headmaster looked at me in surprise for a few seconds, before snorting in amusement, shaking his head. This boy never ceases to amaze me, he thought. And the old men with strange and colorful clothes decided to pay attention to the ball again, enjoying the lively, beautiful, and brilliant show of the luminous fairies. End of the Yule Ball. After the ball ended, my friends and I left the Great Hall and started going together to the Ravenclaw common room, and while they walked ahead of me, Luna and I were a little further behind. That was an amazing night, don't you think? I asked Luna. Yes, she replied with a happy smile, before looking at me. Tonight was one of the days I had the most fun in my entire life. Same for me, I smiled, but you know, I'm sure we'll have other days and moments as fun as today in the future. Really? Luna asked me, and I nodded. Yes, and I know that when that happens we will all be together, I said, looking at our friends who were talking excitedly in front of us. And hearing this made Luna excited, and so she turned around and started looking ahead with a look full of expectation. Hey, why are you two back there? Stephen turned and asked us. Oh, it's just that we're a little tired, I replied. Oh yes, it must have been very tiring dancing with all those girls, Terry grumbled. Is that the smell of envy I smell coming from you? I asked, looking at Terry mockingly. I'm not jealous, he denied with a grimace. Yeah, anything that makes you sleep at night, I rolled my eyes. And that only made Terry's frown increase, but a cough next to him made him freeze. And slowly turning around he saw that Sue, who had been his date, was looking at him with her arms crossed and an eyebrow raised. I wasn't jealous of him. Why would I be? My date looked beautiful and perfect, he began to say quickly, sweating nervously. Sue looked at him skeptically. And seeing Terry acting docile in front of Sue, my other friends laughed, with Michael mocking him while Stephen made a whip-cracking sound with his mouth. And I was also laughing lightly, while Luna next to me snorted in amusement. Yes, we will have many more fun times together in the future, I thought with a soft smile. End. Chapter 416, Chapter. We had officially entered the year 1995, and a week had already passed since the beginning of January, which meant the end of the Christmas holidays. And with that, all the students who had gone home for these holidays were returning to school this afternoon for the new term. And currently I was walking through the corridors of Hogwarts, having just left the room of requirement after an afternoon of training and research. The other students must have already arrived at school, I thought, feeling more magical signatures in the castle than before. But knowing it wasn't important to me, I shrugged it off. I then continued walking, however my walk was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Greengrass that had just appeared around the corner of the corridor. Good afternoon, Greengrass, I said to the cold Slytherin girl, who was walking towards me. However, she didn't answer me and just held my arm, before starting to drag me somewhere. Greengrass. I looked at her confused, not trying to make any effort to get out of her hands. I tried to feel her feelings, but immediately I grimaced as her feelings and emotions were in turmoil. Relief. Sadness. Greengrass, you're acting strange, I said, but she remained quiet. Greengrass. Pain. Tiredness. Greener. Daphne, what's going on? I asked, frowning. Happiness. Concern. And still without stopping she continued to drag me through the castle, going to an isolated part of it. Daphne, talk to me. What happened? And at this moment I started to get worried, because she had never acted like that before. Kindness. Gratitude. And looking at the Ice Queen whose hair shadowed her face, I began to try to guess what had happened. And the only thing I could think of that could make her this way with her emotions so out of control was her sister. Daphne. And thinking that Astoria might be in trouble, I started to get anxious. And she remained silent, and I realized she probably wasn't even listening to me, too caught up in her own thoughts. And tired of the situation and irritated at not receiving any response from her, I stopped walking, no longer letting myself be dragged around the castle like a rag doll. Daphne. I called her name louder, basically yelling. And the sudden stop at my scream woke her up, making her raise her head while blinking slightly. But I didn't have much patience, so I immediately grabbed Daphne's shoulders and turned her towards me. Daphne, what happened? I asked worriedly, looking into her eyes. And it was at that moment that I realized that there were tears in her eyes threatening to fall, and it took me by surprise. But what happened next was even more shocking. Daphne, who never had a good relationship with me, and who was always cold, rigid, and calm, simply hugged me. And if that wasn't enough, she then started crying on my chest. To Daphne. I stuttered in surprise, not knowing what to do in this situation. She said something, but I didn't really understand because her voice was muffled because she still had her face against my chest. What? I asked. You, she repeated, still a little inaudible. And then I felt her arms around my torso tighten. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Huh. I blinked in confusion, not knowing why she was thanking me. But from her feelings I knew that her gratitude was true. And now looking at the girl who was crying while hugging me, the only thing I could do was run my hand down her back gently in an attempt to calm her down. And after a while I could feel Daphne's emotions calm down. Are you already better? I asked, and she nodded, breaking the hug as she sniffled slightly. I'm sorry, she said to me, slightly embarrassed. Don't worry, I said, using my coat sleeve to wipe away the tears that were on her cheeks. And normally she wouldn't let anyone touch her like this, but she was in a fragile moment, and besides, she didn't feel like backing away from my touch. Now that you've calmed down, I started to say, making her look at me, could you tell me why you're thanking me? And that question caught Daphne off guard, making her realize that she did all of this without even telling me why. And knowing that only made her even more embarrassed. Oh, well. I was thanking you because you helped Astoria by healing her, she replied, looking away. And hearing this I blinked, now understanding the reason for this whole situation in which we both found ourselves. So you found out, I commented, seeing no point in lying about it. She nodded. Tori told our parents and I about her being cured, and it wasn't too hard to find out that you were involved in it. I see, I said. So Lord and Lady Greengrass know that I cured Astoria, I began to reflect. I didn't have a very favorable opinion of the Greengrass family besides Astoria, due to the whole issue of prejudice against Muggles and Muggleborns. And now that they knew I cured their daughter of a practically incurable curse, they'd probably want answers, which meant they'd try to talk to me. Well, it was inevitable that they would find out the truth, I thought, and that doesn't change my initial plan of saying that this was all thanks to Nick and Penny's help, which would take the attention away from me and onto them. And before I could continue thinking about it, Daphne started speaking, breaking me out of my thoughts. Look, I'm really grateful that you cured Astoria, really, and I don't even know how to thank you, Daphne said sincerely, looking into my eyes, but I want to know, why? Why did you help Astoria? Why wouldn't I help? I asked back. Because you don't gain anything by helping her, she replied, and I frowned. Do you think the only reason someone would have to help someone else would be to get something in return? I asked. And hearing this, Daphne made a face, but before she could say anything I continued. If that's so, then tell me, Daphne, why did you want to cure Astoria? I asked, making her blink in confusion. What? She asked. Why did you spend almost all day in the Hogwarts library looking for books that could help you cure your sister's curse? I continued questioning, not giving her time to respond. Why did you always look at Astoria with concern? Why did you always stay close to her to take care of her? Why do you care about her? And with that question I faced Daphne, without showing any emotion on my face. Answer, Daphne. Why? Because she's my family, Daphne began to respond, placing her hand on her chest, because she's my little sister. Because I love her. Because she is someone precious and important to me, she said, passion in her voice. Well, then there is the answer to your question, I said, smiling softly at Daphne. I helped Astoria because she is my friend, which makes her someone precious and important to me. And that made Daphne stop, feeling the sincerity and truth in my words. So he did all this just because she's his friend, she thought. And at the same time as she felt happy that Astoria had a friend like that, she also felt sad and a little jealous, since she couldn't imagine any of her friends doing something like that for her. And looking at Daphne, who looked down, I felt her sadness. Daphne. I called, making her look up. Oh. I'm glad to know you like Astoria so much, she said, smiling at me. But I could tell that her smile wasn't entirely genuine. Well, I've already said everything I had to say, so I think I'll go now, she said, looking away, and besides, I don't want to keep disturbing you. And without waiting for me to say anything, she turned and started to leave. And I frowned at her feelings of sadness, and I began to wonder what caused this change of emotions in her. She was like that after I told her the reason why I cured Astoria, I reflected, but that only made me even more confused. But why would she be sad that I said I cured Astoria because I was her friend? And then I remembered that besides sadness I also felt jealous coming from her. And thinking a little more, I managed to connect the dots, finally understanding the reason for her sadness. And with that I looked at the back of the depressed girl as she walked away, and I knew what I needed to do. Daphne, I called her, stopping her from leaving. Yes, she turned to me. And now that I was looking at her face, I could see deep in her eyes the sadness, the loneliness, and the fear. You know, you can be a little annoying, arrogant, and snobbish sometimes, I started to say, making the girl frown, wondering if I called her just to offend her. But still, I continued, after all our intentions and conversations, I don't think it would be wrong to say that we are friends, right? I smiled at her. And hearing that made her eyes widen slightly. Friends, she thought, looking at my soft smile. And the thought of having a true friend, who wouldn't be with her just for her family and money, who would want to spend time with her, and who would care about her, made Daphne smile unconsciously. So. I waited for your response. And now, feeling happier and lighter, Daphne looked at me. Well, I guess as a way of thanking you for healing Tori, I'll allow you to be my friend, she said with a playful smile. Oh, I'm honored, I bowed to her in mockery, but the smile on my face showed my true feelings. Don't be cheeky, Ethan, she said, calling me by my first name for the first time. I don't think that's possible, my smile grew, making her snort. And at that moment, looking at Daphne, I felt that a great friendship had been formed. End. Chapter 417, Chapter. Chamber of Secrets. It's still the way I left it, I said out loud, looking around the old house of Salazar's late pet. The chamber was still the same cold, damp and dark place, with the only difference being the absence of an immense serpent with a literally murderous gaze and deadly venom. It had been a long time since I last entered the Chamber of Secrets, but now I had something to do in this place, and that's why I came here. This will need some redecoration, but after some work this will become a perfect base, I nodded to myself. And yes, the reason I came to the Chamber of Secrets was because I intended to make it my new secret base at Hogwarts. Before, my base was the Room of Requirement, but I wouldn't be able to use it as often anymore since now the twins also knew about its existence and used it almost every day to create their prank items. And besides, I was in my 4th year, and if no drastic changes occurred in the timeline, Umbridge would still come to Hogwarts the next school year. And I was sure that if she came to the castle she would still try to disrupt our defense against the dark arts classes, imposing her absurd rules approved by the Ministry. And one thing would lead to another, and in the end Harry and the other students would end up discovering the existence of the Room of Requirement, before using it as a classroom for defense against the dark arts classes and a base for Dumbledore's army. Well, it's not like I can't keep using the Room of Requirement. In fact, I just won't be able to use it as often, I shrugged. I then started walking around the chamber, analyzing the place and seeing what I should or wanted to change. And obviously one of the things that I will definitely change, or better said, I will destroy, are these dozens of statues with the face of the founder of Slytherin House. Even I, who like the way I look, wouldn't build a secret base and put my face all over the place. That's a lot of vanity, arrogance, and ego for one person. But thinking about it, I could imagine many other wizards and witches who value blood purity doing something like this. All the more reason I think these purists are weird and crazy. But leaving that aside, I continued to walk through the Chamber of Secrets, and arriving at the end of my inspection I stopped at the place where my battle with the basilisk took place. The place where we fought was in the center of the chamber, where the immense full-body statue of Salazar Slytherin was, and the floor, walls, and even the ceiling were cracked or destroyed. And in front of the statue there was a large stain of dried blood, which was the place where I killed the XXXXX class creature. Speaking of the basilisk, I still have its corpse stored inside my suitcase, I remembered. I removed most of the poison from it and put it in jars and flasks, but I can still use its skin to make armor or other things that use animal skin. And besides, I'm sure that the other parts of the basilisk's body must be useful for something, like the organs, the eyes, the flesh, and the bones. I placed a hand on my chin. And after reflecting a little, what came to my mind when thinking about the basilisk's organs was to create some potion using them. Well, I don't know if it's possible to make a potion with basilisk remains, but I know two people who can figure out what to do with them, and the image of Nick and Penny appeared in my mind. Now I just need to think about how to explain to them why I have a 1,000-year-old giant basilisk corpse in my suitcase, I sighed, knowing that this wouldn't be an easy or normal conversation. But well, at least they are more understanding and calm than Professor McGonagall, Andy, and Merlin save me, my mom. And I felt nervous and scared just thinking about what my mom would do if she found out about the basilisk. What is a bloodthirsty and dangerous creature compared to my upset mom? I sweat dropped. Next day, Black Lake. So does the second task have any connection to the Black Lake? Stephen asked, sitting in the shade of a tree with our other friends. Well, Mandy and other Ravenclaw girls said they saw Crumb swimming in the Black Lake, and unless he's crazy I don't see any reason for him to swim in that cold water without a good reason, Lisa commented. That's true, Padma nodded, and besides, yesterday I saw Delacour in the library asking Madame Pants where the books about Hogwarts and about aquatic creatures were. Okay, I understand, Stephen said, but then he looked back. What I really don't understand is what he's doing there. And following the direction he was looking, everyone could see me sitting on the edge of the Black Lake with my legs crossed and my eyes closed. Everyone knew that I liked to relax in front of the Black Lake, but I had been in that position for about 20 minutes, completely motionless. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to connect with nature. Lisa suggested. Yes, of course, Michael snorted, and after that he's going to sell handmade vases in Hogsmeade, and on the weekends he's going to have tea with Professor Trelawney while they talk about which incense smells the best. The tulip incense with cocoa has the best smell, and on top of that it can keep away grumpy gnomes, Luna said, making everyone stop and look at her. And she still had her dreamy look, but they noticed that there was a certain seriousness in her expression, which showed this matter was very important and serious to her. Good to know, Terry said slowly, deciding to ignore this little information given by our peculiar friend. And while they continued trying to guess what I was doing, I continued to sit, but unlike what they thought, I wasn't simply standing still or relaxing. In fact, I was using my senses and my magic sensor to feel everything in the Black Lake without having to enter it. Of course, I planned to swim into the Black Lake to explore the place someday before the second task, but for now I wanted to test the range of my senses and how well they worked by searching underwater. And so far I was able to sense the creatures that resided in the Black Lake, but it was proving very tricky to sense more than the creature's magical signature. Usually with my senses I could feel everything around me, not just limited to living beings, but it seems that feeling things underwater was difficult if I wasn't in the water. Well, I've done some similar tests in the Room of Requirement, but it's different out here where the magic is more natural. And then I was brought out of my thoughts when I felt someone sit down next to me and take a deep breath. Sigh. Nothing better than the smell of water, wet grass, and earth, Luna said in a satisfied tone, making me smile slightly, still with my eyes closed. Really? Not even tulips and cocoa? I asked, having overheard their conversation. Ah, the smell of tulips and cocoa is only good if it comes from an incense, she declared as if it were a fact. Yeah. How could I forget that? I playfully rolled my eyes. Don't worry, this is a rookie mistake, Luna said, and her voice was calm as always, but I could feel the amusement coming from her. And opening one eye I looked at Luna, seeing that she was trying to suppress a smile. Cheeky girl, I smiled. After that we both focused on the black lake again, and this time I wasn't trying to feel what was in the lake with my senses. In fact now I was just relaxing, enjoying the presence of my new company. But as I relaxed next to Luna I thought about the challenge of the second task, and then I remembered that the tournament organizers would probably use her as the hostage I would have to rescue from the lake. I know she won't be in danger, but I can't rest easy thinking about her unconscious at the bottom of the lake surrounded by creatures that may or may not be hostile, I thought, before sighing. But well, I guess this is just more incentive for me to do well in that task and save Luna quickly. And then I looked at the girl next to me who was smiling peacefully. Yeah, I'm going to finish that task so quickly that the judges won't even notice. End. Chapter 418, Chapter. Gryffindor Common Room, Afternoon. POV, Third Person. Today was a Wednesday, and it was another normal day at Hogwarts, and in the common room of the Noble Lions 2 identical red-haired boys could be found leaning over a table with various items while talking quietly. The effects of the vomit candy are very strong, Fred said, with a yellow candy with green balls in his hands. Yes, George nodded, we need to add a little more ant antennae and cactus leaves to the recipe to reduce their effects, and saying this the playful boy took a notebook that was next to him and started to write something down. Oh, and write down that we need to order another box of bat saliva and peppermint cream to make more laughing cookies, Fred said. Has the last batch we made already finished? His brother asked. Yes. The Puffs bought them all in the last week. Oh. George nodded, knowing that besides the Gryffindors, those who most liked and had fun with their joke products were the Hufflepuffs. And as the two members of the Three Musketeers continued to check and analyze their joke items, the Golden Trio entered through the common room passage. Hey, what are you guys doing? Ron asked as he approached the two with a curious look. Oh, we're checking out the products we're going to sell in our joke shop when we open it, George replied. But didn't Mom forbid you two from creating and selling your joke items? Ron asked with a frown. Yes, my dear Ronikins, but what the eyes don't see. Fred started to say. Mommy doesn't know, George finished for him, with both boys looking at their little brother with mischievous smiles. I don't think the expression is like that, Hermione whispered to Harry, who nodded as he looked at the twins with an amused smile. I don't know. Ron said with a look of uncertainty, Mom always ends up finding out about the things you do, and she'll be really angry if she finds out that you're still thinking about opening a joke shop. And the twins knew Ron was right, and they frowned at that. I don't think they need to worry about it too much, Harry said, joining in the conversation and making everyone turn to him. Sirius once told me that he was going to try to convince Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to leave Fred and George continue with their idea of opening a joke shop. Really? Ron asked, and even the twins looked at the black-haired boy in surprise. Yes, Harry nodded, he said he thought you two were very talented, and that he didn't want you to waste your talent like him. And knowing that someone they considered a hero and an idol said this made the twins smile, feeling happy that another person supported their dream. Oh, well, if Sirius is going to talk to Mom then I guess it's okay, Ron said, having complete trust in the men animagus. And Hermione, who hadn't been involved in the conversation, remembered something when she heard the boys quoting Lord Black. Talking about Sirius, she began to say, looking at the twins, are you still in a prank war with him and Professor Lupin, she asked. Well, not exactly, Fred said, which confused the Golden Trio. What do you mean? Hermione asked. You know this was supposed to be a three-way war between us, Sirius and Remus, and Ethan, right? George asked. Oh yes, Ethan is also involved in this prank war, Harry said, having forgotten about it. Yes, he is, Fred nodded, and because of that this became a war between three groups where everyone should play pranks on each other. And during that time we played a lot of pranks on the Marauders and they played a lot of pranks on us, George continued. And we also tried to play some pranks on Ethan, but somehow he always finds out and gets away with it, Fred said, a little disappointed. And the worst thing of all is that he always retaliates, and his pranks are 5 times more unpredictable, powerful, and flashy, George said, shaking as he remembered the last retaliation they suffered. Yes, Fred grimaced at the memory, before shaking his head, but well, we ended up discovering that Sirius and Remus were suffering at Ethan's hand just like us. And because of this, the 4 of us decided to enter into a temporary truce to deal with our common enemy, the Great Evil. Ethan Knight, George said, with a serious and determined look. I see. Hermione said slowly. In that case then you 4 are working together against Ethan, right? Harry asked, and the twins nodded. Well, how are you guys doing? And that question immediately discouraged the twins. Let's just say that his retaliation is now 10 times more powerful. And that I'm still being cautious when I choose my briefs, George said with a strange grimace. Oh, the Golden Trio said, with Hermione and Harry looking at the twins with pity. Well, this could be considered karma for all the pranks they played on me as a child, Ron thought, feeling a vengeful smile appear on his face. And the twins who saw that smile turned to face their gluttonous brother, and the look they were giving Ron said that they had found their next test subject, and that immediately sent Ron into a panic. Damn. Room of requirement. So you're studying thestrals? Nick asked me, looking at the dozens of parchments that were on a table with a curious look. Yes, but more specifically about their magic, I replied, causing him to look at me with a raised eyebrow. We were both in the room of requirement, as I had called Nick here to ask him for help with my research on the thestrals, and I was currently showing them the parchments that contained the information I had collected about these winged creatures. Most of the information came from books about magical creatures, but the rest was my own research and study. And I could say that for the very specific topic that I was studying, which was the magic of the thestrals, my research was the most complete and detailed that existed, mainly because I had help from my magic vision. But why would you be researching their magic? Does it have anything different compared to other magical creatures? Nick asked me, taking one of the parchments from the table. You have no idea, I snorted, which only piqued the immortal wizard's interest. Nick then started reading the parchment, which happened to be one of the first ones I wrote and which contained a summary of everything I discovered about the thestrals. At first he showed an interested expression, but the more he read the more his eyes widened in surprise, until at the end he put the parchment down and looked at me in complete shock. Is this all true? He asked. Yes, I nodded. The magic of the thestrals is unlike any other, it is purer and more complex. And something inside them sucks in the magic around them and cleanses it, before expelling it out into the world as neutral magic, I explained. Incredible, Nick said in amazement, that's a fantastic discovery. I know, I said, making a face, but even with everything I know about them and their ability to purify magic, I still don't know enough. But why do you want more knowledge than that? He asked me. Because I want to replicate and use their ability, I replied. And my answer made Nick's eyes widen slightly. He then started thinking about the things a human could do if they had this ability, and he realized that the possibilities were endless. Well, now I understand why you decided to ask for my help, he said, before placing his hand on his chin, but you know, if you really want to know more about these creatures then I think you should talk to someone who studies them, he suggested. Yes, I was already planning to do that, I said, but I wanted your help because of your great knowledge of centuries and because of your magic insight, which can see something that my magic vision cannot see. Unlikely, Nick snorted, knowing how powerful and complex my ability to see magic is compared to his and Penny's, but well, since it was you who asked for my help then I feel obliged to help you to the best of my abilities, he said. And hearing that I smiled, thank you. No need to thank me, he smiled, ruffling my hair, that's the least I can do for my grandson. And besides, it's been a while since I've been involved in such interesting research, he thought, feeling his scholarly heart beat faster. End. Chapter 419, Chapter February, Care of Magical Creatures class. It was Thursday morning, and I was with my other classmates in the magical creature enclosures near the Forbidden Forest. We were here for a practical care of magical creatures lesson with Hagrid, and at this moment the half-giant was introducing us all to the Abraxans, the giant winged horses that brought Bosbaden's carriage. And after explaining to us what Abraxans are and how we should take care of them, Hagrid let the students pet and feed the flying horses. You're very beautiful, you know that, big boy. I said to the Abraxan I was feeding, seeing him crouch down so I could pet him. And unsurprisingly, as soon as I approached this Abraxan, he showed affection towards me and was now acting docile as he reveled in the attention he received from me. Will the people of Bosbatons notice if one of their Abraxans goes missing? I asked myself. But before I could continue thinking of a plan to steal one of the French's winged horses I felt Hagrid approaching me. Ethan, it's great to see you here. Hagrid said, coming up to me with a happy smile on his face, it's been a while since you last came to my class. Oh, sorry about that, I said, turning to him, it's just that I've been very busy with some matters. I scratched the back of my head with an apologetic look. Oh, don't worry about it, Hagrid patted me on the back, almost making me stumble forward. I understand that training and preparing for the tournament must be taking up a lot of your time. Yes. The tournament. I nodded slowly, knowing that the tournament itself was the least of my problems. But, changing the subject, what do you think of this class? Hagrid asked me with a look of gleeful anticipation. And it wasn't too difficult to see that he was waiting for some praise. Just like a child. A very big, bearded child, I thought, smiling while shaking my head. Your class is amazing, Hagrid, I said, making a huge happy smile appear on his face, but you know, I'm surprised that Bosbatons let you use their Abraxans in your class. Oh, well. Hagrid started to say, his cheeks flushed. I asked Oli. I mean, Madame Maxime, and she gave me permission. I see. I said with a knowing look, which only made Hagrid blush even more. Apparently their relationship didn't get worse after the Yule Ball like in the canon. And without Skeeter's presence the two won't have to worry about their big secret being revealed to the newspapers, I thought, happy for my big and kind friend. But well, since you seem to be doing very well taking care of that Abraxan, I'll go help the other students, Hagrid said, wanting to escape before I continued talking about his crush on the headmistress of Bosbatons. But before he could turn to leave I called out to him, wait Hagrid, I said, making him turn to me, actually, "There's something I wanted to ask you," and that made him look at me curiously. "What do you want to ask me?" "I wanted to know, what do you know about the magic of magical creatures?" I asked. "Magic of magical creatures," he repeated with a confused look. "Yes. I wanted to know if they are different from each other, if they have any abnormal characteristics, if they have properties that make them special," I explained. "Well, as far as I know their magic is like all other magic," he said, rubbing his chin. "Oh," I said, a little discouraged. "So he doesn't know anything," I thought, but then he continued talking, catching my attention. "Well, actually I remember reading some theories from other wizards and witches that said that some creatures' magic was different, more powerful and unusual," Hagrid began to say, "like dragons and unicorns by example." "Really?" I asked. "Yes, but that's just a theory, and neither the magizoologists nor the ministry takes it seriously," he said, but then Hagrid frowned. "But you know, some people say that this was just an attempt by the ministry of denying the theory and making people forget about it." "But why would the ministry try to make people forget about it?" "Because those who believed in this theory thought they could become more magically powerful if they used these creatures in rituals to improve themselves," he replied to me, making an expression of disgust and anger at the end. And when I heard the word ritual I stopped. Use magical creatures in rituals to improve yourself. Just like Riddle did, I thought, and then I remembered that Marcel had also researched these types of rituals and even wrote some down in his diary. And I remembered Marcel's descriptions of what had to be done to complete the rituals, and how much magical creatures suffered before they died. And I felt angry and disgusted thinking about how these despicable people used magic, which was supposed to be a blessing to everyone, to hurt these innocent creatures in order to become more powerful. Wait a minute. Using magic. And then I felt realization hit me. That's it, all this time I've been looking from the wrong angle, I thought. I am trying to understand the ability of the Thestrals through research and study, but from the beginning I have always had at my disposal the best method to help me understand their ability, and looking at my hands I felt the mysterious and powerful energy that ran through my body. From the beginning, I always had the magic. And at that moment I felt as if a clarity came over me, and quickly my mind began to work thinking of ways to use magic to solve my problem. "But well, that's all I know about the magic of magical creatures," Hagrid said, interrupting my moment of reflection and breaking me out of my thoughts. "I'm sorry if this isn't much, but this is a topic that I haven't studied much." He looked at me with an apologetic look. "Don't worry, Hagrid, you were a great help," I said, smiling at my half-giant teacher. "Oh. In that case then there's no need to thank me," Hagrid said, happy to have helped in some way. "No, my friend, you've helped me a lot now." "More than you know," I said, placing a hand on his arm since I couldn't reach his shoulder. "You know, maybe as a thank you I'll send you some chocolates imported from Switzerland for you to give as a gift to Lady Maxime." I moved my eyebrows suggestively. I don't know what you're talking about," Hagrid said in a nervous tone of voice. I just smiled mischievously at him. "Well, it looks like a student needs my help over there," the embarrassed half-giant said, looking away. "It was really nice talking to you again, Ethan, bye." And without waiting for me to say anything, Hagrid turned and left, walking away from me with quick steps while trying not to blush. Poor guy in love, I thought, shaking my head with an amused smile on my face. After the Care of Magical Creatures class ended I quickly went to meet Nick so I could share with him what I discovered from my conversation with Hagrid. And after searching for him around the castle with my senses, which wasn't too difficult since his magical signature glowed like a lamp in the dark, I found him in his office next to Penny. And now here I was, sitting next to my two immortal grandparents telling them about the eye-opening conversation I had with Hagrid. And I also told Penny about all my research involving the Thestrals, and while she was still shocked absorbing this new information, Nick looked at me in surprise. Using magic to try to understand their ability. "How did I not think of that?" he muttered, his eyes slightly wide. "Yes, the answer was so obvious," I said, still feeling a little stupid for not realizing that the solution to my problem was right under my nose. "I'm actually surprised you didn't think of that," Penny said, making us both look at her, "and you could have figured out the answer to that a lot sooner if you had asked for my help." She frowned. Sigh. "Are you still upset that we didn't tell you about this project?" Nick asked her. "I'm not upset," she said, crossing her arms. But the pout on her face gave away her true feelings. "I'm sorry, Grandma," I said to her with an apologetic look. "I would ask for your help, but I was so busy and my mind was so full that I forgot to talk to you." "Ah, don't worry, darling, I'm not upset with you," Penny said, coming over to me and hugging me with a loving smile. "Really?" I asked, looking at her face. "Yes," she nodded. "Actually I'm upset with him," and then she faced Nick, who backed away. "With me?" he asked, shocked. "You should be upset with him since all this research and project is his thing." He pointed at me accusingly. "And you think I could be upset with this cute face?" Penny asked, cupping my cheeks and squeezing them. And I, who was having my cheeks treated like modeling clay, just silently accepted my fate, with me considering it a way to make up to my grandmother for not having involved her in my project sooner. "This. I. Nick stuttered as he looked at us. And seeing the indignant look on Nick's face as Penny spoiled me made me smile smugly. And the old immortal noticed my look, and then he felt a huge urge to strangle me. But he could also see that his wife was looking at him with a pout, and he knew she was joking with him when she said she was upset, but he knew her well enough to know that she was a little sad that we hadn't involved her in this project from the beginning. Sigh. Okay, I'm sorry, he said, lowering his head. I accept your apology, Penny nodded, smiling happily again. And seeing Penny's emotions change so quickly, Nick blinked, before shaking his head. I'll never understand women, he thought with a wry smile. End. Chapter 420, Chapter. But well, let's get back to focusing on the main subject, Penny started to say, releasing my cheeks to my relief. Now that you have the answer to your problem, what are you going to do? She asked me. Well, actually I intend to wait a little before starting this new phase of my research, I replied, rubbing my cheeks. Really? Nick asked me, looking at me with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I nodded. But why? You seemed so excited to continue with your research, he said. Well, one of the reasons I want to wait is because I currently don't have much time to focus on this project, I started to say. It's very important to me, and because of that I want to have more time to fully focus on it, without having to worry about other things. And upon hearing this, Nick and Penny nodded, since as two scholars and researchers they understood my feeling very well. And the other reason is that now that I've decided to use magic to help me with this project, I can't just go up to the Thestrals and start casting random spells on them and see what happens. Yeah, that wouldn't be very wise, Penny pursed her lips. Exactly, and that's why I want to wait a bit, and in that time I can look for spells that are harmless to Thestrals and that are also useful for me to use. And I also didn't mean to say that one of the reasons I didn't want to use any spells on the skeletal winged horses was because it would make it seem like I was treating them like guinea pigs, and it reminded me of Marcel with his cruel experiments. It sounds like you put a lot of thought into this, Nick said, and I understand and agree with all your reasons, he nodded at me. Me too, Penny said, before holding my hands, and don't worry, Nick and I will also look for spells and magics that can help you with your project. Yes, and if we don't find any spells we will create them ourselves, Nick proclaimed. Thank you, I looked at them gratefully. No need to thank us, dear, Penny said, smiling at me, we're just doing our jobs like your grandparents. And upon hearing this I could only smile happily at them. Yes, the best grandparents anyone could ask for, I thought, feeling my heart warm. 3 days later, Sunday. It had been a few days since my conversation with Nick and Penny, and just like I said I didn't immediately start studying the Thestrals using magic. In fact, in the days that passed I didn't do much, because I decided that I needed a rest both mentally and physically. And now at this moment I was sitting in the stands of the Quidditch pitch watching some of my colleagues having a friendly match of this wizarding sport. Why aren't you playing too, Ethan? Anthony asked me. Nah, it's more fun watching them play, I said, smiling at the sight of a 7th-year Slytherin boy who was a pompous idiot taking a bludger to the face. I see. Anthony said slowly, a little scared by my smile. And you too? Why aren't you playing? I asked, looking between him and Terry. Oh, you know, Terry started to say, putting his hands behind his head, they knew how good a flyer I am and they thought it would be unfair if I played, as I would unbalance the match with my skills, he smiled arrogantly. Really? I looked at him with a raised eyebrow, obviously not believing it. Actually no one wanted to pick Terry for their team, Anthony said, making Terry's smile disappear. Oh, that makes more sense, I nodded. Hey. Terry turned to us with a frown, know that I am an incredible player. And they are all wrong for not letting me be part of their teams, he proclaimed arrogantly. We looked at him with disdain. And upon seeing this, Terry felt his eye twitch, bastards. He thought. At the same time, Ravenclaw common room. POV, third person. Sitting on a couch in the common room were Padma, Lisa, and Luna, with the first two girls chatting while the dreamy blonde read a children's book about a talking tree. And after a while the Asian girl in the group went down the stairs of the girls' dormitory, quickly going to join her friends. Girls, you know what day is coming, right? Sue asked, sitting down as she looked at the other 3 girls. And upon hearing her question, Luna, Padma, and Lisa looked at each other, with confused expressions on their faces. And then Padma turned to Sue, Monday, she said uncertainly. No. I'm talking about Valentine's Day. Sue said exasperatedly. Oh yes, I had forgotten about that, Lisa said with a look of realization. Me too, Padma nodded. Well, I haven't forgotten, and I'm here to remind you all of this magnificent and exciting holiday, Sue said, with an expectant smile on her face. Why are you so excited about Valentine's Day? Padma asked with a strange expression. Yes, why are you so excited? Lisa also asked, because from what I remember, you never showed interest in that day. And besides, you don't have a boyfriend yet, so there's no reason for you to worry about it. And upon hearing the last part Sue made a face, oh, thanks for reminding me that I'm still single, she said sarcastically. Well, we all are, Lisa shrugged. Yes, but know that I'm single by choice and... Sue started to say before shaking her head, look, we're getting off topic. She then turned to look at the three girls. The reason I'm excited about that day is not because of me, but because of a certain friend of ours who might take advantage of this holiday to finally make a move on her relationship with the boy she likes. And as soon as Sue said that, Padma and Lisa's eyes widened slightly in realization. Huh? Who? Luna asked as she tilted her head in confusion, making the three girls look at her. You, they said, making Luna step back and blink. Me, she pointed to herself. Yes, Luna, you, Sue said, looking into her eyes, everyone knows you like Ethan. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone who knows you too or has seen you interact. But of course I like him, he's my best friend, Luna said, looking away. You know that's not the kind of liking we're talking about, Padma said, looking softly at the younger girl. And Luna just looked down with flushed cheeks. Luna, you can't keep pretending that you don't have feelings for Ethan, Padma placed a hand on her shoulder. Yes, you need to be more aggressive about your feelings for him, Lisa nodded. Because, if you don't do anything, he could end up being taken by another girl, Sue said, looking at Luna seriously, like that French blonde, Delacour. And hearing the name of the Beauxbatons champion made Luna frown. And then she remembered how Fleur always tried to stay close to Ethan, smiling at him, and how she looked at him as they danced together at the Yule Ball. I don't like this at all, she thought, feeling a tightness in her chest. And Luna then decided that she didn't want any other girl beside Ethan in such an intimate way besides her, and that made her realize that what she felt for him wasn't just a strong feeling of friendship. I love Ethan Knight, she thought, finally admitting it to herself, I love him so much. And then all the things the girl said flashed through her mind, and she felt a strong sense of urgency along with a growing determination. And I need to do something. I can't lose my Ethan, and after making her decision she looked at the girls who were looking at her waiting for her to say something. What I need to do? Luna asked, making the girls smile. I'm glad you asked, Sue smiled mischievously, feeling her Ravenclaw mind start to work. First you must. And then the three fourth-year Raven girls started talking about their ideas and suggestions to help their blonde friend, while Luna just listened and nodded, completely focused. And those who passed by the common room and saw the four girls talking quickly ran away in fright, not wanting to be close to them as they felt a frightening intensity coming from them. End. Chapter 421, Chapter. Grimmauld Place. POV, third person. What are you doing, Padfoot? Remus asked his half-dog friend, seeing that he was sitting in his office while looking at some items on his desk. Oh, I'm trying to recreate the two-way mirror, Sirius replied, picking up a small cube made of glass. Well, I said recreate, but really I'm trying to improve and update it. Improve and update? What do you mean? The werewolf asked, approaching him. And as he approached he saw that on the table there were several objects of different sizes and shapes, and there was a parchment next to it full of notes. I mean that I want to make a magical item that is almost the same as a two-way mirror, only more practical and with some additional functions, Sirius explained. And why do you want to do this? I've never seen you show interest in this type of magical item before, Remus said with a raised eyebrow. Well, this is actually a new project of mine and Ethan, and since he is busy with the Triwizard Tournament and I have a better understanding of how the two-way mirror works, I decided that I would be in charge of studying and creating this new magical item, Sirius replied, finishing analyzing the glass cube. And placing the cube back on the table he began to write something on the parchment. I understand that, but what exactly are you trying to create? Remus asked. I'm trying to create a magical communication device that can be used by multiple people, just like that Muggle device. What's the name again? Sirius made a thoughtful face. Telephone. Remus suggested. Oh yeah, that's it, Animagus nodded, before placing his hand on his chin, but actually Ethan also said that what we're going to create will also be a little different from these telephones. I didn't understand his explanation very well, but just know that it's going to be amazing, he said with a confident and excited look. I see, Remus said, scratching his chin with a thoughtful look. A magical communication device. Why would Ethan want something like that, he wondered. And while Remus was thinking about this, Sirius spoke again, breaking him out of his thoughts. But well, since you're already here, what do you think about helping me? I don't have anything better to do, so okay, Remus shrugged, before pulling out his wand and summoning a chair, sitting across from Sirius. So, where should I start, he asked, going into studious mode. Well, first we must find a perfect item to be used as the device, and then the two friends started working together, just like in the old days. And they didn't know it, but what they were doing would be something of great importance in the future when the Blood War breaks out. Valentine's Day. POV, Ethan. Today was Tuesday, February 14th, which meant it was also the favorite day of couples and lovers, Valentine's Day. And many could like this day, but for me it has become a headache since Valentine's Day last year when girls started showing interest in me. And today was no different. And in fact, I could even say that today was worse than last time, since before the girls just sent me letters and some sweets, but this time they were being more proactive and brave. If I wasn't being cornered in some hallway by a girl wanting to confess her love for me, I was having to deal with the dozens of gifts they gave me. And speaking of gifts, I was right now heading to the Ravenclaw common room while carrying a dozen gifts to keep in my room. I don't even know when these girls had time to buy or prepare these gifts, I thought, looking at the gifts in my arms with a frown as I walked into the common room. Seriously, Ethan, tell me, what's the trick? And Terry, who had been following me for the last hour, asked me for the 19th time, how do you get so many gifts from these girls? I swear if he asks me that again I'm going to make him eat the Gryffindor Quidditch team's dirty socks, I groaned. Terry, I think you better let it go, Anthony warned him. Huh? Why? Terry turned to him. Because I think your questions are making Ethan angry, the blonde boy said carefully. Nonsense, Terry waved his hand dismissively, before turning to me only to see that I was looking at him with eyes that promised pain if he opened his mouth again. You know what? I think I'm okay without knowing the answer, he quickly said, looking away. And seeing this I snorted, looking straight ahead again. And I had seen the girls sitting around a table, probably studying, but as I wanted to put away these gifts quickly I just nodded at them and went up to my room in the boys' dormitory. Sigh. I wish I was popular with girls like that, Terry said, plopping down on the couch. Well, maybe if you were born again with a more presentable face. Anthony said, making Terry look at him with disdain. You talk like you're pretty, Terry said. But I am, the half-badger boy shrugged. Who told you that? Terry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. And hearing the question, Anthony raised his hand and began to count, my mother, my aunt, my grandmother, the lady from the candy store in Diagon Alley when I was 7 years old, the... Man, you're not helping yourself, Terry interrupted, not knowing whether to mock or feel sorry for his friend. Huh, the poor naive boy looked at him confused. And in that short period of time I had finished putting away all the gifts in my room and was heading downstairs to the common room. What were all those gifts, Ethan? Lisa asked me as soon as she saw me. Oh, that. They were just some gifts some girls gave me, I said, resisting the urge to grimace. And I didn't notice the look the girls exchanged between themselves before looking at Luna, who was sitting with them fiddling with something. The dreamy girl was trying not to show any expression of discomfort upon hearing that I was getting gifts from other girls, but that didn't stop her from glancing at me. And looking at my frown, she knew I wasn't enjoying receiving all these gifts. And because of that she felt satisfied and happy knowing that these girls' attempts to get my attention weren't working, and at the same time she also felt apprehensive and worried. And without knowing the blonde girl's thoughts I approached them. And you four? What are you doing? I asked. Reading, Sue replied. Homework, Padma said without looking up from her parchment. Me too, Lisa said. I see. I said, before approaching Luna. What about you, Luna? I asked, looking over her shoulder. Oh, nothing, she replied hastily, not letting me see what she was doing. I see. I said suspiciously. And I could feel that she was hiding something, but as Luna didn't want to show me what she was doing, I didn't insist anymore, because I knew that everyone had the right to have their own secrets. Ring. That's the signal for lunch, Anthony commented, before starting to rub his belly. Well, I was getting hungry anyway. Dude, weren't you eating some cookies your mom sent you just now? Terry asked him. Yes, and they were delicious, he licked his lips. And when Terry saw this he rolled his eyes. Gluttonous badger, he whispered. Is it lunchtime already? Lisa said as soon as she heard the bell ring, before looking at the clock that was on the wall of the common room above the fireplace. Oh, I was so focused on my homework that I didn't even notice the time passing, Padma commented, also looking at the clock. And after she said that, Padma got up and started putting her materials in her bag, with Lisa doing the same. Sue also got up to return the book she was reading to the Ravenclaw library, and now that the three girls were getting ready to go to the Great Hall for lunch I noticed that one of them remained sitting at the table. Aren't you coming, Luna? I asked her. You can go ahead, I still have something to do, she said with a smile, and I looked at her for a few seconds before nodding. Okay, I said. I then turned to go to Terry and Anthony who were waiting for me in front of the common room passage, but when I turned around I could see a glimpse of Luna taking out some small silver item with a blue glow from her coat pocket. What is she doing? I asked myself curiously. End.